Welcome to King Manhwa Recap, your go-to spot for diving deep into the vibrant world of manhwa. Whether you're a seasoned fan or just curious about this thrilling form of comics, you found the right place to get your fix. Join us as we explore inspiring manhwa stories where characters rise from humble beginnings to extraordinary success. From tales of overcoming poverty to achieving wealth and power, our videos highlight the most captivating journeys of personal growth and determination. If you love stories of triumph, resilience, and the path from rags to riches, this is the perfect channel for you. Subscribe now for engaging recaps and stay motivated on your own journey to success. So let's get ready, subscribe, sit back and enjoy.
My name is Linyu. This morning, as sunlight spread across my farm and the wheat danced in the wind, I felt that peaceful joy I always do. I've lived and worked here all my life. This land means everything to me. I care for the chickens and cows like family, and the vegetable garden is my pride. Watching tomatoes grow or eggplants shine in the sun fills me with a deep sense of satisfaction. Life hasn't been rich, but it's been honest and meaningful. But something strange happened. Just as I was about to water the vegetables, a bright white light suddenly enveloped me. I felt dizzy, and then I heard a voice in my head. A mysterious farm system had appeared in my mind. It said it could help me turn this ordinary farm into something amazing. I didn't know whether to be excited or scared. It was like winning a lottery, but with hidden rules. I sat at my old wooden table and tried to connect with the system. To my surprise, I could see a screen in my mind, a seed library, a point shop, and more. There were glowing fruit seeds, magical fertilizers, and even robots that could do farm work. I couldn't believe it. I planted one special tomato seed and added nutrient liquid, following the system's instructions. In just a few days, the seed sprouted into a strong, green plant. I was shocked at how fast and healthy it grew. I felt a surge of confidence and started dreaming bigger. Maybe this farm could become something much greater, a place that supplied top-quality produce across the country. As I kept exploring the system, I found tasks that could unlock new features and earn points. I realized this was just the beginning. The system reminded me that growth depended on how well I managed the farm. It was both a gift and a challenge. Lying in bed that night, I thought hard about the future. I wasn't sure what was coming, but I knew I had to grab this chance. So the next morning, I got up early, full of determination. The tomato plants were thriving. I smiled, picked up my hoe, and got to work, ready to turn this farm into something extraordinary. Every morning, I go to my vegetable field and check on my crops, especially the tomato seedlings I planted using the system's nutrient solution. They grew faster than anything I've ever seen. In just a few days, the vines were full of small green fruits, shiny like little gems. A few more days, and they turned red, juicy, and full of a sweet smell. I picked one, tasted it, and wow, it was better than any tomato I've ever eaten. That gave me an idea. If these vegetables taste this good, why not sell them at the market? I packed tomatoes, cucumbers, eggplants, and greens into my old truck and headed into town. I set up a small stall, and people immediately noticed the bright colors and fresh smell. At first, they hesitated because the prices were a bit high, but once someone tasted the tomatoes, everything sold out in less than an hour. I made several hundred yuan that day. Then, something even better happened. The system in my mind rewarded me with 100 points for selling the crops. I opened the system interface and saw I could use points to buy amazing things, super fertilizers, tools, even magical medicines to protect crops. I got excited thinking about how much more I could grow and sell. Business picked up fast. I returned to the market every few days with new vegetables and even added fruits like strawberries, grapes, and peaches. Customers loved everything, and many started calling me directly to place orders. One customer even asked me to save strawberries for her and her friends. They were that popular. But as the farm grew, I ran into a new problem. I didn't have enough hands to manage it all. I thought about hiring help, but that was expensive and risky. Then I remembered the point shop. Sure enough, there was something called a smart farming robot that could do everything: water, fertilize, harvest, but it cost 5,000 points. I only had 2,000, so I made up my mind. I'd work harder, grow and sell more, and earn the rest. Every day now, I wake up before sunrise, work the fields, drive to the market, and study the system at night. I'm always tired, but I'm hopeful. I know that with effort and the system's help, I can turn this place into something great. And every night before I sleep, I remind myself, tomorrow, I work even harder. Every morning, I wake up before dawn and walk out to my farm. The sun lights up everything in gold, and the sight of ripe fruit and green vegetables fills me with pride. Ever since I got help from that mysterious system, my harvests have been incredible. Tomatoes shine like lanterns, grapes sparkle like gems, and even the strawberries look like little hearts. I feel like I'm walking through a treasure chest. But with success came problems. Some villagers started to notice how well my crops were growing. They whispered, pointed, and doubted me. One old man even asked if I was using chemicals. I explained the truth, only natural fertilizers, careful planting, and good seeds, but not everyone believed me. Some even spread rumors that I had used tricks or strange methods. I didn't argue. I stayed calm, welcomed them in, and even gave them fruit to taste. Some people believed me after that, but others still talked behind my back. Their attitude changed. They no longer greeted me like before, and I could feel their judgment. One day, I heard villagers arguing about me. I stepped in and told them they were welcome to visit any time and see for themselves. To clear things up, I offered to hold a tasting event. That helped calm things down. I went back to work, carefully washing and sorting the best crops for the event. I just wanted people to see the real farm with their own eyes. That night, I sat in my yard, looking at the stars, thinking about everything. I knew the rumors wouldn't disappear overnight, but I wasn't giving up. I believed that if I stayed true to myself and worked hard, the truth would come out in time. Then the system spoke to me. A hidden task had been unlocked. Something big was coming. I didn't know what it was yet, but I was ready. I've come this far, and no challenge will stop me now. I stood up, brushed off the dust, and looked at the quiet fields. Tomorrow would be busy again, but I welcomed it. This is my dream, and I won't let go. The morning after receiving a hidden task from the system, I rushed to the farm full of energy. I was nervous, but also excited. The task was to grow something called the dream fragrant fruit. I found the seed in the system's library. It looked amazing, with a sweet aroma and beautiful appearance. I planted it on a new plot of land, worked the soil carefully, and followed all the system's instructions, watering, adjusting temperature, using special lights. At first, everything seemed fine, but after a few days, the leaves turned yellow, and pests appeared. I panicked a bit, but the system guided me. I made natural insecticide, improved ventilation, and stayed on top of everything. Then another problem came. The fruit wasn't ripening on time. The system said the soil nutrients were uneven. So I mixed a special solution and gave the plants extra care, like they were my own children. Finally, after many long days, the fruits ripened. They were bright red, full, and smelled amazing. I took a bite. It was sweet, juicy, and perfect. I was so proud. I packed the best ones in gift boxes and went to the market. At first, no one stopped by. But after I offered free samples, people loved them. Soon, my whole batch was sold out. I was feeling proud when a fancy car pulled up. A man named Chen Yu, a buyer for high-end stores and restaurants, had followed the scent to my stall. He offered to buy all my stock at a high price and proposed a long-term deal. I didn't agree right away. I read his contract carefully. It was fair. He'd buy everything I could produce, and I just had to meet his quality standards. We signed the agreement, and he invited me to his company. I saw how serious he was about quality, and I realized this deal could really help my farm grow. When I returned to the farm, moonlight covered the fields. I thought back to when the place was overgrown and empty. Now, the farm was alive and successful. But the system reminded me, there are more challenges ahead. I have to keep improving. Standing under the stars, I made a promise. I'll keep going, no matter what. My dream farm is just getting started. That night, Linyu was bored, so he looked up at the sky. The stars sparkled, making his heart race with excitement, and he imagined the farm thriving in the future. Just as he was feeling good about it, suddenly, the system's mechanical voice sounded in his mind, "Master, our farm now has some foundation. If you want to improve it further, I can upgrade. After upgrading, there will be many powerful new features." Hearing this, Lin Yu's heart pounded with excitement. He eagerly asked himself, "System, tell me, what are the conditions for upgrading?" The system immediately replied, "You need to collect 3 rare items, a branch of the 1,000-year spiritual wood, a fragment of the rainbow illusion crystal, and powder of the core flame crystal. Once you gather them, I can upgrade." Lin Yu took a deep breath, thinking to himself, What kind of treasures are these? They sound hard to find. He frowned, feeling nervous and asking system, where can I find these things? How do I collect them? The system explained, the 1,000-year spiritual wood grows in the misty forest. That place is dangerous, full of wild beasts and strange miasma. The rainbow illusion crystal fragments are scattered in the broken cliff valley, which has a complex terrain with falling rocks and strong winds. The core flame crystal powder is obtained from the hot volcano, which is filled with lava and extremely hot. Master, these places are very dangerous, so you need to prepare well. Linyu felt worried and scared. But thinking about how the system upgrade could transform the farm, he clenched his teeth and became determined. He told the system, no matter how difficult it is, for the farm, I will do it. In the following days, Linyu focused entirely on preparing for the journey. He first went to the town's general store, bought sturdy ropes, a sharp dagger, bright torches, and some first aid medicines. Back at the farm, he carefully selected some good farm products, thinking he might trade them on the way or use them in emergencies if he ran out of food. Finally, the day to leave arrived. The morning sun shone softly on the farm. Linyu carried a large bag on his back, held his new dagger in hand, and stood seriously at the farm gate. He looked back at the land with deep affection. It was his dream. He silently whispered, "Farm, wait for me to return. I will make you even better." After saying that, he turned around and strode toward the misty forest. As he entered the forest, a strong, foul smell hit his nose. The fog was so thick it looked like a curtain, and he couldn't see clearly. Linyu carefully stepped forward, using his dagger to push aside the grass in front of him with each step, worried about traps or startling hidden animals. Suddenly, a deep growl came from the bushes on his left. The sound was frighteningly loud. Linyu tensed up, his heart pounding fast. He clenched his dagger tightly and stared intently in the direction of the sound. Then, he heard a rustling noise. A large black bear slowly emerged from the bushes. Oh my, this bear was as tall as 2 people, with stiff fur and fierce eyes shining. It opened its big mouth, revealing very sharp teeth. Linyu was so scared his heart almost jumped out of his chest. But he forced himself to stay calm, knowing panic would be dangerous. He slowly stepped back, looking for a chance to escape. However, the bear seemed to see through his plan. It roared loudly and charged at him. Linyu dodged quickly, avoiding the bear's first attack. But the bear was fast and swung a paw at him. He couldn't dodge in time, and his arm was cut open, blood staining his sleeve. He gasped from the pain but ignored his wound and took the chance to circle behind the bear. He raised his dagger and stabbed it hard into the bear's back. The bear roared in pain and anger, turning around and lunging at Linyu again. Linyu ran swiftly among the trees, using them as cover, dodging left and right. He kept his eyes fixed on the bear, looking for an opening to strike a fatal. After a while, Linyu noticed the bear was moving more slowly. He felt a surge of hope. He took a deep breath, gathered all his strength, and stabbed fiercely at the bear's throat. The dagger sank in with a thud, and the bear let out a terrible scream. It collapsed to the ground with a loud crash. Exhausted, Linyu sank to the ground, gasping heavily. He looked at his arm wound, feeling a mix of relief and fear. But he didn't have time to rest. He quickly treated his injury, then stood up and continued walking deeper into the forest. The deeper he went, the thicker the fog became. Linyu felt like he was falling into a dream. The surroundings were frighteningly quiet, only the sound of his footsteps echoing thump, thump. Suddenly, he slipped and fell into a trap. The trap was deep, with sharp bamboo stakes at the bottom. Luckily, Linyu reacted quickly and grabbed a nearby tree branch as he fell, avoiding being pierced by the stakes. Linyu struggled to climb out, but the trap's walls were slippery, and he couldn't get up after several tries. Just when he was about to give up, he noticed a protruding stone on one side of the trap. He had an idea. He inserted his dagger into the stone, using it as leverage, and slowly climbed out. Once out of the trap, Linyu continued walking forward. After several days and nights, he finally found the ancient spiritual tree deep inside the forest. Wow, this tree was very old. Its trunk was so thick that several people couldn't hug it. The bark was a dull brown, faintly glowing. Carefully approaching the spiritual tree, Linyu felt both excited and nervous. He took out his dagger and gently cut a branch. As soon as he did, the air around the tree suddenly became chaotic. Green light shot out from the tree, rushing toward him. Linyu quickly waved his dagger to block the light. The beams were like sharp arrows, very powerful. His arm was hit, and he winced in pain. But he gritted his teeth and held on for a few minutes until the light gradually disappeared. He let out a breath of relief and carefully placed the branch into his backpack. He knew he had completed the first task, but more difficult challenges awaited him. He packed his things and headed toward the broken cliff valley. When he reached the valley, he saw that it was incredibly deep, with cliffs on both sides that looked like they had been cut with a sword. The wind howled through the valley, sharp and piercing. A faint purple mist filled the air, making it look quite frightening. Linyu carefully searched for a way into the valley along its edge. Suddenly, a huge stone rolled down from above and hit the ground not far from him with a loud bang, kicking up a cloud of dust. He was so scared he quickly stepped back, feeling grateful for his quick reaction. After searching for a while, Linyu finally found a narrow, winding path leading into the valley. He took a deep breath and carefully walked down the path. The valley was full of rocks and thorns. His clothes and skin were often scratched by the thorns, but he ignored the pain, keeping his eyes focused on finding fragments of the colorful illusion crystals. As he was walking, a strong gust of wind suddenly blew past, almost knocking him off the cliff. He quickly grabbed a nearby stone to steady himself. The wind stopped, and he continued walking forward. At a bend in the valley, he saw a large stone shining with colorful light. Linyu felt very happy and quickened his pace toward the stone. As he got closer, he saw that the stone was embedded with fragments of rainbow-colored crystals. Just as he reached out to grab one, a group of small monsters suddenly jumped out from behind the stone. These monsters looked strange, their heads like frogs, bodies like monkeys, and they held sharp weapons. Linyu was not afraid. He waved his dagger and fought the monsters. Although there were many, Linyu was quick and fierce. He dodged their attacks and fought back hard. During the fight, Linyu noticed that the monsters' stomachs were their weak spots. He took a chance and stabbed one monster in the belly. The monster screamed and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the others retreated. Linyu took advantage of the moment and defeated a few more monsters. The remaining monsters saw they were losing and ran away quickly. Linyu let out a breath of relief and carefully took the rainbow crystal fragments from the stone, putting them into his backpack. He knew time was running out and needed to go to the next place, Hot Volcano. Linyu left the cliff valley and headed toward Hot Volcano. Along the way, he faced many troubles and dangers, but he clenched his teeth and refused to give up. Finally, he reached the foot of the volcano. The volcano was constantly spewing fire and smoke, and the air around it was hot like a giant steamer. Linyu put on a special fireproof suit and carried heavy gear, struggling to walk into the volcano. Inside, the lava was bubbling and flowing. Linyu carefully avoided the lava and searched for the core flame crystal powder. Suddenly, he felt the ground shake. An eruption was about to happen. He quickly found a safe place to hide. After the eruption, cracks appeared on the ground, steaming hot air coming out. Linyu followed the cracks and finally found the core flame crystal powder in a corner. He excitedly took out a container and carefully collected the powder. Just as he was about to finish, a large fire lizard emerged from the lava. The fire lizard was very long, covered in red scales, with fiery eyes. The fire lizard opened its big mouth and spat out a stream of fire toward Linyu. Linyu quickly dodged, and the fire brushed past him, burning his clothes at the edges. He knew this fire lizard was very powerful and that he had to find a way to defeat it. Linyu watched the fire lizard's movements, looking for its weak spot. He noticed that the lizard's belly was soft and decided to attack there. While the fire lizard was breathing fire again, he sneaked behind it, raised his dagger, and stabbed it into its belly. The fire lizard twisted in pain, trying to shake him off. He held the dagger tightly and pushed it in deeper. After a while, he finally defeated the fire lizard. He let out a breath of relief and put the collected crystal powder into his backpack. He was very tired, but he felt very happy because he had gathered all 3 materials needed for system upgrade. Dragging his tired body, he slowly walked toward the farm. He knew he had collected all the materials, but he didn't know what would happen after the system upgrade. Still, he was full of hope for the future and believed that with the help of the system, the farm would get better and better. On the way back, he kept imagining how lively the farm would be in the future, and his steps became more energetic. Linyu carried the materials he collected for the system upgrade and happily returned to the farm. As soon as he entered, he hadn't even sat down comfortably before diving into farm work. Recently, the farm's business has been booming. Orders from buyers kept coming one after another, like flowing water. New and old customers kept praising the farm's products, talking about them everywhere. Lin Yu was so busy every day he hardly had a moment to rest, and he was exhausted, but seeing the farm improve day by day made him very happy, like he had eaten honey. However, his competitors looked at Lin Yu's farm and became very jealous. In this small market for farm products, everyone was pretty much on the same level. No one was much better than others. But since Lin Yu's farm started to succeed, their business clearly declined, and many customers began to switch to Lin Yu. One day, a few competitors gathered and whispered, "This isn't good. Lin Yu's farm is getting more and more popular, and we're losing customers. We need to come up with a plan to beat him." So they started plotting to cause trouble for Lin Yu. Their first move was to spread false rumors about Lin Yu's farm products. One day, at the market, a competitor loudly shouted, "Hey, don't buy from that farm. It looks fancy, but it's useless. I heard their planting methods are strange, and eating their vegetables might be bad for your health." The nearby customers immediately looked suspicious. Some of the old customers who planned to buy from Lin Yu's farm stopped and hesitated. Another competitor also chimed in, supporting him. "I previously bought fruit from their farm, but the taste was just okay and not worth the price. Everyone should buy from us, guaranteed genuine and affordable." This message spread quickly from one person to another, and soon it became well known in the market. Many customers were fooled by their lies and stopped buying from Lin Yu farm, choosing other sellers instead. When the news reached Lin Yu, his heart sank. He thought, "Oh no, this is a big problem." But he stayed calm and decided to go to the market himself to see what was happening. When he arrived, he saw that the busy stall was now very quiet, with hardly any people around. He felt really upset, like being cut by a knife. Still, he held back his anger and smiled as he talked to the customers nearby, saying, "Dear friends, I always do honest work. Our farm's products are grown with scientific methods, so there's no problem. If you're unsure, you can come and see our farm yourself. Seeing is believing." Some old customers listened to Lin Yu and felt a little better, but others, tricked by rumors from competitors, refused to trust him no matter what. Lin Yu shook his head helplessly, knowing it would take time and effort to regain their trust. Meanwhile, the competitors didn't stop. They came up with a worse plan, secretly damaging the road used for transporting Lin Yu's farm products. One dark night, under a cloudy sky, a few sneaky figures crept onto the road. They used tools to pry stones, dig drainage ditches, and deliberately placed many obstacles. The smooth road was turned into a muddy, bumpy mess, impossible to drive on. The next day, Lin Yu's trucks prepared to leave as usual. The driver came over with a worried look and reported, "Boss, the road is blocked. It's full of holes, and the trucks can't go fast. It might even break down." Lin Yu followed the driver to see for himself and immediately understood that this was definitely the work of his competitors. He clenched his fists tightly, trembling with anger, but quickly calmed down. Transporting the products now took longer, which meant the freshness of the farm's goods would suffer. This was a big to the farm's business. Lin Yu quickly called his staff together to discuss what to do. Someone suggested hiring people to fix the road quickly, but Lin Yu knew that even if they repaired it, the competitors might come back and cause more damage at any time. At this moment, an experienced senior employee stepped forward and said, "Boss, I think we can first find a temporary route to go around. This way, we can at least ensure the agricultural products are shipped on time." Lin Yu immediately brightened up, thinking this idea was good. He quickly arranged for someone to find a suitable alternative route. After some effort, they really found a road, which was a bit longer but in good condition. Lin Yu promptly informed the drivers to take this route and repeatedly reminded them to drive carefully and make sure the products are delivered safely. To win back customers misled by rumors, Lin Yu decided to hold an open day at the farm. He sent out messages through various channels, inviting both new and old customers to visit and experience the farm. On the day of the event, the farm was lively and crowded. Lin Yu personally guided the visitors around the planting greenhouses, explaining the growing process and management methods of the crops as they walked. He pointed to the fresh-looking vegetables and proudly said, "Look, everyone, we use organic fertilizers and never spray pesticides. Our products are truly green and healthy. Seeing the clean environment and carefully tended crops, the customers' doubts gradually disappeared. One elderly customer who had believed the rumors shyly said, "Boss Lin, we were wrong to doubt you before. Your farm is really excellent. I'll come back to buy your products in the future." Lin Yu smiled and replied, "No worries, it's good that everyone understands now. We always prioritize quality above everything else and will never let you down." The open day was a great success. More and more customers recognized Lin Yu's farm products again, and orders gradually increased. Lin Yu's long-held worries finally eased. But he knew that competitors wouldn't just let this go. There might be more trouble waiting for him in the future. That night, Lin Yu sat alone in his office, reflecting on what had happened in recent days. Although the issues with transportation and customer trust were temporarily resolved, he understood that to fully get rid of these problems, he needed a long-term plan. He picked up a pen and wrote a few words on paper: brand building, customer relationship maintenance, preventive measures. He thought about increasing the farm's publicity through various media to showcase its benefits and features, so more people would learn about it. At the same time, he planned to communicate more with customers, regularly follow up with them, listen to their opinions and suggestions, and improve the farm's products and services. To improve security, he plans to install several surveillance cameras and increase patrols around the farm to prevent any malicious damage by competitors. While thinking about this, his phone suddenly rang. It was the buyer calling. The other person said, "Boss Lin, I've heard about your farm recently. I believe your products are good quality. But just to be safe, could you provide a testing report for your produce next time you deliver?" Lin Yu quickly replied, "No problem. I'll arrange for testing right away and make sure you're satisfied." After hanging up, Lin Yu thought to himself that although this was a small problem, it helped him see some issues in the farm's development. He secretly vowed to run the farm better and better, so jealous competitors wouldn't have anything bad to say anymore. Late at night, the farm was very quiet. Lin Yu stood up, stretched lazily, and looked out at the dark night sky, feeling full of determination. He knew there would be many challenges ahead, but he was confident that with his brains and effort, he could lead the farm toward a brighter future. After a successful open day event, orders for the farm flooded in like a tide. Business became very busy and lively. Every day before dawn, the farm was bustling. Workers were busy harvesting fresh fruits and vegetables. At the farm entrance, big trucks lined up, ready to load goods and deliver them to supermarkets and restaurants in various cities. Lin Yu watched this lively scene with a big smile on his face, feeling very happy. But while smiling, he also started to worry a little. That night, Lin Yu sat in his office as usual. Looking at the mountain of orders on his desk, he furrowed his brows and scribbled on a piece of paper while muttering to himself, "With things going like this, our small farm might not be able to handle it. We need to find a way to expand, or we'll miss this great business opportunity." He quickly gathered the key staff of the farm to discuss expanding the farm's size. In the meeting room, everyone sat around eagerly. Lin Yu started, "Our farm's business is getting better, but our production can't keep up with the market demand. I'm thinking about expanding the farm. Do you have any ideas? Feel free to share openly." An experienced old worker adjusted his glasses and seriously said, "Boss, expanding is a good idea, but where can we get the land? Most of the nearby land is already owned. Finding a suitable piece is not easy." A young worker's eyes lit up, and he excitedly said, "I think this is a great opportunity. If we grow bigger, we can take more orders and earn more money. As for the land, we can apply to the government. They support agriculture, after all." Everyone discussed enthusiastically. Lin Yu listened carefully and gradually formed a plan. He clapped his hands and said loudly, "Everyone's ideas are right. I've decided we will apply for land to expand the farm. Next, let's work together to gather the necessary documents and submit the application quickly." The next morning, Lin Yu and his assistant Xiao Sun went to the local land management office. They entered a large, busy hall filled with people. The service counters had long lines. Lin Yu and Xiao Sun took a number and sat down to wait. Finally, it was their turn. Lin Yu approached the window with a smile and handed over the prepared application materials. He said, "Hello, I am the manager of Lin Yu Farm. I want to apply for land to expand our farm. Here are the related documents. Please take a look." The clerk took the documents, flipped through them casually, and frowned. "These materials are incomplete. You need a land planning permit, an environmental assessment report, and a feasibility study. Also, the land you want to apply for is for agricultural use conversion, which is complicated. Several departments need to approve it. Lin Yu's heart sank, but he politely asked, "How do we handle these documents? What is the approval process?" The clerk impatiently pointed to the notice board on the wall and said, "It's all written there. Check it yourself. Each department has different requirements, so you need to ask each one." Lin Yu and Xiao Sun helplessly walked to the notice board and carefully looked at it. It was full of various procedures and requirements, making their heads spin. Xiao Sun muttered, "This is so complicated. I didn't expect applying for land to involve so many steps." Lin Yu patted Xiao Sun on the shoulder and comforted him. "Don't worry. Since we've decided to do this, we shouldn't fear difficulties. We'll take it step by step, and we'll definitely find a way." Over the next few days, Lin Yu and Xiao Sun worked very hard, running back and forth between different departments. First, they went to the planning bureau to apply for a land planning permit. The staff there said they needed to submit a detailed farm plan, including how the land would be used, the layout of buildings, and the green space design. After returning home, Lin Yu and Xiao Sun stayed up late working on drawings and writing plans. When they went back to the planning bureau, the staff found many problems and asked them to make changes. Finally, they got the land planning permit, but then they hurried to the Environmental Protection Bureau to get an environmental assessment report. The staff there told them they needed to test the soil, water, and air of the land they wanted to develop and submit the test reports. Lin Yu had no choice but to hire a professional testing agency. When the results came back, they found some small issues, so they had to fix them. Lin Yu quickly arranged for repairs to meet environmental standards. When applying for the feasibility study report, they faced even bigger problems. This report needed a full analysis of the farm's market prospects, economic benefits, and social benefits. Lin Yu asked experts for advice, collected data from many sources, and hired a consulting firm to write the report. After many revisions, the draft finally passed the review. After more than a month of effort, Lin Yu finally gathered all the application materials. He eagerly went to the Land and Resources Management Department to submit his application. But then he faced a long wait for approval. During the approval process, Lin Yu was very anxious. He kept calling to ask about the progress. Each time, he was told, "It's still under review. Please be patient." As days passed and orders increased, Lin Yu felt like a trapped ant on a hot pan, with no way to solve the problem. One day, Lin Yu received a call from the Land and Resources Management Department. They said he needed to provide additional materials. Lin Yu hurriedly asked what was needed, but the staff was vague, saying only that he should come to the office for a face-to-face discussion. Lin Yu rushed to the department and met the staff responsible for approval. The staff took out a document and pointed to a clause, saying, "The land you applied for is within the ecological protection red line, so you need to provide an ecological protection plan to ensure the environment won't be harmed." Hearing this, Lin Yu's head buzzed, and he almost fainted. He never expected such a problem to come up. His heart felt very frustrated. However, he still forced himself to hold back his anger and said, "We have always taken ecological environmental protection seriously and will follow the requirements to make a plan. But can you approve it faster? Our farm's business can't wait." The staff member replied expressionlessly, "We follow the official procedures for approval, and I can't guarantee the progress. You should go back, finish the plan, and then come back to submit it." Lin Yu hung his head in disappointment and returned to the farm. His assistant, Xiao Sun, saw his tired face and asked with concern, "Boss, how did it go? Any progress with the approval?" Lin Yu shook his head helplessly and said, "Don't ask. There are more problems. The land we applied for is within the ecological protection red line, so we need to provide an ecological protection plan. What should we do?" Xiao Sun thought for a moment and said, "Boss, don't worry. If there are problems, we will find solutions. I think we can find a professional ecological protection organization to help us make the plan." Lin Yu's eyes lit up and said, "You're right. That's the only way. Let's quickly contact a few organizations and see which one is reliable." So, Lin Yu and Xiao Sun searched for professional ecological protection organizations. They got recommendations from friends, searched online, contacted several, and even invited them to visit the farm. After comparing, they chose a well-reviewed organization to prepare the ecological protection plan. While waiting for the plan, Lin Yu stayed busy. He managed the farm daily to ensure the quality and yield of the crops, and also negotiated with buyers to delay the delivery deadlines, easing the farm's pressure. Days passed, and finally, the ecological protection plan was ready. Lin Yu took it to the Land and Resources Management Department and submitted additional materials. He was hopeful that the approval would go smoothly this time. But fate seemed to enjoy playing tricks. A few days later, Lin Yu received a call from the department, saying there were still issues and the ecological protection plan needed further improvement. Lin Yu almost lost his temper. He couldn't understand why applying for land was so difficult. He hung up and sat alone in his office, staring out the window at the farm, lost in thought. He remembered how hard he had worked when starting his business, how many hardships and setbacks he had faced. He asked himself, "Am I really going to give up now?" No, he wasn't willing to give up. He believed that as long as he persisted, he could overcome the difficulties and realize his dream of expanding the farm. With this thought, Lin Yu suddenly stood up, his eyes firm, and walked out of the office. He decided to contact the Ecological Protection Organization again and improve the plan. No matter how big the difficulties are, he never gives up easily. He is determined to fight for the farm's future. Days pass by busy and tough, one after another. Lin Yu is busy improving the ecological protection plan while doing everything he can to keep the farm running normally. Every time he talks with the ecological agency, it feels like a long battle, exhausting him. Every time he revises the plan, it's like climbing an endless mountain, very hard. But even so, Lin Yu never thought about giving up or stepping back. It was a very ordinary afternoon. The farm smelled fresh, a mix of dirt and fresh fruits and vegetables. Lin Yu was sitting quietly in the fields, checking how the crops were growing. Suddenly, his assistant, Xiao Sun, hurried over, panting and shouting loudly, "Boss, someone new is at the farm gate. They say they want to see you." Lin Yu straightened up, brushed off the dirt on his clothes, and thought to himself, "Strange, usually only buyers or visitors come, but few strangers." He followed Xiao Sun to the gate and saw a plain middle-aged man standing there. The man had deep eyes, making it hard to tell what he was thinking. As soon as the middle-aged man saw Lin Yu walking over, he smiled widely, stepped forward, and reached out his hand. "Hello, Mr. Lin. Sorry for just dropping by. I was passing by and heard your farm is doing very well, so I wanted to come see and learn from you." Lin Yu politely shook his hand and smiled, saying, "Welcome. I'm just messing around, so I don't have much experience to teach you. If you're interested, I can show you around." The middle-aged man followed Lin Yu into the farm, talking nonstop along the way. He kept praising Mr. Lin, "Your crops look really healthy. It's clear you put a lot of effort into caring for them. I've always been interested in farming but never figured it out. Can you share some tips on growing crops?" Lin Yu smiled, thinking it was okay to share some simple advice. He said, "There's nothing special. Just choose good seeds, fertilize and water well, and keep an eye on the crops. If you see pests or diseases, treat them quickly." The middle-aged man nodded thoughtfully and asked again, "Mr. Lin, I heard your farm's products are very high quality and popular in the market. Did you use any special fertilizer or planting techniques?" Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He knew this person was subtly asking about the system, but he showed no reaction and calmly replied, "There's nothing special, just traditional methods. I just have higher standards for quality." The middle-aged man wasn't willing to give up easily and continued to probe, "Boss Lin, don't be modest. Agriculture is developing so fast now. You should keep up with the times and use some advanced techniques. Don't hide it from me. Tell me, I promise not to tell anyone." Lin Yu smiled slightly and skillfully changed the subject. "Times change, and agricultural technology keeps updating. That's a good thing. But I think what's suitable for oneself is best. I prefer to stick with familiar methods. By the way, have you ever worked in agriculture before?" The middle-aged man was momentarily surprised but quickly smiled and said, "Sort of. I've always been interested in farming, but I never had the chance to try myself. Seeing your success, I just want to learn from you." Lin Yu took the middle-aged man on a tour around the farm. Along the way, the man kept asking questions, trying to find clues related to the system in Lin Yu's answers. But Lin Yu remained tense and skillfully avoided all sensitive topics, talking about general farming knowledge instead. After the visit, Lin Yu and the middle-aged man rested in the farm's reception room. The man took a sip of tea, cleared his throat, and mysteriously said, "Boss Lin, I feel like we get along well. I have a small request. Do you think you could help?" Lin Yu's heart pounded. He wasn't sure what this person wanted, but he still smiled and said, "You just say it. If I can do it, I will help." The man whispered mysteriously, I want to work with you to grow this farm bigger and stronger. I can provide funding and connections. You just handle the technology and management. If we make money, we split it 50 to 50. What do you think? Lin Yu thought to himself that this stranger suddenly proposing a partnership probably had bad intentions. But he stayed calm on the surface and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I'm not planning to partner up right now. I want to stabilize the current size first. I prefer working alone and worry that cooperation might be inconvenient." Hearing Lin Yu's refusal, the man looked a little disappointed but quickly masked it. He said, "Boss Lin, please consider it again. This is a great opportunity. With me involved, your farm will definitely reach new heights." Lin Yu firmly shook his head and said, "No need to think about it. I've made up my mind. Still, thank you for your suggestion." The middle-aged man sighed and said, "That's a pity. No worries, if you change your mind later, feel free to contact me." As he spoke, he took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Yu. Lin Yu took the card, which read Hongye Agricultural Technology Company, Limited, Sales Manager Zhang Ming. He politely put the card away and said, "Okay, thank you. If there's a chance, I will contact you." Zhang Ming stood up to leave, and Lin Yu saw him off to the farm gate. Watching Zhang Ming's gradually disappearing figure, Lin Yu frowned. He always felt that Zhang Ming was not simple, and this visit must have a different purpose. Although he hadn't revealed anything about the system, he still couldn't let his guard down. Back in the office, Lin Yu placed the business card on the desk and started to worry. He wondered what exactly Hongye Agricultural Technology Company, Limited did. Why was Zhang Ming so interested in his farm? Did he suspect something about the system? His assistant, Xiao Sun, entered the office and saw Lin Yu looking worried. He asked with concern, "Boss, does that stranger have a problem?" Lin Yu looked up and said, "I feel he's not simple. He kept asking about the farm's planting techniques. Maybe he's after the system. Be more careful in the future. If anyone else asks about similar things, tell me immediately." Xiao Sun nodded and said, "Got it, boss. I'll pay attention. Don't worry too much. We'll keep our secret safe, and they won't be able to do anything." Lin Yu smiled bitterly and said, "That's what you say, but I'm still worried. The system is key to the farm's development. We absolutely can't let others find out." In the following days, Lin Yu focused on perfecting the ecological protection plan while keeping an eye on what was happening around the farm. He was afraid Zhang Ming would come back or send someone to investigate secretly. But as days passed, nothing unusual happened. The ecological protection plan was revised several times and finally approved. Lin Yu felt both nervous and hopeful. He resubmitted all the application materials to the Land and Resources Department. He silently hoped that this time the approval process would go smoothly, so his dream of expanding the farm could come true soon. Just when he thought everything was going well and heading in a good direction, an unexpected phone call broke the peace. As Lin Yu answered the phone, he heard the official tone of a staff member from the Land and Resources Management Department. "Mr. Lin, we have reviewed your farm expansion application. There is a small issue. You need to provide some additional materials." Hearing this, Lin Yu's heart sank, and he felt cold all over. He had just barely passed the Ecological Protection Plan review, thinking everything was fine, only to find out that there was still a problem with the final approval. After hanging up, Lin Yu slumped into his chair with a loud thud, feeling very frustrated and exhausted. His assistant, Xiao Sun, heard the noise and gently knocked on the door before cautiously entering. Seeing Lin Yu's unlucky look, he asked softly, "Boss, did the approval get denied?" Lin Yu weakly nodded and said, "Yes, I need to add more materials. I don't know when I'll finish." Xiao Sun quickly comforted him. "Don't worry, boss. Take your time. We'll figure it out." Lin Yu took a deep breath, forced himself to stay calm, and said, "All right, I guess that's all I can do now." He was worried about the farm expansion, feeling overwhelmed. Suddenly, the system's mechanical yet slightly excited voice rang in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host. Because your farm management has been doing well recently, you have successfully unlocked a new skill, soil improvement." Lin Yu suddenly jumped up from his chair, eyes shining with excitement, and exclaimed happily, "Soil improvement? That's really a good thing." As he spoke, he instinctively rubbed his hands together. Eagerly, Lin Yu checked the system's description of the soil improvement skill. It turned out that this skill could make the soil fertile and loose in a short time, greatly enhancing its water and nutrient retention, perfect for crop growth. Linyu grinned with excitement, already thinking of plans. He quickly left his office and went to the farm fields. Looking at the ordinary patches of land in front of him, he smiled confidently. He chose a suitable piece of farmland, planning to test the effect of the soil improvement skill there first. Focusing his mind, he issued the command to activate the skill. In an instant, an invisible force radiated from him, covering the selected farmland. The once ordinary soil began to change in a wonderful way. Its color gradually darkened, and its texture became softer, as if countless tiny life forms were moving inside. Linyu squatted down, reached out, and grabbed a handful of soil, feeling its fine texture and rich fertility. He couldn't help but exclaim loudly, "Wow, this effect is immediate." The nearby farm workers saw this and gathered around curiously, asking, "Boss, what are you doing? Why is this soil different from before?" Linyu smiled and explained, "I've developed a new method to improve the soil. It helps our crops grow better. Just wait and see." In the following days, Linyu came to the test field early every morning, closely watching the crops grow. Sure enough, under the improved soil, the crops grew noticeably better than in other areas. The originally short and thin plants became strong and upright, with shiny green leaves, as if infused with powerful life energy. Seeing this amazing change, the farm workers cheered and praised loudly. "Boss, your method is incredible. If this keeps up, our farm's harvest will definitely double." Linyu felt very happy but remained humble, saying, "It's just the beginning. We still need to work hard to improve the soil across the entire farm." As days passed, the crops in the test field grew better and better, attracting more and more workers' attention. Everyone became excited and came to ask Linyu about his soil improvement method, eager to use the skill in their own areas. Linyu patiently explained and demonstrated step by step how to apply the technique. Under his guidance, more fields were improved, and the whole farm was full of lively, thriving scenes. One evening, as usual, Linyu was walking around the farm. When he reached the test field, he saw an older worker squatting on the ground, eyes fixed on the crops, smiling brightly. Linyu walked over, patted his shoulder, and asked, "Uncle, you look so happy. Are you satisfied with the improved soil?" The old worker looked up, his voice trembling with excitement. "Boss, I've farmed for most of my life, but I've never seen soil this good. The crops are growing so well. We're sure to have a big harvest this year. It's all thanks to you." Linyu smiled and said, "This is the result of everyone's hard work. As long as we work together and use this skill well, the farm will definitely develop better and better." The uncle nodded firmly and said, "Boss, don't worry, we will do our best." Seeing the healthy crops growing on the farm, Linyu felt very proud. He knew that unlocking the soil improvement skill brought new opportunities for the farm's growth. He started imagining the future, a big harvest, selling farm products all over the country, and the farm expanding more and more. But just as Linyu was daydreaming happily, a small problem suddenly occurred. A worker accidentally turned the water pipe the wrong way while operating the irrigation equipment, causing some of the improved soil to get flooded. When Linyu heard about this, he quickly ran to the scene. He looked at the soaked soil and furrowed his brows. The worker lowered his head and apologized sincerely. "Boss, I'm really sorry. It was my mistake." Linyu patted his shoulder and comforted him. "It's okay. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Let's think of a way to fix this." He squatted down and carefully examined the waterlogged soil, quickly thinking of solutions. After some thought, Linyu decided to first drain the excess water. Then, he would use some system features to improve the soil again, restoring its fertility and structure. He immediately called the workers to action. Some went to drain the water, while others prepared tools and materials. With everyone working together for a few days, the flooded soil gradually recovered, and the crops grew healthy again. This incident made Linyu realize that although the soil improvement skill is powerful in practice, one must be more careful and attentive. Even a small mistake can affect the final results. After this small setback, Linyu paid more attention to managing and supervising the farm's work. He created more detailed procedures and emergency plans to ensure everything runs smoothly. He also kept studying the system's functions, thinking about how to better use the soil improvement skill to improve productivity and product quality. Days passed busy and fulfilling. The crops on the farm grew better in the improved soil, and the harvest became more abundant. Linyu looked at everything in front of him, filled with hope. He knew that the farm still had a long way to go to develop, but he was confident. With the help of the system and everyone's effort, the farm would surely become a wonderful place. As night fell, Linyu, exhausted but satisfied, returned to his office. He sat at his desk, turned on his computer, and began planning the farm's next steps. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded again in his mind. Host, as the farm continues to grow, more challenges and opportunities will come your way. Please be prepared to face new tests. Linyu was momentarily stunned, then a smile appeared on his face. He softly said, "No matter what challenges come, I am not afraid. I believe in my farm and will lead it toward a brighter future." After that, he threw himself into his busy work. Meanwhile, the story of the farm quietly turned a new page in the dark night. Linyu was staring intently at the computer screen, his fingers clicking rapidly on the keyboard. He was focused on planning the farm's future development. Just as he was deep in thought, the system's dry voice suddenly echoed loudly in his mind. Urgent alert! Urgent alert! In 72 hours, the farm will face a serious natural disaster. The exact nature of the disaster is still unknown. Host, please find a way to protect the farm. Linyu's fingers froze on the keyboard, his eyes wide with disbelief. He sat stunned for several seconds, unable to react. Suddenly, he jumped up from his chair with a whoosh, muttering, "How could this happen? Why now at such a crucial time?" Just after unlocking the soil improvement skill, the farm was thriving, crops growing happily, a harvest within reach. This sudden disaster warning was like a punch to the stomach, leaving him dizzy. He was so anxious that he forgot everything else. He hurried out of the office in a few quick steps and ran toward the workers' dormitory. It was already very dark outside, with the moonlight shining down like a layer of white frost. Linyu ran desperately in the moonlight, his steps hurried and chaotic. When he reached the dormitory door, he pounded loudly and shouted, "Everyone get up. There's an emergency." Soon after, the workers staggered out of their rooms, looking confused and wondering what was happening. Linyu panted heavily and hurriedly said, "The system has issued an early warning. In 72 hours, there will be a serious natural disaster at the farm. Everyone, get moving and prepare for protection." When the workers heard this, their sleepiness disappeared instantly, and their faces showed fear and worry. A young worker was very anxious and asked loudly, "Boss, what should we do? We don't even know what kind of disaster is coming." Linyu took a deep breath, trying to stay calm, and said, "No matter what disaster it is, we will do what we can now. First, reinforce all the farm facilities like the warehouses and greenhouses. Make sure they are sturdy enough to withstand strong winds and heavy rain. Also, harvest the crops that are almost ripe. The sooner we harvest, the less damage we will suffer." The workers nodded, understanding. Soon, a race against time to protect the farm began. Linyu and the workers divided into several small groups, each doing their own tasks. One group checked and reinforced the warehouses, using thick ropes and wooden boards to secure the doors and windows tightly, afraid they might be blown open by the wind. Another group went to the greenhouses, using steel pipes and wire to strengthen the frames, and covered the roofs with a thick plastic sheet to make them more wind-resistant. Linyu himself led a few experienced veteran workers to check the crops in the fields. Under the moonlight, the heavy crops drooped, as if they were happily announcing a good harvest. But Linyu had no time to admire the view. He frowned and thought about which crops could be harvested immediately. An old worker pointed to a cornfield and said, "Boss, this corn is almost ready for harvest. If we wait too long, it might be too late." Linyu nodded and decisively said, "All right, let's get to work right now." They grabbed sickles and bags and started working. The sickles gleamed in the moonlight, cutting the full corn stalks one by one, then filling the bags and stacking them by the field. Sweat soaked their clothes, but no one complained about being tired. Everyone knew time was very precious, and every second counted. While they were harvesting corn, Linyu suddenly remembered the system. He closed his eyes and called out in his mind, "System, give me some hints. What kind of disaster is coming? We need to know so we can prepare." The system's dry voice responded, "Currently, there isn't enough data to determine the disaster. But don't worry, the system will keep monitoring and will inform you as soon as there is news." Linyu sighed helplessly and continued leading everyone to work. The night passed, and dawn slowly broke. The sky in the east was starting to turn red. Linyu and the workers had collected a lot of corn and vegetables and stored them in the warehouse. Looking at the vast farmland with many crops waiting to be harvested, he still felt uneasy inside. The next day, the sun rose high and shone fiercely on the land. Linyu was so tired he didn't care and started organizing new tasks. He asked some workers to continue harvesting crops, while others checked and cleared the farm's drainage system to prevent flooding from heavy rain. While inspecting the drainage, the workers found a blocked ditch. Linyu said nothing and jumped into the ditch with a splash, helping clear away debris. Dirty water splashed on him, smelling terrible, but he didn't mind at all. He was just eager to unblock the drain quickly. After working for several hours, the drainage was finally clear. Linyu climbed out, exhausted and sitting heavily on the ground, sweat running down his face. At that moment, his phone rang. It was his assistant. Xiao Sun hurriedly said, "Boss, the Weather Bureau warned us that there might be a strong typhoon in the next few days, with wind speeds over 10 levels. Linyu's heart skipped a beat. A strong typhoon is no joke. It meant their previous preparations were not enough. He quickly stood up and said, "Got it. Contact the nearby farmers and ask if they have experience dealing with typhoons. Let's share ideas. Also, get more sandbags and emergency supplies." After hanging up, Linyu ran back to the farm and shared the news with the workers. Everyone looked serious after hearing it. One worker asked worriedly, "Boss, with such a strong typhoon, can our farm survive?" Linyu patted his shoulder and said firmly, "Don't worry. We've prepared a lot, so we can minimize the damage. Now, let's reinforce the farm structures, especially the buildings that could be blown down easily." The workers then started working again. They piled sandbags around the warehouse and greenhouses and added windproof nets to the fences. Linyu checked everywhere on the farm, making sure every safety measure was in place. That night, the wind howled loudly, rustling the trees. Linyu stood on a high spot, looking at the dark farm, feeling worried. Although they had done their best to prepare, he still felt uncertain facing such a strong typhoon. He muttered softly, "I hope our efforts weren't in vain, and the farm can get through this safely." At this moment, the workers stayed at their posts, ready for anything. The wind grew stronger, making it hard to stand. Some weaker structures started to sway. Linyu quickly led the workers to reinforce them. Linyu shouted loudly, "Hurry up. We must hold on tight." The strong wind kept blowing, and time was passing slowly. The typhoon was about to arrive. Linyu felt like his nerves were about to break, unsure of what would happen next. Suddenly, a system voice rang in his mind. "Host, the system detects a change in the typhoon's path. It may bypass the farm, but it's not certain. Keep up the protective measures." Linyu felt a bit hopeful but quickly calmed down. He knew he couldn't relax now. He had to stay alert until the typhoon was completely gone. The wind was still howling loudly, and the farm was shaking in the rain. Linyu and the workers stayed firmly at their posts, their eyes full of determination and resilience. They didn't know how long this tough fight would last or if they could stop the typhoon, but they were ready to do their best. That day was really strange. The wind was howling wildly over the farm, loud enough to hurt your ears. Then, big raindrops started falling from the dark sky, hitting the ground with a loud splash and splashing water everywhere. In no time, the water formed rushing streams that crashed through the farm in all directions. Linyu stood in the storm, rain pounding his face so hard he could hardly see. But his eyes were full of determination. He understood that, even though they had prepared a lot before, this natural disaster was now at its most intense stage. "Everyone stay steady. Keep reinforcing according to our plan," Linyu shouted, but the wind was too loud. His voice was almost drowned out and sounded weak. Still, the workers responded, struggling to carry sandbags through the rain and wind, trying to build a stronger barrier around the warehouse and greenhouses. Suddenly, a large greenhouse was blown forcefully by the wind, making a creaking sound like it was warning of danger. The noise was so frightening it felt like death itself was counting down, making everyone's hearts race. Linyu saw this and ran toward the greenhouse. Water and sweat mixed on his body, making him feel heavy, but he didn't care. His only thought was, no matter what, he couldn't let the greenhouse fall. "Quick, bring the steel pipes. Reinforce this corner." Linyu directed the workers while grabbing a steel pipe himself, trying to hold up the shaky frame of the greenhouse. But the wind was so strong that every effort felt like fighting against the entire sky. Just when he was exhausted, a system voice suddenly appeared in his mind. "Host, activate windproof reinforcement skill. It can temporarily strengthen the target object's resistance to wind." Hearing this, Linyu's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he silently activated the skill. Miraculously, a mysterious force instantly covered the greenhouse, which was about to collapse, and it became stable and unmoving. Good job. Everyone keep going. Lin Yu shouted excitedly. The workers also got motivated and worked even harder. However, trouble kept coming one after another. The farm's drainage system couldn't handle the heavy rain. Many low-lying areas collected a lot of water. If not dealt with quickly, the water would flood the crops. Lin Yu made a quick decision and led a few workers to the drainage outlet. They ignored the foul, cold sewage and jumped into water up to their waists, using their hands to clear debris around the drain. The rainwater and sewage mixed, making them dirty, but no one complained. They were determined to save the farm. Boss, the drain seems blocked. No matter what we do, we can't open it. A worker shouted anxiously. Lin Yu swam over and saw a large stone stuck in the drain. He took a deep breath and dove into the water, trying to move the stone. But it was too heavy. He couldn't shift it on the first try. Everyone, help me lift it out. Lin Yu surfaced and called to the workers nearby. They worked together and finally managed to remove the stone, and the water rushed away. After a long struggle, most of the farm's facilities were temporarily protected from the fierce wind and rain thanks to Lin Yu and the workers' efforts. But Lin Yu knew the fight wasn't over. He couldn't relax for a moment and kept checking around the farm, afraid of missing any problems. Boss, the fence over there seems a bit loose. A worker shouted from afar. Lin Yu immediately ran toward the fence. He saw it sway dangerously in the strong wind and almost about to fall. Hurry, get some rope and tie the fence. Lin Yu ordered quickly. The workers scrambled to find ropes and tried to tighten the fence. But the wind kept pulling at the ropes, making it very difficult to secure the fence. Lin Yu clenched his teeth, grabbed the rope himself, and used all his strength to tie it to a nearby tree. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead as rain blurred his vision, but he held tightly to the rope, not daring to loosen his grip. Thanks to everyone's efforts, the fence finally stabilized. Lin Yu wiped the rain and sweat from his face and took a long, deep breath. But he knew more problems were surely waiting behind. Time passed slowly. The strong wind not only didn't weaken but grew fiercer. Some small farm buildings were blown apart, tiles flying everywhere, windows shattered, and glass shards scattered in the rain. Careful of the glass shards, everyone. Don't get cut. Lin Yu loudly warned the workers. He led the repair team quickly to the damaged buildings to start fixing them. They nailed wooden boards over broken windows and put the fallen tiles back in place, trying to reduce the damage as much as possible. While working, Lin Yu suddenly saw a corner of the tool shed's roof being lifted by the wind. If they didn't fix it soon, rainwater would flood inside, making it impossible to do any work later. Let's go to the tool shed. Lin Yu called to a few workers nearby and ran toward the shed. When they arrived, they saw the roof corner was completely torn off, and rain was pouring inside. Hurry, get the tools and supplies out first. Lin Yu shouted as he rushed inside, carrying boxes out one by one. The workers followed, racing against time to grab everything. Just as they were about to finish, the fierce wind suddenly intensified, blowing off the remaining part of the roof. A large tile flew straight toward Lin Yu. He reacted quickly, dodging just in time, and the tile missed him by a hair, flying past his shoulder. Boss, are you okay? A worker asked worriedly. Lin Yu brushed the dust off himself and said, I'm fine. Keep working, let's fix the tool shed as soon as possible. After several hours of effort, most of the protective measures on the farm were in place. Although the wind still howled and the rain continued, the farm's facilities were mostly undamaged thanks to Lin Yu and the workers' hard work. The crops were also affected a bit, but most of them were saved. Lin Yu stood in the middle of the farm, looking at the land that had weathered the storm. He felt a deep sense of pride. The natural disaster was fierce, but thanks to their skills and preparations, they minimized the losses. Boss, we did it. A worker shouted excitedly. Lin Yu smiled and nodded, saying, everyone's worked hard, but we can't relax yet. The storm isn't over. We need to keep watch until it completely passes. At this moment, the rain seemed to lessen a bit, and the wind was not as strong. But Lin Yu knew this might be the calm before the storm. He stayed alert and continued inspecting the farm with the workers. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded again in his mind. Host, the latest monitoring shows this natural disaster is nearly over, but there may be secondary hazards like landslides or mudslides later. You should prepare in advance. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He knew he couldn't ignore secondary hazards. He quickly called the workers over and said, Everyone, listen up. Although the storm is almost gone, new dangers might still appear. We need to check the mountains and rivers around the farm for possible landslides or mudslides. The workers nodded and split into groups. Lin Yu led one group toward the mountains surrounding the farm, carefully inspecting the terrain. He noticed several spots where the soil was loose and seemed ready to slide down. This place is too dangerous. Let's put up warning signs and notify nearby residents to stay safe, Lin Yu said. The workers immediately started working, setting up warning signs around the dangerous areas and broadcasting safety messages to the nearby residents. Another group checked the farm's river. They found that, due to the heavy rain, a lot of trash had piled up in the river, blocking the flow of water. If not cleaned quickly, there might be a flood. Hurry, clear the trash from the river. Lin Yu directed the workers. Everyone grabbed tools and jumped into the river to start cleaning. After much effort, the river was finally cleared. Once everything was arranged, Lin Yu and the workers, exhausted and sore, returned to the farm. As dawn broke, sunlight shone through the clouds onto the land, as if wrapping the battered ground in a golden coat. Lin Yu looked at the lively farm and felt deeply moved. The natural disaster had caused a lot of trouble, but it also made him realize how fragile the farm was. It showed him the power of the system and the importance of teamwork among the workers. Next, we need to review what we learned from this experience and improve our safety measures, Lin Yu told the workers. They all nodded, promising to support him fully. Just as Lin Yu thought this matter was temporarily over, the walkie-talkie suddenly crackled to life with an urgent voice. Boss, something's wrong. There seems to be strange sounds coming from the valley behind the farm. Could there be danger? Lin Yu's heart tightened. He knew that the fight against this natural disaster might not be over yet. Lin Yu was busy when suddenly the walkie-talkie transmitted a message. His heart skipped a beat, but he was mentally strong and quickly calmed down. He shouted into the device, "Everyone stay calm. I'll be there soon." Then he quickly called over a few burly workers nearby. "Come on, let's go check out the valley behind the farm." The men ran toward the valley. The wind was a little lighter on the way, but still chilly, blowing on their faces like knives. Lin Yu felt anxious and kept thinking the worst. Is this a landslide or a mudslide? The more he thought about it, the more scared he became, and he hurried faster. When they reached the valley, it was dawn. The faint light cast shadows in the valley, making everything look eerie. Lin Yu listened carefully and heard strange sounds coming from deep inside the valley. Sometimes it sounded like a beast roaring, other times like heavy objects rolling, with a gurgling noise. He quickly lowered his voice. "Everyone be careful. Stay close to me." He tightly gripped the wooden stick he had grabbed from the farm's tool shed. It was his only confidence now. They moved cautiously toward the source of the sound, each step feeling like walking on cotton. The stones underfoot crackled now and then, making loud noises in the quiet valley. Suddenly, one worker accidentally kicked a stone, which rolled into the darkness with a clattering sound, followed by a loud crashing noise, as if some mechanism had been triggered. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He stared ahead and shouted, "Everyone stay still." But it was too late. On the hillside on one side of the valley, loose rocks began to slide down, increasing in number until they formed a small mudslide rushing toward them with a roaring sound. "Run to the sides." Lin Yu shouted and scrambled up the. The workers reacted quickly, scattering to the sides. Fortunately, the mudslide wasn't too large. When they reached a safe spot and looked back, they saw the mudslide had stopped at the bottom of the valley, kicking up a cloud of dust. Wow, that was so close. A worker gasped, his face pale with fear. Lin Yu patted his shoulder and said, "It's okay. As long as everyone is safe, that's what matters. This valley is more dangerous than we thought. Let's hurry to leave and think things over when we get back." When they returned to the farm, the sun was high in the sky. Its bright rays shone on every part of the farm, bringing some life back after a long night of trouble. Lin Yu looked at this familiar place and silently vowed, "I must make this farm strong and secure. I can't let disasters ruin it again." In the next few days, Lin Yu and the workers focused on rebuilding the farm. They repaired the damaged greenhouses, strengthened the fences, cleared the river, and replanted the crops affected by the disaster. Everyone was tired and sore, but no one complained. They all knew that only by working together could the farm recover. While working, Lin Yu suddenly remembered that the system still had some unknown features not unlocked. He thought, maybe I can use this chance to explore the system and find ways to make the farm more disaster-resistant. That evening, after the workers left, Lin Yu sat alone in the farm office. He closed his eyes and silently asked, "System, how do I unlock the unknown features?" After a moment, the system's voice sounded in his mind. "Host, unlocking unknown features requires earning enough system points and completing specific tasks. You have some points now, but not enough yet. Keep working hard. Tasks will be assigned based on the farm's progress." Hearing this, Lin Yu felt a bit disappointed, but he quickly cheered up. He knew that to make the farm stronger, he had to put in more effort. From then on, he managed the farm more carefully, not only focusing on planting and care, but also looking for ways to improve the quality of his products. Time flew by, and in just a few months, the farm became lively again with the careful care of Lin Yu and the workers. The crops were lush and green, and the fruits hung heavy on the branches, filling the air with a sweet aroma from afar. Seeing this bountiful harvest, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile happily. At this moment, Lin Yu received an invitation letter from the city's Agricultural Products Expo. It asked him to bring his farm's products to participate, to exchange ideas with other farmers, and to showcase their best items. Lin Yu thought to himself, "This is a great chance to make the farm famous. Besides, with the system's help, our products are much better than others. We might even win a big prize." Without hesitation, he decided to go and participate. In the following days, Lin Yu and the workers carefully selected the best products to display. They carefully selected bright-colored, tasty, and large-sized fruits and vegetables from a pile, wrapping each one very carefully. Every detail was handled with care, just like caring for their own children. On the day of the fair, Lin Yu arrived early at the venue. The booth was filled with farm products: bright red apples like little lanterns, sweet and fragrant, golden corn kernels that looked like they were studded with gems, fresh, juicy vegetables that looked very tempting. Visitors crowded around Lin Yu's booth, curious about the farm products. One visitor picked up an apple, took a bite, and immediately widened their eyes. They exclaimed loudly, "Wow, this apple is so delicious. Crispy, sweet, and very juicy, much better than the ones I've had before." Hearing this, Lin Yu's face lit up with a big smile. He enthusiastically explained the farming methods and special features of the farm, mentioning how the system helps produce high-quality crops, but he didn't reveal how mysterious the system was. Everyone could feel his love and dedication for the farm. During the judging, the judges carefully examined each farm's products, scoring based on appearance, taste, nutrition, and other factors. Lin Yu was nervous, sweating, and staring intently at the judges. Finally, the results were announced. The host grabbed the microphone and shouted loudly, "The winner of this Farm Product Expo's Gold Award is Lin Yu Farm. Their products are high quality, have a unique taste, and the judges all agree." As soon as the announcement was made, applause erupted throughout the venue. Lin Yu was so excited that tears came to his eyes. He went on stage, received the trophy and certificate, and with a trembling voice said, "Thank you all for your support and recognition. This isn't just my achievement. It's the result of everyone working the farm. We will keep improving and providing more good products in the future." The audience gave a warm round of applause. At that moment, Lin Yu felt that all his hard work had been worth it. He believed the farm's future would be bright. Since winning the big award, Lin Yu's farm quickly became famous. Media from all around came for interviews, and there were reports on newspapers, TV, and online about the farm. The farm's name became well known, and it became a popular topic for people to talk about. As a result, many different kinds of attention followed. Many supermarket and restaurant buyers contacted Lin Yu, wanting to cooperate with the farm long-term and place large orders. Some agricultural experts were very interested in the farm's planting techniques and came to visit and learn. Lin Yu was both happy and a little confused. He knew this was a good chance for the farm to grow, but it also meant more responsibility and challenges. A worker asked worriedly, "Boss, with so many orders, can we handle it?" Lin Yu smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "Don't worry. Opportunities like this are rare, so we must seize them. Next, we will expand planting, improve efficiency, and ensure timely delivery." Then, Lin Yu began to think about plans to grow the farm. He planned to rent more land, buy advanced planting equipment, and hire more workers. He also thought about working with research institutions to improve the quality and yield of the farm products. Just as Lin Yu was confident and ready to work hard, trouble came. That morning, he was in his office discussing expansion with workers when suddenly the phone rang. On the other end, a serious and unfamiliar voice said, "Lin Yu, this is the city's business bureau. Someone has reported that your farm's products have quality issues. We need to investigate." Hearing this, Lin Yu's heart pounded. He couldn't understand why his farm's products had all been carefully tested. Could it be a rival trying to cause trouble? He tried to stay calm and asked, "Can you tell me who made the report?" "It's not convenient to say now. We will send someone to investigate your farm soon. Please cooperate." After that, the call ended. Lin Yu put down the phone, feeling terrible. He knew that if he didn't handle this well, the farm's reputation could be ruined. He looked out at the lively fields outside the window, clenched his teeth, and thought, "I must find out the truth and protect the farm's good name." It seems the road to farm development is not easy, Lin Yu muttered to himself, with a look of both determination and worry. Lin Yu sat gloomily in his office, staring at the green fields outside the window, but his mind was far away. The investigation by the Business Bureau felt like a ticking time bomb. At any moment, it could explode, and all the hard-earned reputation of the farm might be destroyed. He held his head in his hands, neither sitting nor standing, thinking about how to deal with this problem. Just as he was feeling troubled, he heard a knocking at the door. "Come in," Lin Yu called weakly. The door slowly opened with a creak, and Uncle Zhang, a longtime farm worker, entered holding a letter. "Little Lin, someone just delivered this letter to the farm gate. They said it's for you." Uncle Zhang handed the letter to Lin Yu, looking a bit puzzled. Lin Yu took the letter and saw that the envelope was very fancy, and the material felt quite high quality. But there was no sender's address on it, only his own name. He immediately started to wonder, who could have sent this? Could it be related to the investigation at the Business Bureau? Full of questions, Lin Yu carefully opened the envelope and took out the letter inside. The writing on the paper was neat, as if done with a brush, but he couldn't understand the content no matter how long he looked. In the beginning of chaos, the spiritual field appeared, where yin and yang meet, and secrets hide within the vitality. To solve this puzzle, you need to find the 4 keys, bring them to the center, and then you can start a new journey. Do not act rashly, or you will face disaster. Lin Yu read the letter several times, his brow furrowing so much it seemed he could trap a fly. Could the spiritual field mentioned be his farm? What are the 4 keys? Where exactly is the center? These questions tangled in his mind, making everything more confusing. He looked up at Uncle Zhang and said with a forced smile, "Uncle Zhang, take a look at this letter. I can't understand it at all." Uncle Zhang took the letter and examined it carefully, then shook his head and said, "Little Lin, this letter is full of strange words. I don't understand it either, but it seems to be related to our farm. You should stay alert." Lin Yu nodded, thinking to himself, this letter probably contains important information about the system and the farm's future development. But I can't figure out how to solve the mystery right now. All day, Lin Yu focused on studying the letter. He locked himself in his office, with papers and pens piled on the desk. He wrote and drew, trying to find clues hidden in the words, and recalled the hints the system had given before, hoping to connect the dots. At noon, he ate a few bites of food absent-mindedly, his mind still on the letter. The workers saw his distracted look and asked worriedly what was wrong. Lin Yu casually said he was thinking about expanding the farm, telling everyone not to worry. In the afternoon, Lin Yu went to the fields. Looking at the familiar land, he tried to find parts that matched the letter's content. He wandered around every corner of the farm, carefully inspecting each spot. When he reached the middle of the farm, he suddenly remembered the phrase from the letter about the central place. Could it be that this is it? But here, apart from a plain field, there's nothing special at all. Am I thinking too much? Isn't the central place supposed to be right in the middle of the farm? Lin Yu muttered quietly. The sky gradually darkened, and the setting sun's light cast a golden glow over the land, as if draping everything in shiny, golden fabric. Lin Yu, exhausted, returned to his office and picked up the letter again, planning to look at it from a different angle. Just as he was deep in thought, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. "Host, you currently know too little. You cannot solve the mystery of the letter yet. Pay more attention to changes around the farm and recent strange events. You might find clues." Hearing this, Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He remembered the investigation by the local bureau. Could that be a strange event? Could there be a connection between the two? "System, do you think this letter and the bureau's investigation are related?" Lin Yu asked silently. "It's not certain yet. You need to keep gathering information and analyze carefully. the system replied. Linyu sighed helplessly. It seems he can only take one step at a time. He carefully placed the letter into a drawer and decided to study it further tomorrow. That night, Linyu lay in bed, tossing and turning, but unable to sleep. The contents of the letter kept replaying in his mind, making him restless. He looked at the ceiling and silently wished, I hope I can solve this mystery soon and help the farm get through this tough time. Early the next morning, Linyu arrived at the office. As soon as he sat down, he heard a commotion outside. He quickly got up and went out to see a group of uniformed people walking toward the farm. The leader, holding credentials, shouted loudly, We are from the city's Bureau of Commerce. We received a report and are here to check the quality of your farm's products. His heart jumped. He knew what was coming. He forced himself to stay calm, forced a smile, and said, Welcome, leaders. We will cooperate fully. The bureau staff began sampling and testing the farm's products. They examined each sample carefully, not missing any small flaw. Linyu felt anxious, like an ant on a hot pan, his mind racing. Boss, do you think our farm's products are really okay? A worker quietly asked Linyu. Linyu patted his shoulder and confidently said, Don't worry. Our farm products are carefully tested and won't have any problems. Although he said this, Linyu still felt a little nervous inside. He didn't know what the investigation results would be, nor whether it was related to the mysterious letter. Time passed second by second, and the business bureau's testing work was still going on. Linyu stood nearby, watching the workers closely, hoping to see something from their expressions. Suddenly, Linyu's phone buzzed. He took it out and saw it was an unknown number. He hesitated but answered. Hello, are you Linyu? Came a deep, muffled voice from the phone. I'm him. Who's speaking? Linyu asked cautiously. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that I can help you solve your current trouble, the other person said mysteriously. Linyu was surprised. He didn't know who the caller was or if the trouble referred to the investigation by the business bureau. What do you want to say? Just tell me directly, Linyu said coldly. The letter you received, you probably haven't figured out the mystery inside, right? I can give you a hint, but you have to agree to one condition, the caller said slowly. Linyu's heart moved. The caller knew about the mysterious letter, so this person must be important. What condition? Just tell me, Linyu asked. The condition is, once you solve the mystery of the letter and get the benefits inside, you have to share a part with me, the caller said plainly. Linyu was silent for a moment, thinking about whether this was possible. On one hand, he was eager to solve the letter's mystery and find a way to fix the farm. On the other hand, he didn't know who the caller was and was worried about any bad intentions. How do I know you're telling the truth? Can you give me a hint? Linyu asked. I can tell you that the key of the 4 directions is near 4 places around the farm. I can't tell you exactly where, so you'll have to find it yourself. As for who I am or whether what I say is true, you'll understand once you find the key of the 4 directions, the caller finished and hung up. Linyu held his phone, lost in thought. Can I trust what this mysterious person said? Is the key of the 4 directions really near the farm? He also remembered the system's hint, to pay attention to changes in the farm's surroundings and strange events. Perhaps this is an important clue. It seems I need to search carefully around the farm, Linyu muttered to himself. At this moment, the inspection work by the Industry and Commerce Bureau was still ongoing. Linyu didn't know the results yet, but he decided to focus on finding the 4 directions key. He believed that solving the mystery of the letter might help resolve all the problems at the farm. He looked out at the distant fields and silently vowed, no matter how many difficulties and challenges lie ahead, I will find out the truth and help the farm continue to develop well. Linyu took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and his eyes became firm. He glanced at the Industry and Commerce Bureau workers still busy with testing, feeling very worried about the results. But right now, the idea of finding the 4 directions key burned like fire in his mind, growing stronger and stronger. He thought that if he could solve the mystery in the letter, maybe all the current problems at the farm could be fixed. He returned to the office, tidied up quickly, and packed what he needed. He put a sharp dagger, a bright flashlight, and some emergency medicines into his bag. He knew that the mysterious area near the farm was full of unknown dangers, but he had no choice. For the future of the farm, he had to face it bravely. Linyu left the office. The sunlight shone on him, but he didn't feel warm. He looked at the workers working in the fields, and a strong sense of responsibility suddenly filled his heart. He understood very well that his decision was related to the future of the entire farm. Uncle Zhang, I'm going out for a bit. If there's any news from the Industry and Commerce Bureau, contact me immediately. Lin Yu called out loudly to Uncle Zhang, who was directing work at the edge of the field. Uncle Zhang turned around quickly when he heard the voice, with a concerned look on his face. Little Lin, where are you going? It's not very safe outside. Lin Yu grinned and comforted Uncle Zhang, saying, Don't worry, Uncle Zhang. I'm just wandering around near the farm. Maybe I can find a way to solve our problems here. Uncle Zhang nodded and warned, Be very careful. If anything happens, come back quickly. Lin Yu responded with a nod, then headed toward the edge of the farm. His steps were heavy, each step feeling like pressing on his chest. The further he went, the more unfamiliar the scenery became. The once neat and tidy farmland disappeared, replaced by a vast wilderness overgrown with wild grass. The grass grew taller than a person, and Lin Yu could only push aside the weeds with his hands, slowly moving forward step by step. Occasionally, a few unfamiliar insects buzzed past his feet, making him feel nervous. He tightly gripped his dagger, eyes scanning all around with heightened alertness. After about half an hour, Lin Yu reached the edge of a forest. The trees looked dark and mysterious. Their branches tangled together, blocking most of the sunlight, making the inside very dark. Lin Yu hesitated, remembering that the 4 directions key the mysterious person mentioned might be nearby. He clenched his teeth and decided to step into the woods. As soon as he entered, a cold wind suddenly swept over him. He quickly turned on his flashlight, but its weak light was barely enough in the darkness. The trees around looked like giants standing still, as if secretly watching his every move. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from ahead. Lin Yu's heart jumped into his throat. He stopped abruptly, gripping his dagger tightly, holding his breath and listening carefully. The sound grew closer, and he could almost feel something approaching him. Just when he was getting very nervous, a rabbit suddenly darted out of the bushes. Lin Yu let out a breath of relief, laughed at himself for being so scared, and cursed his own timidity. But he knew this small distraction didn't mean he was safe. Real danger might still be ahead. He continued feeling his way forward in the woods. One ear was tuned to the sounds around him, while his eyes searched for clues related to the 4 directions key. Suddenly, he saw a large old stone a short distance ahead, carved with strange symbols. His eyes lit up. He hurried over to the stone. He leaned in to examine the symbols closely, trying to find some meaning. The symbols were crooked and strange, like ancient writing he had never seen before. He quickly took out his phone and snapped some pictures, planning to ask the system for help analyzing them later. While he was focused on studying the symbols, a deep growl came from behind him. Lin Yu froze instantly. Slowly, he turned around and saw a bear glaring at him fiercely. The bear's eyes shone with anger, and it huffed loudly, its massive body looking very intimidating in the woods. Lin Yu's heart pounded wildly, and his mind raced to think of how to deal with the bear. He knew that fighting the black bear head-on would be certain death, so he tried to stay calm and slowly backed away. But the black bear seemed to sense his fear, moving heavily and gradually closing in on him. Lin Yu's back was pressed against a large tree, with nowhere left to retreat. He tightly gripped his dagger, ready to fight with all his strength. Just as the bear was about to pounce, Lin Yu suddenly remembered the system. System, help me quickly. Lin Yu mentally shouted in panic. Host, don't worry. Use the beginner anesthetic spray, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Lin Yu hurriedly took out the spray from his backpack and sprayed it forcefully at the bear. A white mist spread out instantly, enveloping the bear, which let out a painful roar. Its body shuddered a few times before it collapsed with a splash onto the ground. Lin Yu let out a breath of relief, his legs almost giving way. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and secretly felt grateful. If not for the system's timely help, he might have lost his life today. After resting for a while, Lin Yu continued searching through the woods. He was now much more cautious, walking carefully with each step. After a while, he arrived at a small creek. The water was so clear he could see the bottom, but the current was very fast, making a constant rushing sound. Walking along the creek, Lin Yu suddenly noticed something sparkling in the water. He quickly crouched down and looked closely. It was a jade pendant. The pendant was bright green, engraved with delicate patterns, and looked quite valuable. He reached out and scooped up the jade, turning it over in his hands and examining it carefully. He wondered if this jade pendant might be one of the 4 corners keys, but he wasn't sure. While he was pondering, the sky suddenly darkened. Lin Yu looked up and saw a large cloud moving quickly toward him. Soon after, heavy raindrops began to fall with a loud splattering sound. He hurried to find a cave to shelter from the rain. Inside the cave, it was dark and damp, with a strong, unpleasant smell. He turned on his flashlight and carefully stepped inside. The cave wasn't very big, but it was enough to hide from the storm. Sitting inside the cave, Linyu looked out at the pouring rain, feeling anxious. He didn't know if he could find the Four Corners keys, or how this was connected to the future of the farm. But he understood he couldn't give up now. He had to keep going. The rain gradually stopped, and Linyu stepped out of the cave. At this time, the night had fallen completely. The moonlight shone through the gaps in the branches, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Linyu continued walking forward by the moonlight, feeling that he was getting closer to the Four Directions key. Suddenly, he heard a loud, chaotic noise ahead. His heart skipped a beat, and he moved quietly toward the sound. As he got closer, he saw a group of wild boars searching for food. These boars were quite large, with sharp, long tusks, and looked very fierce. Linyu didn't want to provoke the wild boars, so he planned to go around them. But he accidentally stepped on a broken branch, which snapped loudly. The boars immediately stopped eating and turned to look at him. A dozen fierce eyes stared at Linyu, making him break out in cold sweat. He knew he was now their target. He tightly gripped his dagger, ready to fight. Just then, one wild boar charged at him first. Linyu dodged to the side, avoiding the attack. Soon after, the other boars surrounded him, closing in from all sides. Linyu dodged left and right, waving his dagger to scare the boars away. But there were too many, and he began to feel overwhelmed. Just when he thought all hope was lost, a system voice sounded again. Host can use the intermediate beast driving talisman. Linyu quickly took out the intermediate beast driving talisman from his backpack and recited a spell. A beam of light shot out from the talisman, enveloping the entire herd of boars. The boars sensed a powerful force and turned around, running away. Linyu let out a breath of relief, knowing he had narrowly escaped again. But after all this trouble, he was exhausted. He found a clean spot to sit down and rest for a while, regaining some strength before continuing his search for the Four Directions key. As the night grew deeper, the surrounding environment became more frightening. Linyu felt like he had fallen into a huge maze, unable to find an exit. But he didn't give up. He clenched his teeth and kept moving forward. Suddenly, he saw an old, dilapidated building ahead. Its walls were peeling, covered with moss, and several parts of the roof had collapsed. Linyu thought that maybe there was some clue hidden there. He carefully stepped into the building, which reeked of decay. Under the moonlight, he saw inside some broken tables, chairs, and a lot of miscellaneous objects. He searched the room carefully, hoping to find something related to the Four Directions key. Just as he was about to leave the room, he noticed a loose floor tile in the corner. Linyu crouched down and forcefully lifted the floor tile, revealing a hidden hole. He felt a surge of excitement inside. He turned on his flashlight and climbed down the hole. The inside was damp and wet, with moss covering the walls. Linyu carefully descended, unsure of what awaited him below. Finally, he reached the bottom of the hole. It was quite spacious, with an old stone coffin in the center. The coffin was covered with mysterious symbols that faintly emitted a strange aura. Linyu slowly approached the coffin, feeling very curious. He didn't know what was inside, but his intuition told him it was related to the Four Directions key. He reached out and gently touched the symbols on the coffin. Suddenly, the coffin emitted a deep rumbling sound and slowly opened. Linyu was startled and took a few steps back, staring intently at the coffin. Inside the coffin was a skeleton, holding a key in its hand. The key looked strange and emitted a faint glow. Linyu felt a burst of joy, thinking this key might be one of the Four Directions keys. He carefully walked over and took the key from the skeleton's hand. At that moment, a powerful force surged into his body. He felt dizzy and nearly lost his balance. When he regained his senses, he saw that the skeleton in the coffin had turned into a pile of ash. He didn't know where the force had come from, but he could feel his body becoming stronger. Linyu carefully put the key into his backpack and turned to leave the hole. As he reached the entrance, he suddenly heard a strange sound. It seemed to come from deep inside the hole, making his scalp tingle. His heart tightened. He didn't know where the sound was coming from or what dangers might be nearby. He hesitated for a moment but decided to go and check it out. After all, he had already found one of the Four Directions keys, and he couldn't give up now. He returned to the bottom of the hole and followed the sound. It grew louder, and his heartbeat quickened. He didn't know what danger awaited him, but he was ready. Turning a corner, he saw a huge space. Thick fog filled the area, making everything unclear. Lin Yu carefully stepped into the fog, and suddenly, he felt as if a pair of eyes were staring at him from the darkness. Lin Yu felt a chill run down his back, and all his hair stood on end. That feeling of being watched is like having a shadow constantly following him, pressing heavily on his heart. He tightly clenched the dagger in his hand, his fingers turning white from gripping so hard. The flashlight's beam flickered in the fog, as if it could go out at any moment. "Who's there? Who's out there?" Lin Yu shouted loudly, his voice echoing in the empty space. But apart from complete silence, there was no response. He took careful steps, the gravel crunching under his feet, the sound unnervingly loud in the quiet surroundings. Suddenly, several dark shapes flashed through the fog, moving so fast they seemed ghost-like. Before Lin Yu could see clearly what they were, the shadows lunged at him. Instinctively, he swung his dagger, hearing a clanging sound as it hit something hard. In that brief moment of confrontation, Lin Yu finally saw what these creatures looked like. They were thin and tall, with bent limbs, triangular heads, glowing green eyes, and sharp teeth like knives, ugly and frightening. They moved strangely, sometimes bouncing, sometimes sliding, making it hard to understand their actions. Lin Yu fought desperately to fend off the monsters. Sweat soaked his clothes. The monsters attacked fiercely, wave after wave, and he was starting to struggle. His arm was cut by their claws, blood pouring out, but he ignored the pain and focused only on dealing with the immediate threat. "System, think of a way quick." Lin Yu mentally shouted in panic. "Host, use a high-level shield talisman." The system responded promptly. Lin Yu quickly took out a high-level shield talisman from his bag and recited a spell. A transparent shield appeared with a swoosh, blocking the monster's attacks. They slammed into the shield, growling angrily, circling around Lin Yu, constantly trying to find a way through. Taking this chance, Lin Yu gasped for air, trying to steady himself. His mind raced, trying to figure out how to escape these monsters. Although the shield temporarily blocked their attacks, he knew it was only a short-term solution. The high-level shield talisman had a limited duration, and once it disappeared, he would be in real danger. At that moment, one of the monsters spotted a weak spot in the shield and slammed into it hard. A small appeared, and Lin Yu's heart sank. He knew he had to act quickly. He focused his mind, watching the monster's movements carefully. He found that although these monsters looked fierce, they actually worked well together. When one attacked, the others waited nearby for their turn to strike. Lin Yu decided to take the initiative. While one monster was hitting its shield, he quickly jumped out and charged at it. He jumped high and stabbed his dagger hard into the monster's head. The monster sensed danger and tried to dodge, but it was too late. The dagger pierced into its eye, and the monster let out a loud scream before collapsing and twitching on the ground. Seeing this, the other monsters rushed toward Lin Yu. He moved quickly, dodging and swinging his dagger as he fought close to them. Blood was everywhere, and the sounds of fighting and roars filled the air. But there were too many monsters. Lin Yu started to run out of strength. His movement slowed, and his wounds bled more. Just when he was about to give up, the system's voice sounded again. "Host, use the teleportation charm." Without hesitation, Lin Yu took out the teleportation charm from his backpack and activated it. A flash of white light, and he disappeared instantly. The monsters missed him and started to roar in frustration. Lin Yu appeared far away from the monsters. He leaned against the wall, gasping for air, his heart pounding like a drum. He looked down at his wounds, blood staining his clothes red. "Wow, that was close. I almost didn't make it," Lin Yu muttered, feeling grateful to be alive. He knew this mysterious place was much more dangerous than he had thought. He touched the key in his backpack, the only thing he gained from this adventure. Though he had suffered a lot, he thought it was worth it. As long as he could find the 4 directions key, he might be able to solve the farm's crisis. Lin Yu packed up his gear and prepared to move forward. Just as he was about to step, he heard strange sounds. The noise was like a big beast roaring from far away, deep and muffled, making him feel uneasy. His face turned pale, and he started to worry. He didn't know what the sound meant, but his instincts told him it wasn't good news. Could there be an even bigger monster? Lin Yu wondered. He hesitated, unsure whether to keep going or find a safe place to hide. Just as he was undecided, the roar grew louder, and the ground began to shake slightly. Lin Yu could feel a large creature coming toward him. He clenched his teeth, gripping his dagger tightly, and decided to find a hiding spot first to see what was happening. He looked around and saw a pile of large rocks nearby. There was a narrow in the middle of the rocks, just big enough to crawl through. Lin Yu quickly ran to the rocks and carefully squeezed into the. He held his breath and kept his eyes fixed outside, waiting for the threat from whatever that strange creature might be. After a while, a huge shadow appeared in his view. It was a monster as big as a small mountain, covered in dark, shiny scales that looked like metal. Its head was enormous, with 2 glowing red eyes like lanterns. It had 4 thick, strong legs, and each step left a deep hole in the ground. Lin Yu's heart almost stopped. He had never seen such a terrifying monster. He didn't dare to breathe loudly, afraid that making any noise would attract it. The monster slowly moved to where Lin Yu had been hiding. It sniffed the air, as if searching for something. Lin Yu could feel its warm breath hitting the rocks, making them hot and damp. Time passed slowly, each second feeling like a lifetime. His legs went numb from holding the same position, but he dared not move. Finally, it seemed the monster didn't notice anything wrong and turned to walk in another direction. Lin Yu's tense nerves relaxed a little, but he still didn't dare to leave his hiding spot. He waited in there for a long time, making sure the monster had gone far away before carefully crawling out. He brushed off the dust from his clothes and took a deep breath. This place is too dangerous. I need to find the remaining 4-sided key quickly and get out of here, Lin Yu muttered to himself. He looked around and decided to go in the opposite direction from where the monster had gone. He knew every step could bring new danger, but he couldn't turn back now. Lin Yu continued to explore this mysterious place with determination in his eyes. Although he had just faced a life-and-death crisis, his goal to find the 4-sided key remained unchanged. He understood that only by finding all the keys could he unlock the secret in that letter and save his farm. He didn't know what lay ahead, and it seemed like many eyes were watching him in the darkness. But Lin Yu didn't retreat. Step by step, he moved forward, ready to face the challenges ahead. With each step, the gravel beneath his feet creaked loudly. In this eerily quiet place, the sound was especially clear, as if fate was loudly warning him nearby. The surrounding fog was still very thick, and the flashlight's beam barely illuminated a small area. Lin Yu's eyes were wide like bells, scanning everywhere like an eagle watching prey, not daring to miss any movement. After 2 monster attacks, his heart was still tight, and he dared not relax for a moment. He wondered silently how big this strange place was and where the remaining 4 directions key was hidden. His steps were slow, but his determination was firm. He knew that if he gave up now, all the suffering he had endured would be for nothing, and the farm's problems would remain unsolved. As he was walking, he saw a narrow passage ahead. The stone walls on both sides were damp and covered with dark green moss. Lin Yu frowned, gripping his dagger tighter, and carefully moved into the passage. A strong, foul smell of decay hit him, almost making him his dinner. He quickly covered his nose and mouth with his hand, trying to stay calm. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from above. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He immediately stopped and looked up. To his surprise, many dark, black vines hung from the cracks in the stone wall, slowly crawling toward him. The vines were covered with sharp thorns that glinted coldly in the flashlight's light, looking very creepy. He quickly stepped back several paces, ready to defend himself. He knew these vines were dangerous. As he was thinking about how to deal with them, one vine suddenly shot toward him like a dart. Lin Yu reacted quickly, swinging his dagger and slashing fiercely. With a snap, the vine broke, green sap splashing onto his face. But that was just the beginning. More vines emerged from all directions, trapping Lin Yu tightly. He fought desperately, swinging his dagger left and right, dodging and blocking, but the vines were too many. He was starting to feel overwhelmed. Just when he thought all hope was lost, a system voice rang in his mind. "Host, use the flamethrower." Lin Yu snapped back to his senses. He quickly took the flamethrower from his backpack, pressed the switch, and a burst of flame shot out. The fire immediately ignited the surrounding vines. The vines hissed as they burned, releasing a strong smell of charred flesh. Seizing the moment, Lin Yu ran forward and finally escaped the passage. He emerged into an empty square. In the middle of the square, there is a statue of a large figure. It looks strange, like a mix between a person and a beast, holding a big sword with the tip pointing straight up. Lin Yu walked around the statue, looking all around with wide eyes. Could there be treasure pieces or the key of the 4 directions hidden here? Lin Yu wondered to himself. He searched everywhere in the square, not missing any corner. Suddenly, he noticed a fin at the base of the statue. Lin Yu squatted down, gently pried with his dagger, and it grew larger, revealing a hidden compartment. Lin Yu was so excited his hands trembled. He carefully opened the hidden compartment. Inside, he found a small shard emitting a faint blue glow. The light was soft and mysterious, as if hiding endless energy. Linyu carefully took out the shard and held it in his hands. This must be a treasure piece, Linyu thought happily. He felt the shard was definitely useful. Maybe collecting all of them could solve the big problem at the farm. He gently placed the shard into his backpack, patted it, and encouraged himself. Great. I finally found one. Now I need to find more shards and the key of the 4 directions. Linyu talked to himself, eyes shining with determination. Suddenly, a strong wind blew across the square, swirling dust everywhere, making Linyu almost unable to open his eyes. He quickly closed his eyes and shielded himself with his hands. When the wind stopped, he opened his eyes and saw that everything around the square had changed. The empty space was now filled with tall stone pillars, engraved with strange symbols. Curious, Linyu moved closer to see what the symbols said. Just as he approached, the symbols on the pillars suddenly shone brightly, and beams of laser-like light shot out. Linyu's face turned pale with fear. He quickly dodged to the side. What's going on? Did I trigger some kind of trap? Linyu muttered nervously. He dodged the laser beams while trying to think of a way out. As he struggled, he noticed the laser beams seemed to follow a pattern. Linyu steadied himself, carefully observing the timing and direction of the laser beams. After a while, he figured out the pattern. Seizing the chance, he moved like a nimble monkey, weaving between the beams and avoiding deadly attacks again and again. Finally, after escaping the lasers, Linyu was exhausted and leaned against a stone pillar, gasping for breath. This place is really full of traps. Who knows what bad luck I'll run into next, he thought worriedly. After resting for a while, Linyu regained his strength. He knew he couldn't stay here and had to keep moving forward. So he packed up his gear and headed toward the other side of the square. Not far ahead, he saw a river. The water was rushing very fast, making a loud roaring sound that hurt his ears. There was a thin layer of fog on the surface, making it hard to see what was on the other side. Linyu stood by the river, staring at the swift current with a worried frown. He thought, the water is flowing so fast, how can I cross? He looked around and saw some thick tree branches by the riverbank. Suddenly, he had an idea. He started gathering the branches, planning to make a simple raft. After a lot of effort, he finally finished the raft. Linyu pushed it into the river and carefully stepped onto it. The raft wobbled a lot, feeling like it might flip at any moment. He tightly held the paddle and tried to steer, but the water was too strong. The raft was swept downstream quickly, gaining speed. Linyu was sweating and desperately paddling, but it was no use. Just when he thought all was lost, he saw a large rock ahead. Oh no, we're going to hit the rock, Linyu shouted in fear. He tried to change the raft's direction, but it was too late. With a loud bang, the raft crashed into the rock and broke apart. Linyu was thrown into the river, and the cold water quickly submerged him. He struggled hard, trying to surface and breathe, but the current was too strong, pulling him down repeatedly. Just as he was about to faint, his hand grabbed a piece of wood floating on the water. He clung tightly to the wood, using its buoyancy to finally break the surface. Taking deep breaths of fresh air, Linyu felt incredibly relieved. He drifted along with the current toward the shore. Exhausted, he finally managed to crawl out onto land. Once on land, he collapsed with a loud thud and couldn't move for a while. He was soaked through, and his wounds stung painfully from the river water. But his determination was still strong. He knew he was getting closer to his goal and refused to give up now. After resting a bit, Linyu stood up, brushed off the dirt, and looked around. He found himself in a strange place filled with many trees. Occasionally, strange movements came from the bushes. No matter how dangerous it is ahead, I have to keep going. Linyu clenched his teeth and firmly decided to walk deeper into the woods. His figure slowly disappeared into the dense trees, leaving only a trail of steady footsteps. In the woods, Linyu carefully moved forward, taking each step very cautiously. His effort was obvious. The branches beneath his feet creaked loudly, sounding like a mysterious tune played by the forest itself. It was hard work, but finally, he managed to get out of the woods. As soon as he stepped out, the sunlight suddenly shone brightly on him. The warm feeling and sense of safety returned, making Linyu squint comfortably. When Linyu returned to the farm, it was almost dark. The setting sun painted the whole farm in a golden hue. The workers, who had been working all day, gradually stopped what they were doing. Their faces, though tired, showed a sense of fulfillment. Seeing Linyu come back, everyone greeted him cheerfully, chatting about the day's farm work, how some vegetables grew especially well, or if any animals had new issues. Linyu stood there, listening and nodding, occasionally offering advice. The workers were happy, and he felt very at ease inside. Exhausted, Linyu dragged himself into the house. Before he even sat down, the phone on the table rang. He answered with a puzzled look. On the other end, a gentle, slightly magnetic voice said, "Hello, is this Mr. Linyu? We are Hongye Agricultural Technology Company, Limited. We've been watching your farm's development. We think your farm's products are excellent and would like to discuss cooperation." Hearing this, Linyu's heart skipped a beat. He had heard of this company before. It was quite large. The voice continued, "Our company has advanced technology and strong market channels. If we cooperate, your farm's sales will definitely increase quickly, and it can reach a new level. We offer many benefits like free technical training, good seeds, and quality fertilizers." Such good cooperation conditions made Linyu very interested. After hanging up, he sat down heavily, starting to think. On one hand, he knew that if this partnership worked out, it would be a great opportunity for the farm. With Hongye's help, the farm's products could enter the market more smoothly, boosting sales. They could also learn advanced farming techniques to improve the overall level of the farm. On the other hand, he was feeling uneasy inside, suspecting that behind this seemingly perfect partnership invitation, there might be some hidden tricks. After all, business is like a battlefield. Many collaborations involve complex interests and unseen risks. In the next few days, Linyu felt anxious, like he had a small rabbit in his stomach. He didn't want to miss the chance to help the farm improve, but he also feared that agreeing to the partnership might lead him into a trap. During the busy daytime at the farm, he often drifted off, thinking about the pros and cons of the cooperation. At night, lying in bed, he couldn't sleep, staring at the ceiling and pondering endlessly. To find out if this partnership was worth the risk, Linyu decided to secretly investigate Hongye Company's background and past collaborations. He first asked friends who knew about business to hear what they thought of Hongye's reputation and trustworthiness. Some said the company was strong and reputable, well-known and influential in the agricultural industry. Others warned him that business deals can be unpredictable, and he shouldn't judge just by appearances. He needed to understand how the company actually operated. Linyu wasn't scared by these warnings. He started collecting public information about Hongye Company, such as annual reports, news articles, and industry analyses. Wearing reading glasses, he carefully examined each document, hoping to find some clues. As he looked, he noticed that Hongye Company had grown quickly in recent years, expanding its business scope. However, there were also reports of disputes over collaborations. Although these conflicts weren't very serious, they made Linyu cautious and worried. To get more details, Linyu contacted a few farmers who had worked with Hongye Company before. He sincerely asked about their experiences and feelings about the partnership. One farmer patted his thigh and said, "Hongye Company is quite capable. When we first started working together, their technical and market support helped my farm improve a lot. But later, they made some unreasonable demands, like lowering the purchase price of our crops and increasing our responsibilities. If we didn't agree, they threatened to end the partnership." Another farmer scratched his head and said, "My cooperation with Hongye was pretty smooth, and I didn't face any big problems. But I was always cautious, reading the contract terms over and over to avoid losing out." Their words made Linyu even more careful. He understood that working with Hongye Company was not easy. He needed to prepare in advance and think of ways to handle potential problems. He decided to carefully study the cooperation plan, analyzing each clause in detail, especially the rights and obligations of both parties, how profits would be shared, and how to handle breaches of contract. While reviewing the plan, Linyu found several suspicious points. The plan stated that Hongye Company had the right to supervise and guide the farm's production, but it didn't specify the scope or methods of supervision and guidance. This made Linyu worried that Hongye might use this as an excuse to interfere with the farm's normal operations, possibly even infringing on his right to manage independently. Additionally, the clause about the purchase price of farm products was vague. It only mentioned that prices would be adjusted based on market conditions, but it didn't clarify how or what standards would be used for adjustments. Linyu was worried that Hongye might exploit this to lower purchase prices unfairly, which would cause him significant losses. Linyu wrote his doubts and findings into a report and discussed it with a legal advisor. After carefully analyzing the report, the lawyer gave professional advice. He told Lin Yu that when negotiating with Hongye, he should clearly express his concerns and requirements, and strive to make the contract terms clear and detailed. This would help protect his legal rights. Lin Yu agreed with the lawyer and decided to take the initiative to contact Hongye Company and request a face-to-face meeting. While waiting for the negotiation day, he stayed at the farm every day, carefully handling daily tasks. He knew that whether or not the cooperation succeeded, the most important thing was for the farm to develop steadily. That day, Lin Yu was inspecting the vegetables on the farm when his phone beeped with a message from Hongye Company, informing him to come to the headquarters for negotiations in 3 days. He stared at the message, feeling both nervous and hopeful, his hands unconsciously clenched. He knew this negotiation was crucial for the farm's future, and he had to give his best. That night, lying in bed with his eyes wide open, Lin Yu's mind was full of his recent investigations and analysis. He understood that every word spoken and every decision made at the negotiation table was very important. Sometimes he closed his eyes and visualized the scene, and other times he sat up suddenly, thinking about how to handle different situations. He clenched his teeth and silently encouraged himself. I must fight to get the best deal for the farm. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Lin Yu got up and carefully tidied himself. He put on his best clothes and stuffed the report filled with doubts and suggestions into his bag. His heart was both nervous and determined. He drove straight to the headquarters of Hongye Company. On the way, his mind was a mess, and he had no idea what the outcome of this negotiation would be. The scenery outside the car window flashed past quickly, but his thoughts were all on the upcoming negotiation. When Lin Yu arrived at Hongye Company's headquarters, he was amazed. These tall buildings were lined up side by side, and cars kept coming and going. The company's gate was wide and impressive, with shiny glass walls reflecting the sunlight. Lin Yu took a deep breath, feeling a bit nervous. He forced himself to stay calm, then walked steadily into the company. A receptionist led him into a meeting room. Wow, this room was very luxurious. In the middle was an oval conference table, shiny like a mirror. Around it were comfortable leather chairs. On one side of the room was a large floor-to-ceiling window, from which he could see the lively city outside. Not long after, people from Hongye Company started to arrive one after another. The leader was a middle-aged man dressed in a suit and tie with bright eyes. He stepped forward, smiling, and extended his hand to Lin Yu. Mr. Lin, welcome to our company. I'm Chen Yu, in charge of projects at Hongye. Lin Yu quickly shook his hand and said, President Chen, nice to meet you. After they sat down, Chen Yu spoke first. Mr. Lin, our company is very interested in your farm's products. I think if we work together, it will be a win-win situation. Lin Yu smiled and replied, President Chen, I'm also looking forward to this cooperation. But before we get into details, I want to share some of my thoughts and concerns. He took the report out of his bag and handed it to Chen Yu. Then he explained clearly, President Chen, the cooperation plan says your company can supervise and guide the farm's production, but it doesn't specify the scope and methods. I'm worried it might affect the farm's independence. Also, the way the purchase price of the products is adjusted isn't clear, which makes me uneasy. Chen Yu took the report and looked at it carefully, his brow furrowing. After reading, he put the report down and sincerely said, Mr. Lin, these are very valid questions. Our company has also noticed these issues. We don't want to control how your farm operates. We just want the quality of the agricultural products to meet our standards. Regarding the purchase price, we can clearly include a method for adjustments in the contract, based on market conditions and some other objective factors. When Lin Yu heard this, he felt a little relieved but still kept a cautious mind and said, Mr. Chen, I hope these terms are clearly written in the contract so that both of us are protected. Chen Yu nodded and replied, No problem, Mr. Lin. We'll revise the contract terms to make sure each point is clear. For the next several hours, the two argued passionately about the cooperation. Lin Yu was determined to fight for good benefits for the farm, while Chen Yu showed sincere willingness to cooperate, agreeing to all reasonable requests Lin Yu made. When they finished, it was already dark. They had tentatively agreed on the cooperation and decided to finalize everything after the new contract was prepared. Lin Yu stood up, shook hands with Chen Yu, and said, Mr. Chen, thank you for your honest talk. I hope our cooperation goes smoothly. Chen Yu smiled and said, Mr. Lin, I also look forward to working with your farm. I believe we will have a good future together. Though feeling a bit tired, Lin Yu felt hopeful and left Hongye company. When he returned to the farm, it was already very late, and the farm was brightly lit with people coming and going busily. But as soon as he entered, he sensed something was wrong. Usually, the farm was lively, but today the atmosphere among the workers was extremely cold. Everyone was working silently, hardly speaking. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He quickly stopped a worker and asked anxiously, "Old Zhang, what's going on? Why is everyone so quiet?" Old Zhang sighed helplessly and said, "Boss, recently, the two groups of workers we hired have had conflicts. No one agrees with each other, and they keep causing trouble for one another while working, so the work isn't going smoothly." Hearing this, Lin Yu immediately frowned, realizing this was a serious problem. If not resolved quickly, the farm couldn't operate normally. He didn't even think about resting and immediately started to find out what was happening. It turned out the conflict was between two different groups of workers. One group was local veteran workers who had worked on the farm for many years and knew everything about how things should be done. The other group was newly hired young workers full of energy and fresh ideas. Their working styles and thoughts were very different, and since they didn't communicate well, their conflicts kept growing. The experienced local workers feel that the young workers are careless and don't respect their old experience. Meanwhile, the young workers think the older workers are too conservative and unwilling to accept new ideas. The conflict is growing worse, and their relationship is becoming more strained. Lin Yu decided to start by talking to the young workers. He called a few of them into his simple office, which had a few farm photos on the wall. Lin Yu smiled and asked them to sit down, then said kindly, "Guys, I know you have ideas and energy. You came to the farm to do something great. But now, the conflicts with the older workers are affecting the work. Please, share your thoughts with me." One young worker named Shaoli spoke first. "Boss, we don't mean to disrespect the older workers, but sometimes they are too stubborn. When we suggest new ideas, they don't listen and keep criticizing us." The others nodded in agreement. Lin Yu listened carefully and then patiently said, "I understand your feelings. Your new ideas can bring fresh energy to the farm. But the older workers have many years of experience, which is very valuable. We need to learn from each other, share strengths, and avoid fighting. Talk more with the older workers, understand their thoughts, and show them what you can do." The young workers nodded thoughtfully. Lin Yu continued, "Here's an idea. From now on, we'll hold a weekly meeting. Everyone can share their ideas and discuss them together. I believe that if we speak openly, misunderstandings will be cleared up, and everyone will understand each other better." After comforting the young workers, Lin Yu went to see some of the local older workers. They were sitting in the farm break room, looking unhappy. Lin Yu approached with a smile, handed them cigarettes, and said, "Senior workers, I know you've contributed a lot to the farm. The farm's success depends on you. But we need to manage the conflicts with the young workers." A worker named Wang frowned and said, "Boss, those young people are too reckless and don't respect us at all." Lin Yu patted Wang's shoulder and replied, "Old Wang, young people are naturally quick-tempered. They have new ideas and energy, which is good for the farm. We shouldn't be stubborn. We need to try accepting new things. We're all working to improve the farm. A little conflict is normal, but the key is to solve it." Lin Yu added, "I've talked with the young workers too. I told them to learn from you and respect your experience. Let's give them a chance to share their ideas. Maybe it will help the farm improve. In the future, when working, if problems come up, talk more and don't keep everything inside." After hearing Lin Yu's words, the older workers felt more positive. Lao Wang said, "Boss, you're right. We shouldn't be too stubborn. Okay, let's try to work well with them." In the following days, Lin Yu kept an eye on the workers' activities. He noticed that the atmosphere between young and old workers had improved a lot. During work, everyone started talking and helping each other. Weekly meetings were held on time, where the young workers shared new farming techniques and management ideas, and the older workers shared their many years of experience and tips. The farm's work went smoothly again. Crops grew faster, and animal care became more scientific. Lin Yu watched all this happily. He knew that a united team was very important for the farm's growth. One evening, as usual, Lin Yu was walking around the farm. The sunset cast a golden glow over the fields. He saw the workers working together confidently and happily. Suddenly, his phone rang. When he looked at it, it was Chen Yu from Hongye Company calling. Lin Yu felt a little nervous and wondered what was going on. He took a deep breath and answered the call. Lin Yu kept his voice steady and said, "Hello, Mr. Chen. Why are you calling so late? Is there any news about the contract?" On the other end, Chen Yu laughed loudly and said, "Mr. Lin, the contract terms are almost finalized. If you're free tomorrow morning, come to the company and sign it." Hearing this, Lin Yu felt a big relief and smiled. "That's great, Mr. Chun. You're so efficient. I'll be there tomorrow." After hanging up, Lin Yu felt as happy as if flowers were blooming inside him. He walked with a light step, feeling as if he was floating. He continued to look around the farm, checking everything. When he reached the new orchard, the bright moon shone on the trees, making them look like they were wrapped in silver blankets. Lin Yu looked at the healthy trees and felt full of hope. Just as he was enjoying the scene, he suddenly stepped on a protruding stone with a loud clang, causing his body to shake and almost fall flat on the ground. Panicking, he quickly reached out and grabbed a nearby fruit tree to steady himself. At this moment, a flash of white light suddenly appeared before his eyes. A semi-transparent virtual screen emerged, displaying Trigger Hidden System Mission, Ancient Spirit Plant Revival Plan. Completing this mission might bring great benefits, but it's quite challenging. Do you accept the mission? Lin Yu's eyes widened like bells, hardly believing what he saw. He hurriedly rubbed his eyes, then looked at the screen again. The mission prompt was still clearly visible. At first, he was so frightened he trembled, but then excitement quickly took over. With a generous reward, the farm could develop in new ways. Still, the task seemed very difficult, and he felt a bit worried. He took a deep breath and carefully read the mission details. It turned out there was a mysterious forest on the farm, where an ancient spirit plant grew. It was sleeping now. To wake it up, he needed to find 3 rare items: the stamen of the starflower, water from the moon pond, and a fire crystal ore, then perform a special ritual to revive the plant. Lin Yu scratched his head, thinking, these items won't be easy to find. He heard that the starflower only blooms in extremely cold places, and it blooms for a very short time, plus it's hard to find. The moon pond water must be collected from a deep mountain valley, which could be dangerous. The fire crystal only exists near volcanoes, where it's scorching hot and unstable. Just thinking about it made his head ache. But Lin Yu was always optimistic. Soon, he cheered himself up. Clenching his fist, he said, "What's there to be afraid of? If I don't try, how will I know if I can do it? This is a great chance for the farm's growth. I must complete this task." Then he started thinking of a plan. His mind immediately went to the farm's library, which held many books about plants and rare items. Lin Yu ran quickly to the library. With a loud bang, he pushed open the heavy wooden door, and a faint smell of ink and paper hit him. He darted between the shelves, his eyes eagerly scanning each book. Finally, in a corner shelf, he found an old book about rare materials. Carefully, he opened it and examined each page. When he saw the description of the starflower, his eyes lit up. The book said the starflower grows on the snowy peaks of the northern mountains, blooming only on the night of the full moon, and only for an hour. Lin Yu quickly took out a pen and paper, diligently writing down this information. Then he found details about the moon pond water and fire crystal ore, learning exactly where to find them and what dangers might be involved. When he left the library, it was already quite late. Lin Yu looked up at the starry sky and began to make a rough plan. He decided to start with the starflower because the full moon night was coming in half a month, and time was tight. He returned to his office, turned on his computer, and searched for geographic information and climbing guides for the northern snowy mountains. He also called a few experienced friends to ask how they survived and found supplies in the snow mountains. The next morning, Lin Yu arrived at the farm. He gathered some trusted workers and explained the hidden system task. The workers were shocked at first, but when they heard about the generous reward, they all wanted to help. Lin Yu assigned some workers to handle daily farm chores to keep it running smoothly, while others worked with him to gather information and prepare climbing gear. In the following days, Lin Yu and the workers were very busy. They bought professional climbing clothes, tents, cooking utensils, and enough food and drinks. Lin Yu also remembered the farm cooperation and went to Hongye Company to sign the cooperation contract smoothly. After returning to the farm, he focused entirely on preparing for the hidden task. As the full moon night approached, Lin Yu selected a few workers and took a truck heading north to the snowy mountains. The bumpy ride made their backs ache, but everyone's faces showed anticipation and determination. At the foot of the mountain, they were all stunned by the sight. The mountain soared into the clouds, covered in white snow. When the sun shone, it was so bright that they couldn't open their eyes. Linyu took a deep breath of the cold air and shouted loudly, "Brothers, our mission begins. Be careful and try to find the starflower early." The workers nodded, adjusted their gear, and started climbing the mountain with Linyu. The mountain path was steep and rugged, and every step was hard. It was freezing cold, and the wind cut like knives across their faces. But Linyu and the workers weren't scared by these difficulties. They supported each other and moved upward step by step. During the climb, they faced many dangers, like loose rocks and sudden snowstorms. Fortunately, they were strong-willed and experienced, so they avoided danger. As they climbed higher, the air became thinner, and breathing was harder. Linyu felt his legs were heavy as if filled with lead, but he gritted his teeth and kept going. Finally, the day before the full moon night, they were close to where the starflower might be. That night, the moon was big and round. Linyu and the workers searched everywhere in the snow for the starflower. Suddenly, a worker shouted, "Boss, look over there. It seems to be shining." Looking in the direction he pointed, Linyu saw faint blue light shimmering in a snow-covered pit. Carefully, they approached and discovered it was the legendary starflower. The starflower was about the size of a palm, with blue petals that glowed softly. Linyu was very excited. Following the ancient book's instructions, he carefully plucked the flower's core. As soon as he finished, the surrounding air suddenly turned icy cold. Suddenly, a huge snow wolf jumped out from behind a rock, growling loudly at them. Linyu and the workers immediately became tense, gripping their tools tightly. The snow wolf was large, with fierce eyes, and a commanding presence that made everyone feel scared. Linyu took a deep breath, staying calm as he directed the workers, "Don't panic. Let's work together to deal with it." The workers formed a semicircle and slowly moved closer to the snow wolf. Feeling threatened, the snow wolf let out a loud roar and lunged at the nearest worker. The worker reacted quickly, raising a wooden stick to block. The wolf's claws scratched the stick with a cracking sound, nearly breaking it. At that moment, Linyu seized the chance to attack. He swung his long sword at the wolf's legs. The wolf yelped in pain and turned to lunge at Linyu. Quickly, Linyu dodged, keeping his eyes fixed on the wolf to find its weakness. The other workers also rushed in to help, hitting the wolf with sticks and swords. After a long struggle, the snow wolf finally lost strength and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Linyu and the workers let out a sigh of relief. They knew they had successfully obtained the starflower's core, but this was only the first step of their mission. They packed up their things and started descending the mountain with the starflower core. On the way down, they remained very cautious, never letting their guard down. Back at the farm, several days had passed. Linyu looked at the starflower core in his hand, feeling a deep sense of achievement. But he also knew there were still more tasks ahead, like finding the moon pond water and the flame crystal Oregon. The mission was still tough. Linyu planned to rest for a while before preparing for the next adventure. He entered his office, sat in a chair, and closed his eyes to think about the next steps. Suddenly, a system notification sounded, "Congratulations on successfully obtaining the starflower core. You are 1/3 of the way through your mission. Keep going and complete the remaining tasks." Linyu opened his eyes and smiled. He knew he was one step closer to success. Just then, the phone on his desk rang with a ding-ding sound. He quickly picked up the phone, and an anxious voice came through. "Boss, something's wrong. There's a pest problem with some vegetables on the farm, and it's quite serious." "Boss, the new batch of lettuce we planted is big trouble." Linyu suddenly stood up sharply, shouting into the phone, Don't worry. Tell me everything clearly. How bad is it? Is it really serious?" The worker on the other end almost cried, "Boss, the lettuce leaves are full of holes. Some are yellow, some are withered. If this keeps up, the whole batch will be ruined." Hearing this, Linyu's head buzzed, and his eyebrows immediately knitted together. He was very anxious. He didn't even bother to rest. He threw the phone down with a loud snap and ran toward the vegetable planting area. As he ran, he kept praying, "Please, let it not be too serious. God bless us." When he arrived at the lettuce planting area, Linyu took a deep breath. Wow, the once lush, green, lively lettuce now drooped all over, with torn leaves. Bugs were crawling all over. Disgusting. The workers gathered nearby, all looking worried and helpless, eyes wide with concern. Linyu clenched his fists, trying to stay calm, and shouted loudly, "Everyone stay calm. Listen to me. Pull out the severely affected lettuce and gather them together for treatment. We can't let the pest spread further. The workers quickly started to act. Linyu squatted down and carefully examined the remaining lettuce. The more he looked, the more worried he became. These lettuces weren't just bitten by bugs. The soil looked poor too. It seemed this problem was more complicated than he thought. Just as he was scratching his head in frustration, the system beeped. Congratulations, the host has completed the phase of the hidden system task. Reward, a mysterious formula. This formula can be used to process farm products. The specific effects are up to you to discover. Linyu was stunned at first, then his eyes lit up with excitement. He quickly opened the system interface. Sure enough, there was a shining formula card. He eagerly clicked to view it. The ingredients listed were strange, and the process was extremely complicated, but it didn't say what the final product would look like. Frowning, Linyu studied the formula over and over. He was both hopeful it would be useful and a little suspicious. Maybe this formula could save the farm quickly, but nobody knew for sure how it would turn out. At this moment, the worker responsible for removing the diseased lettuce ran over, panting and saying, "Boss, we've finished removing the badly infected lettuce, but the remaining ones don't look good either. It seems like pests and diseases are still spreading." Linyu stood up, brushed off the dirt on his clothes, and said, "Everyone, don't worry. I have an idea. Let's continue our usual prevention work while trying out this mysterious formula. I don't know how well it will work, but maybe it can save these lettuces." The workers looked confused but nodded. Linyu continued, "Here's the plan. Some of us will watch the lettuce and handle any problems immediately. Others will work with me to gather ingredients and do some experiments." As soon as he finished speaking, the farm became lively. Linyu and a few workers searched for the ingredients listed in the formula. Some ingredients were already available on the farm and were quickly gathered. Others had to be bought outside, so Linyu arranged for people to go to town and buy them. After the buyers left, Linyu and the remaining workers started setting up a simple processing area. They found a vacant spot, moved tools and containers, working busy and sweaty. A few hours later, the workers who went shopping returned, bringing all the necessary ingredients. Linyu looked at the strange collection of items, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Everyone, are you ready? Let's start processing according to the formula." The workers gathered around, curious to watch Linyu work. Carefully, Linyu followed the formula, adding ingredients into containers, stirring, heating, and cooling, paying close attention to every step. After a while, a strange smell wafted from the container. It wasn't pleasant, but it wasn't terrible either, just very odd. Linyu wrinkled his nose, feeling a bit nervous, but he forced himself to finish the task. When done, the container held a light green liquid. Linyu's eyes sparkled with hope. He decided to take some of the liquid and test it on a few slightly sick lettuces. He picked up a spray bottle, gently sprayed the liquid onto the lettuce. The leaves glistened with moisture and looked greener. Linyu and the workers stared intently, hoping for some change. But after waiting a long time, there was no reaction from the lettuce. The workers started to lose hope, and someone whispered, "Boss, this formula doesn't seem to work." Linyu quickly comforted them. "Don't worry, maybe the effect will show later. Let's wait a bit longer." For the next few hours, Linyu and the workers stayed by the lettuce, not daring to blink. Finally, in the evening, a miracle happened. The lettuce sprayed with liquid, which was originally wilted, slowly straightened up. The insect holes stopped enlarging, and new buds began to appear in some places. Linyu was so excited he jumped 3 feet high and shouted loudly, "Yes, the formula really works. Everyone, quickly dilute the remaining liquid and spray it on all the lettuce." Hearing this, the workers immediately perked up. They grabbed their sprayers and ran into the lettuce field, spraying each plant. After a while, all the lettuce was sprayed. Linyu stood on the edge of the field, looking at the rows of lettuce with many feelings in his heart. This mysterious formula had saved the farm and gave him hope for the future. Night fell, and the farm became quiet. Linyu, tired and sore, returned to his office. He sat heavily in his chair and carefully studied the mysterious formula again. He wondered if this formula, so effective on lettuce, could be used on other crops. If it could be used widely, the farm's harvest would surely double. But he also knew he shouldn't be too happy yet. This was only the first test, and more trials were needed. Plus, some ingredients in the formula were hard to find, so keeping a steady supply was a challenge. Rubbing his temples, Linyu decided to sleep first and regain his energy before continuing his research. He walked to the window, gazing at the peaceful farm at night, secretly vowing to explore all the uses of this formula and make the farm better and better. Just as he was about to turn away, the system beeped again. Host has preliminarily verified the effectiveness of the mysterious formula. Next, you can explore its other uses. Pay attention to the progress of hidden tasks, and hurry to find 2 more materials. Hearing this, Lin Yu's heart tightened. He knew that although the lettuce problem was solved this time, the system's hidden tasks were still far away. Next, he needed to continue studying the formula and quickly find the moon pond water and flame crystal ore. He sighed to himself, "The road is still long, but I won't give up." After saying this, he turned off the light, slowly entered his room, and disappeared into the night. In the morning, as the sun just rose, its light spread across every corner of the farm. Usually, this time would be full of hope and lively activity, but Lin Yu looked worried, with a furrowed brow. In recent days, the farm's situation had been terrible, like riding down a slide and suddenly falling into an icy pit. The crops that used to sell well and had stable prices had seen their sales drop sharply in these days. Buyers also took the chance to lower prices, and the farm's income was shrinking quickly. Lin Yu stood at the warehouse door, looking at the pile of farm produce that looked like a small mountain. No one was buying, and he felt like he was carrying a heavy stone in his heart, making him uncomfortable. Several workers gathered around him, all looking worried and helpless. An old worker wiped sweat from his forehead and said sadly, "Boss, what can we do? We worked so hard to grow this stuff, but it won't sell." Lin Yu took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and raised his voice to say, "Everyone, don't worry. Let's think of a way together. I'll go to the market and see what's going on." Although he tried to comfort the workers, he himself was unsure, feeling nervous like a small rabbit with its heart pounding. At the market, Lin Yu immediately sensed something was wrong. The atmosphere was very tense. The market was quiet, with few people at the stalls. He visited a few familiar shops and chatted with the shop owners. He asked with confusion, "Boss, why are our farm products not selling well recently?" One owner shook his head helplessly and sighed, "Well, the season has changed, and there's too much supply. Vegetables are everywhere, and supply exceeds demand, so prices can't go up. Also, some cheap substitutes suddenly appeared, and many customers are buying those instead." Hearing this, Lin Yu's heart sank, feeling cold inside. He understood that this was not a small problem. It was a big test. But he was stubborn. Rather than giving up, he became more determined to solve it. After leaving the market, Lin Yu found a few fellow farmers. They gathered and talked about the current market situation. One farmer frowned and said, "I heard that the neighboring county has introduced new efficient planting techniques, and their yields have increased a lot. Now, they are dumping their farm products into our market at low prices." Another farmer quickly agreed, "Yes, we need to find a way to respond quickly, or we won't be able to survive like this." As Lin Yu listened and thought, he started to get some ideas. He knew he had to make quick adjustments to reduce losses. When he returned to the farm, he immediately called all the workers for a meeting. He stood in front and raised his voice. "Everyone knows the current situation of our farm. We can't just wait around. I plan to change the planting structure and grow more of the popular crops based on market demand." The workers looked at each other, unsure what to say. A young worker stood up and said, "Boss, we haven't grown this new type before, so we might face some technical difficulties." Lin Yu nodded and said, "I've thought about that. We will learn as we go. I plan to find some information and invite experts to guide us. Also, we need to expand our sales channels. Besides the usual buyers, we should work directly with supermarkets and restaurants. Maybe we can sell more." Everyone listened to Lin Yu's plan. Although they still felt a little unsure, they all promised to support him fully. In the following days, the farm was very busy, with people working everywhere. Lin Yu personally led the workers to clear a piece of land to plant the new crop. They looked for suitable seeds and searched online for planting techniques. Lin Yu also worked hard to expand sales. He visited one supermarket and one restaurant to introduce the farm's products. At first, many businesses weren't interested because the farm wasn't well known and prices weren't competitive. But Lin Yu didn't give up. He visited again and again, giving free samples for tasting. Finally, a small supermarket agreed to buy some of the farm's products. Lin Yu was so happy he almost jumped. He quickly arranged for workers to deliver the freshest vegetables. Watching the truck filled with hope leave the farm, Lin Yu felt a little more hopeful. However, Changing the planting plan was not easy. Problems kept coming. The seeds they planted had a very low germination rate, and the seedlings grew crooked. Linyu and the workers were very anxious. They looked up many resources and tried different methods, but nothing improved. One worker was so worried he stomped his feet and said loudly, "Boss, what should we do? If this keeps up, these new crops will be wasted." Linyu clenched his teeth and said, "Don't lose hope. We'll find a way. I've contacted an agricultural expert, and he will come to help us in a few days." Inside, he was just as anxious, but he knew he couldn't lose his composure. He had to encourage the workers. Expanding sales was also difficult. Although they got an order from one supermarket, it wasn't enough to handle the farm's output. Other supermarkets and restaurants were still hesitant and didn't want to cooperate. Linyu had no choice but to increase advertising. He made beautiful brochures to carefully explain the benefits of the farm's products and the planting process. During this time, Linyu also discovered that some competitors were spreading rumors. A few of them were spreading false information, claiming that the farm's products were of poor quality. Linyu was so angry that his eyes turned red, but he didn't argue with them. Instead, he decided to prove the quality of his products through actions. He invited some customers to visit the farm so they could see how the produce was grown. The customers saw that the farm was clean and well organized, and the planting methods were scientific. They gave a thumbs up and said, "Wow, your farm really cares about how they grow vegetables. We will buy from you in the future." As word spread, more and more customers started paying attention to Linyu's farm. But this was still far from solving the farm's crisis. Linyu knew that the problem with the new crop varieties had to be fixed quickly, or everything would be pointless. Finally, agricultural experts came to the farm. They carefully examined the growth of the new plants and asked about the planting methods. They patiently said, "You are doing some things wrong with fertilizing and watering. This new variety needs special care with fertilizer and water. Also, the soil's acidity and alkalinity need to be adjusted." Linyu and his workers listened carefully and made the suggested changes. After a few days, the young plants of the new variety looked much healthier. Linyu was so happy he couldn't stop smiling, feeling hopeful that the farm could get out of trouble. In sales, Linyu didn't relax either. He reached out through various channels to meet more supermarket and restaurant managers and kept promoting his farm's products. Gradually, a few more businesses agreed to work with him. As orders increased, the farm stock slowly decreased. Linyu finally let out a breath of relief, but he knew the market crisis was not completely over. There would be more challenges ahead, but he was ready for anything and not afraid. That night, Linyu was walking alone along the farm's small path, looking at the blinking lights in the distance. Thinking about what he had been through, he felt a mix of emotions. Although he faced many difficulties, he and the workers had stuck together and solved problems step by step. He firmly believed that as long as they kept going, the farm could overcome the tough times, and better days were coming. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Linyu answered, and a strange voice on the other end said, "Boss Lin, I heard about your farm situation. I have some resources that might help you." Linyu's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know what opportunities or challenges this call might bring, but he knew he had to face everything bravely. This phone number is unfamiliar, and he can't tell if what was said is true or false. However, this call made him more determined to find some professional helpers. He knows clearly that with just himself and a few workers, it's almost impossible for the farm to stand firm in this unpredictable market. Early the next morning, Linyu quickly took action. He spent the whole morning carefully writing a job advertisement. The ad clearly listed the skills needed, such as advanced planting techniques, precise pest control methods, and effective marketing strategies. He also included salary and benefits details. He believed that only by being clear about the conditions could he attract truly capable people. Once the ad was ready, Linyu didn't even have time to eat. He grabbed a big stack of printed papers and left. His first stop was the local agricultural college. The campus was full of green trees, and lively students came and went. Linyu felt a bit nervous. Carefully, he went to the notice board and hesitantly posted the job ad. While doing so, he silently hoped talented graduates would see it and be interested in working at the farm. After posting, he still felt uneasy, so he put up a few more copies in prominent places around the campus. After leaving the college, Linyu didn't waste any time. He went straight to the town's busy shopping street. It was crowded and lively. He posted the job ads at several shops and on electric poles. With each posting, he couldn't help but imagine the scene of suitable people seeing the ads and coming to apply at the farm. Back at the farm, Linyu stayed busy. He opened his computer and posted the job information on major recruitment websites. He carefully filled out each form and uploaded some photos of the farm so people could see how big and nice it was. He thought that with the internet, he might find more professional talents from all over the country. In the following days, Linyu kept hoping to hear from applicants. During the day, he often went to check the notice boards, looking to see if anyone stopped to read the ads. At night, he stayed in front of his computer, refreshing the recruitment websites repeatedly, hoping to receive emails from applicants. Finally, one morning after a few days, the farm received its first applicant. The person wore glasses, looked refined and polite, and was named Chinyu. He graduated from a well-known agricultural university, majoring in planting. Linyu was very enthusiastic and quickly welcomed him in. He took him on a tour of the farm, explaining the current situation and the problems they faced in detail. Chinyu listened carefully, nodding now and then, with confidence and focus in his eyes. After the visit, they sat in the office and started talking. Linyu sincerely asked, "Xiaoqin, what do you think is the most urgent problem our farm needs to solve right now?" Chinyu pushed up his glasses and said seriously, "Boss Lin, I think there is still a lot of room for improvement in our planting techniques. For example, with the new variety we planted before, even though we had expert guidance and the situation improved a bit, we can still do better with the details of planting. Also, we need to strengthen our marketing efforts and develop more precise sales strategies." Linyu nodded silently, feeling that this young man had some good ideas. He then asked, "If you come to work on our farm, do you have any specific plans?" Chinyu thought for a moment and said, "I plan to start with a full soil test of the farm, then create a more scientific fertilization and planting plan based on the results. For sales, I want to use online platforms to expand our sales channels." Linyu was quite satisfied with Chinyu's answer, but he still had some doubts. After all, he was the first applicant, and he wanted to see if there might be someone even more suitable. Smiling, he told Chinyu, "Xiaoqin, your ideas are quite good. We will consider everything carefully. Just wait for my news in the next few days." After sending Chinyu away, Linyu felt very conflicted. On one hand, he thought Chinyu was talented and it would be a pity to miss him. On the other hand, he was hoping to have more options. Just as he was feeling stuck, several more candidates arrived at the farm one after another. Among them was an experienced plant protection expert named Master Zhao. He had been working in pest and disease control for decades, with a wealth of practical experience. As soon as Master Zhao arrived, he quickly identified the weaknesses in the farm's pest control methods. He said, "Boss Lin, your farm's insect-proof netting isn't dense enough. Some pests can still get through. Also, the use of pesticides isn't targeted enough." Linyu listened carefully and asked for solutions. Master Zhao patiently explained, "You can replace the current nets with denser ones and choose more suitable pesticides based on the specific pests and diseases. Additionally, biological control is a good method. You can introduce natural enemies of pests." Linyu admired Master Zhao's professional knowledge very much, but he didn't decide to hire him immediately. He felt he needed to think carefully and weigh the strengths and weaknesses of each applicant. In the following days, more people came to apply, including those skilled in marketing and others knowledgeable about agricultural product processing. Linyu was very busy, talking with each candidate for a long time to understand their skills and work experience. As more people applied, Linyu gradually formed a clear idea. He planned to build a diverse team, with people from different fields working together to help the farm grow. However, some problems arose during this process. Some applicants asked for too high a salary that the farm couldn't afford. Others had strong skills but lacked teamwork spirit. Linyu knew that a good team needs not only professional skills but also a good cooperative atmosphere. That night, Linyu sat in his office, looking at the pile of resumes on his desk that looked like a small mountain. He massaged his temples and felt worried. Finding help is really not easy, but he didn't want to give up. He believed that as long as he kept trying, he would find the right people for the farm. Just as he was feeling anxious, his phone suddenly rang. It was from a stranger who had previously called to say they had resources to help. Linyu hesitated for a moment but answered the call. A deep voice came from the other end. "Boss Lin, I've been watching your farm's hiring situation. I have some professional talent resources that might meet your needs." Linyu's interest was piqued. He asked, "Can you tell me more?" The other person said, these talents have worked in agriculture for many years, covering planting, sales, management, and more. But working with them will cost some fees. Linyu was silent for a while. He wasn't sure if what the stranger said was true or whether he should cooperate. He told the other person, I need to think about it. I'll give you an answer in a few days. After hanging up, Linyu became more absorbed in his thoughts. He didn't know if this stranger was trustworthy or if the people he could find through him would really help the farm. But he understood that he urgently needed professional help, and maybe this was a good opportunity. Late at night, the farm was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Linyu looked at the moonlight shining through the window and secretly made a decision. No matter what, he needed to find suitable help for the farm quickly so it could come back to life. As for the opportunity brought by that strange phone call, he decided to observe first. Linyu thought about the opportunity from the strange phone call. He decided to put it aside for now and focused on screening applicants. He carefully reviewed each resume again and remembered his conversations with the candidates. His eyes nearly blurred from looking, hoping to find a professional who suited the farm among this group. Just as he was frowning over the resumes, he heard the buzzing sound of a car engine outside the farm gate. Linyu threw down his papers, stood up, and walked out of the office, thinking, could it be another job seeker? A black car smoothly stopped at the entrance. The car door creaked open, and a middle-aged man stepped out. He wore a clean shirt and had a pair of neat glasses, looking like a learned person, with a scholarly air. Linyu hurried to greet him with a bright smile and extended his hand, saying, hello. Are you here to apply for a job? The middle-aged man smiled and shook Linyu's hand. Hello, Boss Lin. My name is Professor Zhang. I received your job posting earlier and came here especially to take a look today. Linyu was overjoyed, his eyes shining. He quickly led Professor Zhang to the office, muttering, Professor Zhang, I've heard of you. You must be exhausted from the trip. Come in and have some tea. In the office, Linyu quickly brewed a cup of hot tea for Professor Zhang. He sat nearby, staring intently at him. Professor Zhang picked up the cup, took a gentle sip, and said, Boss Lin, I'm very interested in your farm. I've been doing agricultural research for over 20 years, mainly on planting techniques and soil improvement. I looked at your farm situation in the job ad and think there are many areas that could be improved. Hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes lit up. He excitedly said, Professor Zhang, you're truly a savior for our farm. We're facing a lot of problems now. We've had many applicants before, but none quite fit. Please tell me more about your new planting ideas and techniques. Professor Zhang placed his teacup down, adjusted his glasses, and began slowly saying, First, let's talk about soil improvement. In the past, everyone just added basic fertilizers, but different crops need different soil conditions, like pH levels and fertility. I have a new soil improvement plan, adding specific beneficial microbes and organic fertilizers to the soil. This can improve soil structure, making it more breathable and better at retaining water, so crops can grow healthier. Linyu listened carefully and nodded repeatedly. Professor Zhang, you're so right. Why didn't we think of these things before? No wonder some crops don't grow well. What about irrigation? Do you have any good ideas? Professor Zhang smiled slightly and said, Irrigation needs careful planning. In the past, flood irrigation wasted water and made the soil hard. I think we should use precise watering methods like drip or spray irrigation based on the crop's growth stage and soil moisture. This way, the plants get enough water without waste. Linyu became more excited, feeling like he was opening a new world. He asked, what about pest and disease control? We've used some pesticides before, but they haven't worked well. Professor Zhang pushed up his glasses and said seriously, using too many pesticides is not good. It pollutes the environment and can cause pests to become resistant. I recommend integrated pest management, biological control, physical barriers, and chemical methods used together. For example, releasing natural enemies of pests, installing insect screens, and using light traps while reducing chemical pesticide use. Linyu was very impressed and said excitedly, Professor Zhang, your ideas and techniques are amazing. If you could come to our farm, it would be a great blessing for us. Professor Zhang smiled and said, Mr. Lin, I'd be happy to help, but I want to visit the farm in person to see the real situation. Linyu immediately stood up and said, No problem, Professor Zhang. I'll take you there right now. They left the office and headed toward the farmland. Along the way, Linyu kept talking, introducing different parts of the farm and what crops they grew. Professor Zhang listened carefully, observing the environment and the crop's growth. When they reached a cornfield, Professor Zhang stopped, squatted down, and carefully parted the corn leaves to check the crop's condition. He frowned and said, "This part of the field lacks enough nutrients, and there are some pest problems. If we apply the methods I mentioned earlier for improvement and pest control, it should make a difference." Lin Yu listened carefully beside him, occasionally taking out a small notebook to jot down notes. He was growing more impressed with Professor Zhang's skills. When the farm workers heard that an agricultural expert had arrived, they gathered around eagerly, hoping to learn some new techniques from Professor Zhang. He stood up, greeted the workers with a smile, and patiently explained basic planting knowledge and skills. The workers listened intently, asking questions from time to time, and Professor Zhang answered all of them patiently. Seeing the workers' enthusiasm, Lin Yu felt very happy. He knew that Professor Zhang's arrival was like giving the farm a boost of energy, making everything more lively. Before he knew it, it was getting dark. Lin Yu and Professor Zhang returned to the office. Lin Yu sincerely said, "Professor Zhang, I learned a lot from your talk today. I really hope you can come to our farm, and we can work together to improve it. If you have any requirements for your treatment, we can discuss them." Professor Zhang thought for a moment and replied, "Boss Lin, I care more about whether I can use my skills well. I believe your farm has great potential for growth, and I am willing to come. As for the pay, just follow what's written in your job advertisement." When Lin Yu heard this, he was overjoyed. He quickly reached out and said, "Great, Professor Zhang. It's settled then. Starting tomorrow, you are part of our farm." Professor Zhang firmly shook Lin Yu's hand and said, "Good. I will do my best to help the farm develop better." After seeing Professor Zhang off, Lin Yu returned to his office, pacing around excitedly. He felt that his efforts over the past period had finally paid off, and with such a talented person like Professor Zhang, the farm's future looked promising. But after the excitement faded, Lin Yu also understood that there was still a lot to do. He needed to work with Professor Zhang to develop a detailed plan for the farm's growth and organize training for the workers so everyone could quickly learn new techniques and ideas. Thinking of this, Lin Yu took a deep breath and sat down to organize his thoughts. He took out paper and pen and began writing down the next steps. Just as he was focused on his plan, his phone suddenly rang. Lin Yu glanced at the caller ID. It was an unfamiliar number. He hesitated for a moment but answered the call. A deep voice came from the other end. "Boss Lin, have you made your decision? The talents I have are top-notch." Lin Yu paused and said, "I'm still thinking about it. I just hired an agricultural expert for the farm, so I need to weigh my options." The other person was silent for a moment and then said, "Boss Lin, I understand your worries, but I have talents in many fields, and maybe I can help your farm a lot. Think about it carefully and give me a call in a couple of days." After speaking, they hung up the phone. Lin Yu put down his phone and started to murmur to himself. He wasn't sure whether he should work with this stranger, since he didn't know what this person did or whether what they said was true. But he also didn't want to miss an opportunity that could help the farm grow better. Late at night, the farm was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Lin Yu looked at the stars outside the window, thinking, forget it. First, I'll work with Professor Zhang to get the basic work of the farm done. Other things can wait. The next morning, as the sun just appeared, its faint light spread over the farm. Lin Yu was already in the office. Last night, he kept tossing and turning, thinking only about one thing, developing a new product with Professor Zhang. The mysterious formula kept spinning in his mind, and he was sure it held the secret to making the farm successful. Soon, Professor Zhang arrived. He was wearing a neat shirt and glasses, walking into the office looking very energetic. Lin Yu quickly stood up and greeted him warmly. "Professor Zhang, you're here so early. I can't wait to start testing the new product." Professor Zhang nodded with a smile and said, "Me too. I stayed up all night thinking about this new product. Boss Lin, where is that mysterious formula you mentioned? Can I see it first?" Lin Yu carefully took out the yellowed formula from a drawer and handed it to Professor Zhang, eyes full of hope. "Professor Zhang, it's this formula. I don't know what kind of product it will make, but I feel it's definitely a treasure." Professor Zhang took the formula and stared at it closely, frowning as he looked, muttering, "These ingredients are quite strange. Some of these I've never seen before." After a long while, Professor Zhang looked up, his eyes shining with excitement. "Boss Lin, this formula is worth studying carefully. Although some ingredients are uncommon, logically speaking, products made with this formula should have a unique taste and good nutrition. We should give it a try. Hearing this, Lin Yu clenched his fist excitedly. Great. Professor Zhang, let's start the experiment right away. Let me know what ingredients and equipment you need, and I'll get someone to buy them. Professor Zhang thought for a moment, then took out a pen and wrote down the necessary ingredients and equipment on paper. Most of these can be bought at the market, but some special materials might be a bit hard to find. Lin Yu took the list and confidently said, No problem, Professor Zhang. I'll go arrange everything right away. You can take a walk around the farm to get familiar with the environment. Once the materials and equipment arrive, we'll start immediately. Lin Yu quickly called the farm workers and assigned them the purchasing tasks. When they heard about the new product experiment, they became excited. After receiving their tasks, they each went to work. In the following days, Lin Yu and Professor Zhang worked very hard. While waiting for the supplies, they also made a detailed experiment plan. Professor Zhang designed a strict process based on the formula and the farm's current conditions, and Lin Yu was responsible for cleaning the site and setting up the equipment. Finally, all the ingredients and equipment were delivered. On the day of the experiment, the farm's lab was busy and lively. Lin Yu and Professor Zhang put on lab coats, stood in front of the workbench, looked at each other, and their eyes showed determination. Professor Zhang, let's get started. Lin Yu said, taking a deep breath. Professor Zhang nodded, picked up the formula, and began directing Lin Yu and the workers step by step. They first measured all the ingredients in the right proportions, then added them one by one into the mixer. The mixer hummed as the ingredients blended inside. Lin Yu watched the mixer closely, feeling nervous but hopeful. He didn't know if the experiment would succeed, but he believed that working together with Professor Zhang, they would definitely gain something. Next, heat to 80 degrees and keep it for 30 minutes, Professor Zhang said, looking at his watch, calm and steady. Lin Yu carefully adjusted the heater, keeping his eyes on the thermometer, not daring to move. Minutes passed slowly, and the atmosphere in the lab grew more tense. Finally, the 30 minutes were up. Professor Zhang signaled Lin Yu to stop heating. He put on gloves, opened the mixer, and a strange but pleasant smell wafted out. It smells pretty good, Lin Yu exclaimed excitedly. Professor Zhang smiled and nodded. But this is just the beginning. Now we need to cool and filter it. Then they hurried to cool and filter the mixture. After some effort, a clear liquid sat before them. This is our initial product, Professor Zhang said. Now we need to taste it and see how it tastes and feels. Lin Yu and Professor Zhang exchanged a quick look, then each took a small sip of the liquid. At first, Lin Yu only noticed a faint sweetness, then a fresh fruit aroma spread in his mouth, followed by a slight tang. The taste was very rich, making him want to drink more. Wow, this tastes great, Lin Yu exclaimed excitedly. Professor Zhang, we did it. Professor Zhang also smiled happily. Yes, the flavor and texture are good, but we still need to test it to see if the nutritional content meets standards. They sent the sample to a professional testing lab. While waiting for the results, Lin Yu and Professor Zhang discussed packaging and market plans. Professor Zhang, how do you think we should package this product? Lin Yu asked. Professor Zhang thought for a moment and said, I think the packaging should highlight the natural and healthy features. We could use clear glass bottles with nice labels, listing the ingredients and nutritional info. Lin Yu nodded and said, that makes sense. Customers can see the quality at a glance. What about the target market? Who are we aiming for? Professor Zhang analyzed. Based on the taste and nutrition, our target customers could be health-conscious people who want a high-quality lifestyle, like office workers, fitness enthusiasts, and middle-aged or older adults. Lin Yu agreed. Exactly. These people need healthy drinks. We can start promoting locally and then expand to other areas. Just as they were discussing, the testing agency called. The results were excellent. Every nutrient was up to standard, and the product contained many beneficial trace elements. Hearing this, Lin Yu and Professor Zhang were overjoyed. They knew their new product would sell well and bring new opportunities to the farm. Boss Lin, next we need to quickly finalize the production plan and start large-scale manufacturing, said Professor Zhang. Lin Yu nodded. Okay, I'll arrange for workers to increase production. I also need to contact sales channels to prepare for the product launch. Just as they were feeling confident and ready to go all out, problems arose. During mass production, they found that with the original formula and process, the product was not very stable. Sometimes, it would settle or separate. Lin Yu and Professor Zhang frowned, knowing this was a serious issue that had to be solved. Otherwise, the quality and taste would suffer, and the market prospects could be ruined. Professor Zhang, what should we do now? Lin Yu asked anxiously. Professor Zhang thought for a moment and said, it seems we need to readjust the formula and process and find out what affects the product stability. This might take some time and effort, but I believe we can solve this problem. Lin Yu nodded firmly. Yes, Professor Zhang, let's work together. I don't believe these difficulties are impossible to overcome. So, Lin Yu and Professor Zhang threw themselves into intense research and experiments. They repeatedly adjusted the formula, tried different process parameters, and carefully observed the changes in the product. Days passed, but there was still no clear progress. Lin Yu started to feel worried, afraid of missing the best opportunity to launch the product. Professor Zhang, did we make a mistake somewhere? Why can't we find a solution? Lin Yu said, feeling discouraged. Professor Zhang patted his shoulder and said, don't lose hope, Lin. Scientific research is all about trying and exploring. We already have a lot of experience, and we're close to success. Just when Lin Yu and Professor Zhang were about to lose confidence, an accidental trial led to a new discovery. They adjusted the ratio of one ingredient and found that the product's stability improved greatly. Professor Zhang, look. Lin Yu excitedly pointed at the test tube. It seems we've got the right ratio. Professor Zhang examined it carefully, a look of surprise in his eyes. Exactly, that's it. We've found the key. Next, we just need to optimize this ratio, and the problem should be fully solved. After several days of effort, they finally determined the best formula and process parameters. When they produced on a larger scale again, the product's stability was excellent, with no more sediment or separation. Lin Yu and Professor Zhang looked at each other and smiled, feeling happy and proud. They knew that this new product could finally be officially launched. Lin, now it's up to your sales skills, Professor Zhang said with a smile. Lin Yu confidently replied, no problem, Professor Zhang. I'm sure I can make this product a big success in the market and help our farm earn more money. At that moment, the sunset light shone on the farm's rooftops, making the whole farm look golden. Lin Yu looked into the distance, full of hope for the future. He knew there would still be many challenges ahead, but with experts like Professor Zhang and the secret formula, he was sure he could lead the farm to a better future. Lin Yu was happily thinking about the upcoming product launch, imagining it would be a big success. He never expected that his competitors had already set a trap, and a secret plot was quietly approaching him. That day, Lin Yu was busy at the farm, working on the product launch as usual. Just as he was focused, a worker hurried over, panting and shouting, "Boss, something bad has happened. Several suppliers suddenly said they won't work with us anymore and won't supply us in the future." Hearing this, Lin Yu's eyebrows furrowed deeply, and he felt a sudden sense of unease. He quickly asked, what's going on? Things were fine before. Why did they suddenly stop cooperating? The worker shook his head helplessly and said, they didn't say why, just said they won't work with us anymore. Lin Yu didn't have time to think much. He grabbed his phone and called the suppliers. When the calls connected, the other side was cold and said they no longer wanted to cooperate. Lin Yu kept asking why, but they were vague and refused to explain. Finally, they abruptly hung up. Angrily, Lin Yu threw his phone onto the table with a loud bang, feeling both anxious and furious. He understood that losing suppliers suddenly would halt the production of his new product. This was a life-or-death issue. Before he could settle this, a few days later, more trouble arose at the farm. Lin Yu received a complaint call from a customer who was furious and shouting on the phone, "Your farm's products are terrible. I got sick and had stomach issues. I want to complain." Lin Yu quickly tried to calm the customer, promising to investigate the matter thoroughly and take responsibility. After hanging up, he felt very heavy-hearted. He couldn't believe that his farm's products could have such problems. To find out what was going on, he immediately ordered the workers to check all the stock and sent the customer's problematic products to a professional lab for testing. Soon, the test results came back. Lin Yu almost dropped his jaw when he saw the report. It showed that the products contained harmful substances, something that had never been detected before. Lin Yu was frantic. He had been carefully monitoring every step of production with Professor Zhang. So how could this happen? While Lin Yu was feeling overwhelmed, more bad news arrived from the farm. Several key workers suddenly announced they wanted to resign, and they were very firm about it. No matter how Lin Yu persuaded them, they refused to change their minds. Lin Yu was very confused. These workers had been working on the farm for many years and had always been diligent. Why did they suddenly want to leave? He privately talked to one worker and asked him questions for a long time. The worker hesitated and then revealed the truth. It turned out that a competitor had paid these workers to steal confidential farm information and had added harmful substances to the products to damage the farm's reputation. Linyu was so angry he trembled all over. He never expected the competitor to be so shameless. He knew that now the farm faced not only product quality and supply issues but also a life-and-death crisis. If they didn't fix these problems quickly, the farm might have to shut down. He quickly gathered Professor Zhang and the farm's management team for a meeting to discuss solutions. Everyone looked worried, and the atmosphere was heavy. Linyu first explained the farm's current situation in detail, then said seriously, "This is a critical moment for the farm. We must unite and find ways to solve these problems. If anyone has ideas, just speak up." Professor Zhang thought for a moment and said slowly, "The most urgent thing now is to fix the product quality and find new suppliers. We should review the entire production process to find where the problems are and ensure the products are safe. As for suppliers, we need to explore more channels and find new partners." One manager added, "We also need to strengthen the farm security to prevent this from happening again. At the same time, we should talk to the workers and make them more loyal and responsible." Everyone shared many suggestions. After a heated discussion, they finally agreed on a detailed plan. Linyu looked at everyone's determined faces and felt more confident. He said, "Thank you all for your support and trust. I believe that as long as we work together, we can get through this." After the meeting, Linyu immediately ordered the workers to recheck the production process, paying close attention to every step. He also personally led efforts to find new suppliers. The process was very difficult. Some suppliers refused to cooperate after hearing about the farm's recent problems. Others, even if willing, demanded very harsh conditions. But Linyu didn't give up. He patiently negotiated with the suppliers, explaining the farm's strength and reputation. After several days of effort, a few suppliers finally agreed to work with the farm. Here, Linyu was busy looking for suppliers, and Professor Zhang was also not resting, leading a research team day and night to study the product. They conducted countless experiments and finally found the cause of the product's problems, also improving the formula and process. After retesting, the product quality fully met standards, and the taste and nutrition were even better than before. However, the farm's reputation was already badly damaged. Rumors spread everywhere claiming the farm's products were harmful, and many consumers no longer dared to buy from the farm. The previously agreed sales channels also fell through. Linyu knew that to restore the farm's good name, he had to act quickly. He decided to hold a press conference to reveal the investigation results about the product quality issues and promised compensation to affected consumers. During the conference, Linyu sincerely apologized to the media and the public, explaining in detail what the farm had done to solve the problem. He also showed the latest product testing reports to prove that the farm's products were safe and reliable. Although Linyu spoke honestly, some media and consumers still didn't trust him. But he was not afraid. He decided to invite media representatives and consumer delegates to visit the farm in person so they could see the production process and management system firsthand. During the visit, Linyu took everyone around the planting base, processing plant, and laboratory, carefully explaining the farm's production philosophy and quality control measures. Seeing the advanced facilities and strict management, the doubts in the visitors' minds gradually disappeared. After all this effort, the farm's reputation slowly improved, and product sales began to rise. However, Linyu knew that this crisis was only temporarily over. Competitors definitely wouldn't give up easily, and the farm would face more troubles in the future. That night, Linyu sat alone in his office, staring at the dark night sky outside the window, pondering how to make the farm even stronger and how to handle potential future risks. Just as he was deep in thought, his phone buzzed on the desk. He picked it up and saw it was an unknown number. After hesitating for a moment, he answered. A deep voice on the other end said, "Linyu, do you think you can escape this disaster? This is just the beginning. I won't let your farm get away easily." Then the call ended. Linyu clenched his phone tightly, his eyes shining with anger and determination. He knew this was probably a rival trying to scare him, but he wouldn't be intimidated. He silently vowed in his heart to make the farm stronger through this crisis and to prevent the competitors' bad ideas from ever succeeding. Linyu hung up the phone and took a deep breath. His anger was rising inside him, but he forced himself to stay calm. Getting too angry now would be bad. He needed to think carefully about the current situation and consider what the competitors might do next. He quickly opened the system interface, hoping to find useful information. The system responded promptly. Based on current data, the competitors are likely to make some small moves in the market, supply chain, or public opinion. It is recommended to check all potential problem areas and prepare in advance. Linyu looked at the system message with a frown and started to think. He slapped his thigh and decided to focus on the market first, to see what tricks the competitors had been up to lately. He quickly called some friends in the industry. "Bro, help me find out what the competitors have been up to recently." At the same time, he told the farm sales staff, "Keep an eye on sales data and customer feedback." When it came to the supply chain, Linyu was very cautious. Although he had found new suppliers, he still felt uneasy. What if something went wrong? He decided to visit the new supplier's factory himself to check everything carefully. At the factory, he looked around, touched things here and there, and examined the production environment, raw materials, and manufacturing process closely. During the inspection, he discovered that one supplier's raw material storage was very poor, clearly indicating quality issues. Linyu was furious and immediately confronted the supplier. "You must fix this immediately. If you don't, we can't continue working together." Meanwhile, Linyu was busy with the farm. Under Professor Zhang's leadership, the research team was also working product upgrades. They aimed to improve quality and taste, making the farm's products more competitive in the market. And they really succeeded. After several days of effort, the team developed a new product formula that tasted better and was more nutritious. Linyu felt that things were finally getting on track, but unexpectedly, another problem arose. One day, the farm warehouse manager hurried over and shouted, "Boss, there's a problem with some raw materials in the warehouse. There's a strange smell, and the color looks off." Hearing this, Linyu's heart skipped a beat. He quickly followed the manager to the warehouse. When he arrived, he saw that the raw materials really had a serious issue. He immediately understood that it was probably the work of a rival. Angrily, Linyu called the supplier to ask for an explanation. The supplier refused to admit any problem, claiming the raw materials were fine and that the issue might be during transportation or storage. Linyu didn't believe their excuses and decided to investigate himself. He checked the warehouse surveillance footage, staring at the screen for hours, reviewing every frame carefully. Finally, he found the problem. It turned out that during transportation, some unknown individuals tampered with a truck and secretly added harmful substances to the raw materials. Linyu was furious and thought that the rival was very mean, using all sorts of dirty tricks to ruin his farm. But he knew he couldn't lose his temper now. He had to solve the problem quickly, or production would be delayed. He immediately arranged for workers to remove the contaminated raw materials from the warehouse and had the entire warehouse cleaned thoroughly. Then, he contacted a reliable supplier to send a new batch of raw materials as soon as possible. With the raw materials issue resolved, Linyu turned his attention to managing public opinion. Although they had held a press conference and invited people to visit the farm, which helped a little, there were still some negative voices in the market. Linyu thought that their publicity efforts needed to be stronger. He instructed the farm's marketing team to create a lot of promotional videos and pictures showcasing the modern planting facilities, advanced equipment, and strict quality control processes. These materials were shared widely on social media and TV ads, quickly attracting many customers. In addition, Linyu invited some famous food bloggers and online influencers to visit the farm and try the products. These influencers had many followers, and their recommendations and reviews greatly influenced consumers. After some time, the farm's reputation gradually improved, and sales started to rise. Linyu watched the positive changes and finally relaxed a little. However, he remained alert and cautious. He knew very well that his competitors wouldn't give up easily and were probably planning something bad again. Linyu decided to improve the farm's security by installing more cameras and having security personnel patrol around more often, so similar incidents wouldn't happen again. One night, while walking around the farm, Linyu suddenly received an alert on his phone. Suspicious activity detected near the farm. Please stay alert. He immediately became alert and quickly told the security team to increase patrols and monitoring around the farm. He also took a flashlight and ran toward the area where the suspicious people might appear. At the farm's edge, he saw faint shadows moving in the dark. Linyu shouted loudly, "Who are you? Why are you sneaking around here in the middle of the night?" The people heard his voice and ran away quickly. Lin Yu chased after them, but lost sight of them in the dark because he was unfamiliar with the area. When he returned to the farm, he immediately checked the security footage. The video showed that the people were dressed in black and wearing masks, so their faces couldn't be seen. They had been wandering around the farm for quite a while, clearly with bad intentions. Lin Yu thought to himself that these were probably spies sent by his competitors to gather information and cause trouble. He clenched his teeth and decided to strengthen the farm's security even more to ensure safety. The next day, Lin Yu called all the staff together for a meeting. He said seriously, everyone needs to be more alert. We can't take security lightly. If you see anything suspicious, report it immediately. He also announced a reward system. If any employee provides useful information about the competitors' plans, I will give them a generous bonus. After the meeting, everyone's awareness of security improved significantly, and the atmosphere on the farm became tense. Everyone was more cautious. Days passed smoothly with good production and sales. Lin Yu was busy every day but kept worrying about the threat from his competitors. One day, while working on some documents in his office, he suddenly received an anonymous email. The message simply said, "Be careful behind you. We won't let you have an easy time." Lin Yu looked at the email, smirked, and sneered. He understood that it was probably another scare tactic from his competitors. But after all the recent trouble, he was no longer the easily frightened person he used to be. Now, he felt confident and strong. He quickly typed a line on the keyboard to reply to the email. "I'm waiting for you to make your move. Let's see who will be the last to laugh." After sending the email, Lin Yu threw himself back into work. He knew that only by making the farm bigger and better could he truly deal with his competitors. In the following days, Lin Yu worked hard with his farm staff, launching many high-quality agricultural products. The farm's business grew busier, and its reputation spread further. But how could the competitors just watch the farm get better and better? They secretly started planning an even bigger scheme. A new crisis was quietly approaching. Lin Yu was happily immersed in the joy of the farm's growing success, focusing on how to plant the next batch of crops. Suddenly, the system interface flickered a few times, then a bright red warning appeared. System energy is low. Some functions may soon stop working properly. Please add energy quickly. This sudden alert hit Lin Yu like a heavy. His eyes widened as he stared at the screen, his hands instinctively gripping the edge of the desk so tightly that his knuckles turned white. What's going on? Why did the system suddenly run out of energy? He muttered anxiously, full of confusion. He knew very well that the system was very important to the farm. The farm had grown so fast mainly because of it. If the system ran out of energy, all the functions like making crops grow faster, improving the soil, and smart monitoring would stop working. The farm's hard-earned results might all be lost. Lin Yu broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. He didn't bother to wipe it and quickly ran around the farm looking for clues or items related to the system's energy. First, he went to the system alert area, where he usually communicated with the system. Maybe he could find something there. He crouched down carefully, inspecting the ground and the walls around him, not missing any corner. He touched the rough surface, feeling for bumps or cracks, excited as if he'd found a key clue, but each time he was disappointed. Then he hurried to the farm's warehouse. It was filled with tools, seeds, and fertilizer. He squeezed through the messy piles, his eyes like searchlights, scanning everything eagerly. He picked up a broken, turned it over, and looked at it repeatedly, thinking whether this ordinary farming tool might hide a secret to replenish system energy. Seeing bags of seeds, he couldn't help but open them to take a look, hoping to find some special mark or item. After messing around for a long time, the only thing in the warehouse was dust and old smell. There was no useful information at all. Lin Yu didn't lose hope. He went to the experimental fields on the farm. This was where he and his research team studied new crops, so maybe he could find something unexpected. He quickly walked along the field ridges, his eyes scanning the green crops constantly. Suddenly, he saw a particularly healthy plant. His heart skipped a beat, feeling excited. Could this be the key? He immediately crouched down, gently touched the leaves, and examined every detail carefully. After a long study, he still couldn't see any connection between this plant and the system energy. Unable to find anything, Lin Yu drooped his head and returned to his office. He plopped into his chair with a thud and rubbed his tired eyes. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Then he recalled the system's previous hints and his trips to the mysterious area. He opened his notebook, which recorded the system's hints and his exploration notes. He flipped through page after page, his gaze focused and serious, hoping to find a solution in these words. The system once said that the energy source is related to a special substance. Why didn't I pay attention back then? Now it's too late to regret, Linyu muttered, patting his head in frustration. He then remembered his time in the mysterious area, which was both dangerous and full of opportunities. He had encountered strange monsters there and found treasure fragments. Could these be connected to the system's energy replenishment? Just as he was lost in thought, the office door suddenly thumped loudly. It was old Zhang, a longtime farm worker, who came in looking anxious. "Boss, I just got news that a batch of our exported farm products had a small problem on the way. The packaging was a bit torn, and they're worried it might affect sales," he said. Linyu frowned, still thinking about the system's energy issue, but he knew farm work couldn't be delayed. He stood up, tidied his clothes, and said, "Let's go see what's going on." At the warehouse, Linyu carefully examined the damaged batch. Most of the packaging was only slightly torn, and the products inside were fine. He quickly decided to have the workers replace the packaging and check the goods again to make sure everything was okay. "Old Zhang, please contact the transportation company and ask what went wrong this time. In the future, we must be careful to protect our goods," Linyu said seriously. "Got it, boss. I'll take care of it right away." Old Zhang nodded and quickly walked away. After handling this batch of goods, Linyu just returned to his office when his phone rang again. It was Xiaoli, the salesperson from the farm, calling. He said, "Boss, recently there are many cheaper similar farm products on the market, which is affecting our sales. Many customers are just watching." Linyu's heart sank. Market competition is tough enough, and now there's another problem. He comforted Xiaoli, saying, "Don't worry. Our farm products are top quality. Talk more about the benefits, like being green and pollution-free and tasting good. Also, see if you can organize some promotions to attract customers." After hanging up, Linyu felt like a spinning top, busy with system energy issues and a bunch of farm problems, making him dizzy. He rubbed his temples, trying to ease his headache. The more he focused on the system energy, the more farm troubles kept coming one after another. At this moment, Xiao Wang, the farm technician, came over with an experimental report, looking excited and flushed. He said, "Boss, we have new progress on the new crop. It's more resistant to diseases than we expected, and the yield should improve a lot." Linyu forced a smile and took the report to look at it. He encouraged him, "Good job. Keep working hard. But now, we also need to think about costs and market demand." After Xiaowang left, Linyu started to worry again. He knew the farm's daily operations couldn't stop, and they had to keep moving forward. But the lack of system energy was like a ticking bomb any time it could up. He had to come up with a solution quickly, or everything would fall apart. As night fell, the sunset cast a golden glow over the farm, like a veil of gold covering the lively land. Linyu stood on a high point of the farm, looking at the vast fields and busy workers in the distance. His mind was a mess. He didn't know where to start fixing the system energy problem or what other troubles the farm might face. Is there really no way out? Linyu muttered softly, full of confusion and helplessness. Just when he was about to give up, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Could there be some hidden secret about the system energy deep inside the farm that he hadn't discovered yet? Thinking of this, Linyu's eyes suddenly lit up with hope. He decided to go to the rarely visited corners of the farm tomorrow, hoping to find the key to solving the system's energy crisis. As night fell, the farm gradually quieted down, with only occasional insect sounds breaking the silence. Linyu dragged his exhausted body back to the dormitory, lying on his bed, tossing and turning, but unable to sleep. His mind was filled with system prompts and various scenes of the farm, eagerly looking forward to tomorrow's search for a good solution. In the early morning, just as the sky was beginning to lighten, the first rays of sunlight reached the farm roof. Linyu suddenly jumped out of bed. Last night, he had tossed and turned, unable to sleep, thinking about finding the system's energy source. Now, his fatigue was gone, replaced with eagerness to get this done quickly. He quickly washed his face, brushed his teeth, put on his worn work jacket, and hurried to the office. Sitting at his desk, Linyu took out the system's manual and carefully flipped through each page, staring intently at the dense words, afraid of missing any clues related to the energy source. However, the manual contained very little information about it, only mentioning a mysterious mineral in the freezing cold regions that could boost the system's energy, but no specific location was given. Frowning, Lin Yu felt frustrated but refused to give up. He quickly opened his computer and searched online for related information, entering keywords like mysterious energy mineral and energy in extreme cold regions. Many results appeared, but most were fantasy stories or unsolved mysteries, with little useful information. He then remembered some friends he met on an adventure forum and decided to ask them. He first called Lao Chen, an experienced hiker. After pondering for a while, Lao Chen said, I've been to many places, but I haven't heard of such an energy mineral. However, deep in the snowy mountains to the west, the environment is harsh all year round, covered in ice and snow. Maybe there's what you're looking for there. Hearing this, Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He quickly asked for more details. Lao Chen continued, that mountain is called Baifeng Snow Mountain. Its altitude is very high, and the weather can change suddenly, often with snowstorms. I heard there are some fierce wild animals in the mountains, and many explorers have gone in but haven't come out safely. If you want to go, you should think carefully. After hanging up, Lin Yu wasn't scared by the dangers old Chen mentioned. He called a few more friends. The information was a bit different each time, but all pointed to Baifeng Snow Mountain. It seems likely that this mountain is the place he's looking for. Next, Lin Yu started preparing for his trip to Baifeng Snow Mountain. He first went to the system shop and used his points to buy some useful items. He got a very sharp multi-purpose knife that can cut through hard things easily, a set of warm clothes that keep him from freezing even in cold places, and a portable energy detector to find mysterious energy sources. Once his gear was ready, Lin Yu carefully checked the farm's affairs. He explained the recent work plans to Lao Zhang clearly and kept reminding him to watch the quality and sales of the farm products. Seeing Lin Yu's determined look, Lao Zhang patted his shoulder and said, "Boss, you can go with confidence. I'm here at the farm, so nothing will go wrong." Everything was arranged. Lin Yu carried a heavy backpack, feeling hopeful but a little worried, and set out toward Baifeng Snow Mountain. He drove an old, battered jeep along the winding mountain road heading west. The scenery outside the window kept changing, from large fields of golden wheat to rolling green hills, and finally to deserted Gobi Desert. On the way, Lin Yu kept taking out his energy detector, hoping to find a signal soon. But the detector showed nothing. As he got closer to the mountain, the temperature dropped faster, and he had to tighten his warm clothes. By evening, the jeep finally reached a small town at the foot of Baifeng Snow Mountain. The town was quite remote. Most people made a living by hunting and gathering herbs. Lin Yu found a rundown inn to stay in, planning to restock supplies and learn more about the mountain. He entered the only general store in town. It had many items, mostly daily necessities. The shopkeeper was an old man with white hair, who looked at Lin Yu curiously and asked, "Young man, are you here for sightseeing? This mountain is not easy to enter. It's dangerous." Lin Yu smiled and said, "Grandpa, I'm not here for sightseeing. I'm looking for something. Can you tell me about this mountain?" The old man sighed and slowly said, "White Peak Snow Mountain has always been very mysterious. When I was young, I went inside a few times with others, but the environment was terrible, full of ice holes and steep cliffs. Sometimes, strange things would happen, like sudden thick fog that made it hard to tell directions. There's also a legend that a snow creature lives there and might attack people. If you go in, you must be very careful." Lin Yu listened carefully to the old man's words, understanding how dangerous this trip was. But to keep the system running smoothly and to ensure the farm's good development, he never thought about turning back. After leaving the grocery store, Lin Yu bought some dried food and water in the town. He also rented a strong horse to make traveling on the snow mountain easier. When he returned to the inn, he went to bed early, resting well to be ready for the next day's journey into the snow mountain. Lying on the bed, Lin Yu looked at the ceiling, thinking about the snow mountain and the possible dangers. He knew no one knew exactly what lay ahead, but he had no way back now. As long as he could find the mysterious energy source, all the hardships would be worth it. Early the next morning, Lin Yu led his horse, carrying his gear, and set off toward the snow mountain. When he reached the edge of the mountain, a cold wind suddenly blew over him, and the snow beneath his feet crunched loudly. The surroundings were eerily quiet, only the wind howling in his ears. Carefully, Lin Yu moved forward, never taking his eyes off the environment around him. The energy detector in his hand flickered faintly now and then, but the signal was very weak, meaning the energy source was still far away. The deeper he went into the mountain, the harder the path became, steeper slopes and thicker snow. Lin Yu had no choice but to dismount and lead his horse step by step. Suddenly, snowflakes started falling, quickly turning into heavy snow, making everything hard to see. He quickly stopped, put on a windproof mask, and carefully looked at his map. He knew that in this weather, it was very easy to get lost. He studied the map markings and checked the energy detector, trying to decide which direction to go. At that moment, the horse suddenly became restless and neighed loudly. Lin Yu's heart tightened as he looked around cautiously. He saw something moving in the snow not far away. He tightly held his dagger and slowly approached the object. When he got closer, he saw it was an injured snow wolf. Its leg was caught in a trap, blood staining the surrounding snow red. The snow wolf saw Lin Yu, and its eyes were full of caution and fear. It let out a soft growl. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment. He knew the snow wolf was not easy to deal with, but seeing it hurt and helpless, he felt a bit sorry. He slowly knelt down to try to open the trap. At first, the snow wolf struggled hard, but then it seemed to realize Lin Yu meant no harm, and it stopped struggling. After a lot of effort, Lin Yu finally managed to open the trap. The snow wolf stood up, looked at Lin Yu, then slowly walked away, dragging its injured leg. Lin Yu watched its retreating figure, feeling deeply moved. He thought to himself that in this harsh natural world, every life is not easy. After this, Lin Yu became more careful and continued walking forward. The snowstorm was still blowing fiercely. He felt like he had fallen into a white world, lonely and very small. But he didn't give up. Step by step, he moved toward the energy source. He didn't know how long he had been walking when suddenly the signal from his energy detector grew stronger. His heart leapt with joy, and he quickened his pace. Not far ahead, an old, huge iceberg stood there, faintly glowing with blue light, as if hiding some mysterious power. Lin Yu headed toward the iceberg. He knew the mysterious energy source was probably inside it. But as he got closer, a super cold wind suddenly rushed over, making him shiver uncontrollably. He took a deep breath, steadied himself, and prepared to enter this unknown, icy mountain. The weather was freezing cold, like a freezer. Lin Yu rubbed his red, frozen hands vigorously and tightened his warm clothes. Shivering, he moved toward the glowing blue iceberg. The snow under his feet crunched loudly with each step, and he felt like he was walking on a mystery. His eyes fixed on the iceberg, both hoping to find the energy source quickly and worried about sudden danger. As he got about 10 meters from the iceberg, the energy detector suddenly shook violently with a loud clanging and emitted sharp warning sounds. In the quiet snow mountain, it was deafening. Lin Yu's heart jumped. He was sure the energy source was inside this iceberg. But before he could feel happy, he heard a deep rumbling behind him. He spun around quickly. To his surprise, a group of people dressed in black, wearing masks, was rapidly approaching from all sides. The man in black at the front spoke fiercely, "Kid, we've had our eyes on this energy source for a while. Be smart and get lost quickly, or don't blame us for being rude." Lin Yu frowned and thought to himself, who are these people? But this concerns the system's energy and the future of the farm. I can't just leave easily. He took a deep breath and confidently replied, "This energy source doesn't have your name on it. Whoever is capable can take it. Come on, try if you dare." Seeing Lin Yu so stubborn, the man in black was furious and widened his eyes. He waved his hand, and his subordinates immediately spread out in a fan shape, surrounding Lin Yu. Lin Yu's eyes darted around nervously, clutching his multifunctional dagger tightly, his eyes full of determination, showing he wouldn't back down. Suddenly, one of the black-clad men shouted loudly and charged at Lin Yu with a long sword. Lin Yu reacted quickly, dodging to the side and swinging his dagger fiercely. The attacker also responded swiftly, jumping back to avoid the strike. Then, two more black-clad men circled around from the sides. Lin Yu was quick-witted, hiding behind an iceberg, darting left and right in the narrow space to avoid their attacks. As the fight continued, Lin Yu realized these black-clad attackers had a certain pattern. They worked together with perfect coordination, clearly trained killers. Lin Yu understood he couldn't fight them head-on. He had to rely on his agility and quick thinking, using the system's skills to find their weaknesses. Suddenly, Lin Yu spotted an opening when one of the black-clad men made a mistake during his attack. His eyes lit up, and he rushed forward, kicking the man's wrist. The long sword clattered to the ground. The man yelped in pain and stepped back several paces. Seizing the chance, Lin Yu chased him, stabbing fiercely with his dagger. Sparks flew as blades flashed among the icebergs, and shouts of battle echoed loudly. However, the enemies kept coming in large numbers, and Lin Yu gradually started to struggle. At that moment, a black-clad man saw an opportunity, sneaking up from behind with a long sword aimed at Lin Yu's back. Sensing danger, Lin Yu instinctively dodged to the side. The sword brushed past his shoulder, leaving a shallow cut that quickly stained his clothes with blood. Ignoring the pain, he spun around and fought desperately with the attacker. The fight was intense and evenly matched, with both sides attacking and defending. Relying on his fierce spirit and excellent combat skills, Lin Yu repeatedly blocked the enemy strikes. The men in black, relying on their numbers, kept attacking Lin Yu. Just when the fight was getting chaotic, Lin Yu suddenly remembered the portable smoke bomb he bought from the system shop. He hurriedly took it out of his backpack and threw it on the ground. With a loud pop, thick smoke burst out, covering the entire battlefield. The men in black were disoriented by the sudden smoke, unable to see anything, and had no idea where Lin Yu had gone. Taking advantage of the confusion, Lin Yu quickly ran to one side of the icy mountain. He was exhausted and bent over, gasping for breath while checking his wounds. The cuts weren't deep, but he was bleeding heavily. His head felt dizzy, and stars seemed to float in his eyes. He knew he couldn't stay here much longer. He had to shake off the men in black and get the energy source. He calmed himself and activated his invisibility skill. In an instant, his body turned transparent and blended with the surroundings. Carefully, he crept past the men in black, crouching low as he moved toward the mountain's entrance. Just as he was about to reach the entrance, a loud shout rang out. Don't think smoke bombs and invisibility will save you. Today, even with wings, you won't escape. It was the leader of the men in black, who had noticed Lin Yu's movements. He yelled loudly and ordered his team to surround the mountain entrance. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He quickened his pace. Just as he was about to step into the mountain, a black-clad figure suddenly emerged from in the ice, blocking his way. The man was tall, muscular, and wielded a large axe, glaring fiercely at Lin Yu. Without hesitation, Lin Yu raised his dagger to defend himself. A loud clang echoed as the impact shook his arm, numbing it and nearly dropping his dagger. He knew this opponent was tough. Gritting his teeth, he focused all his strength and fought back fiercely. They exchanged blows, one sword and one axe, sparks flying everywhere. Lin Yu dodged the deadly attacks with agility and looked for an opening to strike. But the black-clad man fought more fiercely each time, his attacks filled with anger. Gradually, Lin Yu grew tired, his steps unsteady, almost falling flat on his face. Just when Lin Yu thought all hope was lost, he suddenly remembered the freezing skill given by the system. He quickly activated it, shooting a blue icy light from his hand. Instantly, the ground beneath the black-clad man froze solid. Caught off guard, the man slipped and fell with a loud thud. Seizing the chance, Lin Yu rushed forward and punched him several times, knocking him to the ground and unable to get up. Then, while the other black-clad people hadn't arrived yet, he charged straight into the entrance of the iceberg. Inside the iceberg, it was freezing cold, and everything was dark and hard to see. Lin Yu quickly took out a light and carefully moved forward. The passage was full of strange-shaped ice pillars and blocks, looking like they could collapse at any moment. His eyes widened with alertness, watching the surroundings carefully, afraid that more danger might appear. Not far ahead, Lin Yu reached a large cave. In the middle of the cave was a huge blue crystal, shining brightly and radiating strong energy waves. Lin Yu's eyes lit up with excitement. Wow, this is the energy source I've been looking for. Just as he was about to get closer to the crystal, he heard footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw the group of black-clad people chasing after him. The leader of the group said fiercely, "Kid, you think you can keep this energy source all to yourself? Today, you're done for." Angry and gritting his teeth, Lin Yu shouted loudly, "If you want this energy source, see if you have what it takes to take it." Then he clenched his dagger tightly, ready for a fight. The air inside the cave seemed to freeze, and the tense atmosphere was thick. Both sides stared at each other, afraid to make the first move. Lin Yu knew this was his last chance. If he couldn't defeat these black-clad people, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Suddenly, a loud rumble came from above the cave. It sounded like a big object was moving. Everyone looked up and saw a huge block of ice wobbling dangerously, about to fall. "Oh, get out of the way," Lin Yu shouted, then dashed to the side. The black-clad people reacted quickly and looked for places to hide. While everyone was dodging the falling ice, the cave walls suddenly cracked with a sound, and cold wind rushed in. Then, a group of large ice beasts burst out from the cracks. They were covered in thick ice, with glowing green eyes, and roared as they lunged toward everyone. Seeing these suddenly appearing ice beasts, Lin Yu and the black-clad people were stunned. Originally enemies, they now had to work together just to survive. Lin Yu quickly calmed down and carefully observed how the ice beasts attacked. He found that these creatures moved slowly but were incredibly strong, each attack stirring up a wave of ice. He discussed with the black-clad people and decided to split the work. He would draw the ice beast's attention, while the others attacked from the side. The battle resumed. Lin Yu swung his dagger and charged at the nearest ice beast. The ice beast opened its big mouth to bite him, but Lin Yu quickly dodged the attack. He then used his dagger to cut a wound on the ice beast's body. The beast let out a loud cry of pain and turned to chase Lin Yu. At the same time, the black-clad men also started attacking the ice beast with their weapons, aiming at its weak spots. The cave was filled with flashes of blades and swords, and the ice beast's screams echoed one after another. With everyone's combined effort, the ice beasts fell one by one, but new ones kept emerging from the cracks. As the fight continued, both Lin Yu and the black-clad men grew tired and short of breath, with little strength left. Yet, the number of ice beasts did not decrease. Lin Yu felt anxious, like ants on a hot pan. He knew he had to think of a way quickly. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he remembered the energy source. Since it had a lot of power, maybe it could be used to fight the ice beasts. He ran toward the energy source, hoping to activate its power. Just as he got close, a black-clad man sneaked up from behind to stop him. Lin Yu reacted fast, sidestepping and punching the man in the face. The man staggered and nearly fell. Taking the chance, Lin Yu reached the energy source, touching the blue crystal and trying to connect with it. At that moment, a strong burst of energy surged into his body, making him feel full of strength. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and controlled the energy from the source. Suddenly, a huge ice wall rose from the ground of the cave, blocking all the ice beasts on the other side. The beasts roared angrily and rammed into the wall, but they couldn't break through. Having temporarily escaped the ice beasts, the conflict between Lin Yu and the black-clad men resurfaced. The leader coldly said, "Kid, for now, the ice beasts are blocked. The energy source belongs to us." Lin Yu sneered and shouted, "If it weren't for me, you'd have been eaten by the ice beast long ago. Now you want to take the energy source for yourselves? Dream on." The tension between them grew, and another fight seemed ready to break out. Outside the cave, the roar of the ice beast still echoed, as if warning them that the danger was not over yet. The leader in black was the first to act. He shouted loudly and swung his long sword at Lin Yu. Lin Yu dodged to the side to avoid the deadly strike, then used the energy source to counterattack with a palm strike. The black-clad man reacted quickly, blocking with his sword, and the impact pushed him back several steps. Other black-clad men quickly surrounded Lin Yu, trapping him in the middle. They waved their weapons and attacked wildly. Lin Yu stayed calm, moving nimbly among them like a monkey. He used his dagger to block some attacks and relied on the energy source to fight back a few times. Each attack stirred up a gust of wind, making it hard for the black-clad men to get close. But there were too many of them. Lin Yu started to feel overwhelmed. Suddenly, an ice beast crashed through the ice wall, breaking off a corner with a loud bang. It roared and charged into the cave, smashing everything in its path. Stones and debris flew everywhere, knocking down many black-clad men. This unexpected chaos made the scene even more messy. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu broke free from the black-clad men's encirclement and ran to the energy source, trying to control its power again. He pressed his hands tightly against the blue crystal, closed his eyes, and focused on feeling the strong energy flowing inside him. Just as Lin Yu was concentrating, a black-clad man took a sneaky chance, sneaking behind him and raising his sword to stab downward. At that critical moment, an ice beast suddenly charged forward and hit the man, knocking him away. Lin Yu opened his eyes, glanced at the ice beast, and secretly felt lucky. Now, the ice beasts and black-clad men were fighting chaotically inside the cave. Lin Yu knew this was a good chance. He gritted his teeth and desperately used the energy source's power. The blue crystal suddenly shone brightly, emitting a blinding blue light that filled the entire cave. The ice beasts howled in pain as the blue light shone on them, making their bodies turn transparent until they disappeared completely. The black-clad men were also thrown off balance by the force, many of them fainting instantly. The leader in black saw things were not going well. He glared at Lin Yu with frustration, then, with a few remaining followers, quickly ran out of the cave. Lin Yu sighed in relief and slowly walked to the entrance, watching the retreating black-clad men, feeling very happy inside. Once the black-clad figures were confirmed not to return, Lin Yu returned to the energy source nearby. He carefully stared at the blue crystal, feeling its continuous energy fluctuations. Suddenly, a system alert sounded in his mind. Mysterious energy source detected, absorbing energy. Lin Yu was overjoyed. He watched as the previously dull system interface gradually lit up, and the icons for various functions became bright. He was so excited that he thought, "Great, the system's energy is finally restored." After a while, the system alert rang again. Energy absorption complete, system energy fully restored. Lin Yu clenched his fists tightly, knowing this meant new hope for the farm. Just as he was feeling happy, he noticed strange light flickering on the surface of the energy source, as if conveying some message. Curious, he leaned in closer to examine it carefully, faintly sensing that the energy source might have other uses. Lin Yu closed his eyes, focused his mind, and tried to establish a deeper connection with the energy source. Gradually, blurry images appeared in his mind, as if some unknown mechanisms of the system were resonating with the energy source. Could this energy source unlock deeper functions of the system? He wondered. He started to study the energy source carefully. He circled the blue crystal several times and gently touched its surface, which was cool to the touch. After fiddling for a while, Lin Yu discovered some fine lines on the energy source, which seemed to form a pattern. He quickly took out his notebook and pen, recording these lines and patterns. For several hours, Lin Yu sat beside the energy source, repeatedly examining the recorded patterns. Combining previous system hints and his own experience, he tried to understand the secrets inside. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. He quickly opened the system interface to check some hidden settings. To his surprise, he found an option related to the pattern on the energy source. Carefully, Lin Yu selected that option. A prompt box appeared on the screen. Matching energy source pattern detected. Attempt to unlock unknown functions? Without hesitation, he clicked yes. Immediately, the system interface flickered with sparks, and rays of light shot out from the screen, illuminating the entire cave. Nervous and tense, Lin Yu's heart was pounding. He didn't know what would happen after unlocking this feature. After a moment, the system alert sounded. Unlocking unknown functions. Please wait patiently. The alert sound stopped, and new icons and menus appeared on the system interface. Lin Yu's eyes widened with excitement. Although he wasn't entirely sure how to use these new features, he knew this was a huge good thing for the farm. He carefully examined the new functions and found one that seemed related to land improvement. This feature could use the power of the energy source to turn the thin, poor land into fertile fields, increasing crop yield and quality. This is so useful, Lin Yu muttered to himself excitedly. He thought about the unused land on the farm and already had new plans. Besides the land improvement feature, Lin Yu also discovered a function that could summon mysterious guardian beasts. These beasts were powerful and could protect the farm from outsiders. With these guardian beasts, the farm's safety is more secure, Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction. However, all these new features required energy from the energy source to operate. Lin Yu considered that, even though he successfully obtained the energy source, he shouldn't waste it carelessly. He decided to take the energy source back to the farm first, and then carefully figure out how to use these new features well. He gently took the blue crystal from the cave and placed it into a special container. Just as Lin Yu was about to leave the cave, he suddenly heard faint movement outside. He immediately became alert, stopped in his tracks, tightly gripped his dagger, and tiptoed to the cave entrance. Through the entrance, Lin Yu saw a few shadows moving outside. His heart skipped a beat, suspecting these might be accomplices of the black-clad people who had just escaped. Lin Yu dared not move recklessly. He quietly stared outside. After a while, the shadows seemed to notice something and turned to leave. He let out a breath of relief, knowing he had to leave quickly. Carefully, he carried the container with the energy source and tiptoed out of the cave. Outside, it was still snowing, covering the entire mountain in a thick layer of snow. Lin Yu took a deep breath of the cold air and headed toward the farm. On the way, his mind was a mess. He thought about the farm's future and how to use these new features to improve it. He knew that, although he had made some progress, the road ahead would still be difficult. Before he knew it, it was getting dark. Lin Yu quickened his pace, hoping to get back to the farm soon and share the good news with everyone. When he finally saw the lights of the farm, he felt warm inside. He stepped out with bigger strides, heading toward the farm gate. Lin Yu, you're finally back. As soon as Lin Yu entered the farm, he heard old Zhang's voice. Seeing that Lin Yu was safe and sound, old Zhang's face lit up with a big smile. Lin Yu smiled and nodded, saying, "Old Zhang, I successfully got the energy source. The system is back online, and I unlocked some new features." Old Zhang's eyes widened in surprise as he said, "Really? That's great. Now our farm has hope." While talking, Lin Yu and old Zhang walked into the farmhouse. The inside was warm and cozy. Everyone saw Lin Yu return and gathered around him. Lin Yu told everyone everything about what happened. They listened with wide eyes. They were happy about Lin Yu's success and looked forward to the farm's future. "All right, everyone, get some rest early. Tomorrow, we'll discuss how to use these new features to develop the farm," Lin Yu said tiredly. Everyone left, and Lin Yu sat alone at the table, looking at the container holding the energy source. He silently vowed to make good use of this hard-won energy source and make the farm prosperous. Late at night, the farm grew quiet. Lin Yu lay in bed, tossing and turning, but couldn't sleep. His mind was full of the new features he unlocked, thinking about how to maximize their use. "Maybe tomorrow is a new beginning," Lin Yu whispered softly, then closed his eyes and fell asleep. In his dream, he saw the farm thriving, with tall crops, guardian animals patrolling around, and scenes full of life. At dawn, the sun gently shone on every corner of the farm. Lin Yu had woken up early. After a good night's sleep, he felt energized and kept thinking about how amazing the farm could become. He washed his face, brushed his teeth, and went outside. He took a deep breath of fresh air. Looking at the familiar farm, he already had new plans in mind. After breakfast, Lin Yu gathered the workers for a meeting. He was very excited and said loudly, "Hey, I finally got the energy source yesterday. The system is not only back online, but also unlocked many new features. Our farm has new hope. I think we should expand our business and start farm tourism. That way, we can earn more money and let more people know about our farm." The workers immediately started discussing excitedly. Some people think this idea is great because it can make the farm more famous. But others are worried about potential problems that might come up. Old Zhang frowned and said in a deep voice, "Lin Yu, developing a tourism project isn't so easy. There are many things we need to think carefully about." Lin Yu smiled and nodded, saying, "I understand. We will face some difficulties, but we can take it step by step. First, we need to plan the area well. Everyone, think about how to design it so that we keep the farm's special features and make visitors comfortable." Everyone stayed silent, thinking carefully. After a while, Young Li spoke first. "I think we can divide the area into different zones, like a picking zone, a sightseeing zone, and an activity zone. In the picking zone, we grow various fruits and vegetables for visitors to pick themselves. The sightseeing zone can have nice flowers and scenery. The activity zone can have farm work activities like feeding chickens or milking cows." Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and he patted his thigh, saying, "That's a good idea, Xiao Li. Dividing it like this will make visitors happier. But we also need to think about how to connect these zones so visitors don't get tired walking, and so each zone doesn't feel isolated." At this moment, old Zhang stroked his chin and said slowly, "I think we should leave a rest area. When visitors get tired from walking around, they need a place to sit, relax, and have a snack. The rest area should have a good view of the farm scenery, so it feels comfortable." Everyone nodded, agreeing that old Zhang was right. Lin Yu continued, "All the suggestions are good. We'll plan the area based on this direction. Next, we can't ignore safety. We need to make sure visitors are safe while enjoying the farm." Old Wang, who was in charge of farm security, quickly said, "I think we should put clear warning signs in dangerous places, like ponds and animal pens. Also, we should prepare first aid supplies and equipment just in case." Lin Yu nodded in agreement and said, "Old Wang is right. Safety is very important. Also, the basic facilities must be up to standard. Places for eating, sleeping, and using the restroom should meet visitor needs." When it came to food, Chef Lao Chen got excited and said, "I have some ideas for the food. We can serve farm-style dishes made with our own vegetables and meat, ensuring freshness and health. We can also create some special local dishes to attract visitors." Lin Yu smiled and said, "Lao Chen, your idea is excellent. Using our own farm products to cook will definitely make visitors happy." For accommodation, they plan to convert unused rooms into a countryside-style guest house, creating a peaceful and comfortable rural atmosphere for visitors. Regarding the bathrooms, everyone agreed to arrange them reasonably in different areas and to keep them clean through regular cleaning. Most of the planning for the site, safety measures, and basic facilities has been discussed. Lin Yu then said, besides these, we need to get many business permits and communicate well with the local tourism department to get their support. Also, we must promote the farm effectively to attract more visitors. The workers felt that these tasks were quite challenging, but seeing Lin Yu full of confidence, they also became motivated. Over the next few days, Lin Yu and the workers divided tasks and started solving these problems. Lin Yu first went to the local business registration office to learn about the process for getting a business license. The staff explained many requirements, such as operating permits, health licenses, and fire safety certificates, each with different rules and procedures. Lin Yu listened carefully, took notes quickly, and upon returning to the farm, began organizing the necessary documents. He found that some certificates, like land use proof and food safety reports, needed to be issued by the farm itself. He hurriedly went to get these documents. Meanwhile, the workers at the farm were also busy. Following their plan, they started site planning. Some measured and marked areas with tools, while others cleared the land to prepare for construction. For safety, Lao Wang and a few workers put up warning signs in dangerous spots. They made large signs from wood and paint, saying danger, keep away, and watch your step. They also installed security cameras around the farm to monitor visitors. The infrastructure work was progressing smoothly. Lao Chen began researching local dishes, shopping for ingredients to prepare for the restaurant. Workers renovating the guest houses cleaned and redecorated the rooms, adding cozy beds and furniture. The bathrooms were also renovated with new toilets and sinks. When communicating with the local tourism department, Lin Yu encountered some difficulties. The staff gave many suggestions to improve the farm's tourism projects, hoping to highlight its features and improve service quality. Lin Yu felt a bit frustrated but accepted their advice humbly, promising to work hard to improve. To promote the farm's tourism, Lin Yu planned to focus on online marketing efforts. He found an advertising company to design attractive posters and videos. The posters featured beautiful farm scenery, fresh farm products, and fun farming activities. The videos showed tourists having a great time. Lin Yu also registered the farm's official social media account, regularly posting updates about the farm and travel information. He invited some internet celebrities to experience the farm and help promote it. These influencers shared their experiences online, attracting many followers. However, there were some unexpected problems while promoting the farm tourism project. Once, during a renovation of a guest house, they found the roof was leaking and had to be repaired. This caused delays and increased costs, making Lin Yu very upset. But he didn't give up. He quickly called workers to fix it. He even climbed onto the roof himself to check the leak carefully and worked with the workers to find a solution. After several days of effort, the roof was finally repaired, and the renovation of the guest house continued. Another time, while applying for a health permit, inspectors came to check and said the kitchen did not meet hygiene standards. Old Chin was very worried and hurriedly led the chefs to clean the kitchen thoroughly and make improvements. Lin Yu also bought new kitchen equipment to improve hygiene standards. After some busy days, the preliminary preparations for the farm tourism project were nearly complete. The site layout was planned, safety measures were in place, and infrastructure had been improved. They were processing the business license, and promotional efforts were starting to show some results. That evening, Lin Yu and the workers sat in the farmyard, looking at the progress made. They all felt happy. Lin Yu picked up a cup of tea and said thoughtfully, "Everyone's worked really hard these days. We faced many problems, but we got through them. Next, we need to keep pushing to open the farm tourism project soon." The workers nodded, believing that with Lin Yu leading, the farm tourism project would definitely succeed. As night fell, the farm became quiet. Lin Yu lay in bed, thinking about the future of the farm tourism project, a smile unconsciously appearing on his face. He knew there might still be many challenges ahead, but he was confident he could make it work and make the farm better and better. Early in the morning, the golden sunlight gently spread over the farm, like a soft blanket covering the land. Lin Yu had already gotten up, washed his face, brushed his teeth, and went out to see how the preparations for the farm tourism project were going. Recently, he and the workers worked tirelessly day and night. Seeing all the preparations coming together, he felt very hopeful. He strolled leisurely along the field edge, looking at the lush vegetables and fruit trees, and started to imagine visitors wandering around happily, picking fruits with joy. A smile unconsciously appeared on his face. When he reached the picking area, He stopped and carefully checked the newly built sunshade. He shook it gently to make sure it was sturdy, then felt reassured and continued walking. As he was walking, he saw a black car slowly drive into the farm. Lin Yu instinctively looked up and saw a man get out of the car. The man wore a neat but somewhat old-fashioned suit, had shiny hair combed smoothly, wore gold-rimmed glasses, and had a sharp look in his eyes, like a blade. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat, feeling a bit uneasy, but he quickly went to greet him with a warm smile. "Welcome to our farm. I am the person in charge here, Lin Yu." The man nodded politely and smiled politely, his voice deep and steady. "Hello, Boss Lin. I've heard your farm is quite good, so I came to take a look today." As Lin Yu led him into the farm, he kept talking. "We're developing some tourism projects recently. Once they're ready, visitors can pick fruits and experience farm work. It's quite fun. Over here is the vegetable planting area, where we grow pollution-free vegetables." This man was different from other visitors. He showed no curiosity or excitement, just lightly said and his eyes scanned everything around him, how the vegetables were growing, the irrigation facilities, and workers in the distance. He didn't miss any detail. They arrived at the livestock area, where a group of chickens happily pecked at bugs on the grass. Lin Yu perked up and enthusiastically said, "These chickens are free-range, fed with grains grown on our farm. The eggs they lay are super fresh and tasty." The man squatted down, staring intently at the chickens, then gently stroked one and asked, "What's the density of these chickens? How do you prepare their feed?" Lin Yu felt puzzled. Usually, visitors wouldn't ask such professional questions. Still, he patiently answered. After listening, the man stood up, still looking around the livestock area as if hiding some treasure inside. As time went on, the man behaved more and more strangely. He was very interested in the farm's warehouse and processing workshop, constantly asking what supplies and equipment were stored there. When he saw the goose houses being built, he circled around several times, carefully asking where the building materials came from and how the construction was progressing. Lin Yu appeared friendly and answered all his questions, but he was already feeling uneasy inside. He secretly watched the man's every move and noticed that each time he asked questions, a flicker of nervousness and anticipation appeared in his eyes. This was not the behavior of a normal tourist. At noon, Lin Yu invited the man to eat at the farm's restaurant. The table was filled with homemade farm dishes. Lin Yu smiled and said, "Try our farm's food. We just picked everything fresh, so it's really tasty." The man politely picked up chopsticks, took a few bites, and nodded, saying, "The taste is really good. Your farm's products must be of high quality." During the meal, the man kept asking questions about everything from the farm's operating costs to sales channels, and even future plans. Although Lin Yu was suspicious, he tried to avoid sensitive topics and answered vaguely. After eating, the man said he wanted to look around some more. Lin Yu pretended to be busy and watched as the man walked away. Quickly, he called Old Wang, who was in charge of security. "Old Wang, did you notice that visitor? His behavior is strange. I suspect he's not just here for sightseeing. Arrange a few people to secretly watch him and see what he's up to," Lin Yu whispered. Old Wang frowned and nodded. "Got it. I'll handle it." "Boss Lin, do you think he might be a spy sent by a competitor?" Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, "It's possible, but there could be other reasons too. Anyway, we need to be careful and not let him realize we're watching him." Old Wang took the task and left. Soon after, he arranged some workers to act normally and spread out to places the man might go. The man continued wandering around the farm, stopping now and then to look at things or jot down notes in a small notebook. He went to the back mountain of the farm, an undeveloped area with old trees and a mysterious cave. He walked back and forth near the cave entrance several times, seeming hesitant about whether to go inside. The workers secretly watching reported everything to Lin Yu. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He wasn't sure what the man had discovered on the back mountain, nor whether his visit to the farm was related to some secret there. Quickly, Lin Yu hurried to the back mountain and saw from afar that the man was still near the cave entrance. He pretended to be relaxed and approached him with a smile, saying, "Are you interested in this area too? It hasn't been developed yet, so it might be a bit dangerous. Please be careful." The man looked back at Lin Yu, smiled slightly, and said, "I'm just curious and want to see the scenery here. But it seems a bit unsafe, so I won't go in." Lin Yu accompanied the man for a short walk nearby, occasionally glancing at his expressions and movements. The man looked calm, but Lin Yu always felt he was holding back some anger, ready to explode at any moment. As the day slowly darkened, the man said he was leaving. Lin Yu saw him to the gate and politely said, "Thank you for visiting our farm. If you have free time in the future, you're welcome to come again." The man got into his car, rolled down the window, and smiled again, saying, "Thanks, I'll consider it. Your farm is quite nice. I wish your tourism project a smooth opening." The car slowly drove out of the farm. Lin Yu watched the taillights fade into the distance, but his doubts remained. He turned to Old Wong beside him and said, "Keep an eye on this person and watch for any unusual behavior. Also, check his identity and see if you can find any clues." Old Wong nodded firmly and patted his chest, saying, "Don't worry, Boss Lin. I will get to the bottom of this." Back in the farm office, Lin Yu sat heavily in his chair, his mind racing. The appearance of this mysterious visitor was like throwing a stone into a calm lake, disturbing the farm's peace. He had no idea what the man wanted or what impact he might bring, but he knew he couldn't let his guard down. He had to stay alert and protect the farm at all costs. That night, the farm was so quiet that even the sound of a falling pin could be heard, only the rustling of leaves in the wind and occasional insects chirping. Lin Yu lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The image of the man kept flashing in his mind. He tried hard to recall every detail, hoping to find some clues. Suddenly, his phone rang loudly, breaking the silence. Lin Yu quickly grabbed it. It was Old Wong calling. "Boss Lin, we found some information about that man. His name is Zhao Ming. He used to work at an agricultural technology company but later resigned. It's not clear why he resigned, but he seems to have been researching topics related to agricultural ecosystems." Old Wong said this over the phone. Hearing this, Lin Yu had a sudden realization that Zhao Ming is not an ordinary person. He thought for a moment and told Old Wong, "Keep investigating to see if he has any connections with other agricultural companies or organizations. Also, watch where he goes next. He might have other plans." After hanging up, Lin Yu looked at the dark night sky outside the window and secretly vowed to uncover the true identity of this mysterious visitor, ensuring the smooth progress of the farm tourism project. The next morning, Lin Yu went back to the farm. He checked the progress of the tourism project while hoping Old Wong would bring new information. But all day, there was no news. In the evening, just as Lin Yu was about to go home, his phone rang. It was an unknown number. "Hello, is this Lin Yu, Boss Lin?" A deep voice came from the other end. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He recognized the voice as Zhao Ming's. He forced himself to stay calm and asked, "Yes, who are you?" "I'm Zhao Ming. After I returned today, I kept thinking about your farm. I believe it has a lot of potential for development. I want to have a good talk about the future plans for the farm. Do you have time?" Zhao Ming said. Lin Yu hesitated. He couldn't quite figure out Zhao Ming's true intentions, but he also thought this might be a good chance to find out what he was really after. So he replied, "Of course. When do you want to talk?" "How about tonight? I know a nice cafe near the farm with a good environment. Shall we meet there?" Zhao Ming suggested. Lin Yu thought for a moment and agreed, "Okay, I'll come over soon." After hanging up, Lin Yu felt a bit uneasy. He didn't know how the meeting would go, but he was prepared. No matter what Zhao Ming wanted to do, he had to stay calm and handle it well. He quickly tidied up and headed to the cafe. On the way, his mind raced, thinking through all the possible scenarios and responses. Lin Yu walked steadily into the cafe. The warm yellow light cast a gentle glow on him, adding a touch of softness to the already tense atmosphere. He scanned the room quickly and spotted Zhao Ming sitting in the corner. Zhao Ming was dressed in a neat suit, gently sipping his coffee with a graceful and calm manner. Lin Yu confidently walked toward Zhao Ming, offering a polite smile and saying, "Mr. Zhao, sorry to keep you waiting." Zhao Ming put down his coffee, stood up, and shook hands with Lin Yu, smiling kindly and saying, "I'm very happy you came, Lin. It's not a long wait at all. Please, sit down." As soon as they sat, the waiter quickly approached. Lin Yu said, "One latte, please." Then he placed his hands on the table confidently and looked at Zhao Ming, saying, "Mr. Zhao, I'm happy to hear your thoughts on the farm's future. I'm all ears." Zhao Ming sat up straighter, adjusted his glasses, and looked confident and professional. "Lin, I visited your farm yesterday. Honestly, it has great potential, especially the combination of eco-agriculture and tourism. There aren't many places in the country with such plants." Lin Yu nodded lightly and said modestly, "Oh, you're flattering me. I'm just working and figuring things out as I go." there's still a lot to learn. Zhao Ming continued, I heard you're planning to start a farm tourism project. That's a very smart idea. But to keep it running smoothly and steadily, some details need to be improved. For example, visitor experience. Besides activities like picking fruits and feeding animals, you could add more interactive projects, like farm culture displays or handmade farm products. Lin Yu listened carefully, considering whether these suggestions were practical. He said, You're right. I've thought about adding new activities, but I don't have a clear plan yet. Your ideas give me a lot of inspiration. Zhao Ming smiled and added, Also, marketing is very important. In today's internet age, using social media and travel platforms to promote your farm can really boost its popularity and attract more visitors. Lin Yu frowned slightly, feeling a bit helpless. I don't know much about this. I've been looking for a professional to help, but I haven't found the right person yet. Zhao Ming's eyes flickered, and he sincerely said, Lin, I've been studying the integration of ecological farming and rural tourism. If you don't mind, I can help you come up with ideas and maybe even get involved in running the project. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. Although Zhao Ming's suggestion sounded pretty good, he was still suspicious about Zhao Ming's true intentions. He thought for a while and slowly said, Mr. Zhao, your idea is quite appealing, but I need to think carefully. After all, this farm is something I've worked hard to build, and every decision affects its future. Zhao Ming nodded gently, wearing a calm smile. I understand, Mr. Lin. It's wise to be cautious. Take your time to consider. You have my number, so feel free to call me whenever you want. At that moment, the waiter brought Lin Yu's latte. He casually stirred it and took a sip. The coffee was fragrant, but his worries still lingered. The two continued talking about the farm's current situation. Zhao Ming showed great interest in all aspects of the farm, asking many targeted questions and offering several suggestions. Lin Yu listened carefully and appeared receptive, but inside, he was tense, trying to figure out what Zhao Ming really meant behind his words. Before he knew it, night fell completely. Zhao Ming checked his watch and stood up. Wow, it's getting late. Mr. Lin, you should head home and rest. I hope you'll seriously consider my proposal. I look forward to the chance for us to work together. Lin Yu also stood up, shook hands with Zhao Ming, and said, Thanks for your advice. I'll think it over carefully. Goodbye. As he left the cafe, a cool evening breeze suddenly blew past, messing up Lin Yu's hair. He looked up at the stars in the sky, feeling overwhelmed. Zhao Ming's sudden appearance was like throwing a stone into a calm lake, disturbing the steady rhythm of the farm's development. He couldn't tell if Zhao Ming was genuinely trying to help or had some hidden bad intentions. Back at the farm, Lin Yu went straight to his office, turned on the light, sat at his desk, took out paper and pen, and began to review his conversation with Zhao Ming from the beginning. He wrote down each suggestion Zhao Ming made, repeatedly pondering whether these ideas were good or bad. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Lin Yu loudly called out, Come in. The door opened, and Lao Wang entered, looking both tired and excited. Mr. Lin, I found out a bit more about Zhao Ming. Lin Yu quickly stood up and poured him a glass of water. Sit down and tell me. What did you find out? Lao Wang took a sip of water, relaxed a little, and said, I asked around. Zhao Ming resigned from that agricultural tech company, but he still has contact with some of the senior managers there. After resigning, he has been researching a new type of agricultural ecosystem. I heard this system could greatly improve both crop yield and quality. Lin Yu frowned and thought, how does his research relate to our farm? Could he be planning to do experiments here? Old Wang scratched his head and said, I can't figure it out either, but I feel like he has some purpose in approaching our farm. Boss Lin, how did your meeting with him go? Lin Yu recounted everything about his chat with Zhao Ming. After hearing this, Old Wang worried, Boss Lin, I think we should be careful. Don't trust him too easily. If he's trying to use our farm for his own goals, that could be bad. Lin Yu nodded. I know. I won't make quick decisions. But some of his suggestions are actually useful, so we can consider them. Keep an eye on him and tell me if there's any new news. After Old Wang left, Lin Yu started to worry again. He knew the farm tourism project was about to start, and at this critical moment, every decision was very important. He had to balance between using Zhao Ming's advice and being cautious of any bad intentions. In the next few days, Lin Yu focused entirely on preparing for the farm tour. He checked with workers whether the fruit in the picking area was ripe and full, adjusted the feed and activity space for the animals, all to make sure visitors would have fun. He also thought about Zhao Ming's suggestions for adding interactive activities and marketing strategies, discussing them several times with the farm managers and staff. Finally, the day of the farm tour opening arrived. Early in the morning, the sun slowly shone over every inch of the farm, as if wrapping the whole place in a golden blanket. Linyu arrived early, watching everyone busy but organized, feeling both excited and nervous. Tour buses and private cars kept arriving at the farm, and visitors eagerly got off, like a flock of cheerful birds. They wore bright, colorful clothes, with faces full of excitement and curiosity. Linyu stood at the gate, smiling warmly as he greeted the visitors, enthusiastically introducing the farm's activities and safety tips. The visitors found everything at the farm new and interesting, rushing to join various activities. In the picking area, children darted between the trees like little monkeys, happily shouting as they picked bright red apples and golden pears. Their laughter echoed throughout the orchard. Adults carefully pick fresh vegetables while repeatedly praising how green and clean the farm's produce is. The breeding area is lively, with visitors happily feeding adorable lambs, piglets, and rabbits. The animals are not afraid of people and jump around happily, occasionally making cheerful sounds that make visitors laugh. Linyu is busy working around the farm, like a hardworking little bee. He warmly greets every visitor and patiently answers their questions, hoping everyone has a good time. Seeing the happy smiles on the visitors' faces makes him feel proud, and he feels that all his hard work has been worth it. At noon, the farm restaurant is full of people. Visitors enjoy farm-grown dishes and keep praising how delicious they are. The restaurant is filled with the aroma of food and cheerful chatter, lively and bustling. Just as Lin Yu is feeling very happy, he notices a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye, Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming stands nearby, watching the visitors closely with a mysterious look that is hard to understand. Lin Yu suddenly feels uneasy. He isn't sure if Zhao Ming came here by chance or with some hidden plan. He takes a deep breath, calms himself, and then walks steadily toward Zhao Ming. Lin Yu takes a deep breath, steadies himself, and walks confidently toward Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming notices Lin Yu approaching and immediately puts on a friendly smile, speaking proactively. "Boss Lin, your farm tour project is really impressive. It seems like you've prepared very well from the start." Lin Yu looks at Zhao Ming politely and replies, "Thank you, Mr. Zhao. It's only the beginning, and there's still a lot to improve. Why are you here today?" Zhao Ming spreads his hands and smiles, saying, "I've been very interested in this project. As soon as it opened, I came to see how it's going. I also want to see if I can give you some new suggestions." Although Lin Yu still has doubts, he responds politely, "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Zhao. I've considered your suggestions carefully." Suddenly, a loud cry and a commotion come from the distance. Lin Yu's face changes. He forgets about talking to Zhao Ming and quickly runs toward the source of the noise. I saw a large group of people gathered near the farming area. From the crowd, I could hear sounds of pain and worried shouts. After pushing my way to the front, I saw that a tourist had been accidentally hurt by a goat. The goat was still agitated, kicking the ground, and no one dared to get close. The injured tourist was lying on the ground, blood flowing from a leg wound. His face was pale, and his family members were crying and shouting in panic. "What is going on? How does your farm manage things? Please, help him." Feeling very worried, I comforted the family. "Please don't worry. We will do everything we can to help the injured person." I quickly told the staff nearby, "Call an ambulance immediately. Get some people to control the goat so it doesn't hurt anyone else. Bring the first aid kit." The staff immediately took action. Some strong workers carefully approached the goat with ropes, trying to calm it down. At the same time, another staff member quickly brought the first aid kit. Although I am not a medical professional, I have learned some basic first aid. I knelt down and started to stop the bleeding. While working, I softly told the injured tourist, "Hang in there, sir. The ambulance will arrive soon." The tourist gritted his teeth and nodded slightly. Around us, other visitors looked worried and concerned. Some people started whispering, questioning the safety of the farm. I knew this was a serious incident. If not handled properly, it could badly damage the farm's reputation. I stood up and loudly addressed the crowd. "Dear visitors, we are very sorry for this accident. We will take full responsibility and handle this matter properly. Please stay calm, follow the staff's instructions, and continue enjoying your visit." However, the family of the injured tourist was still very upset. They pulled on my arm and cried out, "You must give us an explanation. If something happens to my husband, your farm will be responsible. I patiently explained, please rest assured, we will not avoid our responsibilities. Once the injured person is taken to the hospital, we will follow his treatment and cover all the costs. Just then, the siren of an ambulance sounded closer and closer. The medical team quickly got out of the vehicle, examined and bandaged the injured tourist, then carefully placed him on the ambulance. Lin Yu decided to personally accompany the injured person to the hospital. He told the staff nearby, this is your responsibility. Please calm the other visitors and strengthen safety measures in all areas to prevent similar incidents from happening again. On the way to the hospital, Lin Yu stayed by the injured person's side, comforting the family. Once at the hospital, he quickly handled paperwork and paid for medical expenses. Watching the doctor take the injured person into surgery, the family's mood eased slightly but remained worried and angry. Sitting in the hospital corridor, Lin Yu rubbed his temples tiredly. He knew there were many difficult tasks ahead. First, he had to wait for the surgery results, then discuss compensation with the family. More importantly, he needed to review and improve the farm's safety management. He took out his phone and called the farm manager, asking about the current situation. He learned that the staff had followed his instructions, checked the breeding areas thoroughly, improved protective measures, and reassured other visitors. Most visitors' emotions had stabilized, and he finally felt a little relief. At this moment, Zhao Ming arrived at the hospital. He approached Lin Yu and asked with concern, Boss Lin, I heard something happened here, so I came quickly. Don't worry too much. Accidents like this are nobody's fault. Let's work together to find a solution. Lin Yu looked at him gratefully and said, Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Now, we can only wait for the surgery results. The two sat silently, waiting for the operating room door to open. Time passed very slowly, each second feeling endless. Finally, the lights in the operating room went out, and the doctor came out. Lin Yu and the family hurried over, anxious to ask, Doctor, how is the patient? The doctor took off his mask and said, the surgery was successful. The patient is out of danger, but the leg injury is serious and needs to stay in the hospital for observation. Hearing this, Lin Yu and the family relaxed a little. The family held Lin Yu's hand and said more calmly, Boss Lin, we're grateful for your quick help. Without it, the situation could have been worse. But we need to discuss this matter. Lin Yu sincerely replied, Don't worry. We will take full responsibility. Once the patient's condition stabilizes, we will sit down and discuss compensation. The family nodded in agreement. Over the next few days, Lin Yu visited the injured person in the hospital every day to check on their recovery and maintain good communication with their family. At the farm, he organized a safety management meeting to analyze and summarize the incident thoroughly. During the meeting, Lin Yu said seriously, this accident has sounded an alarm for us. We must deeply reflect on the safety issues at the farm. Are the fences in the breeding area sturdy? Do we understand the animals' habits well? Are our staff trained enough to handle emergencies? These are areas we need to improve. The managers agreed and proposed several corrective actions, such as strengthening fences, adding safety warning signs, and providing emergency training for staff. Lin Yu recorded these suggestions and asked everyone to implement them quickly. After a few days of effort, the injured person's condition gradually improved, and their family's emotions became more stable. Lin Yu felt it was time to discuss compensation with the family. He prepared a detailed compensation plan, including medical expenses, lost wages, and emotional support costs. During negotiations, Lin Yu remained sincere and patiently listened to the family's opinions and requests. After some discussion, both sides reached an agreement and signed a compensation contract. The family held Lin Yu's hand, grateful, and said, Mr. Lin, we are very satisfied with how your farm handled this. We don't blame you entirely for the accident. We hope you will continue to improve and make the farm better. Lin Yu smiled and replied, Thank you for your understanding and support. We will learn from this, strengthen safety management, and ensure visitors have fun and feel safe at the farm. After settling the compensation, Lin Yu returned to the farm. Seeing many visitors still happily enjoying themselves, he felt a bit more at ease. However, he knew that the impact of the incident had not completely disappeared. The farm's reputation needed time and effort to recover. He decided to increase publicity, showing visitors the improvements made in safety management. He also planned to hold special promotions to attract more visitors and rebuild a good image for the farm. That night, Lin Yu sat alone in his office, looking out at the farm's night scene, lost in thought. Although the incident was temporarily managed well, he knew the farm would face various challenges in the future. He understands well that only by continuously improving and refining can the farm tourism project go further. The morning sunlight gently bathes every part of the farm, and dewdrops sparkle on the grass blades. Linyu arrives early at the farm. Although initial issues with visitors have been resolved, he still feels cautious. He knows there is still a long way to go to restore the farm's reputation. First, he checks the breeding area, inspecting how staff reinforce the fences and set up safety warning signs. Several workers carefully examine every connection of the fences to ensure nothing is loose. Linyu walks over, pats one worker on the shoulder, and says, "Good job, everyone. Please make sure safety is a top priority and no mistakes happen again." The workers nod, promising to do their best. Next, Linyu visits the visitor rest area, where new display boards are set up. These boards detail the safety improvements made on the farm. He carefully looks at the information, occasionally adjusting the angle of the board so visitors can see clearly. At that moment, a young mother with a child approaches the display boards and studies them carefully. Linyu walks over with a smile and asks, "Hello, are you satisfied with our farm safety measures?" The young mother looks up, with a hint of concern in her eyes, and says, "I heard there was an accident here before, so I was a bit worried. But after seeing these boards, I feel you do take safety seriously." Linyu quickly explains the accident was due to our oversight. "We have made comprehensive changes to prevent it from happening again, and your safety is our priority. Feel free to enjoy your visit with your child." The young mother nods, holding her child's hand, and says, "That's good. I hope you keep your promises." After seeing off the young mother, Linyu doesn't feel completely at ease. He knows that just having display boards isn't enough. Visitors need to see real changes at the farm. So he decides to strengthen staff emergency training. He gathers all staff involved in the tourism services for a simulated emergency drill in the farm's meeting room. He personally directs the exercise, simulating various possible incidents, such as visitors falling ill or animals startling people. The staff split into groups and respond according to their training, practicing how to handle different situations. During the drill, Linyu noticed some problems. Some staff members appeared nervous when facing emergencies and were not very familiar with the procedures. He quickly stopped the drill and explained each step carefully. He emphasized, "We must prioritize the safety of visitors. In any situation, we need to stay calm and act quickly. Only then can visitors feel safe and enjoy their time at our farm." After practicing several times, the staff's emergency response skills improved a lot. Linyu felt pleased seeing everyone working seriously. At noon, Linyu just came out of the meeting room and saw a group of visitors gathered at the farm's reception, smiling happily. Curious, he walked over and heard a visitor say excitedly, "I didn't expect this farm to be so interesting. We can see cute animals and enjoy picking fruits." They handled the previous incident very well, which makes us feel safe. Other visitors nodded in agreement. The staff at the reception saw Linyu and smiled, saying, "Boss Lin, these visitors came after seeing our online advertisements. They speak highly of our farm." Hearing this, Linyu felt warm inside. He approached and chatted kindly with the visitors. They praised the beautiful environment, good facilities, and the farm's responsible attitude in handling emergencies. An elderly man with white hair held Linyu's hand and said, "Young man, your farm is really great. No one wants accidents to happen, but your responsible handling makes me want to come back again." Linyu gratefully replied, "Thank you for your support. We will keep working hard to make the farm even better." As time went on, more visitors gave positive reviews of the farm's activities. Some shared their happy experiences on social media with nice photos. Others sent thank you letters to express their gratitude to the staff. The farm's reputation spread, and the number of visitors continued to grow. On weekends, the farm was filled with laughter and joy, and the parking lot was full of cars from different places. Linyu watched this lively scene and felt deeply moved. He knew that all of this was thanks to the hard work of everyone at the farm. To improve the experience for visitors, Linyu decided to introduce some new tourism activities. He discussed with his staff and, based on the farm's actual situation, designed activities like parent-child craft workshops and farming experience courses. Once launched, these activities were warmly welcomed by visitors. In the parent-child craft area, parents and children worked together to make various handmade items, smiling happily. A young child proudly held up a scarecrow they made and excitedly said to Lin Yu, "Uncle, I really like this place. I want to come again next time." Lin Yu gently patted the child's head and smiled. "You're welcome to come again. I will prepare more fun activities for you." The farming experience courses also attracted many visitors. They dressed in farm clothes and learned planting, watering, fertilizing, and other farming tasks from experienced farmers. Through working together, visitors enjoyed the fun of farming and learned to cherish the hard-earned food. One evening, while inspecting the farm, Lin Yu suddenly received a call from a visitor's family member. The person on the phone was excited and said, "Mr. Lin, thank you so much. Last time, my husband got hurt at the farm, and your handling of the situation really touched us. Now my husband's leg is much better, and he keeps saying he wants to come back to your farm." Lin Yu smiled and replied, "That's what we should do. I hope your husband recovers soon. You're always welcome to visit the farm again." After hanging up, Lin Yu felt very happy. He knew that the farm tourism projects were gradually improving, and the visitors' approval was the biggest encouragement for him. However, just as he was feeling joyful, a staff member hurried over, looking a bit anxious, and said, "Mr. Lin, something's wrong. A group of visitors seems unhappy with our food service and is causing trouble over there." Lin Yu's heart tightened, and his nerves, which had just relaxed, became tense again. He took a deep breath and said to the staff, "Don't worry. Take me over to see what's going on." Then he followed the staff quickly toward the dining area. Lin Yu hurried with the staff to the dining area and could hear loud noises from afar. A group of visitors was gathered in the center of the restaurant, looking angry and complaining loudly. The waiters stood nearby, anxious and unsure of what to do. Lin Yu quickly pushed through the crowd and said with a smile, "Dear visitors, I sincerely apologize for the unpleasant experience. Can we please calm down first and talk about what happened in detail?" A middle-aged man angrily said, "The food here is terrible. I can't even swallow it. And the prices are ridiculously high. Are you trying to cheat us?" The surrounding tourists nodded in agreement. Lin Yu patiently explained, "Sir, I apologize for how you feel. Our dishes are made with fresh ingredients from the farm, and the prices are clearly marked. Maybe the taste isn't to your liking. How about this? I'll ask the chef to prepare a few more dishes for you. This meal is on us, and you can try again. Would that be okay?" The middle-aged man still refused to back down. "Just redoing it won't make it better. I think your skills are just average. If you don't give me a proper answer today, we won't just leave it at that." Lin Yu kept smiling. "Sir, I understand your dissatisfaction. We will give you a satisfactory answer. How about this? Besides redoing the dishes for free, we'll also give you a VIP card for the farm. In the future, you can enjoy an 80% discount when visiting or spending here. Does that sound good?" Hearing Lin Yu's solution, the other tourists' moods eased a little. The middle-aged man hesitated and said, "All right, I'll give you one more chance. But if the new dishes aren't good enough, I won't let you off easily." Lin Yu quickly nodded. "Don't worry, we'll make sure you're satisfied." He immediately turned to the head chef and said, "Chef, please prepare a few more dishes. Make sure they're high quality and highlight our farm's specialties." The head chef accepted the order and hurried to the kitchen. While waiting for the food, Lin Yu talked with the tourists, listening to their specific opinions and expectations about the dishes. He carefully noted everything and promised to improve and adjust the menu. Soon, the new dishes were served. The rich aroma filled the air, attracting everyone's attention. Lin Yu invited the middle-aged man to taste. The man took a bite, and his expression gradually softened. He nodded and said, This tastes pretty good, much better than before." The other tourists also tried the food and praised it. The tense atmosphere finally eased, and Lin Yu's heart felt relieved. He smiled and said to everyone, "Thank you all for your understanding and support. We will keep working to improve our food quality and service, so everyone can enjoy their time here and have fun." Visitors expressed their satisfaction, and the tense atmosphere became peaceful. Lin Yu had a detailed discussion with the restaurant manager, asking them to improve chef training, enhance the taste and pairing of dishes, and control prices reasonably to ensure visitors enjoyed good value for their money. After handling the unexpected incident in the dining area, Lin Yu, exhausted, returned to his office. He sat down, massaged his temples, and reflected on the day's events. Although he successfully resolved the visitors' issues and made the farm's tourism more popular, he knew there would still be many challenges ahead. At that moment, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! The host's farm is developing well. New task issued. Cultivate a special variety of crops. Completing the task successfully will earn rich rewards. Failure will result in point deductions. Linyu was surprised but quickly became alert. He looked at the system message, realizing this would be a new challenge. However, the system did not specify what the special crop was or what conditions were needed to grow it. He fell into thought, recalling his past experiences and the abilities granted by the system. He remembered using the system to generate seeds, plant new crops, and improve soil, each time overcoming difficulties and succeeding. He believed he could find a solution this time too. Linyu decided to start by researching information. He opened his computer and began searching for knowledge about cultivating special crops. Academic papers and farming tips scrolled across the screen, and he watched intently. Most of the information was general and lacked specifics. He frowned, thinking that online resources alone might not be enough. He then remembered Professor Lee, an agricultural expert at the farm. Professor Lee was someone he brought in to handle various situations, with rich knowledge and practical experience. Linyu stood up and left his office, heading toward Professor Lee's workshop. On the way, he planned how to discuss the new task with him. Before he knew it, he arrived at the workshop door. He gently knocked, and a steady voice from inside said, "Come in." Linyu pushed open the door and saw Professor Lee sitting at his desk, focused on an agricultural book. "Professor Lee, sorry to bother you." Professor Lee put down his book, smiled, and stood up. "Shaolin, what brings you here?" Linyu explained the new task issued by the system in detail and then asked, "Professor Lee, do you have any thoughts or advice on growing special crop varieties?" Professor Lee stroked his chin and thought for a moment. Growing special crops is not easy. First, we need to understand the characteristics and needs of these crops, such as suitable soil types, climate conditions, and sunlight hours. Then, we choose the right seeds or perform genetic improvements based on these factors. Linyu nodded, agreeing that Professor Lee's advice made sense. He continued, "Where should we start to gather this information? The system only told us to grow special crops, but nothing else." Professor Lee smiled. "That is a bit tricky, but we can start with the resources and conditions we already have on the farm. We can do some basic experiments. For example, select several plots of land with different soil types and sunlight, and try planting common crops to observe how they grow. We might find patterns that can help us develop the special crops." Linyu was inspired. "Professor Lee, that's a good idea. I'll arrange for the staff to prepare the experimental fields." Professor Lee added, "During the experiments, keep detailed records, including growth cycles, pests and diseases, and yields. These data are very important for our future research." Linyu carefully noted Professor Lee's advice, feeling confident. He said goodbye and immediately returned to his office to organize the experimental work. He called the farm staff, asking them to select suitable land and prepare seeds and tools. Although the staff were a bit confused about this sudden experiment, they quickly followed Linyu's instructions. Soon, the preparations for the experimental fields were complete. Linyu went to the edge of the fields, looking at the neat plots of land, feeling full of hope. He knew that the journey to develop special crops had just begun, and many unknown difficulties and challenges awaited. But he believed that with his team's effort and the system's support, they could succeed. As the sun set, casting a golden glow over the farm, Linyu gazed at the fields and fell into deep thought. He didn't know what obstacles he might face in this special crop cultivation task, nor was he sure if he would succeed. But he was fully prepared to face this new challenge. The next morning, Linyu arrived at the experimental field early. The staff had already started working, planting seeds of common crops in different test plots according to the plan. Linyu carefully observed each test plot, silently hoping these basic experiments would yield good results. Days passed, and the crops in the test plots gradually sprouted tender green seedlings. Linyu came here every day to check on their growth and carefully record the data. However, as time went on, problems began to appear one after another. In one plot with good sunlight, the leaves of the crops started turning yellow, and their growth slowed noticeably. Linyu looked at the yellowing seedlings with worry. He quickly collected some samples and hurried to Professor Lee's office. "Professor Lee, please take a look. What's going on?" Linyu asked urgently as he handed the samples to Professor Lee. Professor Lee examined the samples carefully, his brow furrowing. "It looks like a deficiency of some trace element, but I can't tell exactly which one." He set down the samples and sat at his desk, beginning to look up related information. Linyu paced anxiously nearby, glancing frequently at the materials in Professor Lee's hands. Could it be the soil problem? When we chose this land, we didn't do a detailed soil test. Professor Lee nodded. That's possible. The soil's pH and fertility can affect how crops absorb nutrients. We need to do a thorough soil test. He then picked up the phone and contacted a professional soil testing agency, asking them to come to the farm quickly to test the soil in the test plots. Meanwhile, another test plot also showed problems. The stems of the crops became fragile and easy to break, as if they would snap with a light touch. Linyu returned to Professor Lee's office to report the situation. This might be an early sign of pests or diseases, or it could be due to unsuitable growing conditions. We need to increase pest and disease monitoring and further improve the environment. To find the root cause, Linyu and Professor Lee called a meeting with all the farm's agricultural experts in the conference room for an urgent discussion. The conference table was covered with various documents and data reports. The experts sat together with serious expressions. Professor Lee spoke first. The problems in the experimental field are quite complex. We cannot take action blindly. Let everyone share what they know and think. A young expert stood up. I believe we should consider the overall ecological environment. Factors like the layout of the field and surrounding vegetation might affect crop growth. An experienced senior expert also shared his opinion. We shouldn't ignore climate changes. Recently, temperatures and humidity have fluctuated a lot, which could be one reason for the crop problems. The experts expressed their ideas one after another, and the discussion in the meeting room was lively. Linyu listened carefully to each expert and took notes from time to time. Linyu summarized. Everyone makes good points. Now, we need to analyze these factors together to find the main problem. Next, we will divide into small groups to study soil, climate, pests, and diseases in detail. After the meeting, the experts quickly took action. The soil testing team returned to the field with special equipment, carefully sampling and testing each plot of land. The climate research team analyzed recent weather data collected from the weather station. The pest and disease monitoring team set up traps around the field to closely observe insect activity. Linyu was also busy. He worked with several experts, carefully studying crop growth data and conditions. They reviewed many materials, from domestic and international agricultural journals to old farming books, leaving no possible factor unexamined. During their research, they found a strange phenomenon. Some plots had poor crop growth, but their roots were unusually developed. This discovery made everyone both puzzled and excited. Well-developed roots usually mean better nutrient absorption, but why are the above-ground parts of these crops growing poorly? One expert asked. Everyone engaged in a lively discussion about this question. Some thought the nutrients absorbed by the roots might not be transported properly to the above-ground parts, while others guessed that some substance in the soil might be inhibiting growth above ground. To test these ideas, Linyu and the experts decided to conduct a series of experiments. They selected some crops with strong roots but poor above-ground growth for experiments on nutrient solutions and soil improvement. In the nutrient solution experiment, they soaked the crop roots in different nutrient mixes and observed how they grew. In the soil improvement experiment, they added various fertilizers and amendments to the test fields, hoping to improve the soil environment. As time passed, Linyu watched the progress closely, moving between the lab and the test fields every day. However, the results did not meet their expectations. Most crops in the nutrient solution experiment showed little improvement. In the soil improvement experiment, a few fields showed slight growth, but they were far from achieving the goal of growing special crops. Linyu felt increasingly worried. Seeing the crops still struggling to grow, he felt anxious and guilty. Are our methods wrong? Or are the conditions for growing these special crops more difficult than we thought? He muttered to himself. Professor Lee noticed Linyu's anxiety and patted his shoulder to comfort him. Shaolin, growing special crops is very challenging. It's normal to face difficulties. We've gathered a lot of data now. If we keep trying, we will find a solution. Linyu nodded, took a deep breath, and regained his confidence. Professor Lee, you're right. We can't give up easily. Next, let's review all the previous data again and see if we can find new clues. So, Linyu and the experts resumed their intense research. They carefully analyzed and compared every piece of data, looking for hidden patterns. Night fell, and the farm was quiet. Only the lights in the lab were still on. Linyu and the team kept working diligently, their eyes full of determination and focus, as if they had forgotten the passage of time. "Linyu, look at this," one expert suddenly said, pointing at the data on the computer screen. "These numbers show that when a certain trace element in the soil reaches a specific level, the crops show a slight improvement." Linyu leaned in to examine the screen closely, feeling a glimmer of hope. "This might be the key clue we need. We can further adjust the amount of this trace element in the soil to see what effect it has." Everyone immediately became energized and started discussing their next experimental plan. However, just as they were about to take action, the laboratory door suddenly swung open. A staff member hurried in, panting heavily. "Boss Lin, something's wrong." A sudden heavy rain hit the experimental fields, and many of them are flooded. Hearing this, Lin Yu and the experts' faces turned pale instantly. They didn't bother to tidy up the papers on the table and quickly rushed to check the situation in the fields. The rain poured down fiercely, and strong winds carried large raindrops that pounded the ground. The experimental fields quickly turned into a vast flood. When Lin Yu and the experts arrived anxiously, the staff members also came running. They saw that the neatly arranged crops were now leaning in all directions. Many had been submerged by the floodwaters, with only a few remaining leaves helplessly floating on the water's surface. "Quick, let's drain the water." Lin Yu shouted loudly, but his voice was faint against the roaring wind and rain. The experts and staff members sprang into action. Some started the drainage pumps, others worked to clear the channels between the ridges. Rainwater continuously streamed down their faces, and their soaked clothes clung tightly to their bodies, but no one paid attention to that now. After a tense effort to pump out the water, the floodwaters gradually receded. However, the damage to the crops in the fields remained severe. Many seedlings had been uprooted, and some that still stood had broken stems and leaves, losing all vitality. Lin Yu looked at the chaotic scene with a bitter feeling in his heart. The small spark of hope that had just ignited was mostly extinguished by this sudden storm. "Don't be discouraged, Shaolin. Although this storm caused heavy losses, it might also be an opportunity. Maybe we can find new ways to cultivate by studying the damaged crops." Professor Lee patted Lin Yu's shoulder firmly. Lin Yu took a deep breath and nodded. He knew that, as the farm's leader, he couldn't afford to fall apart at this moment. Professor Lee is right. Everyone, don't be discouraged. Let's reorganize the fields and carefully analyze the damaged crops. We might find a breakthrough. In the following days, Lin Yu and the experts dedicated themselves fully to studying the damaged crops and replanting the fields. They took samples of the flooded crops back to the laboratory for comprehensive testing and analysis. From cell structures to nutritional components, they paid attention to every small change. When reviewing agricultural information, they not only consulted previous research but also contacted major agricultural universities and research institutions, borrowing many valuable internal documents. Every page of paper was turned so vigorously that the corners curled, filled with notes and comments. To seek advice from experienced industry experts, Lin Yu went out of his way to make connections and find ways. He first contacted several well-known domestic agricultural specialists, consulting them via phone and video calls about the difficulties in cultivating special crops. Later, he personally visited some seasoned farmers living in rural areas, humbly listening to their insights and suggestions. While analyzing each detail of the cultivation process, Lin Yu used his past systematic experience to view the problems from a special perspective provided by the system. Professor Lee relied on solid professional knowledge to reason and argue scientifically about each step. They broke down the previous cultivation plan into pieces, then reassembled and adjusted it, trying countless possibilities. Once, while flipping through an old agricultural book, Lin Yu accidentally discovered an ancient method for soil improvement. The book mentioned that during certain seasons, burning specific plants into ash and mixing it into the soil could improve its texture and fertility. Excited, he shared this discovery with Professor Lee, and they immediately decided to try it in a small part of the experimental field. Following the instructions in the book, they collected the relevant plants, burned and ground them through a series of steps, then carefully spread the mixture evenly over the chosen test area. In the days that followed, they visited the experimental field daily, carefully observing changes in the soil and crops. Meanwhile, researchers made new discoveries in their study of damaged crops. They found that after flooding, some crop roots showed subtle changes in cell structure, which seemed related to their ability to absorb nutrients. This discovery was very exciting, like finding a glimmer of hope in darkness. Based on these new clues and findings, Lin Yu and the experts adjusted the cultivation plan again. They precisely controlled the amount of fertilizer and water in the improved soil, simulating the special environment after flooding, aiming to stimulate the crop's natural adaptability and growth potential. Time quietly passed in this intense and fruitful period of research and experimentation. Finally, after many failures and adjustments, a surprising change appeared in the experimental field. The crops grown with the new method gradually regained vitality, and their color became greener. The roots stretched freely in the soil as if greedily absorbing nutrients. Lin Yu and the experts stood by the field, watching the healthy crops with excited eyes. "We did it. We finally found a way to solve the current cultivation problems," Lin Yu cheered happily, full of joy and pride. "This is just the first step. There is still much work to do, but at least we see hope for completing the system task," Professor Lee said with a calm tone, though his eyes showed excitement. In the following days, they carefully took care of and observed the crops, constantly improving the cultivation plan to ensure healthy growth. As time went on, the special crops grew better and better, bringing them closer to success. One evening, as the sunset cast a golden glow over the field, Lin Yu walked alone along the edge, feeling the gentle breeze on his face. He looked at the hopeful field and felt deeply moved. Remembering the hardships and setbacks he had faced, he knew that each step forward was hard-won. "I don't know what difficulties might come next, but I believe that as long as I keep going, I will complete the system task," Lin Yu silently told himself. Suddenly, his phone rang. He took out his phone, looked at the caller ID, frowned slightly, and then answered. A deep, unfamiliar voice came from the phone. "Mr. Lin, congratulations on your farm's great progress, especially with the initial success of the special crops." Lin Yu was surprised. The caller seemed to know a lot about his farm. He asked cautiously, "Who are you? How do you know all this?" "You don't need to know who I am. The organization I represent is very interested in your farm. We have some ideas for cooperation and hope to meet with you," the voice said slowly. Lin Yu hesitated. He was unsure of this mysterious organization's intentions. Agreeing to a meeting might be dangerous, but refusing could cause unnecessary trouble. "Why should I cooperate with you? I don't even know what kind of organization you are." "Mr. Lin, our organization is more powerful than you think. Working with us will only benefit you, not harm you. As for what organization we are, you'll find out once we meet. The meeting is set at the abandoned factory in the south of the city, tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. We hope you will arrive on time." After saying this, the other person hung up. Lin Yu held his phone with a serious look. This mysterious group was like a sudden dark cloud, making his smooth farm development uncertain. He didn't know what their true goal was, whether they wanted control of the farm system or were interested in the value of special crops. Back at the farm office, Lin Yu told Professor Lee about the situation. Professor Lee also frowned. "This mysterious group is very suspicious. We don't know anything about them. Meeting them might be a trap." Lin Yu sighed. "I know there's risk, but if I refuse outright, who knows what they might do? It could be bad for the farm. For now, we just need to see what they want." Professor Lee thought for a moment. "We should be prepared. I'll have some skilled staff secretly follow you, so they can help quickly if needed." Lin Yu nodded. "That's the best plan. But before that, we need to focus on the farm. We can't let this mysterious group disturb us. Our special crops are making progress, but they still need more care and improvement." The next day, Lin Yu worked as usual on the farm. He checked the growth of the special crops and discussed plans with the experts. The staff did their jobs, some worked in the fields, others analyzed data in the lab. Everything seemed normal on the surface, but Lin Yu kept thinking about the meeting that night. He kept glancing at his watch as time slowly passed. Finally, it was time to go. Lin Yu drove toward the abandoned factory in the south of the city. On the way, he looked in the rearview mirror and saw 2 cars following at a steady pace, likely the support team Professor Lee arranged. When he arrived at the factory, it was already completely dark. The area was silent, with only the wind whistling through the broken windows. Lin Yu parked his car, took a deep breath, and slowly walked into the factory. The factory was filled with a damp, decaying smell. Large patches of lime on the walls were peeling off, and the floor was cluttered with debris. Lin Yu carefully moved forward, his eyes alert as he looked around. Suddenly, the lights turned on, dazzling Lin Yu and making his eyes water. Once he adjusted to the brightness, he saw several people standing in the middle of the factory. Leading them was a tall man dressed in a black suit, wearing sunglasses that hid his expression. "Mr. Lin, you're on time," the man said in a deep voice, just like on the phone. Calmly, Linyu replied, I'm here. Just tell me what kind of cooperation you're talking about. The man smiled slightly and gestured. The people nearby brought over some chairs. Mr. Lin, please sit down and take your time. Our organization is very interested in agriculture, and your farm is doing well, especially with growing special crops. That's exactly what we need. Linyu sat down, looking firmly at the man. Tell me about your cooperation plan. I need to think about whether it's possible. The man said, we can provide money and technology to help you expand your farm and speed up the growth of your special crops. In return, we want a certain share of the farm. Linyu thought to himself that this offer sounded tempting, but there was probably something hidden. I don't know much about your organization or your goals. How can I trust you easily? And you haven't told me what percentage of shares you want. The man took off his sunglasses, revealing deep eyes. You don't need to know too much about our background. Just know that working with us can help your farm improve greatly. As for shares, we want 40%. Linyu was surprised. 40% was a large part of the farm. This percentage is too high. I can't accept it. And I'm also unsure if working with you will cause other problems. The man's face darkened. Mr. Lin, you need to think carefully. Refusing our cooperation isn't good for you. We have the power to cause trouble for your farm. Linyu responded bravely, threats won't work on me. I built my farm through my own efforts, and I won't be easily scared by you. If the terms aren't fair, I'd rather do without your money and technology support. The two sides fell into a tense standoff. The atmosphere grew more serious. The men behind the man also started to get ready, as if they might act at any moment. At that moment, the sound of a car engine came from outside. Linyu's heart moved, knowing that support personnel had arrived. The man heard the noise, and his face slightly changed. He didn't expect Linyu to be prepared. Mr. Lin, it seems you were ready. But our sincerity is real, and you can think about cooperating again. Linyu stood up. I'll consider it, but until I understand your organization's true nature, cooperation is off the table. Let's end it here today. After speaking, Linyu turned and left the factory. The support vehicle was parked outside. He got into one of the cars and quickly drove away. Back at the farm, Linyu told Professor Lee about the meeting. Professor Lee looked worried. This mysterious organization is not friendly. We can't ignore their threats. We need to be more careful to protect the farm. Linyu nodded. I understand. But we can't relax our work on growing the special crops. We must finish the system tasks as soon as possible. In the following days, Linyu kept a close eye on the mysterious organization while working with experts to improve the crop cultivation plans. The farm workers also felt the tense atmosphere and worked more carefully. However, the mysterious organization did not give up. One morning, Linyu received a call from the farm supplier. They said they could no longer provide raw materials because of pressure from a mysterious group. Linyu felt worried. He knew this was caused by the mysterious organization. He comforted the supplier and started looking for new ones. During his search, Linyu found many businesses were also influenced by the mysterious group and unwilling to work with the farm. This made him very worried, as the farm's production was about to be affected. Should I really agree to the mysterious group's conditions? Linyu wondered. But he quickly dismissed the idea. He couldn't easily bow to such forces. He decided to call a meeting with the core team of the farm to discuss how to respond. At the meeting, everyone shared their ideas. Some suggested calling the police. Others proposed exposing the mysterious group's crimes through the media. Linyu listened carefully and finally said, calling the police isn't the best option right now. We don't have enough proof that the mysterious group is behind this. Exposing them in the media also has risks and could cause unnecessary trouble. I believe we should start by focusing on ourselves. On one hand, we need to keep looking for new suppliers. On the other hand, we should strengthen the farm's security measures. After the meeting, Linyu and the staff immediately took action. They contacted new suppliers through various channels and improved the farm's security by adding patrols and surveillance cameras. While Linyu was busy with the farm's problems, he suddenly received an anonymous message. To solve the farm's difficulties, come to the old warehouse in the north of the city at 10 p.m. Linyu looked at the message, feeling full of doubt. Who sent this message? Is it another trap set by the mysterious organization? Or is there something else going on? Linyu stared closely at his phone screen, his eyebrows furrowing into a frown as he repeatedly rubbed his thumb over the device. Professor Lee came over, looked at the message, and said worriedly, Linyu, This is probably another trap from the mysterious organization. We shouldn't fall for it easily. Lin Yu took a deep breath and slowly said, I know there are risks, but the farm supply problems are very serious. Maybe this is a good chance to solve the issue. Old Zhang, the security team leader, frowned and suggested gruffly, Boss, I'll go with you. Having more people around can help. Lin Yu waved his hand and said, No, this is too dangerous. I don't want to involve you. If the mysterious organization finds out someone is following, it could become even harder to handle. I'll go alone. You stay at the farm and keep watch. At night, thick clouds covered the moonlight, making the whole world seem wrapped in a huge black cloth. Lin Yu drove toward the old warehouse in the north of the city. Along the way, apart from the roar of the engine, everything was eerily quiet. Occasionally, a wild cat's cry broke the night, making Lin Yu's nerves even more tense. When he arrived at the warehouse, everything was silent except for the half-open door, which let out a faint yellow glow. Lin Yu parked his car and slowly approached the warehouse, taking very careful steps. As he entered, a strong musty smell hit him, and the dim lights flickered in the breeze, casting twisted shadows on the walls. He looked around cautiously and loudly called out, Who called me here? Come out. In the silence, a figure slowly stepped out of the darkness. It was a person dressed in a black trench coat and wearing a hat pulled low, making it impossible to see their face clearly. The person's voice was deep and hoarse. Mr. Lin, long time no see. Lin Yu asked coldly, Who are you? Why did you call me here? The man in black smiled and said, Mr. Lin, don't worry. I know the difficulties your farm is facing, and I can help you solve them. Lin Yu felt a move in his heart, but kept a cautious face. What are your conditions? Just be honest. I don't believe there's such a thing as free lunch. The man in black crossed his arms. It's simple. I just want to know about the special crops you grow and some information about your farm. Lin Yu's heart tightened. It was clear he was after the system. He calmly replied, I can't share that information easily. It involves the core secrets of the farm. The man in black took 2 steps forward, his tone slightly threatening. Mr. Lin, you better think carefully. The issue with your farm supplier can be solved with a word from me. But if you don't cooperate, there will be more trouble later. Lin Yu didn't back down. His eyes were firm. Even if the farm faces difficulties, I won't betray its core secrets. What is your mysterious organization really after? Just tell me. The man in black sneered. Humph, ungrateful. Our organization sees your potential. We wanted to invite you to join us, so you can enjoy endless wealth and glory. But since you're so stubborn, don't blame us for being rude. Lin Yu clenched his fists. I knew you had bad intentions. I won't join you, no matter what tricks you use. As soon as he finished, suddenly, a group of black-clad people appeared from all sides of the warehouse, surrounding Lin Yu tightly. Each held weapons that gleamed coldly. The leader of the black-clad group waved his hand and said, Mr. Lin, I'll give you one more chance. Agree to cooperate now, and it's still not too late. Otherwise, you won't leave this warehouse today. Lin Yu took a deep breath, pretending to be calm, but he was quickly thinking of a plan. He remembered there were some unused items in the system that might be useful. He acted relaxed and said, With you guys, you can't stop me. As he spoke, he secretly activated an invisibility item from the system. Instantly, Lin Yu's body became transparent. The black-clad people around him suddenly panicked. Where is he? I can't see him. Search quickly. Don't let him escape. The noisy voices echoed in the warehouse. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lin Yu crouched and moved toward the door of the warehouse. Just as he was about to reach the door, one of the black-clad figures seemed to notice something, suddenly turned around, and stabbed toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu reacted quickly, sidestepping, and the knife brushed past his clothes. Lin Yu took the opportunity to kick the man in black's knee. The man in black screamed loudly and fell to the ground. Other men in black heard the noise and rushed over. Knowing his invisibility was running out, Lin Yu knew he had to leave quickly. He clenched his teeth and hurried toward the door. Just as he reached the door, his invisibility disappeared. Stop him! Catch him! Shouted the leader of the men in black, and they all rushed toward Lin Yu. Quickly, Lin Yu took out a smoke bomb from his system and threw it forcefully. Thick smoke filled the warehouse, making it impossible to see. Taking advantage of the cover, Lin Yu finally ran out of the warehouse. He jumped into a car, started the engine, and sped away from the scene. Behind him, the men in black chased after him and started shooting at his car. Bullets hit the car, making loud banging sounds. While driving, Lin Yu looked at the rearview mirror to check what was behind. He saw several black cars coming after him, their headlights flickering like evil eyes in the dark. These guys just won't give up. Lin Yu clenched his teeth, pressed the accelerator harder, and the car sped along the bumpy road. Trees on both sides rushed past, and the wind howled in his ears. Ahead, there was a sharp turn. Lin Yu skillfully turned the steering wheel, and the car made a risky turn. Because the cars were going too fast, one of the black cars couldn't turn in time and crashed into a roadside tree, bursting into flames. Good opportunity. Lin Yu took the chance to put more distance between him and the others. But the men in black didn't give up and kept chasing him. Suddenly, a river appeared ahead, with only a narrow bridge crossing it. Without thinking much, Lin Yu pressed the gas pedal and sped onto the bridge. The bridge creaked under the weight of the car. The black cars behind also entered the bridge, but because it was narrow, only one car could pass at a time. After crossing the bridge, Lin Yu quickly took out a demolition device from his system and set it up at the edge of the bridge. When the black cars were almost across, Lin Yu pressed the detonation button. There was a loud explosion, and the small bridge was blown apart, trapping the black cars on the other side. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief and slowed down. But he knew this was only a temporary escape. The mysterious organization wouldn't let him go so easily. Back at the farm, Lin Yu tiredly entered the office. Professor Li and old Zhang hurried over, looking worried. Professor Li asked with concern, "Lin Yu, are you okay? How is the situation?" Lin Yu sat weakly in a chair and said, "I'm fine. The mysterious organization clearly has bad intentions. They wanted to find out about the system, but I didn't agree. They tried to attack me, but I managed to escape." Old Zhang said angrily, "These guys are too arrogant. Boss, we can't just let this go. We need to find a way to fight back." Lin Yu rubbed his temples and said, "Right now, we don't know much about the organization's strength or background. We can't act rashly. First, we need to solve the farm's supply issues to ensure the special crops are not affected." Professor Li nodded and said, "Exactly. Supply is the top priority. We should keep trying to find new suppliers." Lin Yu stood up confidently and said, "Everyone, don't worry. I won't let this organization ruin the farm's progress. Let's work together, and we will get through this tough time." Deep inside, Lin Yu knew that the threat from the organization was like a ticking bomb, ready to explode at any moment. He still hadn't figured out a clear plan to deal with it. Lin Yu sat in his office, frowning with a worried look. Although he had initially agreed to cooperate with the mysterious organization, he knew deep down that there could be many hidden dangers. He understood that he couldn't sign the contract carelessly. Every detail had to be carefully checked. Early the next morning, Lin Yu called his lawyer friend, Chen Feng. Chen Feng was a well-known figure in the legal world, experienced with many complicated business contracts. Lin Yu explained everything to Chen Feng and sent him the letter of intent from the organization. Chen Feng said seriously, "Lin Yu, you have to be very careful when working with such a mysterious group. They seem secretive, and who knows what bad intentions they might have. I will review the contract carefully to protect your rights." Lin Yu looked worried and said, "Please, Chen lawyer, I just feel like there's more to this than it seems. They're interested in my special crops, but they probably have their own plans." Chen Feng reassured him, "Don't worry. I will go through every word and find any traps. It might take some time, but I'll make sure you're safe." After hanging up, Lin Yu didn't relax. He thought about strengthening the farm's security to prevent the organization from causing trouble. He called the security chief and discussed ways to improve the farm's safety level. Lin Yu said seriously, "From now on, we need to increase patrols, especially around the test fields and warehouses. Also, install a few more cameras so the whole farm is under surveillance." The security manager nodded respectfully and said, "Boss, don't worry. We will do a good job with security and keep the farm safe." In the following days, Lin Yu was busy with daily farm work while eagerly waiting for news from Chen Feng. Every time his phone rang, his heart skipped a beat, hoping it was Chen Feng calling. Finally, one afternoon, Chen Feng's call came. Chen Feng's voice sounded heavy. "Lin Yu, I carefully looked at the contract. There are quite a few problems." His heart tightened, and he quickly asked, "Lawyer Chen, what exactly are the issues? Tell me quickly." Chen Feng explained in detail. First, the contract is unclear about the control rights for special crops, which could cause conflicts later. Second, the profit-sharing clauses are unfair and seem to favor them. Also, there are some parts that might limit your ability to develop independently. The more Lin Yu listened, the angrier he got. He didn't expect this mysterious organization to hide so many traps in the contract. He held back his anger and asked, "Lawyer Chen, what should I do?" Chen Feng firmly said, "I suggest you refuse this cooperation. Although the organization seems powerful, their contract shows they have bad intentions. Working with them could cause big losses for your farm." Hearing this, Lin Yu fell into thought. He remembered the advice from his system, which was to understand more about the mysterious organization first. In recent days, he had been trying to gather information, but he still knew little about their core. Now, this contract looks like a warning sign. He said, "Thank you, Lawyer Chen. I will think carefully about your advice." After hanging up, Lin Yu walked back and forth anxiously in his office, feeling like an ant on a hot pan. He knew this decision was crucial for the future of the farm. If he refused the cooperation, the organization might hold a grudge and cause trouble. But if he agreed, it would be like jumping into a fire. While he was thinking, a farm worker named Shaoli rushed into the office, panting and saying, "Boss, 2 strangers just drove into the farm, looking for you to talk about cooperation." Lin Yu's heart thumped. He guessed these 2 were probably sent by the mysterious organization to pressure him into signing the contract. He took a deep breath and said, "I understand. Please have them wait in the meeting room. I'll go there now." Lin Yu steadied himself and walked toward the meeting room. When he opened the door and saw the 2 strangers, he couldn't help but be surprised. These 2 looked like troublemakers, with a fierce look in their eyes. The tall man directly said, "You must be Lin Yu. We are here on behalf of our organization to discuss a cooperation deal with you. How about it? The contract review is almost done. Are you ready to sign?" Lin Yu calmly looked at them and said, "I've had a lawyer review the contract. Sorry, I can't cooperate with you." Hearing this, the 2 strangers' faces immediately darkened. The other man threatened, "Why not? Our organization has already offered good conditions. Do you know what could happen if you refuse us?" Lin Yu stared at them without fear and said, "I understand there could be risks in refusing, but there are too many unfair parts in this contract. I can't gamble with the future of my farm. You sent people to test me and even tried to set traps in the contract. I can't accept such a partnership." The tall man sneered and said, "Lin Yu, don't be so naive. Do you think a small farm owner like you can stand up to our organization? If you miss this chance, you'll regret it later." Lin Yu shook his head firmly and said, "I don't regret it. I believe that with my own efforts, the farm can grow well. I don't want to fall into a trap just for temporary benefits." The 2 strangers looked at each other, then stood up and said, "Since you're so ungrateful, there's nothing more to talk about. Take care of yourself." After saying that, they strode out of the meeting room. Lin Yu watched their backs, feeling not afraid but instead relieved. He knew that refusing the cooperation was just the beginning. There might be more trouble ahead, but he believed he could protect his farm. In the days that followed, Lin Yu focused entirely on developing the farm. He worked with agricultural experts to continue researching special crop planting techniques, hoping to improve both yield and quality. At the same time, he looked for sales channels and tried to find more partners. Unfortunately, peace didn't last long. One evening, while Lin Yu was calculating the farm's finances in his office, he suddenly received a call from the security chief. The security chief hurriedly said, "Boss, there's a group of suspicious people outside the farm. They've surrounded it, and it looks like they mean trouble." Lin Yu's heart suddenly grew cold. He knew this was probably revenge from a mysterious organization. He quickly stood up and said, "Stay calm first. I'll be there soon." He ran to the farm gate and saw a group of people in black clothes, their eyes fierce. The leader was the tall man he had previously discussed cooperation with. The tall man sneered and said, "Lin Yu, you think refusing us means you're safe? Today, you'll see what happens when you cross our group." Lin Yu looked at them calmly and said, "You are breaking the law. I can call the police." The tall man laughed disdainfully and said, "Call the police? Do you think they'll care about this? Besides, by the time they come, we'll be gone." Just as they were about to clash, a car sped over and screeched to a stop at the farm gate. The door opened, and someone got out. Lin Yu looked carefully and recognized his mysterious ally from before in the secret area. The ally came over and whispered, "Don't worry, I'm here." Then he raised his voice and said loudly to the black-clad group, "Everyone stop. This is my territory. Anyone causing trouble will regret it." The black-clad group didn't expect someone to show up, and all looked at the tall man, waiting for his orders. The tall man hesitated, clenched his teeth, and said, "Fine, you got lucky today. But this isn't over. We'll see about that." After saying that, he and his followers left in frustration. Lin Yu looked gratefully at his mysterious ally and said, "Thanks for helping. Why are you here?" The ally smiled and said, "I've been watching over you. I know the mysterious group won't let you go easily, so I came to check. If you ever need help, just ask me." Lin Yu nodded, feeling warm inside. He knew he wasn't fighting alone on this challenging road. After seeing off his ally, Lin Yu returned to his office, sat heavily in his chair, and thought about what had happened today. He understood that although he had temporarily escaped this crisis, the mysterious group wouldn't give up easily. More tests and challenges awaited him in the farm. He secretly vowed, no matter what, I must protect the farm and keep my dreams alive. He looked out the window at the farm, where moonlight bathed the fields in peace and quiet. But he knew this calm could be broken at any moment. He clenched his fists, ready to face future challenges with even stronger confidence. Lin Yu had just calmed his nerves, thinking the trouble was over, but he didn't expect the real problems to just be beginning. The next morning, old Zhang, a farm worker, hurried to Lin Yu's office, panting and shouting, "Boss, something's wrong. The irrigation system seems to have a problem. Several fields have no water, and the crops are drying up." Hearing this, Lin Yu's head suddenly throbbed, and his heart tightened. He didn't waste time and ran with old Zhang to the fields. They saw that the irrigation channels, which should have been flowing with water, were completely dry. The crops drooped, and their leaves turned yellow and curled. Lin Yu squatted down, gently touching a withering corn seedling, his face full of concern. He frowned and clenched his teeth, saying, "This must be the work of some mysterious group. They want to ruin my farm." Old Zhang, also angry, said, "Boss, what should we do? So much land is dry, and the loss will be huge." Lin Yu stood up, his eyes firm. "Don't panic. Contact the repair technician immediately and see if we can fix the system quickly. I won't believe they can defeat me." Old Zhang nodded quickly and went to call the repair technician. Lin Yu paced back and forth in the fields, thinking about the next steps. But trouble kept coming. At noon, Xiao Wang, the driver responsible for transporting farm products, rushed to Lin Yu in a panic. "Boss, it's bad. We encountered some people setting obstacles on the road. Many boxes were damaged, and we won't make the delivery on time. They also said they would hold us responsible for breach of contract." Lin Yu angrily slammed his fist on the table. They stop at nothing. "Xiao Wang, try to salvage what you can from the damaged goods. Do your best. I'll think of a way to explain to the clients." Xiao Wang nodded helplessly and went to handle the damaged goods. Lin Yu rubbed his temples, feeling a terrible headache. He knew that this delay in transportation would not only cause financial loss but also damage the farm's reputation. Just as one problem was solved, another arose. That evening, Lin Yu opened his computer to check the farm's orders, only to find the official website filled with negative comments, claiming the farm's products were of poor quality and caused stomach issues. Meanwhile, similar rumors spread wildly on social media, and the farm's reputation plummeted. Lin Yu slammed the table in anger and shouted, "Mysterious organization, you've gone too far. You use such low-level tricks to smear me." The farm accountant, Shaoli, hurried in, looking worried. "Boss, the order volume is dropping sharply. Many customers are canceling their bookings. If this continues, we might not even cover our costs this month." Lin Yu took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. "Shaoli, please gather the details of the losses. I need to think about how to respond to these rumors and restore the farm's reputation." After Shaoli left, Lin Yu sat alone in his office, lost in thought. He knew the most urgent tasks were fixing the irrigation system, solving transportation problems, and clarifying the online rumors. But each of these was difficult to handle. At that moment, Old Shin, the agriculture expert, came into the office. Seeing Lin Yu's worried face, he comforted him. "Little Lin, don't worry too much. The repair technician for the irrigation system will arrive this afternoon and should fix it quickly. We can also negotiate with the customers about transportation and try to get their understanding. As for the online rumors, we need to gather proof that our products are safe." Lin Yu looked gratefully at Old Shin. "Thank you, Teacher Chin. I'll contact the testing agency right away to check our products, then publish the results to disprove the rumors." Old Shin nodded. "That's a good plan. But the mysterious group probably won't give up easily. We need to prepare for a long-term response." Lin Yu clenched his teeth. "I don't believe in evil. The more they try to ruin me, the more I want to develop the farm better. Let's see what sneaky tricks they come up with next. While Lin Yu and Old Chun discussed strategies, the farm's security chief hurried over. Boss, we found a few suspicious people around the farm. They seem to be scouting. I've already assigned people to watch them. Lin Yu frowned. It looks like the mysterious group is still planning something. You must strengthen security and make sure they don't succeed. The security chief assured him confidently. Don't worry, boss. I will handle the security properly. They won't damage our farm. Time passed quickly. The repair technicians finally arrived at the farm. They immediately checked and fixed the irrigation system. Lin Yu stayed nearby, watching anxiously as the workers worked. After several hours of effort, the irrigation system was finally repaired. Clear water flowed back into the channels, watering the dry fields. Lin Yu looked at this scene and finally felt relieved. Next, Lin Yu began to address the issues of transportation delays and online rumors. He personally called customers, sincerely apologized, and promised to offer some compensation. Most customers understood and were willing to give the farm another chance. Meanwhile, the testing agency Lin Yu contacted quickly tested the farm's products. The results showed that the products fully met food safety standards and had no quality problems. Lin Yu immediately arranged for the test report to be posted on the farm's official website and social media, along with a statement condemning the malicious smear campaign by a mysterious group. As the report was released, the rumors online gradually subsided, and some skeptical customers regained trust in the farm. Orders slowly started to increase again, and Lin Yu's worries eased a little. He knew that the fight against the mysterious group was far from over. They would likely try other ways to target him and the farm. He had to stay alert and be prepared for any emergencies. Late at night, Lin Yu returned home exhausted. Lying in bed, he couldn't fall asleep. His mind kept replaying the difficulties and challenges the farm had faced recently. He thought to himself, mysterious group, do you think this can defeat me? I, Lin Yu, will never give up easily. I will protect my farm and make it stronger. The next morning, Lin Yu arrived early at the farm. Seeing the lively fields, he felt a surge of determination. He knew the road ahead was long and more challenges awaited, but he was ready to fight the mysterious group to the end. At this moment, farm workers arrived one after another. Seeing the repaired irrigation system and the gradually recovering crops, everyone showed happy smiles. Lin Yu walked among the workers and said loudly, "Brothers, although we've faced many troubles, as long as we stay united, we can overcome any difficulty. Let's work together to make the farm better." The workers responded enthusiastically, their morale boosted. Lin Yu looked at everyone's energetic faces and felt hopeful. He knew that with everyone's support, he could lead the farm through this crisis. Just as Lin Yu was about to start a new day's work with the workers, his phone suddenly rang. Looking at the unfamiliar number on the screen, Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat, unsure of what new tricks the mysterious organization was playing. Lin Yu took a deep breath, forced himself to stay calm, and pressed the answer button. A strange voice came from the phone. "Boss Lin, hope you're well. How does it feel to taste our power? As long as you agree to cooperate with us, all these troubles will disappear." Lin Yu clenched his fists and shouted angrily, "You bunch of mean people, stop dreaming. I will never cooperate with you. No matter how you try to cause trouble, I won't give in." The person on the other end sneered, "Humph, still so stubborn. Well, enjoy the surprise coming your way." Then, the call was disconnected. Lin Yu was so angry he threw his phone to the ground. Old Zhang, worried, asked, "Boss, was that the mysterious organization? What did they say this time?" Lin Yu gritted his teeth and said, "They are threatening me again, asking me to work with them. I won't agree. Old Zhang, we need to plan carefully now. We can't keep being passive and getting beaten." At this moment, agricultural expert Old Shin, security chief Old Li, and accountant Little Li came over. Looking at everyone's determined expressions, Lin Yu said, "Everyone, because I refuse to cooperate, the mysterious organization has started to retaliate wildly against our farm. The situation is urgent. We must unite and fight back together. If you have any ideas, speak up." Old Shin spoke first. "I think the most urgent thing is to check for safety problems on the farm and strengthen our facilities. The organization previously damaged the irrigation system, so they might attack other equipment next." Old Li nodded and said, "Exactly. I will increase patrols and add more security cameras to watch the farm closely. If we see anyone suspicious, we will act immediately." Little Lee adjusted his glasses and calmly analyzed. We also need to gather evidence of their retaliatory actions. That way, if we go to the law later, we'll have enough proof. Lin Yu listened to everyone's suggestions and nodded repeatedly. Everyone's ideas are very good. Let's divide the work. Old Chun, take some workers to check for safety issues and reinforce the facilities. Old Lee, you handle security to keep the farm safe. Little Lee, work with Xiao Wang to collect evidence. I will contact other friends to see if they can help. Everyone agreed and started to act accordingly. Lin Yu then took out his phone and started contacting his friends. He first dialed his good friend Zhao Gang. Hello, Zhao Gang, this is Lin Yu. I'm in trouble. A mysterious group is retaliating against my farm because I refuse to cooperate. Can you come help me? Lin Yu said anxiously. On the other end, Zhao Gang replied without hesitation. No problem, Lin Yu. Don't worry, I'll be there soon. I know some professional security people, and I'll bring them along. Lin Yu gratefully said, Thank you so much, Zhao Gang. With you and those experts helping, we have a better chance. After hanging up, Lin Yu contacted a few more friends, and everyone promised to come quickly to support. Meanwhile, Old Shin and a few workers carefully checked every part of the farm. They examined the irrigation system, electrical equipment, storage rooms, and other important facilities, finding some safety risks. Old Shin frowned and said to a worker nearby, The wires here are very old and could cause a fire. They need to be replaced soon. Also, the lock on this storage room isn't secure enough. We need a stronger one. The workers nodded and immediately started repairing and reinforcing the facilities. Old Lee, along with security personnel, added more surveillance cameras around the farm and increased patrols. They split into small groups, taking turns patrolling inside and outside the farm, watching for any suspicious signs. Xiao Li and Xiao Wang were also busy. They collected photos and videos of obstacles on the transport route, screenshots of negative online comments, and reports on the farm's products, all as evidence of the mysterious group's retaliation. A few hours later, Zhao Gang arrived with a team of professional security personnel. Lin Yu warmly greeted him and shook his hand. Zhao Gang, thank you so much for coming so quickly. This is our farm's security chief, Lao Li. You two can talk and figure out how to improve security. Zhao Gang patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. No need to thank me. We're friends, and when there's trouble, we stick together. Lao Li, let's discuss a detailed security plan. Zhao Gang and Lao Li, along with the security team, gathered and started a lively discussion. They created a detailed security plan based on the farm's layout and facilities. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and Old Chun checked the progress of the reinforcement work in the fields. Old Chun pointed to a recently reinforced irrigation canal and said, Boss, this has been fixed up. It should be able to handle some damage. However, the mysterious group might come up with other plans, so we can't let our guard down. Lin Yu looked at the new irrigation canal and nodded with satisfaction. Thanks for your hard work, Old Chun. As long as we stay alert, they won't succeed easily. While everyone was busy working in an orderly way, a loud noise suddenly came from outside the farm gate. Lin Yu and Old Chin exchanged a quick look and immediately ran toward the gate. When they arrived, they saw a group of unknown people blocking the entrance, shouting aggressively. The leader, a strong man with his arms crossed, said fiercely, Your farm's products are bad. They made our people sick. Today, you have to explain. Lin Yu looked at the group and understood that this was another trick by the mysterious group. He calmly said, Our products have been tested strictly and meet food safety standards. Do you have any proof that someone got sick from eating them? The strong man sneered. Proof? We are the proof. Don't try to deny it. If you don't pay us today, you won't open for business. At this moment, Zhao Gang and Old Li arrived with security personnel. Zhao Gang stood next to Lin Yu and said loudly, Arguing here is useless. We've already called the police. They will come soon to handle this. Hearing that the police had been called, the group looked a bit nervous. The leader still stubbornly said, Call the police if you want. We're not afraid. You must give us an explanation today. Lin Yu spoke firmly, We will cooperate with the police investigation. But if you are acting on orders from the mysterious group to cause trouble, I will hold you legally responsible. As the two sides argued, sirens from police cars approached from a distance. Soon, several police officers got out of their cars and approached the crowd. The lead officer asked seriously, What's going on? Who called the police? Lin Yu stepped forward and explained, Officer, These people are causing trouble at our farm. They say our products made people sick, but they have no proof. We suspect they are acting under orders from the mysterious group. The police officer turned to the leader of the group and asked, "You say someone got sick? Do you have a doctor's diagnosis?" The strong man hesitated and couldn't answer. Seeing this, the police officer said sternly, "If you have no proof, you are suspected of causing trouble. Now, let's go to the police station for an investigation." Hearing this, the group was suddenly very nervous. The leader, a strong man, quickly said, "Officer, we were also told to do this. Someone paid us to cause trouble here." Lin Yu sneered and said, "Officer, we have collected some evidence of the mysterious organization's revenge on the farm. We hope it will help your investigation." The police nodded and said, "Good, organize the evidence and give it to us. We will investigate thoroughly and give you justice." Under the police's guidance, the troublemakers were taken away. The farm was temporarily peaceful again. Lin Yu looked at everyone's tired but determined faces and said, "Everyone has worked hard today. Although we faced some problems, we gained experience. The mysterious organization won't give up easily. We must stay alert and follow our plan." Everyone promised to stay at their posts and protect the farm. Lin Yu looked at the distant fields and silently vowed that, no matter what the mysterious organization did, he wouldn't let any harm come to the farm. Night fell, and the farm's lights turned on. Lin Yu stood alone by the office window, watching the busy figures on the farm, feeling both touched and confident. He knew that as long as everyone stayed united, no difficulty could defeat them. Suddenly, Lin Yu's phone rang again. Looking at the unknown number on the screen, he hesitated but answered the call. On the other end, the same strange voice said, "Boss Lin, do you think it's over just because you chased away those little troublemakers? The real show is just beginning." Lin Yu clenched his phone tightly, his eyes wide like bells, and shouted into the phone, "What do you want?" "I told you, I won't cooperate with you. Stop using those dirty tricks." The voice on the phone was still strange and sarcastic, unchanged. "Boss Lin, there's no need to get so angry. Be sensible and listen, or you'll regret it." Lin Yu gritted his teeth, puffed out his cheeks, and replied, "I will never give in. Your tricks won't work." He threw the phone onto the table with a loud bang and walked around the office, looking angry and anxious. At this moment, old Zhang pushed the door open. Seeing Lin Yu's expression, he hurried over and asked with concern, "Boss, is it that mysterious organization again? What did they say?" Lin Yu panted heavily and said, "It's the same old story, forcing me to cooperate with them and even threatening me. Old Zhang, this mysterious organization is getting more and more arrogant. We need to think of a better way." Old Zhang frowned, thought for a moment, and then said, "Boss, even though we've taken many precautions, we still feel like we're always on the defensive. Maybe we should take the initiative and find out what this mysterious organization is really about." Lin Yu's eyes lit up immediately. "You're right. Just waiting around won't do any good. But where should we start our investigation?" They were both worried when suddenly, the security personnel at the farm rushed in, panting heavily and shouting, "Boss, it's bad." A group of strangers suddenly appeared near the west fence of the farm. They looked very suspicious. Lin Yu and old Zhang exchanged a quick look, then ran after the security team toward the west fence. When they arrived, they saw a group of people in black clothes and masks trying hard to climb over the fence. Lin Yu shouted loudly, "Who are you? Why are you trespassing on my farm?" The leader of the group, a man in black, chuckled strangely and said, "Mr. Lin, we're just here to remind you. Don't be so arrogant." Lin Yu sneered, "Stop talking nonsense. This is my land, and I won't tolerate your troublemakers." After speaking, he waved his hand to signal the security personnel behind him to prepare to act. Both sides stared at each other fiercely, and the air seemed to freeze. Just then, a black car sped over and stopped near the crowd. The car door opened, and a tall man stepped out. He was dressed in a sharp suit, with bright eyes, walking confidently toward the confrontation. Seeing him, the men in black instinctively took a few steps back. The man approached Lin Yu, smiling as he extended his hand. "Mr. Lin, I've heard of you. I'm here to help you with a little problem." Lin Yu looked at him with suspicion. "Who are you? Why are you helping me?" The man smiled mysteriously. "Don't worry about who I am. Just know that I am an enemy of that mysterious organization. The bad things they've been doing lately really make me angry." He turned his gaze to the group in black and said coldly, "Go back and tell the people behind you to stop bothering Mr. Lin's farm. Otherwise, you won't like the consequences." The black-clad group hesitated. The leader, with a stiff neck, said, "Who do you think you are? How dare you interfere in our affairs?" The man smiled smugly and said, "It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that you can't take advantage of us today." Just then, a few agile people got out of the car and quickly surrounded the men in black. Seeing this, the men in black didn't dare to move recklessly. The leader of the men in black said fiercely, "You're lucky today. We'll see about that next time." Then, he and his men left in a hurry. Lin Yu sighed with relief and looked at the man gratefully. "Thank you so much. If you hadn't come just in time, I don't know what would have happened." The man waved his hand and smiled. "It's no big deal, just a small matter. Boss Lin, your farm is developing quite well. It's not surprising that a secret organization is after you. They're sneaky and dangerous. You need to be very careful." Lin Yu sighed helplessly. "I don't want to get involved with them, but they just won't leave me alone. Since you're their enemy, can you tell me more about them?" The man nodded. "This secret organization is quite powerful and has done many illegal things. They look for promising industries to control or take over. Since your farm is doing well, it naturally became their target. They have backing, which is why they are so arrogant." Lin Yu frowned and asked anxiously, "What should we do? Just let them bully us?" The man patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. "Of course not. I have some ideas for you. First, strengthen your farm security. Not only hire more people, but also improve the skills of your security staff and give them good equipment. Second, gather evidence of their illegal activities so that you can expose them when the time comes." Lin Yu listened carefully and nodded repeatedly. "That makes sense. But they work so secretly, how can I gather evidence?" The man thought for a moment and said, "It takes some skill and patience. You can install more hidden cameras around the farm and at key locations to monitor their movements. Also, look for a breakthrough from the people they send to cause trouble. Maybe you'll find more clues." Lin Yu's eyes lit up. "I understand now. Thank you for the advice. By the way, what's your name?" The man smiled and said, "My name is Zhou Hao. Just call me Old Zhou. If you need anything in the future, contact me anytime." He then took out a business card and handed it to Lin Yu. Lin Yu took the card gratefully. "Old Zhou, thank you so much for your help today. If there's anything I can do for you, just let me know." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "No need to be polite. We're all helping each other. I hope we can work together to stop the secret organization's plans." At this moment, Old Zhang ran over excitedly and said, "Boss, with Zhou Hao's help, we feel more confident fighting against the secret organization." Lin Yu nodded and said, "Exactly. Zhou Hao, I'll need your advice more in the future. Let's think together about what to do next." Zhou Hao cheerfully replied, "No problem. Let's find a place to sit down and have a good talk." So, the three of them went to the farm's meeting room and started discussing detailed plans to deal with the secret organization. Based on his knowledge of the organization, Zhou Hao offered many useful suggestions. Lin Yu listened carefully, took notes, and occasionally asked questions or shared his ideas. Unknowingly, the sky gradually darkened, and the farm's lights turned on. Lin Yu stretched and said with feeling, "Old Zhou, I really appreciate what you did today. Talking with you made me feel more at ease." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "This is just the beginning. There might be more trouble ahead, but as long as we stay united, we can definitely defeat them." Lin Yu firmly said, "That's right. I believe we can do it. Old Zhou, you should stay at the farm tonight. We'll continue discussing tomorrow." Zhou Hao thought for a moment and said, "All right, I won't be polite. I'll take a closer look at the farm situation." Lin Yu arranged Zhou Hao's accommodation and returned to his own room. Lying on his bed, he reflected on today's events, feeling both grateful to Old Zhou and worried about what the future holds. He knew the secret organization wouldn't give up easily, and things wouldn't be easy ahead. But with Zhou Hao's help, he felt more confident. As he thought, he gradually fell into a light sleep, dreaming that, with everyone's effort, the farm had completely shaken off the organization's harassment and was thriving. In the early morning, gentle sunlight spread across every inch of the farm. Lin Yu got up early, finished his morning routine, ate a simple breakfast, and headed to the experimental field where they were planting special crops. Recently, he had dedicated almost all his energy to this field, eagerly hoping for good news each day. When he arrived at the field, he saw that agricultural expert Professor Lee was already busy there. Professor Lee, with slightly graying hair but full of energy, was focused on observing the growth of the crops. Lin Yu hurried over and asked eagerly, "Professor Lee, how do the crops look today?" Professor Lee straightened up, a rare smile on his face, and said, "Boss Lin, After all our hard work, this time it's finally a success. Look at this crop. Its shape is unique, it smells wonderful, and all the measurements far exceed those of normal crops. It fully meets the system's standards. Lin Yu widened his eyes, carefully examining the crop in front of him, full of surprise. He gently touched the leaves and said excitedly, "That's great. Professor Lee, all our efforts haven't been in vain. We faced many problems along the way, but I never thought we could actually succeed." Professor Lee sighed. "Yes, only we know how difficult it was. But hard work pays off, and this achievement is truly hard won. If this crop goes to market, it will surely bring the farm good profits." Lin Yu was so excited he rubbed his hands together and said, "Professor Lee, it's all thanks to your expert guidance and advice. Without you, I couldn't have done it alone. Next, we need to think quickly about how to promote this crop." Professor Lee waved his hand with a smile and said, "Boss Lin, this is the result of everyone's effort. As for promotion, you have rich experience running the farm, so I believe you have a way. Plus, this crop has obvious advantages, so selling it won't be a problem." Just then, old Zhang ran over panting, calling from afar, Boss, I heard we successfully cultivated the special crop?" Lin Yu smiled and replied, "Old Zhang, that's right, we did it. This is a big happy event for our farm." Old Zhang grinned, showing a big white smile, and said excitedly, "That's wonderful. Truly wonderful. Our farm has taken a big step forward now. Boss, I'll go tell everyone so they can share in the joy." Lin Yu nodded and said, "Go ahead and inform them. Let everyone come see the results as a way to thank everyone for their hard work." Soon, the farm workers gathered at the edge of the experimental field. They looked at the unique crop and started talking excitedly. "Wow, this crop looks special, and it's growing so well. Yeah, and it smells so good, way better than normal crops. Our hard work finally paid off. This is amazing." Lin Yu stood in front of the crowd and said loudly, "Everyone, today is a big day for our farm. We have successfully cultivated the special crop. This achievement wouldn't have been possible without everyone's effort. It's the result of all our hard work together. Next, we need to promote this crop so more people can taste our farm's high-quality products." The workers cheered loudly, and everyone was happy and proud. Zhou Hao heard the news and hurried over from his place. He walked to Lin Yu and smiled, saying, "Boss Lin, congratulations. Successfully growing this special crop is a great achievement. It looks like your efforts haven't been in vain." Lin Yu gratefully replied, "Old Zhou, I owe you thanks for your help before. Without you, we might still be struggling with the mysterious organization." Zhou Hao waved his hand and said, "It's no big deal. Now that the crop is successful, we should think about how to use it to improve the farm. Do you have any ideas?" Lin Yu stroked his chin and thought for a moment before saying, "I plan to contact the previous buyers and let them see the crop. If they're interested, we can discuss cooperation. Also, we can use the farm's tourism activities to let visitors taste the crop and raise its fame." Zhou Hao nodded and said, "That's a good idea. But since the mysterious organization might not give up easily, you should also be careful during the promotion." Lin Yu frowned and said, "I understand. I will strengthen the farm's security. With your advice and everyone's effort, I'm not afraid of them." Professor Lee came over and said, "Boss Lin, even though we've successfully cultivated the crop, we can't relax on planting and management. We need to learn from this experience and aim for large-scale planting in the future." Lin Yu said seriously, "Professor Lee, you're right. Next, I'll rely on you to guide us more, so we can improve the planting techniques together." As they were talking, suddenly a worker hurried over, catching his breath and saying, "Boss, some strangers drove into the farm. They say they're here to visit." Lin Yu and Zhou Hao looked at each other, and Zhou Hao warned, "Boss Lin, be careful. They might be sent by the mysterious organization. I'll go with you to see what they want." Lin Yu nodded and told everyone, "Please continue working. Old Zhou and I will check out these people." They followed the worker to the farm entrance, where a business car was parked. Several people got out. Leading them was a middle-aged man in a suit. He smiled and stepped forward, extending his hand, saying, "Hello, Boss Lin. I've heard a lot about you. We are a large food company, and we heard that your farm has developed special crops. We came here to see for ourselves." Lin Yu felt a bit suspicious but politely shook hands and said, "Welcome to visit. However, how did you find out about our special crops?" The middle-aged man smiled and replied, "Mr. Lin, news spreads quickly these days. Such a big event spreads fast in the industry. Our company has always focused on high-quality agricultural products, so we wanted to come and check if there is a chance to work together. Zhou Hao was observing these people carefully and thinking quietly. He softly said to Lin Yu, "Boss Lin, don't agree right away. Let's see what their real purpose is." Lin Yu nodded slightly, and then said to the middle-aged man, "All right, I can show you the crops. But we should discuss the details of cooperation after we see everything." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "No problem, Mr. Lin. We just want to understand the situation first." Lin Yu led them toward the experimental fields. Along the way, the middle-aged man kept asking about the growth and cultivation of the crops. Lin Yu answered briefly but did not reveal too much key information. When they reached the edge of the experimental field and saw the crops, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up with admiration. Truly well-deserved reputation. These crops are quite special. Mr. Lin, if our company can work with you and bring these crops to the market, they will definitely sell well. Lin Yu smiled and said, "Any cooperation needs careful planning. I don't know much about your company yet. Do you have any specific partnership plans?" The middle-aged man took out a document and handed it to Lin Yu, saying, "Mr. Lin, this is an introduction to our company and a preliminary cooperation plan. We hope to buy your special crops exclusively, then process them further to create a high-end food brand. As for profits, we can negotiate to ensure you are satisfied." Lin Yu took the document and looked it over briefly, saying, "I need to study this plan carefully. Also, we are open to working with other companies as well." The middle-aged man quickly said, "Mr. Lin, our company is strong, with a good reputation and wide sales channels in the market. Partnering with us will definitely help your farm grow." Zhou Hao spoke from the side, "Sir, cooperation is a two-way thing. Both sides need to think carefully. Mr. Lin will evaluate everything thoroughly." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Of course. Mr. Lin, we hope you can give us a quick reply. We are looking forward to working with you." Lin Yu nodded and said, "Okay, I will respond to you as soon as possible. Thank you for visiting." After seeing off these people, Lin Yu and Zhou Hao returned to the meeting room. Lin Yu frowned and asked, "Old Zhou, do you think this company is trustworthy?" Zhou Hao thought for a moment and replied, "It's hard to judge right now. But since they came so quickly after hearing the news, they must be prepared. You should be careful and learn more about their company." Lin Yu sighed and said, Successfully cultivating the crop is happy, but now I have to face the difficult choice of cooperation." Zhou Hao patted his shoulder and said, "Mr. Lin, this is a good sign. It shows our crop is attractive. As long as you stay alert and choose the right partner, the farm will improve even more." Lin Yu nodded and said, "Yes, I will think carefully. Next, I need to contact the previous buyers and see their attitude." Zhou Hao said, "Right, compare options and choose the best way to work with us. Also, we can't let our guard down with the mysterious organization. They might cause trouble." Lin Yu firmly said, "I understand. No matter what difficulties we face, I want to promote this special crop and make the farm better and better." At this moment, the sunset's glow shone on the land, making everything look peaceful and beautiful. Lin Yu knew that the road ahead was long and full of challenges, but he was confident about the farm's future, believing that with everyone's effort, the farm would achieve new success. The next morning, Lin Yu sat in his office, starting to organize detailed information about the special crop. He planned to contact previous buyers and, based on the proposal from the food company yesterday, consider the best cooperation options. At that moment, old Zhang knocked on the door and entered, saying, "Boss, Mr. Wang, who used to work with us, called. He heard we developed a new crop and wants to see it in person." Lin Yu's eyes lit up. He put down his documents and said, "Great, that's perfect. Let him go directly to the experimental field. I'll go there now and wait." Not long after, Mr. Wang arrived with a few people. Mr. Wang is of medium height, wearing a simple jacket with a friendly smile on his face. When he saw Lin Yu, he warmly shook his hand and said, "Boss Lin, congratulations. I heard you've developed something amazing. I must see it for myself." Lin Yu smiled and responded, "Boss Wang, take a look. This crop took a lot of effort from us." He then led Boss Wang to the crop. Boss Wang squatted down and carefully examined the plant. His eyes widened with surprise, and his face was full of joy. "Wow, this crop looks special. The color, shape, and aroma are so tempting. Boss Lin, how did you grow this? It's really impressive." Lin Yu modestly replied, "Thank you, Boss Wang. We faced many challenges along the way, but in the end, we succeeded." What do you think about selling this crop in the market? How do you see its future? Boss Wong stood up, patted Lin Yu on the shoulder, and said, with how good this crop looks and smells, the market outlook is very bright. If I had this, I wouldn't worry about selling it. How do you plan to work together? After thinking for a moment, Lin Yu said, Boss Wong, I won't hide it from you. Yesterday, a large food company came to see the crop and wants to buy it exclusively for processing. But I haven't made a decision yet. I want to hear your opinion. Boss Wong frowned but quickly relaxed and said, exclusive buying might not be very safe for your farm. That company might be strong, but putting all your eggs in one basket is risky. I prefer to stick to our usual way, buy your products and sell them through my channels. And I promise we won't undervalue your work, since we've been working together for a long time. Lin Yu nodded and said, I'll consider your suggestion, Boss Wong. But I also want to learn more about your sales channels and estimated sales volume. Boss Wong hurriedly took out some documents from his bag and handed them to Lin Yu, saying, here are my sales channels and past sales data. Take a look. We mainly supply major supermarkets and farmers markets, and our sales have been steady. I also have good relationships with buyers, so if I handle this crop, it will sell well. Lin Yu took the documents and looked at them carefully. At this moment, Zhou Hao arrived at the experimental field. He walked over to Lin Yu and softly asked, Boss Lin, how's it going? Lin Yu handed the documents to Zhou Hao and said, Old Zhou, take a look. Boss Wong suggests we stick to our previous cooperation method. Zhou Hao took the materials, looked at them carefully, and then said to Boss Wong, your plan has some advantages, but we also need to consider what Boss Lin thinks. This special crop is different from before. It has higher value and greater market potential. Boss Wong smiled and replied, Mr. Zhou is right. Boss Lin will need to think carefully. I just hope we can keep working together and make money together. At this moment, Xiao Li, who was in charge of the farm tourism project, hurried over, panting, and said, Boss, many tourists heard that we cultivated a special crop. They are eager to try it and ask if they can buy some to take home. Lin Yu's eyes lit up and said, this is a good chance. Xiao Li, arrange for some tourists to taste it first and see their reactions. Also, count how many want to buy. We can sell a little to them, which will also boost the crop's fame. Xiao Li nodded and said, okay, boss. I'll go arrange it right away. After speaking, he hurried off again. Boss Wong watched Xiao Li leave and said, Boss Lin, your tourism project is doing well, and it can also help promote our farm products. If this crop can become popular through tourism, future sales will be much easier. Lin Yu smiled and said, Boss Wong is right. That's what I've been wanting to do. Using multiple methods will help us find the best way to sell. In the next few days, Lin Yu hosted several buyers who came to inspect and arranged for tourists to taste the special crop. The tourist reactions were very positive. Many said they wanted to buy, and some even asked if they could reserve some. That night, Lin Yu gathered Zhou Hao, Professor Li, Old Zhang, and others in the meeting room to discuss the cooperation plan. Lin Yu looked at everyone and said, several buyers have come over in the past few days, each with their own plans. Let's analyze them together and see which one is the best. Zhou Hao spoke first. Boss Lin, I think Boss Wong's plan is more reliable. They've worked together for many years and know each other well. Their sales channels are also well developed, which can ensure steady sales. But we shouldn't ignore the big food company either. They have the strength to do deep processing and create a high-end brand, which could bring higher profits. Professor Li pushed up his glasses and said, from a technical and long-term development perspective, working with the big food company might allow us to learn more advanced processing techniques and management experience, which will benefit our farm's future diversification. However, exclusive acquisitions do carry risks. If the partnership turns sour, our sales could be greatly affected. Old Zhang scratched his head and said, Boss, I think we shouldn't focus only on these two companies. We can work with several buyers to spread the risk. Also, selling some through tourism projects can provide steady income. Lin Yu listened carefully to everyone's opinions. After thinking for a moment, he said, everyone has good points. I plan to continue working with Boss Wong and also sign a contract with that large food company, but I won't agree to exclusive buying. Additionally, we will keep promoting the tourism projects and sell through multiple channels. Everyone nodded in agreement, supporting Lin Yu's decision. In the following week, Lin Yu signed a purchase agreement with Boss Wong and also reached a cooperation plan with the large food company. Special crops were shipped in batches to various sales channels, and sales were very successful. Every day, the farm was busy. Workers were harvesting and packing crops, trucks came and went, transporting fresh products everywhere. As the crops sold, the farm's accounts received one payment after another. Excited, Xiaozhang ran to Lin Yu's office waving a report and said, "Boss, we made a huge profit. Sales far exceeded expectations. These special crops are very popular." Lin Yu looked at the report and smiled happily. "That's great. This is the result of everyone's hard work. Xiaozhang, please compile the profit report. We'll give everyone bonuses to celebrate." Xiaozhang smiled and said, "Okay, boss. I'll do it right away." That night, Lin Yu went alone to the experimental field. The moonlight shone on the land, and the crops swayed gently in the breeze. He looked at the land with deep feelings. After so much effort, finally there is a reward. Now the farm has enough funds, and we can plan the future development carefully, Lin Yu muttered to himself. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Zhou Hao calling. "Boss Lin, I just heard that the mysterious organization seems to be active again. They might be planning a new scheme. Be very careful," Zhou Hao said anxiously. Lin Yu frowned but quickly relaxed and said firmly, "Old Zhou, I understand. But now the farm has funds, and we have more ways to deal with them. I won't let them ruin our progress." After hanging up the phone, Lin Yu looked into the distance and silently made a firm decision to protect the farm and help it achieve a brighter future. His eyes fixed on the special crops rustling in the breeze, his thoughts drifting away. The farm is getting better and better. Since the system appeared, it has been a big help. From the initial seed cultivation to unlocking soil improvement skills, each new feature has made the farm grow stronger, Lin Yu muttered, full of hope. Now the farm is much larger, and the business has expanded. Maybe the system will unlock new features again. Thinking this, Lin Yu quickly returned to his office and turned on his computer to log into the system interface. He clasped his hands under his chin, eyes glued to the screen, studying carefully. Sometimes he frowned in thought. Sometimes his eyes lit up as if he was discovering treasure. At this moment, Zhou Hao entered the office. Seeing Lin Yu so focused, he teased, "Boss Lin, are you enchanted? Why are you so absorbed?" Lin Yu didn't look up, pointing at the screen, and said, "Old Zhou, look. I'm thinking the system might unlock new features again. Our farm is doing so well now. Based on past patterns, the system should have some new moves." Zhou Hao stepped closer, looked at the screen, and stroked his chin. "That's possible, but this system is pretty mysterious. Who knows what it will unlock? Do you have any ideas?" Lin Yu straightened up, his eyes shining with excitement. "I was thinking it would be great if it had a feature to handle farm products in bulk. Our sales are increasing and manual processing is starting to lag. If the system could unlock this, it would save a lot of labor and time." Zhou Hao's eyes lit up. "That's a good idea. Bulk processing would greatly improve the farm's efficiency. Maybe we could develop more processed farm products to add value. Do you have any other ideas?" Lin Yu leaned back in his chair, arms crossed. "Another idea is to open new planting areas. The farm's land is running out. If the system could unlock this, we could expand the planting scale and grow more types of crops to meet different market needs." Zhou Hao nodded in agreement. "Both ideas are solid, but we can't be sure what the system is thinking. Maybe we should review how the system has unlocked features before. That might give us some clues." Lin Yu patted his thigh and said, "Yes, I didn't think of that. Old Zhou, you reminded me." He then started checking the records of previous system upgrades on his computer, carefully reviewing each one. "Look, the first upgrade was after we grew our first batch of high-quality vegetables, which unlocked the points feature. The second upgrade happened when we successfully cultivated a special fruit, unlocking new crop planting guidance. The third was after collecting specific materials, which unlocked the soil improvement skill," Lin Yu explained while pointing at the records on the screen. Zhou Hao stroked his chin and thought, "It seems that system upgrades and unlocked features are related to the farm's achievements at different stages. This time, we successfully grew and sold a special crop, earning a lot of money. The farm has made great progress, so it's possible that new features will unlock." Lin Yu nodded and said, "That makes sense. Based on this pattern, the ideas I just had about processing large quantities of farm products and opening new planting areas are very likely to happen." Just then, old Zhang hurried into the office, panting, and said, "Boss, something's wrong. A few workers had a conflict in the warehouse over moving farm products. Lin Yu and Zhou Hao looked at each other. Lin Yu quickly stood up and said, "Let's go see what's going on." The three hurried to the warehouse and saw several workers with red faces, pushing and arguing with each other, cursing. Lin Yu shouted loudly, "Everyone stop. What are you doing? Talk nicely." Hearing Lin Yu's voice, the workers stopped. One worker, named Lu, angrily said, "Boss, we're following the rules to move the products, but they cut in line and cursed at us." Another worker, named Zhu, also said stubbornly, "We have an urgent order and need to ship quickly. We can't wait in line." They're being unreasonable. Lin Yu looked at them seriously and said, "We're all working for the farm's good. If there's a problem, we can discuss it. Fighting is not the way. Lu, you're doing the right thing by following the rules, but you can be flexible. Zhu, even if you have an urgent order, you shouldn't cut in line and curse. Everyone is trying hard." Zhou Hao also advised, "Yes, we're a team. We need to understand and cooperate with each other. If there's a problem, talk it out peacefully. Don't ruin the harmony." After hearing Lin Yu and Zhou Hao, Lu and Zhu lowered their heads. Lu said, "Boss, we were wrong. We shouldn't have fought." Two workers quickly said, "Boss, we were also at fault. We will pay more attention in the future." Lin Yu nodded and said, "It's good to admit mistakes. Everyone, keep working. Let's work harder to finish this batch of agricultural products as soon as possible." The workers dispersed and continued their tasks. Lin Yu and Zhou Hao returned to the office. The discussion about the new system features was brought up again. "After what happened just now, I think the batch processing feature is very necessary. If we had this function, it could reduce many conflicts and mistakes," Lin Yu said with feeling. Zhou Hao agreed, "That's right. And if we can open new planting areas, we can hire more workers, distribute the work more fairly, and avoid similar conflicts." Lin Yu sat back at the computer and carefully studied the system interface again, not missing any detail. He clicked on icons on the screen and made notes on paper, trying to find clues about unlocking new features from existing hints and data. "Old show, look here," Lin Yu pointed at a small, seemingly insignificant icon on the screen. "I haven't paid much attention to this before. Could it be related to unlocking new features?" Zhou Hao leaned in for a closer look. "It might be. Try clicking it." Lin Yu carefully clicked the icon, and some blurry information popped up on the screen, like a string of code and simple graphics. "What does this mean? It feels like a hint, but I can't understand it," Lin Yu frowned. Zhou Hao thought for a moment and said, "Maybe we should ask Professor Li. He's very knowledgeable and might see something." Lin Yu's eyes lit up. "Good idea. I'll call him now." He picked up his phone and dialed Professor Li. "Hello, Professor Li. This is Lin Yu. I found some strange information on the system interface and need your help to check it out," Lin Yu said eagerly. On the other end, Professor Li's calm voice replied, "Sure, send me the information, and I'll take a look. But system stuff can be quite complicated, so I can't guarantee I'll figure it out." Lin Yu quickly took screenshots of the information on the screen and sent them to Professor Li. Not long after, Professor Li called back. "Lin Yu, these details are a bit complex. My initial guess is that it might be related to the system's upgrade mechanism. The code looks like some kind of conditional command, and the graphics might indicate the type of new feature, but we need more analysis. Have there been any special developments on your farm recently?" Professor Li asked. Lin Yu excitedly said, "Yes, we successfully grew and sold special crops, making a lot of money. The farm is developing very well in all aspects. I think the system might be about to unlock new features. I imagine two functions, batch processing of farm products and opening new planting areas. Do you think that's possible?" Professor Li thought for a moment and replied, "Based on what you said, it seems very likely. The system usually unlocks features according to the farm's development stage and needs. The two functions you mentioned would really help the farm right now. I'll keep studying this information and tell you as soon as I find out more." After hanging up, Lin Yu, full of hope, said to Zhou Hao, "Professor Li also thinks new features might unlock soon. Looks like my guess was right. Let's wait for good news." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Hopefully, if we can unlock these two features, the farm will improve even more." Lin Yu looked out the window at the busy farm scene, feeling full of dreams. He thought to himself, System, bring me new surprises soon. I'm ready for the new features." As night fell, Lin Yu still sat in his office, occasionally checking the system interface, hoping the mysterious new features would unlock soon. Outside the farm in the darkness, it seemed like a pair of eyes was watching everything. Perhaps an unknown challenge was quietly approaching. Early morning, sunlight gently shone on every inch of the farm. Birds happily sang, and the farm was full of life. Linyu arrived early at the office, ready to check Professor Li's further research results about the system. Before he could sit down, old Zhang hurried in, looking anxious. "Boss, something bad happened. There's a big problem with the land around the farm." Linyu's heart skipped a beat. He quickly asked, "Old Zhang, don't worry. Slow down and tell me what happened." Old Zhang took a few deep breaths and said, "Some families from the neighboring village suddenly came and said our farm is occupying their land. They even brought land deeds and asked us to return the land we took. This confused the workers responsible for expanding the area, and the project has stopped." Linyu frowned. He knew land disputes were tricky and could seriously affect the farm's expansion plans. He immediately stood up and said to old Zhang, "Come on, take me to the scene." Two people hurriedly arrived at the farm expansion area and saw a group of unfamiliar villagers arguing loudly with a few workers. The villagers looked angry and shouted, "You are taking our land by force. You must give us an explanation today." Linyu stepped forward, trying to stay calm and polite, and said, "Dear villagers, please don't be so upset. Let's talk calmly. I am Linyu, the person in charge of this farm. I want to understand. Do you have solid proof that we are occupying your land?" One middle-aged man, who seemed to be the leader, waved a land deed and loudly said, "Proof? This is proof. It clearly states in black and white that this land has been passed down through our family for generations. Your construction here is an invasion of our rights." Linyu took the deed and looked at it carefully, his brow furrowing more deeply. He noticed that the deed was old, with blurry handwriting, but he could roughly see the location and size of the land. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Dear villagers, I understand how you feel. But our farm also followed the law and proper procedures to start the expansion. Let's not argue now. Let's go to the village committee together and ask the village officials to check the original land records to clarify the situation." The villagers whispered among themselves, seeming to consider Lin Yu's suggestion. The leader hesitated for a moment and said, "All right, let's go to the village committee. If it turns out you really occupy our land, you must stop work immediately and return the land to us." Linyu nodded and said, "No problem. If we are at fault, we will take responsibility. Now, everyone, come with me to the village committee." The group headed to the village committee in a large procession. After hearing the story, the village officials immediately began searching for the original land records. After some busy searching, they finally found the relevant documents. The village official carefully compared the records and then said, "According to these documents, this land was indeed allocated to several families from the neighboring village during land division decades ago. However, due to some historical reasons, the land has been unused for a long time. Our village collective later integrated it for public use. The farm's expansion was based on the scope of the village collective's land. There are some historical issues that need to be resolved." Linyu listened and understood the general situation. He sincerely said to the villagers, "Dear neighbors, I know this matter has caused you some trouble. Our farm is also trying to develop and boost the local economy. Since there are some old issues involved, can we sit down and discuss to find a solution that works for everyone?" The villagers started talking among themselves again. Some insisted on reclaiming the land, while others were willing to hear Lin Yu's ideas. The leader of the group asked, "Tell us, what plans do you have?" Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, "I have two suggestions for everyone to consider. First, our farm can rent your land at market prices. This way, you can earn money, and the farm can grow. Second, we can work together to develop the land. You can invest by giving us the land and share in the farm's profits. What do you think?" The villagers discussed quietly again. After a while, a young villager stood up and asked, "If we rent the land, how much will the rent be? If we work together, how will the profits be divided? We need to know clearly." Lin Yu smiled and said, "For rent, we can hire a professional to determine a fair price. For the partnership, we can set up a special team to create detailed plans and rules for sharing profits, making sure everyone's rights are protected." The leader still had some doubts and asked, "Why should we trust you? What if you don't keep your word?" Lin Yu patted his chest and replied, "Neighbors, I've been managing this farm for some time. You can ask around. I always keep my promises and act honestly. We can sign a formal contract that clearly states all the terms." If I break the agreement, I am willing to take legal responsibility. At this point, the village official also said, we're all neighbors here. There's no need to cause trouble. Lin Yu's farm is doing well, and if we can work together, it will be good for everyone. The villagers' attitude gradually softened. The leader said, all right, we'll go back and discuss it. We'll give you an answer later. Lin Yu nodded and said, okay, I hope we can reach a solution that makes both sides happy. After leaving the village committee, Lin Yu didn't feel very relaxed inside. He knew that land disputes were not easy to resolve, and villagers' concerns could not be dismissed quickly. He returned to the farm office, where Zhou Hao was already waiting for him. Seeing Lin Yu's worried expression, Zhou Hao asked with concern, how did it go? Were you able to handle the situation? Lin Yu sighed and explained the details of what had happened. Zhou Hao frowned and said, this is indeed a tricky problem, but your proposed plan is quite reasonable. It all depends on what the villagers think. Lin Yu replied helplessly, yes, we just have to wait for their response. For now, the farm's expansion plans will have to be put on hold. I really hope we can solve this problem soon. Zhou Hao comforted him. Don't worry too much. We'll find a way slowly. By the way, any news from Professor Lee about the system information? Lin Yu remembered this and took out his phone to check. Shaking his head, he said, not yet. They're probably still researching. Right now, the land dispute is the top priority, so the new system features will have to wait. In the following days, Lin Yu kept waiting for the villagers' reply. He often went to check the expansion area of the farm, watching the stalled construction with a feeling of anxiety. Finally, one afternoon, the leading middle-aged man arrived at the farm office with a few villagers. Lin Yu quickly stood up to greet them and invited them inside. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Yu and said, Boss Lin, we've discussed it back home and think your proposed cooperation plan is good. But we have a few conditions. Lin Yu hurriedly replied, please tell me. As long as they are reasonable, I will consider them. The middle-aged man said, first, we want to be part of the project team to supervise the farm's management and finances. Second, the profit-sharing ratio must be clearly written in the contract and not vague. Third, during the cooperation, our land rights must be fully protected. Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, no problem. We can agree to all these conditions. We will form a project team with representatives from both sides to oversee and coordinate the cooperation. The profit-sharing ratio will be clearly specified in the contract to ensure fairness. As for land rights, we will include it in the contract to protect your legal rights. The middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction and said, that's good. I hope we can work happily together. Lin Yu smiled and said, of course. Developing the farm together is good for all of us. So, when shall we sign the contract? The middle-aged man said, the sooner, the better. We hope to see the project restart as soon as possible. Lin Yu replied, no problem. I'll have the lawyer draft the contract immediately, and we aim to sign it tomorrow. After sending off the villagers, Lin Yu took a deep breath. Although the land dispute has a temporary good solution, he knew there was still much work to do. He immediately contacted the lawyer to start preparing the contract. That evening, Lin Yu sat alone in his office, looking out at the farm's night scene through the window, lost in thought. He thought about the hardships and difficulties the farm had faced, and also about the many challenges still ahead. While the land dispute was temporarily resolved, the new system features were still unclear, and the farm's development faced many uncertainties. Suddenly, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was Professor Lee calling. He quickly answered, hello, Professor Lee. Do you have any new findings about the system information? Professor Lee's excited voice came through the phone. Lin Yu, after these days of research, I've made some important discoveries. Lin Yu's heart jumped, and he hurriedly asked, Professor Lee, tell me quickly. What important discoveries have you made? Professor Lee was excited on the other end. Lin Yu, I found that this system is not simple. It contains a very special energy fluctuation, different from any energy I've studied before. I also think this energy might be very important for the farm's future development. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. He asked, Professor Lee, what specific benefits could this energy bring to the farm? For example, could it increase crop yields or improve product quality? Professor Lee paused for a moment and said, it's not certain yet, but based on initial data, it could positively affect many aspects of the farm. However, fully understanding its role and how to use it will take more time and research. Lin Yu nodded. Although he was a bit anxious, he knew scientific research couldn't be rushed. He said, Professor Lee, thank you for your hard work. Please focus on your research. Let me know if you need anything. By the way, the land dispute has a temporary solution. I will sign the contract with the villagers tomorrow. Professor Lee praised him. You're handling this well. Once the land issue is settled, the farm can expand smoothly. You should focus on farm work, and I will speed up my research on the system. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yu felt a little relieved, but thinking about the contract signing tomorrow, he couldn't help but feel nervous. He tossed and turned all night and got up at dawn. After washing up, he went to the farm office to wait for the lawyer to bring the contract. Soon, the lawyer arrived with the printed contract. Lin Yu carefully read it over and over, making sure all the terms were clear and fair for both sides. Only then did he feel at ease. Near noon, the middle-aged man leading a few villagers arrived on time at the farm office. Lin Yu warmly welcomed them in, asked them to sit down, and had someone serve tea. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Yu and said, "Boss Lin, the contract is here, right?" Lin Yu smiled and nodded, took the contract from the table, and handed it to the man, saying, "Please take a look. If there are any problems, we can discuss them." The man and the villagers carefully examined the contract. They whispered to each other and frowned in thought, making the atmosphere a bit tense. After a while, the middle-aged man looked up and said to Lin Yu, "Boss Lin, we've read the contract. Most of the terms are fine, but about the profit-sharing ratio, we think it could be adjusted a bit." Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat, but he kept smiling and asked, "What kind of adjustment do you think is suitable?" The man said, "We hope the profit share for the first year can be increased by 5 percentage points, since we invested land and took some initial risks." Lin Yu frowned and quickly calculated in his mind. Increasing by 5 points would reduce the farm's profit a bit, but if he refused, the deal might fall apart, affecting the cooperation. He took a deep breath and said, "Uncle, I understand your concerns, but the farm also needs a lot of initial investment, and costs need to be shared. How about I increase the first year's profit share by 3 percentage points? That's the maximum I can accept." The middle-aged man was a bit dissatisfied and said, "Boss Lin, 3 points is too little. We still hope to raise it by 5. Lin Yu patiently explained, "Uncle, think about it. The farm needs continuous investment in technology and equipment updates for development. If the profit share is too high, it will affect the farm's future growth, which isn't good for either of us." The 3 percentage points were already the result of careful consideration of all factors. The villagers listened to Lin Yu and began to whisper among themselves. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment and said, "Boss Lin, please reconsider. 5% isn't too much." Lin Yu firmly replied, "Uncle, I have thought this through very carefully. 3% is my bottom line. If you think that's not acceptable, then we may need to rethink our cooperation." The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The middle-aged man looked unhappy and stood up, saying, "Boss Lin, that's a bit unfair. We are offering land to work with you." Lin Yu also stood up and sincerely said, "Uncle, I mean no disrespect. I just want our cooperation to last a long time. If we start arguing over profit sharing now, there will be many more problems in the future. Please discuss with everyone again. I believe we can find a solution that makes both sides happy." The middle-aged man was silent for a moment, then sat down and said to the villagers nearby, "Everyone, discuss it again." The villagers gathered and whispered quietly. Lin Yu stood quietly to the side, feeling a little nervous, unsure if this negotiation would reach an agreement. After a few minutes, the middle-aged man looked up and said to Lin Yu, "Boss Lin, we have discussed it and agreed to your 3% proposal. However, we want the contract to clearly state that if the farm's profits increase significantly in the future, the profit-sharing percentage should also be raised." Lin Yu was pleased and quickly said, "No problem. We can include that in the contract. As long as the farm develops well, everyone's interest will be protected." The lawyer added the relevant clauses to the contract. Both sides carefully checked it, confirmed everything was correct, and then signed their names. After signing, Lin Yu extended his hand and smiled, saying, "Uncle, happy cooperation. From now on, we are partners. Let's work together to make the farm better and better." The middle-aged man also smiled and shook Lin Yu's hand, saying, "Happy cooperation. I hope we both benefit from this partnership." After sending off the villagers, Lin Yu finally relaxed. The land dispute was resolved successfully. He immediately arranged for workers to restart work, and the farm's expansion project resumed enthusiastically. However, just as Lin Yu was happily looking forward to the future development of the farm, The old worker Lao Lu hurriedly ran to the office to find him. Lao Lu, panting, said, "Boss, it's not good. The new workers we hired had a conflict with the original workers in the field." Lin Yu frowned, thinking, "We just solved the land dispute, and now there's a new problem." He quickly followed Lao Lu to the scene of the incident. They saw a group of new and old workers gathered together, arguing loudly. Lin Yu stepped into the crowd and said loudly, "Everyone stop arguing. Let's talk about the problem calmly." One new worker pointed at an old worker, angrily saying, "He looks down on us, says we work slowly, and even steals our tools." The old worker retorted, "They are not skilled at work and cause trouble everywhere. I just want them to learn quickly. What's wrong with that?" Lin Yu looked at both sides and said, "Everyone is working for the good of the farm. Calm down. It's normal for new workers to be unfamiliar with the procedures. Old workers should help them, not criticize. New workers should also be eager to learn and improve quickly." The new worker muttered, "We want to learn quickly too, but they are not willing to teach us." The old worker said, "We have our own tasks to do, and we don't have much time to teach them step by step." Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, "Here's what we'll do. I will arrange special training courses, where experienced workers will teach new workers practical skills and share their experience. During training, everyone should cooperate and work together to improve." Hearing this, both new and old workers nodded, and their emotions gradually calmed down. Lin Yu continued, "We are all part of the farm. Only through teamwork can the farm develop better. No more incidents like this in the future." The workers responded together, "Understood, boss." After resolving the conflict, Lin Yu returned to his office, feeling exhausted both physically and mentally. He sat in his chair, massaging his temples, thinking, the farm's development has been full of ups and downs. First, a land dispute, now a conflict among workers. But no matter what difficulties he faced, he would not give up easily. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. It was Zhou Hao calling. Lin Yu answered the phone, and Zhou Hao said, "Lin Yu, I heard the land dispute is resolved. Congratulations." Lin Yu forced a smile and said, "Yes, finally resolved. But a new problem has arisen, conflicts between the new and old workers." Zhou comforted him, saying, "Don't worry. These problems are normal during development. You handled it quickly, so I believe it will be solved soon. By the way, is there any progress on Professor Li's research about the system?" Lin Yu replied, "Professor Li said there's a special energy fluctuation in the system that might be very important for the farm's growth, but we need more research to understand it fully." Zhou excitedly said, "That's great news. Maybe once we uncover the system's secrets, the farm will make a big leap forward." Lin Yu nodded and said, "Yes, I look forward to it too. But right now, we need to focus on the current tasks to ensure the farm's expansion goes smoothly." After hanging up, Lin Yu looked out the window at the busy construction site, secretly vowing to turn the farm into a top modern farm. Little did he know, many unknown challenges still awaited him on the road to development. The next morning, Lin Yu arrived at the new land full of energy, accompanied by several experienced workers who had been with the farm for years. "Old Zhang, take a look at the soil here. What crops do you think would grow well?" Lin Yu asked, pointing to the large patch of land and turning to Old Zhang. Old Zhang immediately squatted down, picked up a handful of soil, and felt it carefully. He said, "Boss, this soil is quite fertile and breathable. I think planting some fruits and vegetables like watermelons, tomatoes, or lettuce would work well. They should grow nicely." Lin Yu listened and nodded, already having a rough idea. He understood that to get more yield from this new land, advanced equipment and technology were essential. Over the next few days, he traveled around, carefully selecting and bringing in a batch of modern planting equipment suitable for this land. These machines were highly automated and very efficient, greatly increasing planting speed. Soon, a number of new seeders arrived at the farm. These seeders had precise planting systems that could control seed depth and spacing according to different crops' needs. The irrigation systems were also impressive, combining drip and spray irrigation that could automatically adjust watering based on soil moisture and crop growth stages. The fertilizing machines were even smarter, able to analyze soil nutrients and accurately mix fertilizers for precise application. While installing the equipment, Lin Yu also introduced the latest agricultural technologies. He invited several agricultural experts to the farm to teach employees about scientific planting techniques, like precise irrigation and smart fertilization. The experts explained in simple words, and the employees listened with wide eyes, as if they had discovered a new world. Look, everyone, this soil moisture sensor can monitor soil moisture at any time. By analyzing the data, we can know when to water and how much water to use. This way, the crops get enough water without wasting any. One expert pointed to the buried sensor and patiently explained. The employees listened carefully and occasionally asked questions. Lin Yu also listened attentively and sometimes shared his ideas with the experts. After several days of training, the employees mostly learned these new techniques and felt confident about the upcoming new farm project. During construction, Lin Yu watched every step closely. He got up early every morning and went to the site to discuss the layout with the workers. Watching the excavator turn the soil, he imagined how lively and healthy this land would become in the future. Master, could you make this part of the ground a bit flatter and control the within a certain range? It will make drainage easier, Lin Yu called out loudly to the excavator operator. The operator nodded and skillfully operated the machine, following Lin Yu's instructions. At noon, Lin Yu sat with the workers by the field, sharing a simple lunch. As they ate, they talked about the progress of the construction. A young worker smiled and said, "Boss, working with you is great. I feel like this farm will definitely become a top farm in the country someday." Hearing this, Lin Yu laughed out loud and said, "That's right. As long as everyone works together, we can achieve our goal. When the farm develops, everyone's life will get better and better." In the afternoon, everyone returned to their busy work. Lin Yu helped the workers lay irrigation pipes and install fertilization equipment. It was extremely hot that day, and everyone was sweating heavily, but no one complained. "Boss, do you think connecting these pipes like this is better?" A worker asked Lin Yu, pointing at the pipe joints. Lin Yu looked closely and thought for a moment before replying, "That's a good idea. Just make the changes you suggested. If anyone has good ideas during construction, feel free to share." Thanks to everyone's teamwork, the new farm area was progressing smoothly. The planting area was almost ready, and the irrigation and fertilization systems were nearly installed and tested. Next, they would start planting and raising seedlings. Lin Yu selected several high-quality seeds suitable for the local climate and soil, then began planting with his team. The workers skillfully operated the planting machines, evenly spreading the seeds on the fertile land. Watching the seeds enter the soil, Lin Yu felt full of hope, imagining that soon, the land would sprout with tender green seedlings. At the same time, the nursery greenhouse was bustling with activity. The workers carefully placed seeds into seed trays and gently covered them with a thin layer of nutrient-rich soil. Then, they activated the greenhouse's smart temperature and light control systems to create the best environment for germination. "Boss, how long will it take for these seeds to sprout?" One worker asked curiously. Lin Yu smiled and replied, "Based on past experience and the current conditions, it should take about 3 to 5 days. We need to take good care of them so they can grow quickly." In the evening, Lin Yu returned to his office, exhausted but smiling with satisfaction. He turned on his computer to review data and reports about the new farm area, summarized the day's work, and thought about the next steps. Suddenly, the phone on his desk rang. Lin Yu quickly answered. It was the equipment supplier. They informed him that a batch of spare parts might be delayed by a few days due to transportation issues. Hearing this, Lin Yu's brow furrowed in concern, worried that it might delay the construction progress. He quickly discussed solutions with the supplier, suggesting alternative transportation methods to speed up delivery. The supplier said they would try their best but couldn't guarantee on-time delivery. Lin Yu hung up, feeling worried. He decided to contact several other suppliers to see if he could find replacement parts, ensuring the construction wouldn't be too affected. Early the next morning, Lin Yu began calling each supplier. After some effort, he finally found one that had the right parts and agreed to ship them quickly. He breathed a sigh of relief, feeling grateful for his early preparations. As days passed, the construction of the new farm area was nearing completion. The seeds in the field sprouted one after another, with tender green seedlings emerging from the soil, full of vitality under the sun. The young plants in the nursery also grew well, ready to be transplanted into the fields in the coming days. Lin Yu stood in the center of the new farm area, looking at everything before him, feeling deeply moved. From resolving land disputes to shaping the new farm, the journey has been very difficult. There have been many hardships and challenges, but he never gave up. He firmly believes that this place will become a new source of income for the farm, helping it grow and improve. Boss, what should we do next? A worker asked Linyu. Linyu thought for a moment and said, Next, we need to take good care of these young seedlings and watch their growth all the time. We also need to improve the farm's facilities, like repairing the warehouses and building shade structures. The worker nodded and said, Okay, boss. We will do our best as you said. Linyu patted his shoulder and said, Everyone has worked hard. As long as we stay united, the future of the farm will be bright. As the sky darkened, Linyu looked at the land just sprouting with hope. He knew the road ahead would still be long and full of problems and troubles. But he was ready. No matter what challenges awaited him, he would keep pushing forward, leading the farm toward a better future. He turned and headed to the office, ready to continue working hard for the farm's development. In the morning, sunlight shone on the farm. Linyu arrived early at the new farm area, happily looking at the young seedlings sprouting from the ground. He stretched and muttered to himself, These seedlings are growing well. It seems my early efforts weren't wasted. At that moment, Lao Li, responsible for logistics, hurried over, panting. Boss, many of the new employees we hired are asking for leave. Linyu frowned and asked, What's going on? Didn't we train them for so long? Lao Li scratched his head and said, I asked too. Some say they're not used to the intense work here, and others say they're still not familiar with the work process and keep making mistakes. Linyu's heart sank, feeling worried but trying to stay calm. Let's go and see. They went to the planting area and saw a few new employees standing aside, staring at the seed drill in confusion. Linyu approached them with a smile and asked, Guys, why aren't you working? One tall, thin employee looked down and whispered, Boss, this machine is too complicated. We keep messing up. Another slightly overweight employee pointed at the seed planter's control panel and said, Boss, we can never get the planting depth and spacing right. Linyu crouched down patiently and explained, Look, this button adjusts the depth. Turn it clockwise to go deeper, counterclockwise to go shallower. This one adjusts the spacing. The larger the number, the wider the gap. Let me show you how. After that, Linyu skillfully operated the controls while explaining each step. A few new employees gathered nearby, watching closely, afraid to miss any detail. After the demonstration, Linyu handed the control lever to the tall, thin employee and said, You try it. The tall employee hesitated, took the lever, and his hands trembled slightly as he began to operate. Soon, he stopped, face red, and said, Boss, it still doesn't work. I can't get it right. Linyu encouraged him, Don't be discouraged. Practice a few more times, and you'll get better. You've already made progress. Try again. The tall employee took a deep breath and started again. This time, although it was still a bit awkward, there was clear improvement. Linyu nodded with satisfaction and said, See? It's much better now. Everyone should practice more. Practice makes perfect. At that moment, a noise came from afar. Linyu looked up and saw a few new employees accidentally tearing open a bag of fertilizer while moving it, spilling fertilizer everywhere. He hurried over, but before he could speak, one new employee looked upset and said, Sorry, boss. We didn't mean to. Linyu smiled and said, It's okay. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. First, clean up the mess, and then I'll show you how to handle fertilizer properly. He showed them step by step how to carry heavy loads correctly to avoid similar accidents. After finishing there, Linyu moved to the irrigation area. There, problems also occurred. Several new employees struggled to connect the irrigation pipes, and water kept leaking out. Linyu shook his head helplessly and stepped forward to demonstrate the correct way to connect the pipes and seal the joints. By the end of the day, Linyu was exhausted, with a sore back and shoulders. In the evening, he sat in his office, massaging his temples and deep in thought. Old employee Lao Zheng knocked on the door, saw Linyu looking tired, and said with concern, Boss, don't overwork yourself. The new employee's issues will resolve gradually. Linyu sighed and said, Old Zhang, I want to take my time, but we can't afford to fall behind. If things continue like this, the harvest in the new farm area will definitely be affected. Old Zhang sat down and thought for a moment, then said, Boss, I think relying only on our usual training might not be enough. Maybe we should organize a focused training session to go over the procedures and important points again. Linyu's eyes lit up and said, Old Zhang, that's a good idea. But besides operational training, we also need to work on their mindset. helping them get used to the farm's work intensity and environment. Old Zhang nodded and said, "Yes, many of these young people haven't experienced much hardship. We need to make them understand that working on the farm requires being down to earth and willing to endure hardships." Linyu stood up and paced back and forth in the office, saying, "I need to quickly make a detailed training plan so the new employees can start working soon." Old Zhang also stood up and said, "Boss, don't worry. I will help you with the new employees. If we work together, we can definitely solve these problems." Linyu looked at Old Zhang gratefully and said, "With your words, I feel more confident. Old Zhang, you go back and rest now. Tomorrow, we will continue to think of solutions." After Old Zhang left, Linyu continued sitting at his desk, starting to write the training plan. He was very focused, carefully considering every detail. Unknowingly, it was late at night. The moonlight outside was like water, shining on the quiet farm. Linyu stretched lazily, looked at the completed training plan, and felt a little more confident. The next morning, Linyu gathered all the new employees for a meeting. He stood in front and said seriously, "Everyone has been here at the farm for a while. I know you face some difficulties at work. Today, I called you all here to have a good talk." A new employee raised his hand and asked, "Boss, we do find this work a bit hard. Can we have more time to get used to it?" Linyu nodded and said, "I understand everyone's difficulties, but the farm can't wait too long for development. So, I've decided to organize a focused training session. I hope everyone will seize this opportunity to learn the skills quickly." Another new employee frowned and said, "Boss, training is good, but we're worried that after training, we still won't do well, and it will delay our work." Linyu smiled and said, "Everyone, don't worry. For this training, I will invite the most professional teachers to guide you. There will also be many practical exercises. As long as everyone studies seriously, I believe you will learn well." At this moment, a new employee whispered, "This farm work is so tiring and hard. I wonder if I can keep going." Linyu heard this and raised his voice to say, "I know farm work is tough, but think about it. What we are doing is very meaningful. The crops we grow can help more people eat healthy, fresh food. Also, as the farm develops, everyone's pay will improve. As long as we work hard, there will be rewards in the future." The new employees listened to Linyu and fell into thought. After a while, a tall, thin employee stood up and said, "Boss, I want to join the training. I believe I can overcome the difficulties." Other new employees also expressed their willingness to join the training. Linyu nodded happily and said, "Good. Since everyone is determined, let's start. The training begins tomorrow, so be prepared." After the meeting, Linyu immediately contacted several agricultural experts and invited them to the farm to train the new employees. The experts were happy to help, and they quickly set the training schedule and topics. In the following days, the farm became lively. The new employees focused on intensive training. In the classroom, experts explained agricultural knowledge and skills clearly. On the practice field, the new employees practiced and improved their techniques. Linyu visited the training sessions every day to check on everyone's progress. He noticed that after these days of training, the new employees looked much better and more confident. During a practical skills test, the tall, thin employees skillfully operated the seeder, adjusting the planting depth and spacing accurately. Linyu watched with a pleased smile. After the test, Linyu told the new employees, "You all did very well during this period. You've made great progress. Keep it up and apply what you've learned to your work." However, just when everyone thought things were going well, an unexpected problem occurred. During training, a few new employees suddenly decided to resign. Linyu was very worried when he heard this. He quickly called these employees to his office and asked why. One employee, looking down, said, "Boss, we really can't handle the work anymore. Our families hope we can find easier jobs." Linyu patiently advised, "I understand work is hard, but think about it. The effort you put in now is worth it. The farm has a bright future, and once things stabilize, everyone's work will become easier." Another new employee sighed and said, "Boss, we want to stay, but our bodies just can't handle it anymore." Linyu looked at them with some helplessness but still said, "I understand your feelings. However, I hope you will think about it again. If you really want to leave, I won't stop you, but I believe what you've learned here will be useful to you in the future." In the end, these new employees still insisted on resigning. Linyu had no choice but to agree and help them with the resignation procedures. This incident made Linyu realize that training alone is not enough. He also needs to care about the employees' lives and mental health. helping them truly feel part of the farm family. After sending off the employees who resigned, Lin Yu began to think about how to further motivate and stabilize the remaining new workers. He thought about setting up some reward systems to recognize and reward employees with excellent performance. He discussed with Lao Zhang and developed a detailed reward plan. The plan included monthly awards for outstanding employees, quarterly innovation awards, and annual contribution awards, with prizes such as cash bonuses, certificates of honor, and extra holidays. Lin Yu announced the reward plan to the new employees, and everyone was very excited. The tall, thin employee said, "Boss, with this reward system, we are more motivated to work hard." Lin Yu smiled and said, "I hope everyone will work hard and aim to earn these rewards. At the same time, I will pay attention to your lives and try to create better working and living conditions for everyone." In the following days, the enthusiasm of the new employees clearly increased. They became more proactive in learning and working, and when they faced problems, they would actively seek advice from experienced workers and experts. The progress of the farm's construction also sped up, and the seedlings in the new farm area grew strong under everyone's careful care. However, Lin Yu knew that although the current problems with the new employees had been somewhat eased, more challenges might still lie ahead. He silently made a firm decision. No matter what difficulties arise, he would lead the farm toward a better future. On a sunny afternoon, Lin Yu stood on the edge of the new farm area, looking at the lush crops, filled with hope. Lin Yu looked at the eager new employees in the new farm area, feeling a bit relieved. But he understood that to truly make them the backbone of the farm, this training still needed to be pushed further. He quickly walked over to a group of new employees operating the irrigation equipment and patted a young man's shoulder. "How do you think the irrigation equipment is working?" Lin Yu asked with a smile. The young man wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Boss, it's much easier than before, but sometimes adjusting the water amount isn't very precise." Lin Yu nodded, leaned closer to the equipment, pointing at a button as he spoke. "See this fine-tuning button? Turn it gently, and the water flow will change very slightly. Try using this more." The young man's eyes lit up, and he quickly followed Lin Yu's instructions, muttering, "It really seems easier to control now." Next to him, a new employee also came over, curious. "Boss, what should we do if the water pipe gets blocked?" Lin Yu straightened up and said, "First, turn off the main valve. Then check where the blockage is. If it's nearby, disconnect the joint and clean it. If it's inside, use a special unclogging tool." The new employees nodded, remembering Lin Yu's advice. Lin Yu then went to the planting area, where several new employees were gathered around a pile of seeds, looking worried. "Boss, how do we tell these seeds apart?" "They all look similar," a girl said with a frown. Lin Yu squatted down, picked up a few seeds, and explained carefully. "Look at their size, color, and shape. For example, seeds that are darker and larger are tomato seeds. Lighter and more slender ones are cucumber seeds." The girl picked up the seeds for comparison and suddenly understood. "Oh, I see now. I hadn't noticed before." Lin Yu stood up and encouraged her. "Keep observing, and you'll get used to it." Later, during a teamwork training session, Lin Yu organized the new employees into small groups for a competition. The rule was that each group had to plant a plot of land within a set time. The groups quickly got to work, some spreading seeds, others covering them with soil, and some watering. At first, their teamwork was not smooth, and chaos often occurred. In one group, the person spreading seeds was too fast, and the person covering the soil couldn't keep up, leaving some seeds exposed. "Slow down. I can't keep up with covering them," the soil worker called out anxiously. The seed spreader replied confidently, "I need to go faster, or we won't finish on time." Seeing this, Lin Yu hurried over and said, "Everyone needs to work together. Don't just focus on your own speed. Seed planters can slow down a bit and wait for the soil to be covered, so the work is more efficient." 2 employees listened, nodded, and started adjusting their pace. In another team, everyone worked together better, finishing their tasks quickly and well. Lin Yu praised, "Your team works well together. Keep it up." Good teamwork means understanding and supporting each other. Hearing the praise, the team members showed proud smiles. At lunchtime, Lin Yu gathered the new employees for a small meeting. Everyone did well this morning and made progress. "But we still need to improve teamwork," Lin Yu said. A new employee raised his hand and asked, "Boss, how can we make teamwork more efficient?" Lin Yu thought for a moment and replied, "First, Everyone should have a common goal. Like today's planting task, everyone works towards finishing on time. Second, each person needs to know their responsibilities. Lastly, communicate often and share problems so we can solve them together. The new employees nodded, saying they understood. In the afternoon, training continued. Linyu assigned a new project, fertilizer mixing. He watched as the new employees operated the equipment. One new employee accidentally added too much fertilizer, and his face turned pale. "Boss, I added too much. Will that cause problems?" he asked nervously. Linyu quickly went over, checked, and comforted him. "Don't worry. A little extra isn't a big problem. We can add some other fertilizer to balance it out." He then guided him on how to add the right amount. The employee, while working, said shyly, "Boss, I was too careless." Linyu smiled and said, "It's okay. Everyone makes mistakes. The important thing is to learn from them." During training, Linyu also focused on building the new employee's sense of responsibility. He took everyone to a fruit orchard where trees need regular pruning. "Look, these extra branches use up nutrients and affect fruit growth. We need to prune them in time," Linyu explained while demonstrating. The new employees watched carefully and then picked up tools to start working. One employee accidentally cut a branch that shouldn't be cut. "Oh no, I think I cut the wrong branch," he said, feeling upset. Linyu went over, looked, and said, "Just be more careful next time. This tree isn't badly hurt. It will recover slowly. But we must be responsible and careful with every action." The new employee nodded seriously. In the evening, Linyu summarized the day's training. He noticed most new employees had improved significantly, but a few still had some weaknesses in certain areas. He decided to give these employees individual guidance. The next morning, he called those employees to his office. "I've looked at your performance over the past few days. Overall, you're doing well, but there are some areas to improve," Linyu said kindly. One employee lowered his head and said, "Boss, I know I am not very skilled yet. I will work hard to get better." Linyu patted his shoulder and said, "I believe in you. I will arrange some extra practice for you. If you have any questions, just ask me anytime." The employee looked grateful and said, "Thank you, boss. I will practice hard." In the following days, Linyu kept a close eye on the training progress of the new employees. Under his careful guidance, they kept improving. During a simulated farm operation test, the employees worked in groups to complete tasks from planting to selling. Each group performed very well and worked smoothly together. After the test, Linyu said excitedly, "Your hard work these days has paid off. You all did very well. Now, you have learned the basic skills for farm work and have good teamwork." The new employees cheered happily, their faces full of pride. However, just as Linyu thought the training was going smoothly, a new problem appeared on the farm. A batch of newly purchased seeds was planted, but the germination rate was very low. Linyu was very anxious. He gathered the new employees to discuss solutions. "Think of some ideas and figure out why the germination rate is so low," he said urgently. One new employee suggested, "Could it be that the seeds themselves are of poor quality?" Another added, "Maybe our planting method is not correct." Linyu frowned and said, "Let's first check the seed quality, then review the planting process to find where the problem is." The new employees split into small groups to act. One group checked the seeds, another reviewed the planting records. After careful inspection and analysis, they finally found the problem. The seeds had gotten damp during transportation, which affected the germination rate. "So what should we do now?" one employee asked. Linyu thought for a moment and said, "Let's select the damp seeds and buy a new batch. Also, everyone should pay attention to how the seeds are stored and transported to prevent similar problems from happening again." The new employees nodded and said they would follow Linyu's instructions. This incident made Linyu realize that farm work is not just about training employees. Unexpected situations can happen. He decided to add courses on handling emergencies in future training sessions. During the next training, Linyu explained common farm emergencies and how to deal with them, such as natural disasters and pest infestations. The new employees listened carefully and took notes. "Boss, what should we do if there's a flood?" one new employee asked. Linyu replied, "If there's a flood, we need to check and maintain the drainage systems in advance. When a flood comes, we should quickly move valuable equipment and supplies to reduce losses." Another employee asked, "What kind of pesticide should we use for pest problems?" Linyu answered, "Different pests require different pesticides. We need to identify the pest first and then choose the right pesticide." Also, we must pay attention to the correct dosage and safety intervals to avoid contaminating the crops. As the training continued, the new employees' skills improved significantly. They not only learned solid work techniques but also how to handle various emergencies. The work atmosphere on the farm became better. New and old employees communicated more often, learning from and helping each other. Linyu watched all this and felt very proud. He knew his efforts were not in vain. These new employees would be important for the farm's future development. However, just as the farm's work was getting back on track, a mysterious letter arrived in Linyu's hands. The letter had no sender's address, only a rough handwriting that said, "Be careful of the traitor in the farm." Linyu frowned, feeling a strange sense of foreboding. Linyu stared at the mysterious letter, his brow furrowing deeply. Traitor? How could there be a traitor in the farm? He muttered quietly, full of doubt. He carefully kept the letter and decided not to think about it for now. After a busy day, he returned to his room exhausted and collapsed onto his bed. Soon, sleep overcame Linyu, and he fell into a dream. In the dream, the farm was deserted. The once lush vegetables drooped, and the leaves of the fruit trees had turned yellow and fallen. Linyu widened his eyes in shock. What is happening? How did my farm become like this? He shouted, his voice echoing across the empty farm. Suddenly, a shadow flickered. Linyu turned around quickly and asked loudly, "Who's there?" "Who is it?" The shadow stopped and slowly approached. When Linyu saw who it was, he was so surprised his jaw nearly dropped. It was old Zhang, one of the farm workers. "Old Zhang, what are you doing here? Did you cause all this?" Linyu stared angrily, fist clenched. Old Zhang sneered and said, "Yes, it's me. Do you think I can always be happy working under you? I'm tired of it." Linyu trembled with anger. "I've treated you well. Why are you doing this?" Old Zhang scoffed and said, What's the use of good treatment? I want the whole farm." As he finished speaking, old Zhang waved his sleeve, and a strong wind blew. The buildings on the farm shook and seemed about to collapse. Linyu ran as fast as he could, trying to stop old Zhang, but his body felt nailed down, unable to move. "No, don't destroy my farm," Linyu shouted desperately. At that moment, a loud, sharp alarm sounded. Linyu suddenly woke up from the dream, gasping for air, his forehead covered in cold sweat. It was just a dream. Luckily, it was only a dream, he thought, feeling frightened. He touched his chest, trying to calm himself down. But the dream felt so real that Linyu couldn't relax. Could this dream be a warning? Is the traitor in the farm old Zhang? He wondered, frowning and thinking quietly. Morning came. After washing up, Linyu went to the farm. He secretly watched old Zhang's every move. Old Zhang worked carefully as usual, showing no sign of anything unusual. Maybe I'm overthinking. I shouldn't suspect old Zhang just because of a dream. Linyu comforted himself, shaking his head. The busy daytime made Linyu forget the scary dream for a while. But at night, when he fell asleep again, the same dream appeared. This time, old Zhang moved faster. He quickly destroyed the farm's facilities, leaving chaos everywhere. Linyu chased after him, shouting, "Old Zhang, don't be impulsive. We can talk about this." Old Zhang didn't look back and said fiercely, "There's nothing to talk about. Your farm must be destroyed." Linyu was very anxious and pacing around. Suddenly, he saw a shovel on the ground and picked it up, rushing forward. "Stop. I won't let you succeed." Linyu waved the shovel and confronted Lao Zhang. They struggled together, and Linyu gradually ran out of strength. Just as Lao Zhang was about to deliver a fatal, Linyu woke up from the dream again. Why do I keep having this dream? What does it really mean? Linyu sat up, looking worried. In the following days, every time Linyu fell asleep, he had the same dream. His mental health got worse, with dark circles under his eyes, and he often lost focus at work. Oldly, a longtime worker at the farm, noticed that Linyu was not acting normally. One day, he came over and asked with concern, "Boss, are you too tired lately? You don't look well." Linyu forced a small smile and said, "It's nothing. Maybe I haven't been sleeping well." Oldly patted Linyu on the shoulder and said, "Boss, you should take care of yourself. The farm still depends on you." Linyu nodded, but in his mind, he wondered, if the dream is true and the farm gets destroyed, what should I do? To understand what the dream meant, Linyu decided to ask the village's wise elder. He went to the elder's house and respectfully explained his situation. The elder stroked his beard, thought for a moment, and said, "Dreams often reflect your subconscious mind, but they can also hide some signs. You said the traitor in the dream was Lao Zhang. Maybe you already suspect him." Lin Yu frowned and said, but I've observed Lao Zhang. He usually works very seriously, and I haven't noticed anything unusual. The elder smiled and replied, people's hearts are hard to see. Some people may seem normal on the surface but have bad intentions secretly. You should keep watching. After leaving the elder's house, Lin Yu was deep in thought. He decided to watch Lao Zhang more closely and stay alert to the other workers at the farm. Back at the farm, Lin Yu saw Lao Zhang watering the vegetables. He casually walked over and said, Lao Zhang, you've been working hard lately. Lao Zhang, honest and simple, smiled and said, not hard, boss. It's just what I should do. Lin Yu carefully observed Lao Zhang's expression but didn't see anything suspicious. He wondered to himself, could I be overthinking this? Days passed, and the mysterious dreams still haunted Lin Yu. Every time he woke up, he felt like he had been through a life-and-death battle. That night, Lin Yu had a new discovery in his dream. While struggling with Lao Zhang, he noticed a strange birthmark on Lao Zhang's wrist, shaped like a twisted scorpion. I must remember this birthmark. When I wake up, I will check if Lao Zhang has it, Lin Yu secretly vowed in his dream. Suddenly, an urgent alarm sounded, and Lin Yu woke up startled. He ignored the sweat on his forehead and quickly got up to put on his clothes, ready to find Lao Zhang and confirm the birthmark. Just as he reached the door, Lin Yu hesitated. What if Lao Zhang doesn't have this birthmark? If I ask him suddenly, he might get annoyed, he thought, pacing back and forth. After thinking it over, Lin Yu decided to stay calm and look for a good chance to observe Lao Zhang's wrist. The next day, Lin Yu deliberately arranged for Lao Zhang to work with him repairing the farm fence. During work, Lin Yu kept sneaking glances at Lao Zhang's wrist, but Lao Zhang was always wearing long-sleeved gloves, so he couldn't see it. It seems I need to find a way to get him to take off his gloves, Lin Yu thought to himself. At lunchtime, Lin Yu intentionally brought up the weather. He said, it's really hot today. Wearing gloves while working must be uncomfortable. Other workers agreed. Yeah, it's so hot. Luckily, I didn't wear gloves. Lao Zhang smiled, but said nothing. Lin Yu took the opportunity to say, Lao Zhang, you should take off your gloves too, to cool down. Lao Zhang hesitated for a moment and replied, no need, boss. I'm used to wearing gloves while working. Lin Yu felt a bit disappointed, but didn't push further. Looks like I need another chance, he sighed silently. In the following days, Lin Yu kept looking for opportunities to see Lao Zhang's wrist. But Lao Zhang seemed to sense something and was always careful not to let Lin Yu see. Does Lao Zhang really have a problem? Is he deliberately avoiding me? Lin Yu's doubts grew stronger. While Lin Yu was troubled by this, another strange thing happened on the farm. A batch of fertilizer in the warehouse disappeared. After hearing the news, Lin Yu immediately went to the warehouse. He looked at the empty shelves with a frown. With so much fertilizer, it can't just vanish. Someone must have stolen it, Lin Yu said angrily. He gathered the workers and asked seriously, does anyone know where this batch of fertilizer went? The workers looked at each other and shook their heads. Lao Zhang was among them, bowing his head, afraid to meet Lin Yu's eyes. Lao Zhang, have you seen anyone suspicious entering or leaving the warehouse recently? Lin Yu asked, staring at Lao Zhang. Lao Zhang nervously rubbed his hands and said, boss, I haven't noticed anything. Doubts in Lin Yu's mind grew stronger. Could it really be old Zhang? Did he steal the fertilizer to damage the farm? He wondered, his eyes becoming sharper. To find out the truth, Lin Yu decided to check the security footage in the warehouse. He and a few workers stayed in the control room, watching the recordings frame by frame. Late at night, they finally saw something. On the screen, a person wearing a hat and mask sneaked into the warehouse under the cover of darkness and took the fertilizer. The face was unclear, but from the body shape, it looked like old Zhang. Just as I suspected, it's probably old Zhang. Lin Yu clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with anger. However, the security footage alone couldn't confirm it was old Zhang. Lin Yu decided to talk to him the next day. Early the next morning, Lin Yu called old Zhang into his office. As soon as he entered, old Zhang looked nervous, his eyes shifting nervously. Old Zhang, you know the fertilizer in the warehouse is missing, right? Lin Yu asked directly. Old Zhang trembled slightly and said, boss, I heard about it. I'm also very confused. Lin Yu stared into old Zhang's eyes and said, we checked the security footage. Although we can't see the face clearly, the figure looks a lot like yours. Old Zhang's face turned pale instantly. He hurriedly explained, boss, it's not me. Someone is deliberately framing me. Lin Yu sighed. Old Zhang, don't deny it so quickly. I hope you tell the truth. If it really was you, just admit it, and I might handle it more leniently. Old Zhang's lips trembled. hesitating for a long time before saying, "Boss, it's really not me. I've been loyal to the farm all along." Linyu looked at old Zhang, feeling a bit uncertain. Could I have wrongly accused him? He wondered. At that moment, Linyu suddenly remembered the birthmark on old Zhang's wrist from his dream. "Old Zhang, take off your gloves and let me see your hand," he said. Old Zhang's eyes flickered with panic, but he slowly removed his gloves. Linyu looked carefully and saw that old Zhang's wrist did not have the scorpion-shaped birthmark. Could it really not be old Zhang? Then who could it be? Linyu's mind was full of doubt. Seeing Linyu's expression, old Zhang looked distressed and said, "Boss, look, I really didn't do anything wrong." Linyu nodded and said, "All right, old Zhang, I believe you. But we must find out the truth." After old Zhang left the office, Linyu sank deeper into confusion. The mysterious dream, the fertilizer theft, what is the real connection? Who is the true culprit? He looked out the window at the farm, feeling more and more puzzled. Linyu sat in his office, staring blankly at the farm outside. The familiar scenes now seemed strange, mysterious dreams, stolen fertilizer. These things were tangled in his mind, giving him a headache. Where exactly is the problem? He whispered to himself, tapping his fingers on the desk without thinking. He decided to review his dreams again, hoping to find new clues. He closed his eyes and tried to remember every detail of his dreams. The deserted farm, old Zhang's cold smile, the strong wind, these images appeared one after another in his mind. Suddenly, he remembered a corner in the dream where strange stones were piled. Could those stones be the key? He suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of hope in his gaze. He stood up quickly and left his office, heading straight to different parts of the farm. The sunlight shone on him, but he felt no warmth. His mind was full of anxiety about the mystery. At the edge of the farm, he carefully searched, not missing any place where strange stones might be hidden. "If I can find those stones, maybe I can solve the puzzle," he muttered as he crouched down to check near a bunch of weeds. He searched for a long time but found nothing. He straightened up, rubbed his aching back, and looked disappointed. "Maybe those stones aren't on the farm," he frowned, feeling uneasy. Just then, Old Lee, a long-time worker, came over and asked curiously, "Boss, what are you looking for? You seem so serious." Linyu hesitated for a moment but decided to tell Old Lee part of his dream. "Old Lee, I've been having these dreams lately. In them, there are strange stones on the farm. I want to look for them." Old Lee scratched his head and said, "Boss, I know this farm well, but I've never seen any strange stones. However, there are some oddly shaped stones on the mountain outside the farm." Linyu's eyes lit up. He asked eagerly, "Really? Is that mountain far from here?" Old Lee pointed to the distant hill and said, "Not far. Just beyond that forest. But some parts of the mountain can be dangerous, so you need to be careful." Linyu patted Old Lee on the shoulder. "Thanks, Old Lee. I'll go check the mountain. Maybe I'll find something useful." He then headed toward the woods. As he entered, the dense trees blocked the sunlight, and a damp smell filled the air. Linyu moved cautiously, constantly scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, a wild rabbit jumped out of the bushes, startling him. "There's quite a bit of activity in these mountains," he joked to himself and kept walking. After finally passing through the forest, he saw a mountain that wasn't too tall. The mountain was full of jagged rocks and weeds. Linyu took a deep breath and started climbing. Some loose stones beneath his feet almost caused him to slip. "This mountain is really hard to climb," he muttered, steadying himself and continuing upward. After climbing for a while, he stopped beside a large rock and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Where could those stones be? They shouldn't be this hard to find, he thought anxiously, looking around at the rocks. Just then, he heard a faint sound of flowing water. Maybe there are different stones near the water, he thought, and followed the sound. He bypassed a few large rocks and saw a small stream. The water was clear, and colorful stones lay at the bottom. Linyu squatted down, carefully selecting stones. Suddenly, he saw one that looked a bit like the shape from his dream. Could it be this one? He exclaimed excitedly, picking up the stone and examining it closely. But after looking at it for a while, he found nothing special about the stone. Disappointed, he put it back into the water. "Not this one either. I need to keep looking," he said, standing up and continuing along the stream. Not far ahead, he saw a cave by the stream. Its entrance was covered with vines, giving off a mysterious feeling. Could there be clues inside this cave? He wondered, pushing aside the vines and slowly walking in. The cave was dark and pitch black, with no visibility. Linyu took out his phone and turned on the flashlight. The faint yellow light illuminated a small area, and he carefully moved forward. The cave had a strong, unpleasant smell that made him uncomfortable. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound, like an animal call. His heartbeat quickened, and he stopped in his tracks. Are there dangerous animals inside? He clenched his phone tightly, looking around cautiously. The sound grew closer, and Lin Yu's heart pounded. Just as he was feeling overwhelmed, a bat flew past overhead. Oh, it's just a bat. That gave me a scare. He sighed in relief and continued into the cave. As he walked, he noticed strange symbols on the cave walls. He leaned in to look more carefully and realized he had never seen these symbols before. Could these symbols be related to the dream? He wondered, taking out his phone and snapping pictures of the symbols. Continuing to explore the cave, he found a pile of stones in a corner. These stones looked very similar to the ones in his dream. Finally found it. He exclaimed happily and crouched down to examine them. The stones had smooth surfaces and a faint shine. He picked up one and felt how heavy it was. What are these stones for? He wondered, placing one in his backpack to take home for study. Carrying the stones, Lin Yu left the cave. The sunlight warmed him as he walked. I hope these stones can help solve the mystery, he said to himself, heading toward the farm. Back at the farm, he went straight to the office. He placed the stones on the table and examined them carefully. After a long look, he only thought the stones were a bit special but found no other clues. Am I missing something? He wondered, frowning and deep in thought. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Come in, Lin Yu called out. The door opened, and it was old employee Oldly, holding a letter. Boss, someone just brought this letter for you, he said. Lin Yu took the letter. The envelope had no sender's address. He tore it open and found a note inside. The note said, the secret of the stones is in the basement of the old farm warehouse. The basement of the old warehouse? Lin Yu muttered, I've never heard of a basement here. He looked at Oldly and asked, Oldly, do you know if the old warehouse has a basement? Oldly thought for a moment. Boss, I heard from the elders that there might be a basement under the old warehouse, but no one has ever gone down there. Lin Yu stood up. Then let's go see the old warehouse. They arrived at the old warehouse, which was filled with clutter and dust. Lin Yu searched around for the entrance to the basement. After a while, he finally found a stone slab in a corner. There was a small hole in the slab, looking like a keyhole. Looks like we need a key to open it, Lin Yu said. He and Oldly kept searching for the key inside the warehouse. After a long search, they still couldn't find it. Where could the key be hiding? Lin Yu leaned against the wall, feeling a bit discouraged. Suddenly, his hand touched a picture hanging on the wall. The picture was loose, so he took it down. Behind the picture, he found a small box. Lin Yu opened it and found a key inside. Finally found it, he said excitedly, holding the key as he moved toward the stone slab. He inserted the key into the small hole, turned it, and the stone slab made a creaking sound as it slowly opened. Below, a staircase led downward. Lin Yu turned on his flashlight and carefully walked down. The basement was filled with an old smell, and the walls were covered with spider webs. Using the light, Lin Yu saw some ancient tools arranged in the basement. He looked for clues related to the stones among these tools. Suddenly, he saw a cabinet with symbols carved on it, the same as those in the cave. It seems the secret is inside this cabinet, he thought. He stepped forward and tried to open it. The cabinet was unlocked, and he pushed it gently. Inside, there was a worn-out book. Lin Yu picked up the book and turned to the first page, which read, This stone is an ancient artifact with mysterious powers. It can bring prosperity to the farm or cause its destruction. So these stones are so important, Lin Yu whispered to himself. He continued reading, and the book detailed how to use the stones and what to watch out for. It looks like I need to take good care of these stones and keep them away from bad people, he said as he closed the book and put it into his backpack. At that moment, he heard footsteps above the basement. Who's up there? He asked, clenching his fists cautiously. The footsteps grew closer, and a figure appeared at the top of the stairs. Lin Yu looked carefully. It was Lao Zhang. Lao Zhang saw Lin Yu and showed a surprised expression. Boss, what are you doing here? He asked. Lin Yu asked back. Lao Zhang, how come you're here too? Lao Zhang hesitated and said, Boss, I heard something strange about the old warehouse, so I came to check. Lin Yu looked into Lao Zhang's eyes and said, Lao Zhang, I want you to tell the truth. Are you involved in all this? Lao Zhang's eyes flickered as he said, Boss, I really don't know anything. Lin Yu sighed and said, Lao Zhang, I've always considered you one of us. I hope you won't let me down. Lao Zhang lowered his head without replying. Lin Yu didn't press further and left the basement with his things. Back in his office, Linyu sat in a chair, thinking about what to do next. These stones, mysterious dreams, and the fertilizer theft must be connected, he muttered to himself. But I still don't know who the mastermind is, he rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Suddenly, he remembered the symbols in the cave and what was written in the book. Maybe I can find an expert to interpret these symbols, he thought, coming up with an idea. He picked up his phone and contacted an expert who studies ancient symbols. The expert promised to come to the farm as soon as possible. While waiting for the expert, Linyu strengthened the farm security measures. He didn't want any more accidents to happen there. A few days later, the expert arrived at the farm. Linyu took the expert to the office and showed him photos of the cave symbols and some books from his phone. The expert studied them carefully. After a long time, he looked up and said, "These symbols are an old type of writing that tells secrets about the power of stones." Linyu asked eagerly, "What exactly do these stones do?" The expert explained, "These stones have special energy. When used correctly, they can help the farm thrive. But if misused, they could cause disaster." Linyu nodded and asked, "So, how should we use these stones properly?" The expert replied, "The books probably have detailed instructions, but we must be very careful." Linyu thanked the expert and saw him off. He knew that the key to solving the mystery was in these stones. "I must protect the farm and solve this mystery," he said firmly, looking out the window with determination. But just as he thought he had everything under control, someone outside the farm was watching it closely. A bigger plan was quietly unfolding. Linyu sat in the office, staring tightly at the stones and the old book on his desk. He frowned and tapped his fingers on the table without thinking. "There must be even deeper clues in these stones and the secrets in the book," he whispered. Suddenly, his eyes fell on a blurry map mark in the book. "Does this mark point to another place?" he wondered, leaning in to look closer. A spark of excitement flashed in his eyes. He quickly packed his things. "I need to find out what's there," he said, grabbing his backpack and rushing out of the office. At the farm gate, he got on his motorcycle and headed roughly in the direction of the map. As he rode, the wind howled past his ears. He felt nervous but also excited. Soon, he reached a desolate valley. A light fog covered the valley, giving it a mysterious feel. He stopped his motorcycle and carefully stepped into the valley. The stones beneath his feet made a creaking sound, breaking the silence. As he walked, he saw an old, broken stone gate ahead. The gate was covered with strange symbols, similar to those in the cave. Could this be where the clue is? His heart raced as he quickened his steps forward. He reached out to touch the stone door, and a cold sensation made him shiver. The stone door was heavy. He pushed hard, but it didn't move at all. "Need to find another way," he thought, carefully examining the door. On one side of the door, he found a hollowed-out spot shaped like a stone. An idea struck him. He took a stone from his backpack and placed it into the hollow. Suddenly, there was a loud rumbling sound. The door slowly opened, releasing a rotten smell. He took a deep breath, turned on his flashlight, and stepped inside. The corridor was dark and damp, with green moss covering the walls. He moved carefully, watching his surroundings with alert eyes. Suddenly, the ground beneath him collapsed. He staggered and almost fell. "This place is too dangerous," he thought, steadying himself and continuing forward. After walking a bit, he reached a large hall. In the center of the hall stood an old altar. The altar shimmered with faint light, drawing him closer. As he approached, the light suddenly grew brighter. He shielded his eyes and adjusted to the sudden brightness. In the light, he saw a glowing book on the altar. Could this be the key to solving all the mysteries? He wondered, reaching out to grab the book. The moment his hand touched the book, a deep roar echoed around him. A group of shadowy figures rushed out from the corners, stone monsters. These monsters looked different from each other, snarling and lunging at him. He quickly stepped back and drew a dagger from his belt. "Come on, see how I handle you," he shouted loudly. The monsters swarmed toward him, and he dodged their attacks skillfully. He swung his dagger, fighting fiercely. One monster seized his arm, but he struggled free. He stabbed the monster in the chest. The monster let out a terrible scream and turned to dust. But others kept attacking him, not backing down. He started to feel tired, and his breathing grew rapid. "This can't go on. I need to find a way to get rid of them," he thought. Suddenly, the book on the altar shone with a bright light. The light surrounded him, and the monsters' attacks stopped instantly. They seemed frightened by the light and dared not come closer. Seizing the chance, he grabbed the book and turned to run down the corridor. The monsters chased after him, but the light kept them at bay. Finally, he escaped through the stone door. Looking back, he saw the door slowly closing, trapping the monsters inside. He took a deep breath and sat on the ground, exhausted. That was close. I almost couldn't get out, he panted. He opened the book in his hands, but couldn't understand the words inside. It looks like I need an expert to explain this, he decided, putting away the book and standing up. He rode his motorcycle back to the farm and headed straight to the office. As soon as he sat down, his phone rang. It was the expert calling. "Mr. Lin, I have a new discovery," the expert said excitedly. "Oh, tell me more," he asked eagerly. The expert explained, "The stones and symbols point to an ancient site." His heart raced. He quickly said, "I just made a new discovery too. I think I found the entrance to that site." The expert was thrilled. "That's very important. You must protect the site. I'll come right away." After hanging up, he fell into deep thought again. What secrets are hidden in that site? He wondered, looking out at the farm. At this moment, the sunset cast a peaceful glow over the farm. But he knew that beneath this calm, there was a great danger. Soon, the expert arrived at the farm. He took the expert to the office and showed him the glowing book. The expert's eyes lit up as he studied it carefully. "This is an ancient book that has been lost for a long time. It contains many old secrets," the expert said. He asked eagerly, "And what about the site?" The expert flipped through the pages and said, "It mentions that the site has a mysterious power that can affect the farm's future." He frowned and said, "It seems the site and the farm are closely connected." The expert nodded. "We need to enter the site quickly and uncover its secrets." He stood up firmly and said, "All right, let's go now." They returned to the empty valley. The stone door was still shut. They approached it. The expert carefully examined the symbols on the door and then used tools to try to open it. After a while, the door slowly opened. They turned on their flashlights and carefully entered the passage. The corridor was still dark and damp, with a heavy atmosphere. They moved cautiously, ready for any danger. In the main hall, the glow on the altar had disappeared. The expert approached the altar and examined it closely. "There was once a strong energy fluctuation here," he said. He looked around and asked, "Where should we go next?" The expert pointed to a passage on one side of the hall and said, "Follow this direction, and you should find the core area of the ruins." They continued along the passage. The corridor grew narrower, and the symbols on the walls became more crowded. Suddenly, a bright light appeared ahead, blinding them. When the light faded, they saw a huge cave. The cave shimmered with strange, beautiful lights. "Is this the core area of the ruins?" he marveled. Entering the cave, they found many old tools and statues inside. These objects emitted a mysterious aura, making people feel awe. The expert excitedly looked around and recorded various details. Suddenly, a deep rumbling came from the far end of the cave. The ground started to shake, and stones fell. "Oh, there's danger," he shouted loudly. They hurried toward the cave exit. Just as they were about to leave, a large stone blocked their way. "What should we do?" he asked nervously. The expert calmly said, "Don't rush. Let's see if we can find another exit." They searched around and finally found a narrow passage in a corner. They squeezed through the passage and reached a new space. This area was filled with a mysterious atmosphere, and many strange stones were placed around. These stones looked somewhat like the ones he had found before, but also different. Could these stones have special powers? He asked, picking up one to examine it carefully. The expert came over and said, "Very likely. These stones might be the key to unlocking the secrets of the ruins." Suddenly, a light appeared in the space, and a mysterious figure appeared before them. The figure was dressed in ancient clothes, with deep, mysterious eyes. "Who are you? Why have you come here?" the mysterious person asked. He gathered his courage and said, "We came to solve the mystery of the farm." The mysterious person nodded and said, "I see. You are brave. But there are great secrets hidden in these ruins, and not everyone can handle them." He firmly said, "No matter how dangerous it is, we must uncover the secrets and protect the farm." The mysterious figure looked at them with approval and said, "All right. Since you are so determined, I can give you some hints." The mysterious person pointed to the stones around and said, "These stones contain mysterious power. Only by arranging them in a specific order can you activate the true power of the ruins." He and the expert exchanged a look filled with hope. "We will find the right order," he said. The mysterious person smiled slightly, and his figure gradually disappeared. They began studying the surrounding stones, trying to figure out the correct arrangement. Time passed second by second, but they still had no clue. Suddenly, he remembered some details from a book. Could it be related to what's in the book? He took out the book and examined it carefully. On the last page, he found a strange pattern. The order of the stones in the pattern seemed connected to the stones here. I think I found a clue, he shouted excitedly. He and the expert arranged the stones according to the pattern. When the last stone was in place, the whole space began to shake. A bright light shot out from the stones, illuminating the entire area. Within the light, they saw a huge energy sphere. The energy sphere emitted powerful energy, making everyone feel awestruck. Is this the true power of the ruins? He marveled. The expert excitedly said, yes, as long as we can control this power, we can solve the mystery of the farm. Suddenly, the energy sphere split into several smaller energy balls. The small energy balls flew toward them, and they instinctively dodged. What's happening? He asked in fear. The expert shouted, be careful, these energy balls are dangerous. They hurriedly dodged the attacks from the energy balls. The attacks grew more intense, and they started to struggle. Suddenly, one energy ball hit the expert. The expert fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Expert! He rushed over and helped him up. I'm fine. You need to find a way to control these energy balls, the expert said weakly. He looked at the energy balls, feeling helpless. What should I do? He thought anxiously. Just when he was desperate, he remembered what the mysterious person had said. Maybe I can use the power of the stones to control them, he thought, picking up a stone. He focused his mind, trying to communicate with the energy balls using the stone's power. A miracle happened. The attacks from the energy balls gradually stopped. They circled around him, seeming to listen to his commands. Yes, I did it, he shouted happily. He controlled the energy balls, gathering them into one large energy sphere. The sphere emitted a gentle glow, and the entire space returned to calm. The expert stood up and said, you did very well. It looks like you've mastered the power of the stones. He smiled and said, thanks to your hint, I wouldn't have known what to do. They looked at the energy ball, full of hope. This power will surely make the farm more prosperous, he said. Just as they were about to leave the ruins, they heard footsteps. Who's there? He asked cautiously. A figure appeared before them. It was Old Zhang. Old Zhang looked at them with jealousy and anger in his eyes. You found the secret of the ruins, but I won't let you succeed, Old Zhang said fiercely. He frowned and asked, Old Zhang, why are you doing this? Old Zhang sneered and said, I don't want to be just your assistant anymore. I want to control this power and become the owner of the farm. He shook his head helplessly and said, you're too greedy. This power isn't something you can control. Ignoring the warning, Old Zhang rushed toward the energy ball. He hurried to stop him, but Old Zhang was very strong, and he couldn't hold him back. At the moment Old Zhang touched the energy ball, a strong energy bounced back. Old Zhang was knocked to the ground and struggled in pain. See what greed gets you, he said. Old Zhang lay on the ground, full of regret. I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so greedy, Old Zhang weakly said. He stepped forward and helped Old Zhang up. It's not too late to change now. Let's use this power to protect the farm together, he said. Old Zhang nodded, tears of regret in his eyes. They took the energy ball and left the ruins. The sunset's glow shone on them, making their figures look especially tall. In the distance, it seemed like a pair of eyes was watching them. A new danger was quietly approaching. Carrying the energy ball, he walked out of the ruins with the expert and Old Zhang. As they stepped through the stone gate, a tense and dangerous feeling hit them. This feeling outside is even worse than inside, he said with a frown. The expert looked around alertly. There are definitely many traps here. We need to be careful. Old Zhang also tensed up. Yes, we can't let our guard down now. They moved cautiously, but suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled slightly. Oh, he shouted, pulling the two beside him back. Suddenly, the ground ahead collapsed, forming a huge deep pit. That was close. I almost fell, Old Zhang said, still shaken. As he spoke, sharp weapons shot out from the walls on both sides. He quickly turned to the side and dodged away. Everyone spread out. The expert moved skillfully to avoid danger. These ruins are trying to trap us. Old Zhang dodged left and right. I really don't know how many more dangers are waiting. After avoiding the hidden weapons, they continued forward. Ahead, they saw a narrow corridor. As he stepped into the corridor, hot lava suddenly fell from above. Quick, retreat, he shouted, and everyone hurried back. The lava flowed across the corridor, making a sizzling sound. How can we get through this? Old Zhang looked worried about the hot lava. The expert thought for a moment. Wait until the lava cools a bit. Maybe we can find a way. They waited patiently. Suddenly, a deep roar came from the distance. That sound. There's a monster. He clenched his fists. The roar grew louder, and a strange-looking monster appeared. The monster was covered in scales, with fierce eyes shining. Everyone be careful. This monster is tough, he warned. The monster roared and charged at them. He went first to fight. He swung a punch at the monster's scales, but it only made a dull sound. These scales are too hard. He felt his arm go numb. The expert took out some tools he carried. Try this. Old Zhang picked up a stone from the ground and joined the fight. The monster got angry and attacked more fiercely, swinging its claws in the air. He dodged quickly, looking for the monster's weak spot. It seems its belly is softer, he shouted loudly. The expert saw an opportunity and threw a tool at the monster's belly. The monster cried out in pain and paused its attack. Old Zhang took the chance to throw a stone at the monster's head. The monster wobbled but didn't fall. This isn't working. We need a better plan. He wiped sweat from his forehead. Suddenly, he remembered the energy ball on his back. Maybe the energy ball can help, he thought. He focused his mind and tried to attack the monster with the energy ball's power. A bright light shot out from the energy ball and hit the monster. The monster howled in pain, trembling as it was struck. That worked. Keep attacking. The expert cheered excitedly. He increased the energy output, and the monster couldn't hold on. Finally, the monster collapsed with a loud crash and disappeared into a puff of smoke. Phew, we finally took care of that thing. Old Zhang sighed in relief. At that moment, the lava had cooled down a bit. Let's hurry and get past now, he suggested. They carefully crossed the cooled lava area. Just as they walked past, the ground behind them began to shake again. Quick, run. Something is catching up, he urged. They sped up and saw a large room ahead. Inside, the room was filled with old artifacts. These might be useful, the expert said with interest as he examined them. Suddenly, the door to the room automatically closed. Oh no, we're trapped, Old Zhang said anxiously. The walls around them slowly started to move inward, shrinking the space. We need to find a way to stop the walls from moving, he said while looking for a mechanism. The expert carefully observed the surroundings. There should be a control device nearby. Old Zhang also looked around. Hurry, or we'll be crushed. Finally, he found a button in a corner. Without hesitation, he pressed it, and the walls stopped moving. Phew, that was close, Old Zhang said, patting his chest. However, stones began to fall from the ceiling. Now there's a new danger. He looked up at the falling stones. They quickly looked for something to hide behind to avoid being hit. This won't work forever. We need to find a way to stop the stones from falling, the expert analyzed. He examined the room again and noticed some strange symbols on the walls. Could these symbols be the key? He wondered as he approached to study them. The expert also came closer. Maybe. Let me take a look. After some study, they realized the symbols seemed to follow a pattern. Adjusting the symbols according to this pattern might solve the problem, he said. They started to move the symbols, and as they changed, the falling stones slowed down and eventually stopped completely. We did it. Old Zhang cheered. They opened the door and continued exploring the ruins. Walking along, they reached a pond. The water in the pond glowed with a strange blue light. This water looks unusual, he said, crouching to observe. The expert also crouched down. It might have special properties. Old Zhang reached out to touch the water. Let me try. Don't do anything reckless. He quickly grabbed Old Zhang's arm. Suddenly, several snake-like monsters emerged from the pond. The monsters opened their large mouths and lunged at them. More monsters. Everyone be careful, he shouted as he stood up to fight. The snake-like monsters moved quickly, making them hard to fight. These monsters are too fast. Old Zhang yelled while dodging. The expert used his tools to try to hold the monsters back. He looked for an opportunity to strike a vital spot. After a fierce battle, they finally defeated the snake-like monster. There's always more danger in this ruin, Old Zhang gasped. They kept moving forward, and ahead, a huge staircase appeared. The staircase shimmered with a mysterious glow. Where does the staircase lead? He wondered, looking at it thoughtfully. The expert guessed, maybe deeper into the ruins. Old Zhang hesitated a bit. Could it be more dangerous? He firmly said, for the farm, no matter how risky, we have to go. They stepped onto the staircase. After a few steps, it started to shake violently. Hold steady. Don't fall, he shouted loudly. Cracks appeared on the stairs, and it looked like it could collapse at any moment. Move faster. Hurry through this. he urged. They carefully quickened their pace and finally made it past the stairs. Before they could relax, a group of bat-like creatures appeared ahead. The bats flew overhead, surrounding them completely. There's too many bats. Old Zhang was a little scared. He stayed calm and said, back to back. Everyone, let's fight together. They stood back to back, swinging their weapons to drive away the bats. The bats kept attacking, and the scene was very chaotic. Doing this will drain too much energy, the expert warned. He suddenly had an idea. Try using fire. He took some fire-starting materials from his backpack and lit some nearby things that could burn. The flames blazed fiercely, forcing the bats to retreat. Yes, keep the fire going, he shouted. They kept adding fuel, and the fire grew bigger. The bats couldn't stand the heat and flew away. Now we're safe for a while. Old Zhang wiped the sweat from his face. They continued down the corridor, which was getting colder. The temperature is dropping so fast, Old Zhang said, pulling his clothes tighter. Suddenly, a creature like an ice sculpture appeared ahead. The creature radiated cold, and everywhere it touched turned to ice. This monster is made of ice all over. It'll be hard to fight, he analyzed. The expert took out warm gear. First, stay warm so you don't freeze. They put on their warm clothes and started fighting the ice sculpture monster. The creature swung its icy arms, sending cold winds everywhere. They struggled to dodge the attacks and looked for a weakness. Maybe its head is the weak spot, he shouted, spotting an opening. The expert and Old Zhang worked together, attacking the monster's head. The ice sculpture was hit, and cracks appeared in the ice on its body. Keep attacking. Break its ice apart, he encouraged everyone. They increased their attack, and the ice blocks of the ice sculpture monster kept falling apart. In the end, the ice sculpture monster was completely defeated and turned into a puddle of water. These dangers along the way are really nonstop, Old Zhang said with emotion. They continued to explore the ruins and encountered various traps. Some were hidden spikes underground, and others were giant stones falling from the sky. They relied on their abilities given by the system and their own calmness and cleverness. They avoided the traps cleverly again and again. However, the danger was not over. Ahead, a large hall appeared, with a mysterious device in the center. This device might be the core of the ruins, the expert guessed. As they approached the device, it suddenly emitted a bright light. Within the light, a powerful guardian monster appeared. The guardian monster was huge and shone with a golden glow all over. Is this the final monster protecting the ruins? He clenched his fists. The guardian monster roared loudly and charged at them. He was the first to go forward and fought fiercely with the guardian monster. The monster's attacks were very strong, shaking the ground with each hit. He dodged the attacks skillfully, looking for a chance to strike back. The expert and Old Zhang helped from the side, attacking the guardian monster with weapons. The monster seemed to notice their teamwork and started focusing on him. He was pushed back step by the monster's attacks. This won't do. I need to find a way to distract it, he thought to himself. Suddenly, he remembered the energy orb. He activated the energy orb again, releasing a powerful light. The light shone on the guardian monster, making it temporarily unable to move. Now's the time, everyone attack together, he shouted. The expert and Old Zhang seized the chance and attacked, forcing the guardian monster to retreat repeatedly. But the monster quickly regained its ability to fight and launched a more fierce attack. They fell into trouble again, and their stamina was running out. We can't give up like this, we must hold on. He gritted his teeth. Just when they were about to collapse, he suddenly felt a new power coming from the energy orb. This power surged into his body, greatly increasing his strength. He steadied his mind and charged again at the guardian monster. This time, his attacks became even more fierce. The guardian monster gradually couldn't hold on and was covered with multiple wounds. Victory is near. Everyone give it one more push, he shouted. They worked together and finally defeated the guardian monster. The guardian monster transformed into a beam of light and disappeared into the air. They sat on the ground, exhausted and breathing heavily. Finally defeated this guardian monster, Old Zhang said with relief. The expert looked at the mysterious device. Now we can study this device. They stood up and headed toward the mysterious device. However, as they approached, the device suddenly triggered an alarm. The entire ruin began to shake violently, as if it might collapse. Oh, the ruin is collapsing. Hurry and get out of here, he shouted loudly. Oh no, the ruin is collapsing. Hurry and leave. As soon as he finished speaking, stones around him started falling. Old Zhang looked terrified, eyes wide open. What should we do? Can we escape? The expert tried to stay calm, though his voice trembled. Don't panic. Look for an exit. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. Everyone, follow me closely. They dodged falling stones and groped their way through the ruins. Suddenly, they saw a narrow passage ahead. He brightened up. Let's go this way. Maybe we can get out. Old Zhang looked worried at the passage. This passage is so narrow. Could it be dangerous? He said firmly, no time to hesitate. Let's take a chance. They crawled into the passage, which was filled with dust, making them cough. Not far in, stones above started to loosen. Quick, speed up, he urged anxiously. Just then, a huge stone fell from above, about to hit Old Zhang. He reacted quickly, pulling Old Zhang behind him. The stone brushed past his shoulder and fell. Old Zhang, still shaken, said, Thanks. We almost got caught here. They kept running forward. At the end of the passage, a heavy stone door was closed. The expert stepped forward to check. This door is locked. We need to find the key or a mechanism. He looked around and saw strange symbols on the walls. Could these symbols be related to opening the door? He asked, leaning in to examine them. Old Zhang also came closer. They looked like some kind of code. The expert studied the symbols carefully. They resemble ancient runes. We might need to decode them. He frowned, deep in thought. I saw similar symbols in the room earlier. Maybe there's a pattern. They began comparing the symbols with their previous experience, trying to decode. Time passed second by second, and the ruin shook more intensely. Hurry up. The ruin can't hold much longer. Old Zhang was very anxious and kept stomping his feet. Finally, he discovered the pattern of the symbols and pressed the runes in the correct order. The stone door slowly opened, revealing the space outside. We did it. Let's go. He shouted and rushed out first. Outside was a large hall with a shining treasure chest in the center. That chest might hold the relic's treasure, the expert said with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Old Zhang excitedly rubbed his hands together. Let's open it and see. As they approached the chest, the ground suddenly cracked open, and hot lava flowed out. Be careful. Don't fall into the lava, he warned quickly. They had to go around the lava carefully and slowly approach the chest. But around the chest, a group of ghostly monsters appeared. The monsters made spooky noises and lunged at them. Here they come again. These monsters never stop, Old Zhang said while swinging his weapon. He stayed calm and fought bravely, fighting alongside the expert and himself. The monsters' attacks were strange and tricky, making it hard to defend. This can't go on. We need a plan, he thought while fighting. Suddenly, he noticed the monsters seemed afraid of light. He remembered the energy orb still emitted a faint glow, so he raised it high. The light from the orb made the monsters retreat. Everyone, move toward the light, he shouted. Using the orb's glow, they gradually pushed back the monsters. Finally, they reached the treasure chest. He reached out and grabbed the handle, feeling nervous but excited. I wonder what's inside, Old Zhang said, stretching his neck. The expert also stared intently at the chest. Hopefully, it will help the farm. He forcefully opened the chest, and a bright light shone out. Inside the chest, a simple ancient jade pendant lay quietly. The pendant glowed softly and was carved with mysterious patterns. This pendant looks special, he said, carefully examining it. The expert pushed up his glasses. From its craftsmanship and material, it should be a treasure. Old Zhang excitedly said, with this treasure, the farm will definitely improve. Just as they were happy about finding the treasure, the relic started to shake more violently. Oh, the relic is about to collapse. He realized the situation was urgent. They quickly took the pendant and ran toward the exit. On the way, falling rocks kept dropping, and they narrowly dodged them. Finally, they saw the exit of the relic. But a huge stone blocked the way out. What should we do? We can't get out. Old Zhang desperately struck the stone block. He looked at the jade pendant in his hand, and suddenly a surge of strength arose in his heart. He focused his mind and tried to use the power of the jade pendant to push away the stone. The pendant emitted a bright glow, and the stone slowly moved. Yes, we did it. Let's go, he shouted. They took the chance when the stone shifted and escaped from the ruins. As soon as they left, the ruins behind them collapsed loudly, raising a cloud of dust. They stood exhausted beside the rubble, looking at everything before them. Old Zhang was excited and said, "We finally got out. That was a close call, almost life or death." The expert sighed. Though it was dangerous, we found a treasure, so it was all worth it. He held the jade pendant tightly, full of hope. This pendant will surely bring new opportunities to the farm. They dragged their tired bodies and started back to the farm. On the way, he kept thinking about the use of the jade pendant. What special power does this pendant have? He muttered to himself. The expert guessed, from how mysterious the ruins are, the pendant probably has extraordinary effects. Old Zhang looked forward with hope. Maybe it can double the crop yield on the farm. When they arrived at the farm, it was already getting dark. The workers saw they returned safely and gathered around. You finally came back. Everyone was worried sick, said one worker. He smiled and comforted everyone. Don't worry, we're fine, and we brought back a treasure. He showed the jade pendant to everyone, and the workers were amazed. This pendant is so beautiful, it must be very valuable, said one worker. He decided to keep the pendant safe and study it carefully when he had time. That night, he lay in bed but couldn't sleep for a long time. His mind kept replaying the dangers in the ruins and the moment he obtained the pendant. How will this pendant change the farm? He wondered with anticipation. The next morning, he gathered the expert and old Zhang to study the pendant together. They placed the pendant on the table and examined the patterns carefully. The expert used a magnifying glass and studied it seriously. These patterns seemed to contain some kind of message. Old Zhang scratched his head. Can we find someone who understands this kind of thing? He thought for a moment. Maybe the mysterious visitor knew some clues, but unfortunately, he never appeared again. Just as they were feeling stuck, the system suddenly gave a notification. Detected mysterious jade pendant, triggering new task. Solve the mystery of the pendant. Completing the task will earn system rewards. His eyes lit up. It seems the system can help us uncover the secret of the jade pendant. The expert excitedly said, with the system's help, we might soon learn what the jade pendant is for. Old Zhang also felt confident. Let's get started quickly. Following the system's instructions, they began gathering information related to the jade pendant. They looked through old farm records and asked the village elders. However, they didn't find much. There was very little information about the pendant. This pendant is so mysterious, it's hard to find any details, old Zhang said, a bit disappointed. He encouraged everyone. Don't lose hope. There must be a way. Maybe there are other clues in the ruins. He decided to go back to the ruins to see if he could find anything useful. They returned to the ruins, which were in a mess. They carefully searched every corner, not missing a spot. Suddenly, old Zhang found an old book under a stone. Look, I found a book, he exclaimed happily. He and the expert hurried over and carefully opened the book. The writing was faint, but they could still read some of it. It seems to be related to the jade pendant, the expert said, studying it carefully. From the book, they learned that the jade pendant was an ancient artifact with magical powers. It could help plants grow better and make the land more fertile. Great. This is exactly what our farm needs, he said happily. They took the book and their new discovery back to the farm and started to figure out how to activate the pendant's power. The system indicated that a special kind of energy was needed to activate the pendant. What kind of energy could that be? He wondered, deep in thought. The expert analyzed. Maybe it's related to the energy orb in the ruins. He suddenly had an idea. Yes, maybe the energy orb can provide the power to activate the pendant. They placed the energy orb and the pendant together, trying to connect them. But nothing happened as they expected. It's not that simple, old Zhang said, a bit disappointed. He didn't give up and kept studying the book. Finally, he found a mention of a ritual that could activate the pendant. The ritual required special herbs and a spell. First, let's gather the herbs, then try the ritual, he said. They went around the farm and nearby areas to find the herbs. After some effort, they collected all the herbs they needed. Following the instructions in the book, they set up the ritual site. He held the pendant in his hand and began to recite the spell. The herbs started to burn, releasing a strange aroma. The jade pendant began to emit a brighter glow, spreading a mysterious energy. Success! The power of the jade pendant has been activated, the expert exclaimed excitedly. Suddenly, a rainbow appeared in the sky. The rainbow's light shone down on the farm, making the soil richer. The crops in the field started to grow stronger and more lush. Wonderful! The jade pendant really has magical effects, old Zhang cheered. He looked at the lively farm, feeling very happy. With the help of the jade pendant, the farm's progress will be quick, he said confidently. But just as they were enjoying their happiness, dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. The clouds quickly covered the farm, and a bad feeling grew in his heart. He looked at the sudden clouds and frowned. This cloud formation seems strange. I hope it's not something bad, old Zhang said worriedly. The expert pushed up his glasses. Don't worry yet. Maybe it's just normal weather. He took a deep breath. Anyway, let's see what else the jade pendant can do after being activated. He walked toward the fields, squatting down to carefully observe the crops that had grown stronger because of the jade pendant's power. The leaves were green and thick, and the stems were sturdy and tall. This crop condition is even better than when we used the system to grow them, he muttered. The expert came over. It looks like the jade pendant really boosts plant growth. Old Zhang also moved closer. If this keeps up, our farm's yield could multiply several times. He stood up and looked at the distant land. Besides the crops, I want to see how long the soil fertility improvement lasts. The expert nodded. We can do a comparison test by choosing different plots of land to observe. They quickly marked several test fields, some with the jade pendant's power, others normal land. In the following days, they closely watched the test plots. On the land with the jade pendant's power, crops grew much faster. Fields that could only support one season of crops were showing signs of being replanted. This jade pendant is amazing. Making the land productive for over a year isn't just a dream, old Zhang said excitedly, waving his arms. He smiled. This way, the farm's output can greatly increase. The expert recorded the data. So far, the jade pendant's effect on soil fertility is strong and lasts a long time. Then they turned their attention to the farm's poultry and livestock. The chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep all had shiny feathers and looked very lively. They seem more energetic than before, he said. Old Zhang caught a chicken and examined it carefully. Its feathers are smooth, and the meat looks firm. The expert explained, the aura from the jade pendant might have boosted their immunity. In the following days, the farm's poultry and livestock rarely got sick. The meat from the animals was tasty and of high quality. This jade pendant is so helpful for farming. It's really a two-in-one benefit, old Zhang said with a big smile. He thought to himself, with this jade pendant, the farm can grow even better. However, the dark clouds never completely disappeared. Strange things started happening on the farm. At night, faint mysterious sounds could often be heard. Where are these sounds coming from? They're quite scary, old Zhang said, feeling a bit afraid. He clenched his fists and said, whatever it is, I must find out. During the day, they searched all around the farm for the source of the sounds. But they found nothing, as if the sounds had vanished into thin air. Could we have heard it wrong? The expert wondered, confused. He shook his head and said, impossible. There must be something hidden in the dark. As time went on, new problems appeared on the farm. Some plant leaves started showing strange spots. What's going on? Could the power of the jade pendant be failing? Old Zhang asked anxiously. He looked closely at the spots and said, it doesn't seem like that. Maybe other factors are affecting the plants. The expert analyzed, it might be related to those dark clouds. They decided to look again at the book they found in the ruins, to see if it mentioned anything about these strange events. But the book had no direct information. What should we do? We have no clues, old Zhang said, feeling a bit down. He encouraged everyone, don't worry. Let's think of another way. Suddenly, the system gave a notification. Detected abnormal activity on the farm. New task issued. Solve the farm crisis. Completing this task will earn extra rewards. His eyes lit up. This system hint means there's a solution. The expert cheered up again. Let's work together to find the problem. They checked the jade pendant again and noticed its glow seemed a little dimmer than before. Is the power of the jade pendant weakening? He guessed. Old Zhang asked, could it be that the activation ritual is losing its effect? The expert thought for a moment and said, that's possible. Maybe we need to activate the jade pendant again. They decided to perform the ritual again, following the same steps as before. They collected herbs again and set up the ceremony site. He held a jade pendant and recited a spell. The herbs burned, filling the air with a pleasant scent. The glow of the jade pendant gradually brightened, and mysterious energy was released again. However, the strange problems on the farm did not completely disappear. The spots on the crops still remained, and strange sounds could sometimes be heard at night. It seems it's not that simple. There must be other reasons, he frowned. At this moment, an old man from the village approached them. I heard that your farm has been acting strange lately, the old man said slowly. He quickly asked, Sir, do you have any ideas? The old man stroked his beard. There are legends of evil spirits causing trouble around here. Old Zhang was surprised and opened his mouth wide. Evil spirits? Could that be true? The old man continued, maybe those dark clouds are a sign of such spirits. The expert was skeptical. Is this legend reliable? He thought it might be worth trying. Old sir, please give us some guidance. The old man told them they needed to find a special stone. This stone could control evil spirits and purify the farm's environment. Where can we find this stone? He asked. The old man pointed to the distant mountains. There's a cave in the mountains, and it might have this kind of stone. They decided to go to the mountains to look for the stone. Before leaving, he handed the jade pendant to the expert for safekeeping. Take good care of the pendant. Just in case anything happens, he warned. The expert nodded. Don't worry, I will take care of it. The three of them headed toward the mountains. The mountain path was rugged and full of thorns. This path is really hard to walk, old John complained. He encouraged everyone. For the farm, we must keep going. After a long walk, they finally reached the cave the old man mentioned. The entrance was dark and cold. There shouldn't be any danger inside, right? Old John was a bit scared. He took a deep breath. We'll know once we go in. They carefully entered the cave. It was pitch dark inside, and they couldn't see their hands. He took out a torch to light the way. Inside, the cave was full of jagged rocks, and water dripped constantly. This sound is really creepy, old Zhang whispered. Suddenly, a bat flew overhead. Old Zhang jumped in fright. Oh my, that scared me to death. They continued deeper into the cave, searching for the special stone. After a while, they still couldn't find any sign of the stone. Maybe we're looking in the wrong place, the expert doubted. He carefully examined the surroundings. Let's keep looking. It might be nearby. At that moment, old Zhang shouted, look over there. It seems there's a light. They headed toward the light. They found a stone emitting a faint glow. Could this be the stone we're looking for? He said excitedly. The expert stepped forward to examine it. From its appearance and smell, it's very likely. Carefully, they took the stone down. As soon as they held the stone, the cave began to shake. Oh, the cave is collapsing, he yelled. They hurriedly ran outside, with rocks falling behind them. Finally, they escaped the cave. The cave collapsed loudly behind them. That was close. We almost couldn't get out, old Zhang said, still feeling scared. They returned to the farm with the stone. But as soon as they arrived, they saw things were worse. The spots on the crops increased, and the poultry and livestock looked weak. We need to try using this stone quickly, he said. They placed the stone in the center of the farm. The stone shone brightly, gradually clearing the dark clouds. The strange problems on the farm started to improve slowly. The spots on the crops disappeared, and the poultry and livestock regained their energy. This stone really works, old Zhang said happily. The expert analyzed. The power of the stone and the jade pendant worked together to solve the farm's crisis. He smiled with relief. It looks like the farm is coming back to life. But just as they relaxed, the system gave another alert. The farm's crisis is temporarily over, but hidden threats still exist. Please stay alert. His heart tightened. What could these hidden threats be? He looked at the recovering farm, feeling a bit relieved, but the system's warning still made him frown. What exactly are these hidden threats? He whispered. Old Zhang patted his shoulder. No matter what the threats are, we can get through them. Now that the farm is back, we should think about making it more famous. He came back to himself and nodded. You're right. At this stage, increasing the farm's reputation is very important. I've been thinking about promoting the brand. The expert pushed up his glasses. Exactly. Promotion can attract more customers and partners, which is good for the farm's long-term growth. His eyes became firm. I will first combine the farm's features and past strengths to plan a good promotion strategy. In the next few days, he stayed in the office all day, researching, writing, and drawing. Sometimes he frowned in thought. Other times he worked quickly. The desk was piled with documents and sketches. Old Zhang occasionally came in to check. How's it going? Do you have a plan yet? He rubbed his temples. I have some ideas. First, we can put up offline ads in nearby cities to attract local customers. Old Zhang nodded. That's a good idea. Offline ads are clear and visible, so more people can see our farm. He continued, at the same time, we can use online platforms to share pictures and videos of the farm's scenery, quality products, and fun farm activities. The expert added, we can make short, attractive videos and images to catch people's attention online. He agreed. That's what I was thinking too. We should also contact local media for interviews to increase our reach. Once the plan was set, they acted quickly. He contacted an advertising company to design and produce offline ads. The ads featured lush fruit trees, fresh green vegetables, and happy animals running around. The staff at the ad company said, "Your farm looks beautiful. This ad will definitely attract people." He smiled and replied, "All scenes are real. We hope to draw more visitors." The offline ads were soon posted at bus stops and shopping mall entrances in nearby cities. Passers-by stopped to look. "Wow, this farm looks great. I should visit someday," said a young person. Meanwhile, he created an official farm account online. He personally filmed the farm's scenery and products. In the morning, he captured dew-covered vegetables at sunrise. In the afternoon, he wandered through the orchard, filming bright red apples. At night, he sat under the lights, editing videos and writing captions. "Family, check out our fresh and healthy farm products. Come experience rural life," he wrote in the caption. After posting the videos, they quickly gained attention online. Likes, comments, and shares kept increasing. "This farm looks amazing. I really want to visit," commented a netizen. Another asked, "The products look so fresh. Where can I buy them?" He patiently replied to each comment and answered their questions. To reach more people, he also contacted local media. Journalists came to visit and report on the farm. He took the journalists on a tour, explaining the farm's history and special products. "Our farm relies on scientific planting and management. Our products are high quality and loved by customers," he said confidently. The journalists took notes and asked questions. "What are your future plans for the farm?" He paused to think and said, "We plan to expand further, develop more tourism activities, and help more people learn about farm culture." After the interview, the story was quickly broadcast on local TV and published in newspapers. The farm's popularity grew rapidly. Many businesses approached for cooperation. A supermarket purchasing manager called and said, "Your farm's products meet our needs. We hope to establish a long-term partnership." He was very excited and replied, "Of course, we will provide high-quality products and services." At the same time, more visitors wanted to come and experience the farm. On weekends, the farm was lively and busy. Children ran and played in the fields, picking fruits. Adults enjoyed fresh farm products in the beautiful countryside. A visitor said happily, "This is a great place to relax. I'll come again." However, as the farm's fame increased, some problems also arose. One day, he received an anonymous call. A deep voice on the line said, "If you know what's good for you, stop your promotion activities or you'll regret it." He frowned and asked, "Who are you? Why are you trying to stop us?" The other person sneered and said, "Don't worry about who I am. If you don't want trouble, just listen." Then the call ended. He felt confused and uneasy. Who is doing this? Why are they targeting our farm? He muttered to himself. Old Zhang learned about this and said angrily, "It's definitely a rival trying to sabotage us. Don't pay attention to them. Keep promoting." An expert also advised, "Don't be scared by these threats. We must believe that justice will win over evil." He took a deep breath and said firmly, "That's right. We can't give up halfway. We must do a good job promoting our farm brand." But in the following days, the farm faced some small problems. Negative comments appeared online. One comment said, "This farm's products are of poor quality and not worth visiting." He looked at the comments, feeling very annoyed. "This is clearly malicious slander. Our products have always been good quality," he said. Old Zhang checked the IP addresses of the comments and said, "All these comments come from the same IP range. Someone is probably doing this on purpose." He decided to investigate further. He contacted the online platform for help with the investigation. At the same time, he asked experts to test the farm products again. The results showed that the products were of fully good quality. "We have evidence proving our product is fine. We must clarify the facts," he said. Just as he was about to clarify, another unexpected event happened. The irrigation system on the farm suddenly broke down. Large areas of crops couldn't be watered in time and started to wither due to lack of water. He was very anxious. "This must be deliberate sabotage. We need to fix it quickly." He and the workers checked the irrigation system together. They found the pipes had been cut intentionally. "How terrible. Someone did this on purpose," Old Zhang said angrily, stomping his feet. They quickly replaced the pipes and repaired the irrigation system. After some effort, the crops finally regained vitality. He realized that the road to developing the farm would not be easy. "We must be more careful and not let these bad people succeed," he told everyone. Despite these troubles, the farm's promotional activities continued. Offline advertisements kept working, attracting more local customers. Content on online platforms was also updated regularly, keeping the attention of netizens. Media reports helped more people learn about the farm's story. Over time, the farm's fame grew. More businesses and tourists came to visit. The farm showed a scene of thriving prosperity. However, the anonymous phone calls and series of sabotage events always cast a shadow over him. He didn't know what challenges he would face next. But he believed that as long as everyone united, the farm could overcome difficulties and move toward a better future. On a sunny morning, he stood on a high spot on the farm, looking at the lively scene. He silently made a firm decision. No matter what happens, I will promote the farm's brand and make it known across the country. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw it was an unknown number. After hesitating for a moment, he answered. A mysterious voice on the other end said, "Do you think you can escape trouble? The real show is yet to come." Old Zhang was so angry he stomped his foot. These troublemakers must be caught. An expert hurried over, adjusting his glasses. Stay calm, don't fall for their tricks. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself. Yes, we can't lose our composure. We need to respond quickly, he said. Just then, an employee ran in hurriedly. Boss, it's bad. There are lots of negative comments about our farm online. The employee shouted. His heart sank. He quickly opened his computer. The web page was full of bad reviews about the farm. This farm is a scam. All the products are poor quality. Visited once and regretted it. The environment is filthy. The harsh comments hurt his eyes. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. These are all lies. Our farm is excellent. He yelled angrily. Old Zhang looked closer, his face turning pale. This must be the work of competitors. That's so mean. The expert examined the comments carefully. The timing of these posts suggests they are organized attacks. He gritted his teeth. We must fix this quickly, or our farm's reputation will be ruined. He immediately contacted the online platform's customer service. You must remove these malicious comments. Our farm is being falsely accused. He pleaded. The customer service said, you need to provide proof that these comments are malicious before we can take action. He reluctantly hung up, frowning in frustration. Where can I find the proof? He wondered anxiously. Old Zhang suggested, maybe hire a professional online reputation company. They have experience. He shook his head. That costs too much, and it might not solve the problem. The expert thought for a moment. Let's first gather evidence, like product testing reports and positive reviews from visitors. His eyes lit up. Yes, with those, we can shut them up. He and his staff started working hard. Some collected product testing reports, others gathered positive reviews from visitors. After a few hours, they had collected enough evidence. He contacted the online platform again and uploaded the proof. Can you now handle those malicious comments? He asked hopefully. The customer service replied, we will review and process them as soon as possible, but it may take some time. He sighed and could only wait. At that moment, a visitor called. What's going on with your farm? Is everything on the internet true? The visitor asked skeptically. He quickly explained, those are all false accusations. Our farm's products and services are top quality. The visitor hesitated and said, I hope so, or I wouldn't dare come. After hanging up, he felt very heavy-hearted. This can't go on. I need to take action, he muttered to himself. He decided to hold a press conference to clarify the facts. He contacted local media and sent out invitations. We have recently been unfairly criticized, and we hope your media can attend the press conference, he said sincerely. Many media outlets agreed. During the preparations for the press conference, he worked day and night. He prepared his speech and organized evidence. Old Zhang was worried about his health. Don't work too hard. Your health is important. He waved his hand. Now is not the time to rest. We must restore the farm's reputation quickly. On the day of the press conference, the venue was full. He walked onto the stage and took a deep breath. Dear media friends, today I am here to clarify the false accusations against our farm, he said seriously. Then he showed testing reports of the farm's products and positive reviews from visitors. These prove that our farm's products are of good quality and our service is appreciated, he said confidently. Journalists took photos and recorded everything. One reporter asked, who do you think is behind these false accusations? He thought for a moment. It's probably competitors, but we don't have solid proof yet. Another reporter asked, what will your farm do next? He replied, we will strengthen online monitoring, and take legal action against any malicious comments. After the press conference, he exhaled deeply. I hope this will make those people stop, he prayed. But things were not that simple. After the event, negative comments online decreased but still existed sporadically. Additionally, the number of visitors to the farm dropped noticeably. An old customer called him. Although I trust your farm, those comments online still make me a little worried. He said helplessly, we're very sorry. We will solve the problem as soon as possible. After hanging up, he felt more pressure than ever. How can I completely eliminate these negative effects? He wondered anxiously. At that moment, a mysterious ally approached him. I heard about your farm. Maybe I can help, the ally said. He was surprised. That's great. Do you have any ideas? The mysterious ally smiled mysteriously. I have some contacts who can help you speak out online and guide public opinion. He gratefully said, thank you so much. With your help, we have hope. A mysterious ally began to take action. He contacted some popular online influencers and bloggers to speak up for the farm. Soon, articles and videos appeared online defending the farm. One blogger posted, I personally visited this farm, and it's really great. Those negative comments online are not true. This post received many likes and shares. The farm's reputation gradually improved. Visitor numbers started to slowly rise. Seeing these changes, he felt hopeful. It looks like our efforts are working, he said happily. However, just when he thought things were about to be solved, a new problem arose. The farm's official account was hacked and posted some harmful messages. Suddenly, there was a message saying, our farm has gone bankrupt, don't come anymore. He was very worried when he heard this. That hacker is so evil, causing trouble again, he said angrily. He quickly contacted technicians to fix the account. After some effort, the account was restored. But the harmful message had already caused some damage. Some visitors called to cancel their reservations. He patiently explained, that was the hacker's doing. Our farm is fine. But some visitors still hesitated. I'll think about it some more, said one visitor. He shook his head helplessly, feeling tired both physically and mentally. This wave is not over, and another comes right after, he sighed deeply. Old Zhang comforted him, don't lose hope. We'll take it step by step, and everything will be okay. An expert also encouraged him. Yes, right now the most important thing is to stay calm and keep trying to find solutions. He cheered up. That's right, I won't be defeated. I don't believe I can't beat them. He started discussing with technicians how to strengthen account security. We need to set stronger passwords and install security software, he said. The technicians nodded. No problem, we'll implement it as soon as possible. Meanwhile, he continued collecting evidence to prepare to sue those who maliciously defamed the farm. We must make sure they face legal consequences, he said firmly. Days passed, and the farm kept going through tough times. Although negative comments had not completely disappeared, he never gave up. He checked online every day and responded promptly to visitors' questions. Please trust us. We will give everyone a satisfactory answer, he wrote in his replies. Finally, through his and his team's persistent efforts, negative online comments decreased more and more. The farm's reputation gradually recovered, and visitor numbers greatly increased. He stood in the farm, watching the busy workers and cheerful visitors. He felt very emotional. This journey has been very difficult, but we made it through, he muttered to himself. However, he did not know that even bigger challenges were still ahead. It seemed that the mysterious forces had not given up, and a new plan was quietly forming. Although the negative comments had decreased, he knew it was not time to relax. We need to make the evidence chain more complete, so those rumors will completely disappear, he whispered. He turned back to the office and called in the expert and old Zhang. Let's review the evidence we have and see if there are any gaps, he said seriously. The expert pushed up his glasses. The farm product tests and visitor reviews are fine, but we still lack real-time data. Old Zhang scratched his head. Real-time data? What does that mean? The expert explained, it means current farm indicators like soil quality, water quality, and air levels. His eyes lit up. Yes, with this real-time data, we can better prove the quality of our farm. Immediately, they arranged for staff to collect all the real-time data. The staff went to carry out the task, while he continued reviewing the previous evidence. We also need to find out the IP addresses of those malicious comments. Maybe we can catch the mastermind behind it, he said. Old Zhang slapped his thigh. Exactly, I'll contact the tech team to investigate. After that, Old Zhang hurried out. Meanwhile, the staff gradually brought back the real-time data. He and the expert carefully analyzed each piece of data. Look, all indicators meet the standards, even better than required, the expert said excitedly. A slight smile appeared on his face. With this data, how can those rumors survive? Just then, old Zhang came back, panting. Boss, the tech team said most of those IP addresses are virtual and hard to trace. Old Zhang said helplessly. He frowned. It seems the other side is very cautious, but it's okay. The evidence alone is enough to prove everything. Then he ordered someone to reorganize and format all the evidence into a detailed report. We need to send this report to major media and regulatory agencies, he said firmly. The expert nodded. Yes, expand our influence so more people can see the real situation of our farm. After sending out the report, he kept a close eye on the reactions from all sides. Several days passed, and the media began to report on the true situation of the farm. Some farm is fighting back against rumors with real strength. All indicators meet standards, one article stated. Seeing the report, he felt a little more at ease. It seems our efforts are starting to pay off, he said happily. However, some stubborn voices still remained. Maybe these data are all fake, someone questioned online. When he saw this comment, he clenched his fist in anger. That's simply unreasonable. We must let them see the real situation of the farm with their own eyes, he said through gritted teeth. So he decided to hold an open farm day event. He invited media, visitors, and regulators to come so they can experience the charm of our farm firsthand, he said. Old Zhang and the experts agreed. In the following days, they worked hard to prepare for the open day. They cleaned the farm, arranged display areas, and prepared informational materials. We must show everyone the most genuine and high-quality farm, he told the staff. On the day of the open farm event, the farm was bustling with activity. People from all directions arrived one after another. He stood at the gate, warmly welcoming each guest. Welcome everyone to our farm. We hope you have a pleasant experience here, he said with a smile. First, he led everyone to see the crop planting area. Look, these vegetables are grown naturally without pesticides, he pointed to the lush vegetables and said. A curious reporter asked, how do you control pests and diseases? He confidently replied, we use a combination of biological and physical methods, which are environmentally friendly and effective. Next, they visited the animal husbandry area. A group of plump chickens and ducks happily ran on the grass. Our poultry are free-range, with tender meat and rich nutrition, he explained. A visitor asked, are your eggs and chicken meat expensive? He smiled and said, we focus on quality and value. Our prices are fair and reasonable. After touring the planting and breeding areas, they arrived at the testing lab. The experts explained the testing data in detail. From soil and water quality to air and farm products, we have strict testing standards, the expert said. A regulator carefully looked at the data and nodded in approval. Indeed, everything is very well managed, he praised. Finally, everyone went to the rest area to taste the farm's products. Sweet and fresh fruits, tender vegetables, all received many compliments. This taste is different from what you find outside, said a tourist giving a thumbs up. After the open day event, feedback was very positive from all sides. The media published many good reports, and visitors shared their happy experiences online. Those rumors before were so silly. This farm is trustworthy, one visitor wrote. Seeing these comments made him very happy. It looks like the open day was a big success, and the farm's reputation is fully restored, he said happily. Old Zhang smiled and said, yes, all our hard work has finally paid off. The expert also said with relief, now, we can continue to develop the farm well. But just when they thought everything was back on track, a mysterious phone call broke the peace. Hello, is this the farm owner? A deep voice asked from the phone. He asked cautiously, who is this? What do you want? The other person sneered, don't think you can easily escape trouble. The real show is still to come. Then, the call ended. He held his phone with a worried look on his face. Again, this mysterious person. What do they want? He said angrily. Old Zhang came over and asked, boss, could it still be a rival trying to cause trouble? He frowned and replied, maybe, but why won't they give up? The expert thought for a moment and said, no matter what, we must stay alert and not give them any chance. He took a deep breath and said, right, from now on, strengthen the farm's security and online protection. He arranged for staff to increase patrols and for technicians to monitor the internet more closely. Days passed, and the farm seemed peaceful on the surface, but he always felt uneasy inside. When will this mysterious person act? He often wondered. One day, while inspecting the farm, he saw a strange figure sneaking in a corner. He immediately became alert and quietly followed. The person seemed to notice he was being followed and quickened their steps. He kept chasing, nearly catching up when the person suddenly got into a car and drove away quickly. He only caught part of the license plate. This must be related to the mysterious person. I need to find out quickly, he said anxiously. Back in the office, he asked old Zhang to check the license plate with the police. Old Zhang went to do that, while he waited anxiously in the office. I hope I can find some clues soon to catch the mastermind behind this, he muttered to himself. A few hours later, old Zhang returned. Boss, the license plate is fake. We can't find any real information, old Zhang said helplessly. He slammed his fist on the table. These people are too clever. It looks like we have to wait for them to slip up. Although there are no clues for now, he remains alert. Every day, he personally checks the farm's security and network. We must not let them ruin our farm's progress, he said firmly. While waiting, the farm's business is growing better every day. More visitors come in, and orders increase. The staff all have happy smiles on their faces. Boss, our farm is getting more popular, one employee said happily. He smiled and said, this is thanks to everyone's hard work. As long as we stay united, we can overcome any difficulty. But he doesn't know that a mysterious person is planning an even bigger scheme. That day, he was checking the crops in the field as usual when suddenly, a bright light flashed in his mind, followed by a clear notification sound from the system. He stopped and widened his eyes. System alert? Could it be? A hint of hope appeared in his heart. Congratulations, host. The system meets the upgrade conditions. Starting upgrade, the system's voice echoed clearly in his mind. He instantly felt excited, fists clenched unconsciously. Finally upgraded again. I wonder what new features will be unlocked this time, he muttered, full of excitement. During the upgrade, everything on the farm seemed to be bathed in a mysterious glow. He stood quietly, waiting for the process to finish. A few minutes later, the system notification sounded again. System upgrade complete. Multiple powerful features unlocked. He eagerly checked the new features, curiosity shining in his eyes. Let's see what they are, he whispered. The first new feature appeared, crop gene optimization. His eyes lit up, and a smile spread across his face. This feature is awesome. It can improve crop genes, so the quality of our produce will be higher in the future, he said excitedly. The second feature was intelligent climate simulation and control. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. With this, I can simulate different climate conditions to grow crops, expanding our planting range, he said excitedly. There was also an ecological balance maintenance system that automatically adjusts the farm's environment. He nodded repeatedly. This way, the farm's ecosystem will be more stable, and plants and animals will grow better, he said with a big smile. He excitedly paced around the farm, thinking about how to use these new features. Just then, old Zhang came over. Old Zhang looked confused. Boss, why are you so happy? Did something good happen? He grinned and said, Old Zhang, the system has been upgraded. We've unlocked many powerful new features. Old Zhang's eyes widened. Really? What kind of features? He explained one by one. There's crop gene improvement, smart climate control, and an ecological balance system. Old Zhang scratched his head, looking a bit puzzled. Sounds impressive. How does it help our farm? He patiently explained, crop gene improvement can make our products better quality. Smart climate control can help us grow more types of crops. The ecological balance system will make the farm's environment more stable. Old Zhang suddenly understood and nodded. Boss, this upgrade is amazing. Our farm will definitely do better. He smiled and nodded. Exactly. We need to start using these new features right away. As they were talking, an expert came over after hearing the news. The expert adjusted his glasses. I heard the system was upgraded. How are the new features? He explained the new features again. The expert's eyes lit up with excitement. These features are very useful. They will make a big difference for the farm. He looked at the expert. Which one should we try first? The expert thought for a moment. I think we should start with crop gene improvement. It can directly improve our products and make us more competitive. He nodded. Okay, let's start with that. Which crop should we improve first? The expert looked around. I think we should begin with our main vegetables, like tomatoes and cucumbers. He agreed. Good. Let's improve the genes of tomatoes and cucumbers first. They went to the tomato planting area. He followed the system's instructions and activated the crop gene improvement feature. A blue light shot out from the system interface and covered the tomato plants. He watched nervously, staring at the tomatoes without blinking. I wonder how it will turn out, he muttered softly. After a while, the tomato plants seemed to change. The leaves looked greener and shinier, and the fruits appeared to have grown a little larger. He exclaimed happily, "Look, it seems to be working." Old Zhang moved closer to observe. Wow, it really looks different. The leaves are greener, and the fruits are bigger. After careful inspection, the expert said excitedly, "The initial results are very clear. Let's keep observing for a while to see if the quality improves." Next, they worked on genetically improving the cucumbers. The cucumber plants also changed. The vines became thicker, and the cucumbers grew straighter and larger. He happily rubbed his hands together, saying, "This new feature is really powerful. In the future, our farm's products will definitely reach a higher level." Old Zhang smiled and said, "Boss, if things keep going like this, our farm's products will be in high demand." The expert also smiled and said, "That's right, but we still need to pay attention to ongoing care and management." He nodded and said, "Don't worry, I will arrange everything." Next, let's try the smart climate simulation and control feature. They went to the greenhouse area of the farm. He activated the smart climate simulation and control function and entered the desired climate parameters. Soon, the temperature, humidity, and light levels inside the greenhouse started to change. Feeling the changes in the greenhouse, he said excitedly, "This is amazing. We can now adjust the climate exactly as we need." The expert used a device to check various data points. The simulation results look very good. This means we can grow more types of crops in different seasons. Old Zhang was surprised and said, "This feature is incredible. From now on, our farm can supply fresh produce all year round." He smiled and said, "Exactly. With this function, we can also grow rare crops that normally wouldn't suit our local climate." At this moment, the animals on the farm seemed a bit restless due to the environmental changes. He remembered the ecological balance system. He quickly activated the ecological balance maintenance system. Soon, the farm's environment began to adjust automatically, and the animals gradually calmed down. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Luckily, we have this system. Otherwise, it would be hard for the animals to adapt to the environmental changes." The expert smiled and said, "This ecological balance system is like a guardian for the farm, ensuring the stability of the entire ecosystem." Over the next few days, he closely monitored the growth of the genetically improved tomatoes and cucumbers. As expected, the ripe tomatoes were more sweet and juicy, and the cucumbers were crisper and more refreshing. He held the improved tomatoes and cucumbers, smiling proudly. "These farm products will definitely be popular in the market," he said confidently. Meanwhile, he used the smart climate control feature to successfully grow several rare fruits inside the greenhouse. These fruits are bright in color and smell wonderful. He excitedly called over Lao Zhang and the expert, saying, "Come look at these rare fruits. They are growing so well." Lao Zhang marveled, "Boss, your skills are getting better. These fruits are not common in the market." The expert also praised, "Using new features to grow rare fruits is a big highlight of our farm." With the new features in use, the farm's reputation grew. Many buyers and tourists came to visit. One buyer looked at the high-quality products on the farm and his eyes lit up. "Boss, your farm's products are really good. I want to work with you long-term," he said. He smiled and replied, "Of course, no problem. We will keep improving the quality." Tourists tasted the farm's fruits and vegetables, praising them constantly. "The products here are so delicious. We will definitely come back often." Seeing the farm become more successful, he felt very proud. But he also knew that the mysterious person still posed a threat. One night, he was alone in his office, thinking about the farm's future. Suddenly, the system issued a loud warning sound. He quickly stood up, looking tense. "What's going on? System alert?" he shouted. The system showed, "Unknown energy fluctuation detected, possibly threatening the farm." He frowned, showing concern in his eyes. Could it be the mysterious person causing trouble again? He muttered. He quickly contacted Lao Zhang and the expert to tell them what the system had detected. Lao Zhang said anxiously, "Boss, could it be that the mysterious person is causing trouble again?" He replied seriously, "Very likely. Everyone needs to be alert and strengthen the farm's security." The expert calmly said, "Don't panic. Let's see if we can find the source of this unknown energy through the system. He nodded. Yes, find out as soon as possible. In the following hours, they worked hard to trace the source of the unknown energy. However, this energy was very mysterious and hard to track. His worry grew deeper. What exactly is this unknown energy? What scheme is the mysterious person planning? Although the farm was still running normally, he knew a new challenge was coming. He made a silent decision. No matter what difficulties arose, he would protect the farm and help it grow stronger. That night, the farm was bathed in moonlight, looking peaceful and calm. But he knew that beneath the quiet surface, a hidden danger was lurking. He stood on a high point of the farm, looking into the distance with a firm and alert gaze, waiting for unknown challenges to arrive. The next morning, sunlight shone on the farm. He arrived early at the planting area, observing the well-grown crops after genetic improvements, and had a new idea. Old Zhang, call everyone over. He shouted loudly. Soon, the workers gathered around. Everyone, the system has been upgraded with new features. We need to use them well to develop the farm better. Next, we will use the intelligent climate simulation control to precisely manage the crop environment, he said eagerly. The workers looked at each other and whispered, can this really work? He saw their doubts and smiled to reassure them. You saw how well the tomatoes and cucumbers grew after we improved their genes. This time, it will be just as good. After that, he activated the climate control feature and started adjusting the light intensity. Sunlight passed through a special film and evenly covered the crops. Based on the needs of different crops, the light duration and strength must be precise to every minute and second, he explained while operating. A few days later, the crops showed clear signs of change. The lettuce, which grew slowly before, now had broader, thicker leaves and a greener color. Boss, this feature is amazing, Old Zhang exclaimed excitedly. He smiled and said, this is just the beginning. Next, we'll adjust the temperature and humidity. He adjusted the system parameters again, and the temperature and humidity inside the greenhouse gradually changed. The readings on the thermometer and hygrometer stabilized within the ideal range for crop growth. Soon, the planting area was full of vitality. Strawberries were plump and bright red. Grapes hung in heavy bunches, smelling delicious. With this, the growth cycle can be greatly shortened, and both yield and quality will improve significantly. He nodded with satisfaction. In the breeding area, he also planned to make a big effort. Thinking about the new system feature for feed formula optimization, he decided to give it a try. He entered the feed processing room, looked at the piled raw materials, and began mixing new feed according to the system's instructions. Boss, can this new feed really help the livestock and poultry grow better? Asked a caretaker. He was full of confidence. The system's recommended formula must be reasonable. We'll see after trying. After preparing the new feed, he had it distributed to each breeding shed. At first, the animals and poultry were a bit uncomfortable, but after a few days, they started eating happily. Soon, changes appeared in the sheds. Piglets became more lively and shiny. The chicken flock laid more eggs, and the eggs were larger. Boss, this new feed is amazing. The zookeeper excitedly ran over to report. He smiled and said, from now on, we'll use this recipe for the feed. Also, the system has a disease warning feature, so everyone should pay attention. Sure enough, after a few days, the disease warning system sounded. He immediately took the veterinarian to the breeding area. Upon inspection, they found a few piglets showing signs of the flu. Luckily, we have the warning system. Otherwise, it would have been trouble if the disease spread, the veterinarian said. He quickly arranged for quarantine and treatment. The problem was caught early, and the outbreak was soon under control. This disease warning feature is like a protector for our farm, Old Zhang said with feeling. Besides breeding, he also used the new features to make farm management automatic and smart. He went to the irrigation control center, tapped the system interface, and the irrigation system started automatically. Water from the pipes was precisely sprayed onto the fields based on feedback from soil moisture sensors. Next time, we won't need manual watering. It saves time and ensures good irrigation, he said. Fertilizer equipment also operated under system control, delivering nutrients exactly as needed by the crops. Drones flew in the air, monitoring crop growth in real time and sending data back to the system. This way, we can find problems early and take action, he said happily as he looked at the data on the screen. After fully applying the new features, the farm's productivity greatly improved. Workers found their jobs much easier and were all smiling. Boss, it's all thanks to this system. That's why our farm is successful today, one worker said gratefully. He smiled and replied, it's everyone's effort. Next, we'll expand our market for farm products. However, while the farm was thriving, the threat of unknown energy weighed heavily on his mind like a big stone. One night, he was in his office looking at system data when suddenly, the system alarm sounded again. He quickly stood up from his chair, and his face suddenly looked worried. What's going on? Another fluctuation of unknown energy, he shouted. He hurriedly pulled up the monitoring screen but still couldn't identify the source of the energy. Could it be that the mysterious person has some new scheme? He muttered softly. He quickly contacted old Zhang and the experts to discuss countermeasures. Boss, should we strengthen security patrols? Old Zhang suggested. He shook his head. Relying only on patrols isn't enough. This energy is too mysterious. We need to find a solution through the system. The expert frowned and said, I think we can use the system's data analysis functions to study this unknown energy more deeply. He nodded. All right, let's do that. Everyone, get moving. In the following days, they analyzed the system day and night. Finally, they started to get some clues. Boss, this unknown energy seems to be related to a special magnetic field, the expert said excitedly. His eyes lit up. Can we interfere with this magnetic field through the system to eliminate the threat? The expert thought for a moment. In theory, yes, but we need further testing. So they began their interference experiments. Under system control, one electromagnetic interference device after another started working. At first, there was no effect. As the interference strength increased, the fluctuations of the unknown energy on the monitoring screen gradually weakened. It's working. Keep increasing the power, he shouted excitedly. After some effort, the threat from the unknown energy was temporarily removed. Although it's a temporary fix, we can't let our guard down, he said seriously. You're right, boss. The mysterious person won't give up easily. We must stay alert, old Zhang replied. While resolving the unknown energy threat, the farm kept developing. He started thinking about expanding the business. We can use our high-quality farm products to develop processing operations, he told old Zhang and the expert. The expert nodded. Good idea. We can turn fruits into canned goods and jams, and meat into sausages and cured meats. He became excited. Exactly. This can extend the shelf life of our products and add value. So they began preparing for a farm product processing plant. Buying equipment, hiring workers, designing packaging, all was organized smoothly. A few months later, the processing plant started operation. The first batch of products came off the line, with good quality and great taste. These products will sell well in the market, old Zhang said confidently. He smiled and said, we need to build a strong farm brand so more people can learn about our products. After starting the farm processing business, the farm's reputation grew. More and more visitors came to tour, pick fruits, and experience rural life. Boss, we can develop farm tourism, combine sightseeing, picking, and leisure into a comprehensive farm experience, an employee suggested. His eyes lit up. Good idea. We can build some goose houses and restaurants so visitors can stay and enjoy the countryside. Thus, the farm tourism project began to upgrade. Beautiful goose houses were built, and the smell of delicious food wafted from the restaurants. Visitors had a great time, praising the farm environment and products. I'll bring my family and friends here again, one visitor said. However, as the farm prospered, new challenges arose. A competitor, feeling jealous, spread rumors and slandered the farm's products in the market. Boss, what should we do? Old Zhang asked anxiously. He calmly replied, let the facts speak for themselves. You can invite media and consumer representatives to visit the farm so they can see the production process and product quality. Therefore, he organized an open day event. Media reporters and consumer representatives visited the farm, touring the planting area, livestock area, and processing plant. Wow, your farm management is so well organized, and the product quality is very reliable. The previous rumors were so ridiculous, said a reporter. After the event, the media reported the true situation of the farm, and the rumors were quickly proven false. Boss, your idea is really clever, old Zhang said, giving a thumbs up. He smiled and replied, as long as we do our work well, we don't need to fear others spreading false rumors. Facing various challenges, he thought more about the importance of the new system features. He decided to continue studying the system and explore its full potential. Maybe there are hidden features in the system waiting for us to discover, he told the expert. The expert nodded. That's very possible. We need to carefully read the system manual to see if there's any missing information. So they reread the system manual carefully. Upon closer inspection, they found some details they had overlooked before. It says here that the system can share data with external research institutions. Maybe we can use external help to make the farm better, the expert said excitedly. His eyes lit up. That's a good idea. We can cooperate with agricultural research institutes and work on research projects together. He quickly took action, contacting several well-known agricultural research institutes. After discussions, both sides reached a cooperation agreement. With the support of research institutes, our farm can definitely improve further, he said with hope. After collaborating with the research institutes, the farm faced new opportunities. The research teams brought advanced technology and ideas, helping to optimize planting and breeding plants. With this new plan, the output of our farm's products can increase by 20%, said the leader of the research team. He was very happy. That's great. This is a big breakthrough for our farm. After implementing the new plan, the farm's production efficiency greatly improved. The quality of the products became more stable and was very popular in the market. However, peace didn't last long. It seemed that the mysterious person was up to something again. One day, he received an anonymous letter with just one sentence. Your good days are over. He frowned, feeling a sense of unease in his heart. What does the mysterious person want to do? He muttered quietly. He decided to strengthen the farm's security and closely monitor the system's activity. He knew that a new challenge was coming. He sat in his office, holding the anonymous letter in his hand, his brow furrowed tightly. Just finished dealing with unknown energy threats and rumors, and now a mysterious person is causing trouble again, which makes him feel very annoyed. Old Zhang, do you know who this mysterious person is? He keeps bothering our farm, he said, turning to Old Zhang beside him. Old Zhang scratched his head, looking helpless. Boss, I don't understand either. But if we strengthen security and watch the system, he won't cause much trouble. Although he said that, he still felt a bit uneasy. But right now, the farm is developing rapidly, and he can't let this little trouble from the mysterious person throw everything off. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang. He picked it up quickly. Hello, is this Mr. Linyu? We are from the International Agricultural Products Trading Company. Your farm's products are very popular in the domestic market, and we want to discuss expanding into the international market, a friendly voice said on the other end. He was stunned. Expanding into the international market? That's an unexpected opportunity. After a few seconds of surprise, he snapped back to himself and quickly said, Of course, thank you very much for your interest. When shall we discuss the details? Would it be convenient for you to come to our company tomorrow morning? I will send you the address later, the other person replied. After hanging up, he excitedly stood up from his chair and paced around the office. Old Zhang was confused by his behavior and asked, Boss, why are you so excited? What's going on? He paused, smiling broadly. Old Zhang, I just got a call from the International Agricultural Products Trading Company. They invited us to expand into the international market. Old Zhang's eyes widened with surprise. That's great news, boss. Our farm is about to go global. He nodded firmly. Yes, but this is a rare opportunity, and there will be many challenges. The international market has complex rules, and consumer needs are diverse. We need to prepare well. That night, he kept tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Lying in bed, his mind was full of plans for expanding into the international market. He imagined his farm's products being sold overseas and loved by consumers from different countries, feeling both excited and nervous. Early the next morning, he dressed neatly and headed to the International Agricultural Products Trading Company. The building was luxurious and impressive, and the staff were energetic. He followed the receptionist to the conference room. Not long after sitting down, several well-dressed people entered. Hello, Mr. Linyu. I am the project manager, Manager Lee, said a middle-aged man smiling and extending his hand. He quickly stood up and shook hands. Hello, Manager Lee. I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to cooperate. Manager Lee signaled him to sit down and said, We have been watching your farm for a long time. Your products are high quality and perform well in the domestic market. There is a big demand for good quality farm products internationally. We believe your farm has great potential. He smiled humbly and replied, Thank you for your recognition. However, we don't know much about the international market and need to learn more from you. Manager Lee nodded and said, No problem. To expand internationally, you first need to understand the standards and preferences of different countries and regions. For example, EU countries have strict environmental and safety standards for farm products, while Southeast Asian countries focus more on price and taste. He listened carefully, occasionally taking notes. He thought to himself that the international market is much deeper than the domestic one. Also, entering the international market requires obtaining relevant certifications, like organic and food safety certifications. These processes are complicated and time-consuming, so you need to prepare in advance, Manager Lee continued. He frowned, thinking that certification was a big challenge. But since the opportunity was in front of him, he decided to try even if it was difficult. Manager Lee, we will do our best to meet these requirements. But can you give us some advice on market competition? He asked. Manager Lee leaned back and thought for a moment before saying, the international market is very competitive. Both domestic and foreign competitors won't just watch you take a share. You need to highlight your product's features and advantages and create a unique competition strategy. He nodded to show he understood. After the meeting, he returned to the farm full of information. As soon as he entered the gate, Old Zhang came to greet him. Boss, how did the talk go? Old Zhang asked eagerly. He patted Old Zhang's shoulder and said, there is an opportunity, but the challenges are also big. Getting international certification and dealing with fierce competition won't be easy. Old Zhang looked worried and asked, Boss, this is tough. Can we do it? He looked at Old Zhang with determination and said, Old Zhang, we faced many difficulties along the way. We always get through them. The international market is tough, but with our system, we have an advantage. What are we afraid of? In the following days, he started preparing strategies. He first gathered the farm's experts and technicians for a meeting. Everyone, we now have a chance to expand into the international market, but there are many challenges. Let's brainstorm on how to handle certification and market competition, he said. An agricultural expert spoke first, saying, Boss, for international certification, we can improve our planting and breeding processes step by step according to standards, and also contact professional certification agencies for help. He nodded and replied, that plan works. Everyone, get it done quickly. What about market competition? A young technician said, Boss, we can use the system's advantages to develop some unique agricultural products to stand out. His eyes lit up. Good idea. Let's do that. Everyone, work together and make sure to do a good job. After the meeting, he contacted the research institutes we previously cooperated with, hoping they could help with international certification and new product development. The institutes were happy to cooperate and quickly sent a professional team to the farm. Under the guidance of the team, the farm began to adjust its planting and breeding methods to meet international standards. They used stricter pesticide and fertilizer controls, adopting more organic fertilizers and biological pest control methods. The system also played an important role, using smart monitoring to track the growth environment and health of crops and livestock in real time. However, just as everything was running smoothly, competitors started causing trouble. One day, the farm received an anonymous report claiming the products had quality issues. He felt worried and quickly organized staff to test the products. The test results showed the products met all standards. He realized this was another plot by the competitors to block the farm from entering the international market. Old Zhang, notify the media and consumer representatives to hold another open day so they can see our product quality with their own eyes, he said decisively. Old Zhang went to carry out the order. On the open day, media and consumer representatives visited the farm again. They toured the planting areas, breeding zones, and processing factories, praising the farm's management. A lot of the rumors were nonsense. Your farm's products are so good, there's no problem expanding into the international market, said a media reporter. After the event, the media published positive reports about the farm, and the rumors were proven false. But he knew the competitors wouldn't give up easily. The road ahead was still long. While dealing with the competitors, the work for international certification was also progressing quickly. Certification officials visited the farm for on-site inspections and offered some suggestions for improvement. He led his team to make the necessary changes. After several months of effort, they finally passed some of the international certifications. This made him breathe a sigh of relief, but some certifications were still in progress. At the same time, progress was made in developing new varieties using the system. The farm cultivated a new fruit with a unique taste and high nutritional value. He was very hopeful about this new variety and hoped it would shine in the international market. Boss, the new fruit variety is almost ripe. Should we enter it in the International Agricultural Products Fair first? Old Zhang suggested. He thought for a moment and agreed it was a good idea. Okay, let's prepare and go to the fair. It's also a good chance to promote our farm's brand. So, they carefully selected a batch of the new fruit and other special products from the farm to take to the international fair. At the fair, their booth was crowded with visitors, and many buyers showed strong interest in the new fruit. This fruit has a very special taste. What kind is it? A foreign buyer asked curiously. He enthusiastically explained, "This is our farm's latest cultivated variety. It tastes sweet and juicy and is rich in vitamins." The buyer took a bite and nodded approvingly. "Very good. We can discuss cooperation." Hearing this, he was very happy. But he also knew this was just the beginning. There was still a lot of work to do to truly open the international market. After the fair, he received many letters of interest for cooperation. However, during negotiations, new problems arose. Cultural differences and profit sharing became difficult issues. "Boss, these foreign companies have different ideas from us, and negotiations are going very slowly," said the staff in charge of negotiations. He comforted them, saying, "Don't worry, take your time. We need to respect their culture and needs, and also protect our interests." He personally participated in the talks, patiently communicating with the foreign companies. After hard negotiations, they finally reached preliminary cooperation agreements with several companies. However, just when he thought everything was heading in a good direction, a mysterious person made a new move. One night, the farm's security system suddenly failed, and some important documents were stolen. He learned about it and gritted his teeth in anger. This mysterious person is really relentless. He quickly strengthened security measures and reported the incident to the police. The police began an investigation, but no clues had been found yet. He knew that on the road to expanding into the international market, more challenges and difficulties would come. But he would not back down. He believed that with the strength of the farm and his own wisdom, he could overcome everything and help the farm's products gain a firm footing in the international market. He sat in the farm office, rubbing his temples. Just finished dealing with the mysterious person stealing documents, and now the heavy burden of international certification weighed on his mind. The desk was piled with certification materials. He frowned and looked over the dense writing. "Old Zhang, look at these certification standards. They vary from country to country and region to region." "It's a mess," he said, holding a document and passing it to Old Zhang nearby. Old Zhang took the papers, quickly glanced at them, and said with a frown, "Boss, this is really tough. Europe has very strict environmental and safety standards for agricultural products. Some Asian countries have their own rules." He stood up and paced around the office. "Exactly. We can't just meet the standards of a few countries. We need certifications from different countries and regions to fully open the international market." Old Zhang sighed, "Boss, our farm has always followed domestic standards. Suddenly meeting so many international standards is very hard. Plus, the certification process is complicated and takes a lot of time and effort." He stopped and crossed his arms. "But there are always more solutions than problems. First, we should contact professional certification agencies and ask for their advice." He picked up the phone and dialed the number of a well-known certification organization. "Hello, is this the certification agency? This is Lin Yu. Our farm wants to apply for international certification and would like to ask about the process," he said politely. A professional voice answered from the other end, "Hello, Mr. Lin. International certification is quite complex. First, we need to evaluate your farm's production environment, product quality, safety testing, and other factors. Different countries and regions have different standards. Which countries are you interested in certifying?" He thought for a moment. "We want to start with Europe and some Southeast Asian countries." The other side responded, "European certification emphasizes environmental protection and sustainability, with strict requirements on pesticide residues and soil quality. Southeast Asian countries focus more on taste and price advantages. We can prepare a detailed certification plan for you, but your farm needs to cooperate fully in the early stages." After hanging up, he told Old Zhang, "It looks like we need to adjust our farm's production process according to different standards." Old Zhang nodded. "Boss, I'll gather experts and technicians for a meeting right away." Soon, the conference room was filled with people. He stood at the front, looking serious. "Everyone, the farm wants to expand into international markets. Getting certified internationally is a big step. The certification body has given us some general guidance. Let's discuss how to adjust our production process. An agricultural expert spoke first. Boss, for European standards, we need to reduce the use of chemical pesticides and fertilizers and increase organic fertilizers and biological controls. Also, we should strengthen soil and water testing. He nodded in agreement. That's very important. We must strictly control the quality of our products. What about the certification requirements for Southeast Asian countries? A technician said, they focus more on taste and price. We should improve our planting and breeding methods while maintaining quality to make our products more cost-effective. He then asked, how should we handle safety testing? Another expert replied, we need to build a better safety testing system, increase the number of tests and how often we do them, especially for harmful substances like microbes and heavy metals. After the meeting, he asked Lao Zhang to coordinate with different departments to adjust the production process according to the new standards. He would continue working with the certification body himself. A few days later, staff from the certification agency came to do an initial assessment. They toured the farm, checking the planting areas, breeding zones, and processing plants. Mr. Lin, your farm has good basic conditions, but to meet international standards, some improvements are needed, said the staff, pointing to a field. The pesticide residue data here meets domestic standards, but it still falls short of European standards. He humbly accepted this. We will make the necessary changes quickly. How long do you think it will take to get certified? The staff thought for a moment. If the corrections go smoothly and all standards are met, it will take about 6 to 8 months for European certification. Southeast Asian certification is a bit faster, around 3 to 5 months. During this time, there must be no mistakes. After seeing off the certification team, he returned to his office, feeling a bit anxious. 6 to 8 months is a long time, and he wasn't sure what problems might come up. Old Zhang, we need to speed up the corrections so we don't delay the certification, he told Lao Zhang. Lao Zhang responded confidently, don't worry, boss. I will make sure everyone works overtime to finish the tasks. Soon, the farm was busy. Workers applied fertilizers and pesticides according to the new standards, and technicians increased environmental monitoring. However, just as the corrections were underway, a new problem arose. A new type of pest and disease suddenly attacked, damaging the crops. He heard the news and rushed to the planting area. Seeing the affected crops, he was very worried. Expert, how did this pest suddenly appear? Is there any way to solve it? He anxiously asked the nearby agricultural expert. The expert frowned. This pest is rare and hasn't been seen before. For now, we can try biological control methods, but results might take time. He clenched his teeth. No matter what, we must control the pest quickly, or it will affect our international certification process. The farm technicians searched for information everywhere, trying different control methods. After a few days, they finally found an effective biological pesticide and managed to control the pests. This pest outbreak made him realize that the farm's ability to handle emergencies was lacking. Old Zhang, we need to set up a proper emergency plan so we can respond quickly if similar problems happen again, he said to Old Zhang. Old Zhang nodded. You're right, boss. I'll arrange for someone to make the plan. Time passed, and the farm's improvements were nearly complete. The certification team returned for another review. Mr. Lin, your farm has done a good job with the improvements. Most standards meet international certification requirements, but some details still need fixing, the inspector said after checking. He breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. We'll quickly handle the remaining details. Just as they thought everything was going well, a mysterious person struck again. The farm received an anonymous email claiming the farm's improvement data was fake and demanding a reevaluation. Seeing the email, he turned red with anger. This mysterious person is so ruthless. He immediately contacted the certification body to explain. Our farm's data is real and accurate. Someone is deliberately spreading false accusations. The certification team said they would investigate, but the process might be delayed. He shook his head helplessly. This mysterious person keeps causing trouble. I really don't know when it will end. Old Zhang comforted him. Boss, don't worry. Justice will prevail. Focus on doing your best. The truth will come out. He took a deep breath. Exactly. We can't let this disrupt our rhythm. Keep improving, and aim to pass the certifications soon. Next, he cooperated with the investigation and urged the farm to make improvements. Finally, after a long wait, the farm received some international certifications. When they got the certificate, he was so excited his hands trembled. Old Zhang, our efforts weren't in vain. This is just the first step. More national certifications are waiting for us, he said excitedly. Old Zhang smiled happily. Boss, the door to the international market is opening for us. Things will only get better. He understood that. Although they had achieved some certification, the international market was highly competitive, and challenges remained. At the celebration dinner, he raised his glass. Thanks to everyone for your hard work. International certification is just the beginning. Let's continue working hard to make our farm products stand out in the international market. Everyone raised their glasses and responded together, Boss, we will follow your lead. After the dinner, he returned alone to his office. Looking out at the farm's night scene, he fell into deep thought. The mysterious person didn't show up, and competition in the international market is fierce. The road ahead is long. I don't know what difficulties I will face next, but I will never give up, he silently decided. Suddenly, his phone vibrated on the desk. It was an anonymous message. Don't think you're safe just because you've passed some certifications. The real challenge is still to come. He looked at the message, frowning, feeling a sense of unease. He clenched his phone tightly, his knuckles turning white. This anonymous message was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up ripples of worry. Who is this mysterious person, and what do they want? He muttered softly, a hint of caution in his eyes. He put down the phone and paced back and forth in the office, thinking of ways to respond. Although some countries' international certifications had been achieved, there were still many more to come. The mysterious person was like an unpredictable bomb, ready to cause trouble at any time. No, I can't just wait to be attacked. He suddenly stopped, clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth. Early the next morning, he called old Zhang and several key members of the farm into the meeting room. Take a look at this. He showed everyone the anonymous message on his phone. Old Zhang frowned deeply and said angrily, This mysterious person is so mean. They're ruining our good work. A technician chimed in. Yes, boss. We need to find a way to catch him. Otherwise, we won't be able to defend ourselves. He took a deep breath and said, We don't know who this mysterious person is yet. For now, let's focus on completing the remaining international certifications. But we can't relax on security. Old Zhang, arrange for some people to strengthen farm security patrols, especially around important production areas and places where certification documents are kept. Old Zhang nodded. Got it, boss. I'll take care of it right away. Then he looked at the others and said, Next, for the countries where we haven't been certified yet, we need to develop detailed production adjustment plans. Each country's certification standards are different. Everyone must study carefully to ensure our products meet the requirements. An agricultural expert added, Boss, for North American certifications, they have very strict rules on genetically modified ingredients. We must make sure there are no GM seeds or related inputs on the farm. He carefully noted down and said, This matter is very important. Immediately send people to check the farm seed storage and input warehouses. If anything doesn't meet the requirements, handle it right away. Another technician said, Boss, the certification from Australia has requirements for animal welfare. If we want to export livestock products, we need to improve the breeding environment and enhance the animal's quality of life. He nodded and said, Okay, increase the space in the breeding areas and improve the feed and water conditions. You are responsible for this. The meeting ended, and everyone went back to their work. He continued communicating with the certification agency to understand the specific procedures and precautions for the remaining countries' certifications. Days passed, and the farm steadily adjusted its production according to the new plan. But that mysterious person seemed to never give up. One day, the farm's network system was suddenly attacked, and some important production data and certification documents were lost. Upon hearing the news, he hurriedly rushed to the server room. Watching the technicians scramble to fix the system, he was very anxious. What's going on? Weren't we supposed to strengthen our network security? The technician looked helpless. Boss, the attacker's methods are very advanced. Our firewall was breached. These lost data are very hard to recover. He was furious. It must be that mysterious person again. Forget about recovering the data for now. Quickly reorganize the documents and make sure not to delay the certification process. In the following days, everyone at the farm worked together to collect and organize the production data again. He personally led the team, working overtime to ensure the accuracy and completeness of the information. At this time, News came from old Zhang that security personnel had spotted suspicious individuals near the farm. He immediately arranged for a team to investigate, but by the time they arrived, the suspicious people had disappeared. This mysterious person is like a ghost, appearing and disappearing without a trace, old Zhang said with a helpless shake of his head. He frowned and analyzed. This person has been interfering with our certification, which shows he doesn't want us to enter the international market. Maybe there's a competitor backing him. Old Zhang slapped his forehead. Boss, you're right. Some competitors jealous of our farm's progress might have hired people to cause trouble. He thought for a moment and said, no matter who is behind this, we can't be scared. Increase the investigation efforts and speed up the submission of certification documents. After some effort, the farm finally submitted the remaining countries' certification documents to the certification agency. Now, it was just a long wait. During the wait, he kept busy. He started contacting some international agricultural product traders to learn about market needs and trends, preparing to enter the global market. Once, he attended an international agricultural product trade fair. At the fair, he met a trader from Europe. Mr. Lin, your farm's products look good. If you can get international certification, we would be happy to work together, the trader said enthusiastically. He smiled and replied, thank you for your recognition. We are actively working on international certification and believe we will soon cooperate with your company. They exchanged contact information and agreed to stay in touch. This exhibition showed him the broad potential of the international market, but also made him feel a lot of pressure. Just as he was hopeful about the certification results, he received bad news. The certification body responded that some of the farm's submitted documents looked suspicious and needed further verification. His heart sank. Again, problems? Could it be someone deliberately causing trouble? He immediately contacted the certification body to ask for details. It turned out that a report on the farm's environmental testing was suspected of data falsification. He was furious. This report is definitely real. Someone is trying to harm us on purpose. He quickly arranged for new environmental data to be collected and hired an independent, reputable testing agency to review it. He also provided detailed proof to the certification body to verify the report's authenticity. After some effort, the independent review confirmed that the data was completely genuine. The certification body then removed their doubts and continued the certification process. One problem after another, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Old Zhang comforted him, saying, Boss, don't worry. We've overcome many difficulties before. This time, it will be fine too. While waiting anxiously, good news finally arrived. The farm successfully obtained the remaining international certifications. When he received the certificate, he was so excited that his eyes welled up. He held the certificate tightly and said with a trembling voice, we finally did it. This journey was so tough. Old Zhang and the other staff cheered, hugging each other to celebrate this hard-won victory. At the celebration, he gave a speech. Thanks to everyone for your hard work. Passing the international certification is just the beginning. We must seize this opportunity to let our farm products shine in the global market. Everyone clapped and promised to keep working hard. But deep inside, he knew that although they had passed the certification, the road to international markets was still long and full of challenges. After the celebration, he received an anonymous message. Congratulations on passing the certification, but this is just the beginning. I won't let you have an easy time. He stared at the message, his eyes becoming more determined. No matter who you are, I am not afraid. The farm's development won't be stopped by you. At this moment, the farm outside was brightly lit and bustling with activity. He knew that the farm's future was full of hope, but also hidden dangers. Still, he would lead everyone forward bravely to face new challenges. The next morning, he arrived early at the farm and gathered the core team for a meeting. He stood in front of the conference table, looked at everyone, and said, Everyone, although we passed the international certification, that's not enough. Next, we must work hard to expand into the global market. Old Zhang cleared his throat and said, Boss, competition in the international market is fierce. We need a solid plan. He nodded slightly. Exactly. So today we will discuss strategies. First, we need to understand what the international market wants and prefers, then adjust our products accordingly. A technician raised his hand quickly and said, Boss, I think we can start with the European market. They have a high demand for quality agricultural products. He stroked his chin and thought, that makes sense, but we can't focus only on one market. We also need to consider Asia, the Americas, and other regions. Everyone was actively discussing when the secretary hurried into the room, looking anxious. Boss, I just received news that several large foreign agricultural companies are eyeing us. They want to team up to suppress our products, the secretary said as he handed over some documents. He took the documents, quickly looked through them, and frowned. Trouble is coming. These competitors are strong, with advanced technology and mature market channels. Old Zhang slammed his fist on the table. Why should we be afraid? Our agricultural products are just as good as theirs. He took a deep breath. That's true, but we can't be careless. They might dump products at low prices or spread false information. We need to come up with countermeasures quickly. As he finished, the atmosphere in the meeting room grew tense, and everyone fell into thought. An agricultural expert broke the silence. Boss, I think we should highlight our product features and advantages and pursue a differentiation strategy. His eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Our products are green and organic. That's our biggest selling point. Emphasizing this can attract health-conscious and quality-focused consumers. The technician added, we can also use our system advantages to develop unique products that competitors can't imitate. He nodded repeatedly, saying, very good. Everyone, keep brainstorming. Not only must the products be good, but marketing and service need to keep up too. In the following days, the farm was very busy. The research team worked overtime to develop new products. The marketing team created promotion plans, and the customer service team improved training to enhance service quality. At the same time, he personally communicated with international agricultural product traders to expand sales channels. During a video meeting, he talked with a trader from the United States. Sir, our farm's products are of high quality, all grown organically and meeting international standards. I believe your customers will like them, he said sincerely. The trader raised an eyebrow. Sounds good, but I've received quotes from other suppliers too. Are your prices competitive? He was prepared. Our prices might be a bit higher, but the quality is definitely worth it. Plus, we can offer customized services to meet different customer needs. The trader thought for a moment. I'll consider it. But I've heard that some big companies want to enter this market. Are you confident you can compete? He smiled confidently. Of course. We have unique features and advantages, and we will keep innovating and improving. I believe we can establish ourselves in the market. After the meeting, he felt even more pressure. Although the communication with the trader went well, the threat from competitors was still there. Back at the farm, he saw the staff working carefully and efficiently, and a warm feeling grew in his heart. He loudly encouraged everyone, great work, everyone. Let's work together to beat those competitors. Just then, the farm's network was attacked again. The technicians hurried to fix it, and he waited anxiously nearby. He frowned and asked, what's going on? Is it that mysterious person again? The technician shook his head helplessly. We're not sure yet, but the attack method is very similar to last time. He clenched his fists. No matter who it is, thinking that this can stop us? That's too naive. After several hours of effort, the network system was restored. But this attack made him realize that the competitors might have already taken action. He seriously told the technicians, strengthen cybersecurity. We can't let this happen again. In the following period, the farm launched several new products, which received some positive feedback from customers. However, market share growth was not very obvious, and competitors' pressure increased. At an international agricultural product fair, he saw the competitors' booths filled with many products and effective promotion. He quietly encouraged himself, they look impressive, but we won't lose to them. He walked to his booth, where staff were enthusiastically explaining their products to customers. He joined in, personally describing the features and benefits. At that moment, a competitor's representative approached, looking dismissive. Hey, isn't that the small farm owner just entering the international market? How can your products compare to ours? The representative said sarcastically. He smiled slightly and replied, our products may not be as famous as yours, but their quality is just as good. We are always working to innovate. The representative sneered and said, innovation? Don't dream about it. You don't have the strength. He stayed calm and said, time will show everything. We will prove ourselves with real actions. After speaking, he turned back to attend to customers, and the representative left in frustration. After the trade fair ended, he reflected on his market strategy. The products had received some response, but marketing and promotion still needed improvement. He told the marketing manager, We need to increase our advertising efforts so more people can learn about our products. The manager nodded and said, Boss, we are working on a new promotion plan, using social media and online ads. He nodded with satisfaction. Good. We should also participate in more international agricultural product exhibitions to boost our reputation. However, just as they prepared for a big push, a new problem arose. One of their main products in a certain country suddenly faced resistance. He quickly sent people to investigate and found out that a competitor had spread rumors claiming the product contained harmful substances. He was furious and said, "This is complete nonsense." He immediately called an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures. He firmly said, "We must clarify the facts quickly and stop the rumors from spreading." The PR manager suggested, "Boss, we could hold a press conference and invite an authoritative testing agency to prove our product is safe." He agreed, "Good. Let's do that. Also, pursue legal action against the competitor." In the following days, the farm was very busy. They prepared for the press conference and collected evidence with lawyers. Finally, the press conference was held on schedule. He spoke passionately on stage, presenting the product testing reports and certificates. "Our products are safe and reliable. The rumors are malicious attacks by our competitors. We will firmly defend our rights," he said confidently. After the conference, media reports spread and the rumors gradually faded. Sales of the products began to rise again, but he knew this battle was far from over. The competitor wouldn't give up easily, and more challenges lay ahead. He told his staff, "We must stay alert and keep working hard." At this moment, the farm was busy, with everyone working hard for its future. He would lead everyone to ride the waves of the international market and move forward bravely. During an internal meeting, he looked at the tired but determined faces of the team members, feeling deeply moved. His voice was slightly hoarse. "Everyone has worked hard lately. We've faced many difficulties, but we've overcome them all." Old Zhang smiled and said, "Boss, as long as we stay united, there's nothing we can't handle." He nodded and replied, "That's right. But we shouldn't be overly optimistic. Our competitors are watching us closely, so we need to keep improving ourselves." At that moment, an employee stood up and said, "Boss, I think we could cooperate with other farms to fight against our competitors." His eyes lit up. "That's a good idea. We can combine our resources and complement each other's strengths." Next, he searched for suitable partners. After some effort, he reached cooperation agreements with several high-quality domestic farms. They decided to jointly launch a special farm product gift box, showcasing the best products from each farm. He confidently said, "This cooperation will definitely succeed." While they were preparing for the project, that mysterious person appeared again. He received an anonymous email warning him not to expand into the international market or face the consequences. He sneered, "Trying to scare me? It's not that easy." He showed the email to old Zhang, whose face turned red with anger. Old Zhang said angrily, "Boss, don't pay attention to him. We should do what we need to do." He thought for a moment, "Although we don't need to fear him, we can't let our guard down. We should strengthen farm security and information safety." As the cooperation project progressed, the special farm product gift box gained wide market attention, sales increased, and the farm's reputation improved further. However, the competitors didn't give up. They started lowering their prices, trying to crush the farm with a price war. He told the marketing team, "They want us to lower prices, but we can't fall for it." The marketing team leader said, "Boss, we can run some promotions, but we shouldn't cut prices too much. We need to keep our profit margin." He agreed, "Exactly. We should find better marketing methods while ensuring quality." While dealing with the price war, he was also thinking about how to improve the product's competitiveness. He told the R&D team, "We need to increase investment in research and develop more high-end products." The R&D team started working overtime, researching new planting techniques and product formulas. Days passed, and the farm struggled to survive in fierce market competition. But he always believed that perseverance would lead to victory. One evening, he arrived alone at the farm's edge, looking at the lush crops with hope. He softly said, "No matter how many difficulties we face, I want this farm to become a star in the international market." Just then, his phone rang, an invitation from the International Agricultural Products Association to attend an important seminar. His eyes lit up with excitement. "This is a great opportunity. I must seize it." He understood that attending the seminar would help him learn new skills, meet industry people, and create more chances for the farm's growth. However, he didn't expect that this seminar would bring new challenges and opportunities. Attending the seminar is a good chance to boost the farm's reputation, so he needed to prepare well. He hurriedly rushed into his office, grabbed paper and a pen, and started making a list. "Bring product information to show off our farm's unique features," he muttered as he wrote. "Also, market research reports to understand the latest trends." After finishing the list, he called his secretary immediately. "Help me organize these materials and give them to me first thing tomorrow morning," he ordered. The secretary quickly took notes and nodded. "Got it, boss. I will complete the task." Then he contacted the R&D team. "Speed up the development of new products so we can shine at the seminar." The R&D team was full of energy. "Don't worry, boss. We'll work late to get it done." The night before leaving, he lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. His mind was full of the seminar scene, imagining how to showcase the farm's strengths. "We must make the farm famous in the international market," he clenched his fist and silently vowed. The next day, he set out feeling full of energy. When he arrived at the seminar, the lively atmosphere immediately inspired him. Representatives from agricultural companies around the world gathered, and the exhibition hall was filled with various farm products. He took a deep breath and strode confidently to his booth. The staff had already arranged the materials, and the products were displayed beautifully. "Boss, everything is ready," the staff reported. He nodded with satisfaction. "Good." Later, warmly welcome each visitor. As the seminar began, people gradually came to the booth. He personally introduced the farm's products. "Our products are grown with green, organic methods, taste great, and are rich in nutrients," he explained with a smile. An interested foreign buyer asked, "Compared to other farms, what are your advantages?" He confidently replied, "We have a mysterious farm system that can grow unique varieties. This is our main strength." The buyer's eyes lit up. "Sounds impressive. Can I try a sample?" He quickly handed over a sample. "Of course. Please try it." The buyer took a bite and said happily, "It tastes really good. I'm very interested. Can you give me more details?" He was very excited. "No problem. Here is some information, including product specs and certifications." While talking to the buyer, he noticed a competitor's booth nearby. It was decorated luxuriously and attracted many visitors. They look successful on the outside, but we have our own special features. We're not afraid of them," he thought. During the seminar, he attended various forums and lectures, learning many new ideas and techniques. Using big data to analyze customer needs is a good method, he noted and remembered. Also, creating a brand story can strengthen customer trust. During a break, he met a representative from a competitor he saw at the previous trade show. The other person gave him a dismissive smile. "Hey, little farm owner, still sticking to it?" The representative sneered. He responded calmly, "Of course, and we will get better and better." The representative sneered again. "Stop talking tough. We came prepared for this seminar. You can't compare." He stayed calm. "Let's see. The market will prove everything." After saying that, he turned and walked away, ignoring the other person. Near the end of the seminar, the organizers held a farm product contest. He eagerly submitted his farm's products. While waiting for the results, he felt a little nervous. "I wonder if our products will win," he muttered softly. "It should be fine. Our products are of good quality," a staff member comforted him. Finally, the results were announced. When his farm's product name was called, he almost jumped with excitement. "We won an award." He cheered. The staff members also cheered happily together. On the stage, he received the trophy and said, "Thank you all for your support. We will keep working hard to provide better farm products." After the seminar, he returned to the farm with his gains and gathered his staff for a meeting to share experiences. "We need to analyze market needs with big data and develop products that suit consumers' tastes," he said. "We should also build a brand story to improve our brand culture." The staff listened carefully and promised to follow through. Next, the farm started to implement new strategies. The R&D team adjusted planting plans based on big data results and cultivated new varieties. The marketing team carefully created a brand story and promoted it through social media. "Our farm has a long history and has always followed the idea of green organic farming," the marketing copy said. "Every product we make is filled with our hard work." Meanwhile, he continued to strengthen connections with partners at home and abroad. He reached agreements with several large supermarkets, and the farm's products were placed on shelves. This will expand sales channels and increase sales, he said happily. However, competitors did not give up just because the farm won awards. They increased their publicity and spread rumors about the farm's products. They are spreading false rumors, saying our products are unsafe, an employee reported angrily. He frowned and said, "Don't worry, we have testing reports. We're not afraid of them." He quickly called an emergency meeting to discuss strategies. We need to take action ourselves, release testing reports in the media, and clarify the facts, he said firmly. The public relations team acted quickly, contacted media outlets, and arranged a press conference. At the press conference, he again showed the testing reports and certificates. Our products have been strictly tested and meet international standards. The rumors are unfounded, he said confidently. The media reported widely, and the rumors were soon under control. While countering the rumors, the farm also worked on improving product quality and service. The customer service team strengthened handling customer feedback and solved problems promptly. Customer satisfaction is our goal, he often told the customer service staff. Days passed, and the farm's products gained a stable position in the international market. More and more consumers recognized them, and orders kept increasing. Our differentiated competitive strategy is working, he said with satisfaction. Next, we need to keep innovating and stay ahead. One day, he received an invitation for a long-term partnership from a well-known international restaurant chain. They valued the farm's product quality and wanted to cooperate for the long term. This is a great opportunity. We must seize it, he said excitedly. He personally negotiated with the restaurant manager, and they agreed on the details of the cooperation. Our products will soon be on more people's tables, he envisioned the future. But just as the farm was developing smoothly, a mysterious person took action. He received an anonymous letter warning him that if he didn't stop expanding, there would be serious consequences. He held the letter with a serious expression. "It seems the mysterious person won't let us go easily," he muttered to himself. "But we can't be scared. We will continue with our plan." He told old Zhang about the letter. Old Zhang was so angry he stomped his feet. "This mysterious person is so bad. We need to find out who he is," old Zhang said. He thought for a moment. "We don't know who he is yet, so we should strengthen our defenses and watch out for anything unusual around us." Next, the farm strengthened security by installing cameras and increasing patrols. "We can't let mysterious people take advantage," he told the security staff. Although there are threats from mysterious individuals, the farm continues to grow rapidly. New products are constantly being launched, and market share is gradually increasing. "We want to become a leader in the international agricultural market," he encouraged his employees at the meeting. The staff responded confidently, "Boss, let's work hard together." At this moment, the farm was busy. Farmers worked in the fields, workers processed products in the workshop, and office staff handled orders and inquiries. He stood on a high point of the farm, looking at the lively scene with hope in his heart. "There will be many challenges in the future, but I believe we can overcome them," he silently made up his mind. His phone suddenly vibrated. He took it out and saw it was an unfamiliar international number. He frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, then answered the call. "Hello, is this Mr. Linyu?" A fluent English voice came from the other end. He steadied himself and replied in English, "Yes, who is this?" "I am a representative from Seagate in the United States." "I have heard of your farm," the other person said enthusiastically. He felt a bit excited and quickly asked, "Thank you. May I ask what your company wants from me?" "Our company is very interested in your farm's products and wants to cooperate with you," the representative clearly stated. His heart started pounding faster, and he tried to stay calm as he asked, "What kind of cooperation are we talking about?" "We want to import your farm's products into the U.S. market and jointly develop new varieties that suit Western tastes," the representative explained in detail. His eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "That sounds good, but we need to discuss the details." "Of course, we can send a representative to meet with you at your farm," the representative suggested. He quickly responded, "You're welcome anytime. We're waiting for your company's representative." After hanging up, he excitedly waved his arm. "This is a great opportunity. The farm is going international," he murmured to himself. He hurried down from the high ground and headed straight to his office. Once inside, he immediately called his secretary. "Help me look up detailed information about Seagate in the U.S., he ordered urgently. The secretary nodded quickly, "Okay, boss. I'll check right away." After the secretary left, he paced back and forth in the office, thinking about the cooperation. If this works out, the farm's reputation will greatly improve, he thought more and more excitedly. Soon, the secretary returned with a stack of documents. This is information about Seagate, an American company. The secretary places the documents on the table. He quickly sits down and carefully reviews them. He thinks the company is large and influential in the international market. After reading the documents, he nods with satisfaction. He then picks up the phone and calls the head of the R&D team. Please focus on developing varieties that suit Western tastes. We may have a big partnership coming, he advises. The R&D leader responds confidently, Don't worry, boss. We'll speed up our work. After hanging up, he leans back in his chair and takes a deep breath. Then he thinks, negotiating partnerships isn't easy. We need to be fully prepared. At this moment, old Zhang enters the office. I heard a foreign company wants to collaborate. Is that true? Old Zhang asks excitedly. He nods with a smile. Yes, it's a big American company. Old Zhang gives a thumbs up. Boss, you're amazing. Our farm is going global. He humbly replies. It's the result of everyone's hard work. There's still a lot to do. Old Zhang pats his chest. If you need any help, just say so. He thinks for a moment and says, For now, let's focus on farm security and avoid any mistakes. Old Zhang nods seriously. Got it. I'll make arrangements right away. After Old Zhang leaves, he falls into deep thought. The threat from the mysterious person still exists. We must prevent any disruptions during the partnership. He remains cautious. A few days later, a representative from the American company arrives at the farm. He tours the farm with the representative. This is our planting area. Using green organic methods, he explains as they walk. The representative looks interested. It's quite different from typical farms. No wonder the products are high quality. Next, they visit the processing workshop. These products are processed immediately after harvest to ensure freshness and nutrition, he continues. The representative praises, Excellent. We look forward to working with your farm. After the tour, they begin negotiations in the meeting room. We hope to get a better price for the products, the representative requests first. He responds with a smile. Our costs are high, and our prices are already fair. The representative frowns. But competition in the U.S. market is fierce, so price advantage is very important. He thinks, and then says, We can offer a discount on the first order. The representative considers this. Can the discount be bigger? He firmly replies, This is our best offer. Future cooperation can be adjusted based on sales. The representative pauses and then says, All right, let's discuss joint research and development. We hope to share technology and resources to develop new varieties together. He shared his idea. The officer nodded in agreement. That's fine, but the ownership of the research results needs to be clear. He said seriously, the research results can be shared by both parties and promoted together. The officer added, the research period and cost sharing also need to be decided. He thought for a moment and said, We aim to complete the research within a year and cost will be shared proportionally. The officer recorded this and said, All these details need to be approved by our headquarters. He smiled and said, Understood. We will wait for your company's reply. The negotiation ended, and he saw the officer off. I look forward to a successful cooperation, he said sincerely. The officer smiled and said, I hope so too. I will report to headquarters as soon as I return. After the officer left, he returned to his office, feeling a bit nervous. I wonder if the headquarters will approve the negotiation results, he muttered to himself. At that moment, an employee came in to report, Boss, several foreign companies have sent emails expressing interest in cooperation. His eyes lit up, and he quickly opened his computer to check. Companies from Germany, France, and Japan. This is great news, he said excitedly. He immediately arranged for staff to organize information about these companies. Prepare detailed profiles of these companies. I want to study them carefully, he instructed. The staff quickly got to work. He then began to think about his next strategy. With so many cooperation interests, I need to select the best ones, he pondered, stroking his chin. That night, he lay in bed, still thinking about the cooperation. The farm's international expansion is speeding up, but we can't cooperate blindly, he warned himself. The next day, he called a management meeting. Several foreign companies want to work with us. Let's hear your opinions, he opened. One manager said, We need to consider the company's strength, market demand, and cooperation terms. Another added, We also need to pay attention to cultural differences and legal risks. He nodded in agreement. You're all right. We must choose our partners carefully. After the meeting, he resumed studying the company profiles. Germany's company emphasizes quality and shares our values, he analyzed while looking at the data. Japanese companies have unique insights into packaging and marketing. We can learn from them, he continued to think. A few days passed, and there was no news from the American company. He became a bit anxious and couldn't help but call to ask, "Mr. Officer, how's the headquarters review of the cooperation plan going?" He asked eagerly. The officer replied over the phone, "The headquarters is still discussing. We should have an answer soon." After hanging up, he could only wait patiently. Meanwhile, farm production continued smoothly. The new products have made some progress. These new varieties have richer flavors and should attract foreign customers, reported the research team. He nodded in satisfaction. Keep working hard and aim to launch them soon. A few days later, the American company finally sent good news. Our headquarters agree with the cooperation plan and hope to sign the contract soon, the representative said excitedly over the phone. He nearly jumped with excitement. That's great. We'll prepare the contract immediately. He quickly arranged for the legal team to draft the contract. Make sure all the terms are clear and there are no loopholes, he advised the legal team. The legal team worked carefully and soon produced a draft. After reviewing it thoroughly, he found no problems and sent it to the American company. Please review the contract. If everything is okay, we will sign, he emailed. The American company replied quickly, "We've reviewed the contract. It's mostly fine. Just a few small details to discuss." They communicated through emails and calls several times, finally finalizing the contract. "Finally, we can sign the contract. This is an important step for the farm's international growth," he said with emotion. Once the date was set, he prepared carefully. He informed the staff to witness this important moment. On the day of signing, the American representatives visited the farm again. Both sides sat in the meeting room and solemnly signed the contract. "Congratulations on our successful cooperation," the American representative said, extending his hand. He shook hands tightly. "Looking forward to a happy partnership and a bright future." After signing, they held a simple celebration. The staff cheered happily, and the farm was filled with joy. "Next, we will do our best to fulfill the American company's orders," he said at the celebration. The staff responded in unison, "Don't worry, boss. We will do our best." However, just as everyone was celebrating, an anonymous email arrived in his inbox. The email contained only one sentence: "The cooperation won't go smoothly. Beware of hidden troublemakers." He looked at the email, his brow furrowing instantly. Could it be the mysterious troublemaker again? He thought anxiously. He stared at the anonymous email, his fingers tapping the table unconsciously. What does this mysterious person want? He muttered quietly, full of suspicion. The secretary gently knocked and entered, noticing his serious expression. "Boss, what's wrong?" she asked cautiously. He took a deep breath and shook his head. "Nothing. Probably just some tricks from a competitor." The secretary nodded and said, "There are some follow-up cooperation procedures with the American company. When do you think we should arrange them?" He thought for a moment and replied, "Tomorrow, let their coordination team come over." The secretary took notes and turned to leave. Suddenly, he remembered something and called out, "By the way, inform the security department to strengthen farm safety measures recently." The secretary responded with a yes and quickly left the office. He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and tried to calm himself down. "No matter what, I must get this cooperation process sorted out first," he encouraged himself. The next day, the American company's coordination team arrived at the farm. Both sides sat in the meeting room. The American representative spoke first. "Mr. Lin, we are pleased to start the cooperation process with your farm. However, we have some different opinions on the contract terms and business procedures that we want to discuss." He responded with a smile. "Of course, let's speak openly. Our goal is to make the cooperation smoother." The American representative took out a document. "We believe that in the transportation of products, your side should bear more responsibility and costs because the risk of damage is high." He frowned. The contract clearly states that transportation costs are shared proportionally. Also, we use a professional transport company, so the risks are manageable. The American representative shrugged, but according to American business customs, the supplier usually bears all the risks of transportation. He patiently explained, "There are differences between Chinese and American business customs. The contract is fair and reasonable. It wouldn't be fair to let us bear all the risks." The American representative insisted, "Mr. Lin, we are also trying to protect both sides' interests. If there are issues during transportation, both sides could suffer losses. He thought for a moment and said, in that case, based on the current contract, we can add a clause. If damage occurs during transportation due to reasons not caused by us, we will assist in handling it. But the costs will still be shared as per the original agreement. The American representative considered this and said, we need to discuss this plan with our headquarters. Then, they discussed product inspection standards. The American representative said, the U.S. market has strict standards for agricultural products. Your products must meet these standards to enter the U.S. market. He nodded to show he understood. Our production always follows high standards. Most products should meet them. For minor differences, we can negotiate. The American representative took out a detailed inspection standard document. Here are the specific standards. Please take a look. He took the document and examined it carefully, his brow gradually furrowing. Some standards are difficult for us to meet at the moment, such as pesticide residue levels, which differ from yours, he admitted honestly. The American representative said, Mr. Lin, this is a necessary condition for entering the U.S. market. You can adjust your production process to meet the standards as much as possible. He replied helplessly, adjusting the production process takes time and costs. We have always followed domestic standards, and the quality is guaranteed. The two sides argued for a long time but couldn't reach an agreement. Lunchtime arrived, and he suggested pausing the discussion to go to the restaurant for a meal. In the restaurant, the atmosphere eased a bit. He smiled and said to the American representative, let's put work aside for now and try our farm's special dishes. The American representative enjoyed the food and praised, your farm's food is really delicious. The product quality seems good. Seizing the moment, he said, you see, our products have advantages in taste and quality. For the inspection standards issue, we can find a compromise. The American representative nodded and said, Mr. Lin, I understand your difficulties. But we must follow the rules of the U.S. market. After lunch, both sides returned to the meeting room to continue negotiations. This time, the focus was on profit sharing. The American representative said, regarding profit distribution, our company invests heavily in marketing and sales channels, so we should get a larger share. His face darkened, and he said seriously, we also invest a lot in production and research. Product quality is the foundation of cooperation. Without good products, promotion is useless. The American representative emphasized, Mr. Lin, marketing and sales are key to realizing the value of the products. Our investments can help sell the products better in the U.S. He countered, without our stable supply, your promotion efforts can't continue. Profits should be shared fairly based on actual input and contribution. Both sides refused to give in, and the atmosphere grew tense. The American representative stood up, excitedly saying, Mr. Lin, if we can't agree on profit sharing, it will be hard to continue the cooperation. He also stood up and calmly said, I understand your demands, but we have our bottom line. Cooperation should be mutually beneficial. Focusing only on one side won't work. The meeting room was silent for a while. The American representative sat down, took a deep breath, and said, Mr. Lin, let's stay calm. This issue is important. Let's review our points. He also sat down and said, good, from the overall perspective of cooperation, let's find a solution both sides can accept. Over the next few hours, both sides repeatedly discussed profit sharing, proposing many plans, all of which were rejected. As it grew darker, the negotiations reached a deadlock. He looked at the tired teams and said, let's end here today. Everyone has worked hard. Go back and think carefully, and we'll continue tomorrow. The American representative nodded and said, okay, Mr. Lin, I hope there will be new progress tomorrow. Both sides stood up, shook hands, and said goodbye. He watched the American representative leave, feeling full of worry. This negotiation is much harder than I expected. How can I find a balance? He muttered to himself. Back in the office, he called together the core team of the farm for a meeting. Today, there are many issues in the negotiations, especially regarding profit sharing and inspection standards. Does anyone have ideas? He asked directly. One manager said, Boss, we can make some concessions on profit sharing, but not go beyond our bottom line. We've invested quite a bit. A research and development staff member said, for inspection standards, we can speed up developing new technology and try to align more with the American standards, but it will take time and money. He listened carefully and thought about the best approach. Everyone makes good points. We need to protect the farm's interests and also promote cooperation. Let's come up with a few more options for profit sharing and discuss them with the Americans tomorrow. For the inspection standards, quickly arrange for the R&D team to research and see how soon we can meet the standards, he decided. After the meeting, he stayed alone in his office, continuing to review the contract terms and the demands of both sides. We must find a solution that makes both sides happy, he said firmly. The next day, the negotiations continued. He brought new proposals to the meeting room. American representatives, after last night's discussion, we have some new profit-sharing options for you to consider, he said, handing over the proposals. The American representative read them and said, Mr. Lin, these options are feasible. We will think about them. They also discussed the inspection standards. He said, our R&D team has been working on this, trying to get the products up to standard as soon as possible. During the transition, can we relax the standards a bit? The American representative hesitated. That will need approval from headquarters. I can't decide. The negotiations moved very slowly. Both sides kept suggesting new ideas but couldn't reach a full agreement. Suddenly, his phone rang. He looked at the caller ID, and his face turned serious. Sorry, I need to take this call, he said, stepping outside the meeting room. On the phone, a deep voice said, Mr. Lin, how are the negotiations going? Don't think you can work smoothly with the American company. I have ways to ruin this. He angrily asked, Who are you? Why are you trying to stop our cooperation? The other person sneered, You don't need to know who I am. If you're smart, give up on this cooperation, or you'll regret it. Then, the call ended. He held the phone with trembling hands. Sure enough, it's some mysterious troublemaker. I must not let him succeed, he vowed silently. He took a deep breath, calmed himself, and returned to the meeting room. The American representative saw him come back and asked, Mr. Lin, are you okay? He forced himself to stay calm. It's nothing, just a small issue. Let's continue. Later, the negotiations became even more difficult. The mysterious person threatened him, increasing his stress, but he still insisted on protecting the farm's interests and tried to negotiate with the American side. Time passed slowly, and the atmosphere at the negotiation table grew more tense. Is this cooperation really going to fail? He worried silently. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails almost digging into his skin. His mind was a mess from the mysterious person's threats, but he forced himself to smile calmly. Let's keep talking. There will be a way to solve this, he said as he sat back down. The American representative looked him over carefully, with a scrutinizing gaze. Mr. Lin, I can see you are sincere, but the disagreements are hard to settle. He leaned forward, opened his hands, and said sincerely, Our farm always aims for high-quality development. We believe in open and mutually beneficial cooperation. The American representative nodded. We feel the same, but our business rules are different, so we need to be cautious. He thought for a moment and said, We can adjust the profit-sharing plan. We will give up 5% of the profit early on, and later, based on sales performance, we will reassess. The American representative's eyes lit up, but he still shook his head. The initial concession isn't enough. He frowned slightly, feeling a bit unhappy but remaining patient. Our farm invests heavily in production and research. This is our biggest sincerity. The American representative spread his hands. Our company also invests a lot in marketing and building sales channels. He clenched his teeth. In that case, we can increase the initial concession by at most 3%. That's our limit. The American representative paused and said, I need to report this plan to headquarters. While he made a phone call, he leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and massaged his temples. Why is this so hard? He muttered to himself. At that moment, his secretary quietly entered and whispered in his ear, Boss, security says there's nothing unusual around the farm. He nodded slightly, signaling the secretary to leave. After finishing his call, the American representative looked serious. The headquarters thinks an 8% initial concession isn't enough. They want 10%. He suddenly stood up, his face turning red. Absolutely not. We've already made a big concession. The American representative also stood up and spread his hands. Mr. Lin, we want to help make this work, but we have to consider what the headquarters requires. He took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. If we insist on 10%, the cooperation will be difficult to continue. The atmosphere in the meeting room instantly froze, and both sides fell into a deadlock. After a while, the American representative sat down slowly. Mr. Lin, let's calm down and discuss this further. He sat down again, crossing his arms in front of his chest. I hope we can respect each other's interests and find a win-win solution. The American representative nodded. Understood. Maybe we can set aside the issue of profit sharing for now and discuss product inspection standards? He thought for a moment and agreed. That works. Our R&D team is working hard to meet the standards as soon as possible. The American representative took out some documents. These are the strict standards for the U.S. market. Please pay attention. He took the documents and looked them over, his brow furrowing more and more. These standards are too strict. Adjusting them will take time and money. The American representative said, Mr. Lin, time is tight. We hope you can speed up the process. He sighed helplessly. We will do our best. During the transition, we hope you can be flexible. The American representative hesitated. I will ask headquarters, but I can't guarantee approval. He sighed again. We hope you understand our difficulties. They discussed the inspection standards for a long time, but couldn't reach an agreement. Lunchtime arrived, and he suggested taking a break to go to the dining room. In the restaurant, he forced a smile and invited the American representatives to try some local farm dishes. While eating, the American representative praised, Your farm's food is delicious, and the product quality is clear. He smiled and said, We focus on quality. We hope more American consumers can taste it. The American representative nodded. If we work together, it won't be difficult. He took the opportunity to say, We hope you can consider our real situation when it comes to inspection standards and profit sharing. The American representative put down his chopsticks and said seriously, Mr. Lin, we want a smooth cooperation too, but some principles are hard to compromise. He felt disappointed inside but still smiled and said, We understand. Everyone wants to do a good job. After lunch, they returned to the meeting room to continue negotiations. As soon as he sat down, his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, his face turned pale. Sorry, I need to take this call, he said quickly and left the room. On the phone, a mysterious voice said, Mr. Lin, how's the cooperation going? I advise you to give up early, or you'll regret it. He shouted angrily, What do you want? I won't give up on the cooperation. The mysterious voice sneered, Then you'll see what happens. And the call ended. He clenched his phone tightly, trembling with anger. I can't let this mysterious person ruin the cooperation, he silently vowed. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself and returned to the meeting room. The American representative asked with concern, Mr. Lin, are you okay? He forced a smile. I'm fine, just a small problem. Let's continue. The negotiations became even more difficult, with neither side willing to make concessions. As the sky darkened, the atmosphere in the meeting room grew heavy. He looked at both tired teams and felt a bit sorry. Let's stop here for today. Everyone is tired. We will continue tomorrow. The American representative nodded. Okay. Hopefully, there will be progress tomorrow. Both sides stood up and shook hands to say goodbye. He watched the American representatives back and felt anxious inside. Back in his office, he called a meeting with his core team. Today's talks didn't make real progress. Think of new ideas, he said seriously. A manager said, Boss, the profit sharing is close to the limit. We can't go further. A researcher said, On testing standards, we are speeding up, but short-term goals are hard to meet. He rubbed his forehead. We need to find a breakthrough, something that helps us work together and protects the farm's interests. They discussed for a long time and suggested some plans, but he thought they wouldn't work. After the meeting, he sat alone in his office, looking out the window and thinking, Is there really no way? He muttered to himself. Suddenly, he had an idea. Maybe we can start with adding value to the product, he said excitedly and stood up. The next day, he brought a new plan to the meeting room. American representatives, regarding profit sharing and testing standards, we have a new idea, he said confidently. The American representative showed interest. Oh, tell me more. He cleared his throat. For profit sharing, we keep the initial 8% discount, but we offer extra services like custom packaging and special logistics to increase product value. The American representative's eyes lit up. That's an interesting idea. He continued, for testing standards, we aim for the products to fully meet the standards within 6 months. During the transition, we will provide third-party testing reports to prove quality and safety. The American representative thought for a moment. This plan seems feasible. I will discuss it with our headquarters. While the American representative made a phone call, he waited nervously, sweating. After a while, the representative put down the phone and smiled. Mr. Lin, our headquarters is quite satisfied with the plan. They want to discuss details about custom packaging and special logistics. He was overjoyed but tried to stay calm. No problem. We can discuss the details. In the next few hours, both sides discussed the new plan in detail. Finally, they reached an agreement. Great. We have a deal, he said excitedly, standing up and shaking hands firmly with the American representative. The conference room filled with applause. After signing the agreement, he invited the American representative to visit the farm. Walking along the farm trail, the American said, "Your farm has good facilities. This cooperation will surely succeed." He smiled and said, "I believe so too. Let's work together to develop the U.S. market." After the visit, the American representative prepared to leave. He saw the other person to the door and sincerely said, "Thank you for your trust and cooperation. I look forward to creating more value together." The American representative nodded and replied, "I also look forward to a pleasant partnership." Watching the American representative's car drive away, he took a deep breath. Finally, we have a deal. It's time to work hard, he thought with excitement. However, he didn't notice a black car parked nearby, with a mysterious person watching him coldly through the window. He looked at the disappearing car at the end of the road, then turned to face the wide farm. Sunshine poured over the fields, showing a lively scene. The partnership is done. Next, we need to upgrade the farm with smart technology, he whispered to himself. He walked quickly back to the office and immediately gathered key farm staff. Everyone entered the office one after another, their faces full of hope and curiosity. "Everyone, the agreement with the American side is signed," he said brightly. "To keep up with international trends, we need to make the farm smarter." Some frowned slightly and whispered, "Smart upgrades are not a small project." He waved his hand and said, "I know it's difficult, but this is the future of farming. It will improve our management and productivity." An older worker hesitated and asked, "Boss, we haven't done this before. Can we really succeed?" He smiled and patted the worker's shoulder. "Nothing is impossible if we try. We will learn as we go." At this moment, the technical advisor pushed up his glasses and said, "Smart upgrades involve many parts like automated irrigation, fertilizing systems, and remote monitoring." He nodded seriously. "We need to consider all these. Let's hear your ideas." Everyone started discussing. Smart irrigation can water based on soil moisture, saving labor. Automatic fertilizing can control the amount precisely, improving crop quality. Remote monitoring lets us check the farm anytime. He listened carefully and took notes. Suddenly, a young worker asked, "Boss, these smart devices are expensive. How will we pay for them?" He frowned, knowing this was a real problem. "Our initial funds haven't arrived yet, but we can apply for agricultural support loans," he thought for a moment. The finance manager shook his head. Loan approval takes time, and the limit is small. The room became tense. He stood up and paced back and forth. "Don't be discouraged. Let's think of other ways. We can negotiate with suppliers for better deals." At this moment, the secretary entered and handed him a document. "Boss, just received the notice about the agricultural subsidy." His eyes lit up, and he quickly opened the file. After reading, he smiled broadly. "With this subsidy, our financial pressure will be much less." Everyone's faces showed hope. "Next, let's set up a smart transformation team," he said decisively. "The technical advisor will be the team leader, responsible for overall planning and technical guidance." The technical advisor nodded. "No problem, I will do my best. Heads of other departments should cooperate well and divide tasks," he added. After the meeting, he and the technical advisor went to the farm's experimental field. Looking at the lush crops, he said, "Let's start transforming this experimental field to gain some experience." The technical advisor squatted down to check the soil. This area has typical terrain and soil conditions, suitable for a pilot project. They walked along the field edge, discussing the renovation plan. "The irrigation system should use drip irrigation to save water," suggested the technical advisor. He nodded in agreement. "Yes, drip irrigation can deliver water directly to the roots." Suddenly, a wild rabbit jumped out of the grass, startling them. He laughed and said, "It seems the ecology here is good. We shouldn't ruin it with the transformation." The technical advisor also smiled. "Don't worry, the smart upgrade will pay attention to ecological protection." Back at the office, he began contacting suppliers of smart equipment. After making a few calls, he felt a bit discouraged because most suppliers required full payment up front. "Is there no other way?" He frowned. Just then, his phone rang. It was an old friend calling. I heard you're planning to upgrade the farm with smart technology. I know a supplier who offers installment payments, the friend said on the phone. He was suddenly very happy. Great. Please send me their contact info. After getting the contact details, he immediately called the supplier. After some discussion, the supplier agreed to deliver part of the equipment first, and the remaining payments could be made in installments after the farm started making profits. This is a real breakthrough, he said, sighing in relief after hanging up. A few days later, the first batch of smart equipment arrived at the farm. Workers were busy unloading the equipment, and the scene was lively. He and the technical advisor carefully checked the equipment to ensure quality. Are these devices complicated to install? He asked. The technical advisor replied, some need professional installation, but most of it we can do ourselves. So he organized training for the farm staff on how to install the equipment. During the training, the technical advisor patiently explained how to install the devices and what to watch out for. The employees listened carefully and asked questions from time to time. How do we install this sensor? How do I set the parameters for the controller? The technical advisor answered one by one, helping everyone gradually learn the installation skills. The installation work began, and everyone divided tasks, working smoothly and efficiently. He also personally took part, helping workers move equipment and dig holes for wiring. Under the hot sun, sweat soaked through his clothes, but he didn't mind. Let's work harder. The smart farm will be built soon, he encouraged everyone. However, there was a problem when installing the smart irrigation system. The water pipes kept leaking at the connections, and no matter how they adjusted, it didn't fix the issue. The technical advisor frowned and carefully checked each connection. Maybe the sealant wasn't applied properly? Guessed a worker. The advisor shook his head. The sealant is fine. It might be that the pipe sizes don't match. They quickly looked at the blueprints, and sure enough, the pipe model was wrong. This will delay us, he said anxiously. The technical advisor comforted him. Don't worry. Reorder the correct pipes, and it won't take long. He had to contact the supplier again to exchange the pipes. While waiting for the new pipes, he kept busy. He organized the staff to learn how to operate the smart management system. In the meeting room, everyone focused on the computer screen, listening carefully. This system can monitor soil moisture, temperature, and light levels in real time, the technician explained. How do we check historical data? Asked an employee. The technician demonstrated. Just click this button. Everyone followed along, gradually becoming familiar with the system's basic functions. Finally, the new pipes arrived. The workers quickly replaced the pipes and reinstalled and adjusted the system. This time, the smart irrigation system worked smoothly. Clear water flowed slowly through the drip pipes into the soil, nourishing each plant. Success. Everyone cheered. He looked at the functioning irrigation system with a satisfied smile. Next, the automatic fertilization device and remote monitoring system were also installed one after another. The farm was filled with smart equipment, looking very modern. He stood on a high point of the farm, overlooking everything, feeling a sense of achievement. The smart transformation has been successful, but there is still a lot to do, he told himself. That evening, he returned home, exhausted, and sat on the sofa. His wife brought him a cup of hot tea. You've worked hard. I haven't seen you much lately. He took the tea and took a sip. It's worth the effort for the farm's development. His wife asked with concern, did you encounter any difficulties during the transformation? He sighed. Yes, quite a few problems, but they are all solved now. His wife encouraged him. I believe in you. I'm sure you'll make the farm better and better. He hugged his wife's shoulder and said, with your support, I feel more motivated. The next day, he arrived early at the farm to check the operation of the smart equipment. In the control room, he watched the screen showing real-time images of different areas. Suddenly, he noticed that the soil moisture in one field was unusually low. Could there be a problem with the irrigation system? He wondered anxiously. He quickly ran to the field and carefully checked the irrigation equipment. It turned out that a drip irrigation nozzle was clogged. He carefully cleared the blockage, and water started flowing normally again. Smart monitoring is really convenient. It can find problems quickly, he said with relief. However, the farm's smart upgrade was not always smooth sailing. One day, the technical advisor hurried to see him. Boss, the smart management system is malfunctioning and data transfer is unstable. He felt worried. How could this happen? Let's see if we can fix it quickly. The technical team worked urgently to find the cause of the problem. After some checks, They discovered an issue with the network cables. We need to contact the internet service provider to fix it, he said. The internet technicians arrived quickly, and after several hours of repairs, the network was restored. The smart management system was back to normal. We need to improve equipment maintenance and management, he told the technical advisor. The advisor nodded and said, I will create a detailed maintenance plan. Over time, the farm smart system was gradually improved. Crops grew better, and yields increased. Employees became more skilled at using the smart equipment and management system. Smart upgrades make our work much easier, one employee said happily. Seeing everyone happy, he felt very pleased. But he knew that farm development had no end. In an internal meeting, he proposed a new idea. We should expand the use of smart technology and introduce a traceability system for our products. Everyone listened with interest. A traceability system will let consumers see where the products come from and how they are made, he explained. The technical advisor said, that's a good idea, but it's hard to implement. He firmly replied, no matter how difficult, we must try. It will make our farm's products more competitive. After the meeting, he started researching information about the traceability system. He contacted several tech companies to ask about system features and prices. After comparing options, he chose one company to work with. We want to build a transparent and safe supply chain for our farm products, he told the company's leader. The head of the technology company said they would do their best to cooperate and quickly develop a tracking system suitable for farms. Just as the farm's smart transformation was steadily progressing, an unexpected event occurred. One day, a group of uninvited visitors arrived at the farm. They claimed to be from the Environmental Protection Department, here to check the farm's smart equipment. He was a bit suspicious but still greeted them warmly. Is there a problem? He politely asked. The lead officer said seriously, someone reported that your farm's smart equipment might have environmental risks. He was surprised. Impossible. Our equipment all meets environmental standards. The officers began a detailed inspection of the equipment. He watched nervously, hoping nothing went wrong. The inspection took all day, and finally, he felt relieved. The officers said, the equipment has no environmental issues. It was probably a false report. He smiled and said, that's good. Please come by more often to supervise and guide us. After seeing them off, he fell into deep thought. Who reported us? Could it be a rival trying to sabotage us? He wondered silently. But he didn't have time to investigate further. The farm's smart upgrade needed to continue. He refocused his energy on developing the farm product tracking system. He worked closely with the tech team, constantly improving the system's features. Days passed, and the farm's smart technology became more advanced. However, he didn't know that a mysterious person hiding in the shadows was planning an even bigger scheme. He stood in the farm's control room, frowning and staring intently at the screens showing the smart equipment in operation. Although the farm's smart upgrade had shown some results, new problems kept appearing one after another. Boss. The technical advisor hurried in, looking anxious. The data entry in the farm product tracking system is wrong. Many details are all mixed up. His heart skipped a beat. He quickly asked, what happened? Weren't we testing and debugging? The advisor scratched his head, looking helpless. The tests went fine before, but this time, suddenly, there's a problem. It might be a conflict in the program code. He quickly walked to the computer, looked at the messy data on the screen, and his face turned serious. This could affect customers' trust in our products. We must fix it quickly. Just then, a worker responsible for equipment maintenance rushed and panicked. Boss, the automatic fertilization device also broke down. The fertilizer output is fluctuating wildly. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Don't panic. Let's check each problem one by one. The technical advisor frowned, worried. I'm afraid both issues are hard to fix. With our current skills, we probably can't solve them quickly. He crossed his arms and paced back and forth in the control room, muttering, are we really out of options? We invested so much money early on. We can't let the smart system upgrade just stop like this. An old farm worker approached carefully and said, Boss, maybe we should ask outside experts for help. Maybe they have a way. He suddenly stopped, his eyes brightening. That's a good idea. But where can we find skilled tech people? The technical advisor pushed up his glasses and said, I've heard there are some well-known smart farming tech teams in the industry, but they charge a lot. He clenched his teeth. Cost isn't a problem. As long as they can fix the issues and help the farm's smart upgrade go smoothly. He picked up his phone and started calling industry friends he knew. asking if they knew any reliable tech teams. After several calls, he found that either the recommended teams were fully booked or their prices were too high. He put down his phone, rubbing his temples in frustration. Why is this so hard? Is it fate trying to stop my farm's smart upgrade? The technical advisor quickly comforted him. Don't worry, boss. Let's think of other ways. Maybe local colleges have teachers or students who can help. His eyes lit up again. Good idea. I hadn't thought of that. We shouldn't underestimate the research teams at universities. He asked his secretary to contact nearby agricultural colleges to see if they could send experts to visit the farm. A few days later, the secretary returned with news. A professor from one college was willing to lead a team to visit the farm, but only in a week. He immediately got anxious. A week is too long. The farm's problems can't wait that long. The secretary helplessly replied, the professor's schedule is full. That's the only time they can spare. He sighed. Then that's all we can do. Before the professor arrives, we'll keep checking the problems ourselves. Any progress is good progress. In the following days, he, the technical advisor, and the workers stayed at the farm day and night. They studied the equipment manuals and code, analyzing the issues step by step. It seems like the data transfer from this sensor is a bit delayed. Could that be affecting the whole system's stability? The technical advisor pointed to a part on the equipment. He looked carefully and said, maybe we should try replacing the sensor with a new one. The workers quickly acted, replaced the sensor, and did some adjustments. However, the situation did not improve. Data entry was still messy, and the fertilizing equipment kept breaking down. He angrily slammed his fist on the table and shouted, it still doesn't work. Do we have to wait for the professor to come to fix it? The technical advisor shook his head helplessly. It seems we can only do this for now. Let's check other parts to see if we missed anything. While they looked worried, a young farm worker ran over excitedly and said, Boss, I saw a smart farming technology forum online. Many experts and technicians share ideas there. Maybe we can find a solution. His eyes lit up. Great idea. Give me the forum website. He quickly opened his computer, logged into the forum, and searched for posts about the farm product tracking system and automatic fertilizing equipment problems. He read many posts, learned some theories, but still couldn't find a real solution for their farm's issues. A bit disappointed, he still posted a help request on the forum, explaining their problems in detail. Not long after, a user replied to his post. Data entry errors like this might be caused by incorrect database field settings. Check that, suggested a user. Following the advice, he asked the technical advisor to check the database fields. After checking, they found some fields didn't match their needs. They quickly fixed the settings and tested data entry again. It works. The data entry is much neater now, the technical advisor exclaimed excitedly. He was also very happy. Great. It seems online forums can be useful. But the problem with the automatic fertilizing equipment still wasn't solved. A few days later, the professor's visit to the farm was getting closer. He watched the equipment every day, hoping the problem would fix itself, but reality was harsh. Boss, I think we should prepare for both possibilities. What if the professor can't fix it either? The technical advisor said worriedly. He thought for a moment and replied, You're right. We can't rely only on the professor. Let's look for other technical teams online to see if anyone is willing to help us. So, they posted information about seeking a technical team on major job websites and technology forums. After sending out the messages, they received some responses, mostly from small, less experienced teams. He felt unsure whether to work with them. Boss, maybe we should pick a small team first to try? Maybe they can solve the problem, suggested the technical advisor. He shook his head. No, this isn't a small matter. It concerns the future of the farm. If we choose the wrong team, not only will the problem remain unsolved, but we'll also waste time and money. Just as he was hesitating, he received an email. The email was from a well-known agricultural technology company. They showed interest in the farm's project and were willing to send technicians to inspect the farm. He was overjoyed. This is like a gift in times of need. I'll quickly set up a meeting with them. After arranging a time for the inspection, he started to worry again. What if they also can't solve the problem? Will they ask for a high price? His mind was restless. The technical advisor noticed his concern and comforted him. Don't worry too much, boss. This company has a good reputation, so they probably won't overcharge. Let's hear their plan first. On the day of the inspection, the technicians arrived on time. They carefully checked the farm's product tracking system and automatic fertilizing equipment and had in-depth discussions with the advisor and workers. From what we see now, the problem is quite complicated. The fault in the automatic fertilizing equipment might involve both mechanical parts and the control system, so it needs a full inspection and upgrade, the technician explained. He asked eagerly, "How long will it take to fix? And what will it cost?" The technician thought for a moment. "If everything goes smoothly, the repair and upgrade should take about 2 weeks. As for the cost, we will base it on the actual work involved to ensure it's fair and clear." He considered that 2 weeks was a bit long, but if it could fully solve the problem, it would be worth it. "When can you start working?" he asked. The technician replied, "We will prepare the equipment and tools and can start work in 3 days." He nodded. "All right, that's settled. We hope you can fix the problem quickly so we can finish upgrading the farm's technology soon." After seeing the technicians off, he let out a deep breath. But he still felt a bit uneasy, unsure if this time they could truly solve the technical issues on the farm. "I hope everything goes smoothly," he murmured as he looked at the smart devices waiting to be repaired on the farm. 3 days flew by quickly. Early that morning, he arrived at the farm, eagerly waiting for the technical team to come. He paced back and forth at the farm entrance, occasionally glancing down the road. A business vehicle slowly approached and stopped steadily at the gate. When the door opened, a group of people in professional work uniforms got out one after another. Leading them was a middle-aged man with steady steps and sharp eyes, who walked straight toward him. "Hello, I am the leader of this technical team. My name is Lin," he said with a smile as he extended his hand. He quickly shook hands with Lin and said excitedly, "Lin, you've arrived. I've been counting on you to solve the problems on my farm." Lin patted his hand confidently and said, "Don't worry, we will do our best." The group followed him into the farm's control room. Lin's team members immediately dispersed to check the equipment. Lin and he sat nearby, and Lin carefully asked about the details of the farm's smart upgrade. "Can you tell me what problems have occurred since the upgrade started?" Lin took out a notebook and prepared to take notes. He frowned and explained in detail the issues they encountered, such as errors in the data of the traceability system and faults in the automatic fertilization equipment. Lin listened attentively, nodded, and occasionally jotted down notes. "From what you've described, the problems seem quite complicated. But don't worry, we will do a full assessment and come up with a detailed plan," Lin said firmly, closing his notebook. At this moment, a technician hurried into the control room holding a report. "Lin, the preliminary tests show that there are vulnerabilities in the database of the traceability system, and some programs in the automatic fertilization control system need updating," the technician reported. Lin took the report and examined it carefully, then said, "It looks like we've found the root of the problem. We need to speed up and try to fix it as soon as possible." He asked somewhat anxiously, "Lin, roughly how long will the upgrade take?" Lin thought for a moment and replied, "Under normal circumstances, about 2 weeks should be enough. But it depends on whether we encounter other issues during construction." He nodded and said, "All right, I trust your expertise. As long as the problem gets solved, a longer time is okay." Mr. Lin smiled and said, "Don't worry, we will try to shorten the construction time so that normal farm operations are not affected." Then, Mr. Lin and his team began a thorough assessment of the farm's existing facilities and systems. They checked everywhere on the farm, used professional instruments to test equipment parameters, and communicated with the farm's technical advisors and workers. He followed behind Mr. Lin, watching their busy work, and felt hopeful. "Mr. Lin, I have some ideas about upgrading the farm to be more intelligent, but I'm not sure if they are practical," he said carefully. Mr. Lin stopped and turned around, smiling. "Just tell us your ideas. We will consider your needs carefully." He took a deep breath and said, "I hope the farm's smart system can be more user-friendly, like allowing consumers to see the growth process of products in real time on their phones." Mr. Lin's eyes lit up. "That's a good idea. We can add that feature during the upgrade, but it might need extra equipment and technical support." He was excited. As long as it can be done, money is not a problem. Mr. Lin nodded. "All right, we will include this requirement in the upgrade plan." In the following days, the technical team worked tirelessly, thoroughly repairing and upgrading the farm's equipment. Every day, Mr. Lin updated him on the progress, and they discussed solutions when problems arose. "Boss, the control system for the automatic fertilization equipment has been partly upgraded, and it's working quite well now," Mr. Lin happily reported. He was excited. "Great job. You've worked hard." How is the database vulnerability fix for the product traceability system coming along? Mr. Lin said, we're working on it full speed. It should be finished by tomorrow. After that, we'll do comprehensive testing. He gave a thumbs up. You guys are very efficient. I'm becoming more confident about the upgrade. Thanks to the efforts of the technical team, the progress of the farm's smart upgrade sped up significantly. The farm workers also cooperated actively, working together to support the project. Mr. Lin, should we adjust the placement of this sensor? A worker asked, pointing at the sensor on the equipment. Mr. Lin walked over, looked carefully, and said, no need to adjust. This position is good. Just make sure it's installed securely. The worker nodded and carefully installed the sensor. As the upgrade continued, new problems also appeared. Mr. Lin, we found that the farm's network signal is unstable, which might affect the smart system, a technician reported. Lin Gong furrowed his brow and thought for a moment, then said, this is indeed a problem. We need to contact the internet provider to improve the farm's network. Hearing this, he asked worriedly, will fixing the network delay the renovation progress? Lin Gong reassured him, no, we will coordinate the schedule to minimize any impact on the overall progress. Immediately, Lin Gong contacted the internet provider to discuss optimizing the farm's network. After negotiations, the provider agreed to send technicians quickly to check and improve the network. Don't worry, boss. The network issue will be fixed soon. We will plan the work carefully to avoid major delays, Lin Gong promised. He nodded and said, all right, I appreciate your efforts. A few days later, the technicians arrived at the farm to thoroughly check and improve the network. After adjustments, the farm's internet signal became stable. Lin Gong, the network is now optimized, and the signal is good, reported the technician. Lin Gong smiled with satisfaction and said, great. This will make the smart system run more smoothly. At this time, the database vulnerability in the farm's traceability system was also fixed and undergoing final testing. Boss, the test results show the database is working normally, and data entry is accurate, said a technician excitedly. He almost jumped with excitement and said, that's fantastic. You all are amazing. Lin Gong smiled and said, this is just the first step. Next, we need to coordinate the entire smart system to ensure all devices work together. During the initial testing, the technical team found some compatibility issues between devices. Lin Gong, the automatic irrigation system and the environmental monitoring system have some data transfer conflicts, said a technician anxiously. Lin Gong frowned and fell into thought. He also became worried and asked, is this a serious problem? Can it be fixed? Lin Gong looked up and said firmly, it's not a big issue. We just need to adjust the program code to fix the compatibility. So, Lin Gong led the team to carefully check and modify the program code. After several days of effort, the compatibility issues were finally resolved. Boss, the integration work is done. All devices are now working together normally, Lin Gong excitedly told him. He shook Lin Gong's hand enthusiastically and said, thank you so much. Your team is very professional and dedicated. I am very touched. Lin Gong smiled and said, this is what we should do. Next, we will conduct the final inspection of the entire intelligence system to ensure everything is okay. During the inspection, the technical team carefully checked each piece of equipment and every function. Boss, after a thorough check, the farm smart upgrade has met our goals, Lin Gong said seriously. He looked at the brand new smart equipment on the farm and felt a deep sense of pride. Lin Gong, thank you so much. With this smart system, the farm's productivity and management will surely improve a lot, he said gratefully. Lin Gong replied, you're welcome. If any problems come up with the system in the future, just contact us. We offer after-sales support. He nodded and said, good. I believe with your support, the farm will get better and better. Watching the busy technical team walk away, he stood in the middle of the farm, looking at this hopeful land, filled with dreams.